Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. It is the rainy hump day edition.
Hey. Hump day!
Or the humid hump day edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, and Peyton Phillip Russell is firing up the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We got a Dallas Stars recap. We have a Jason Aldean ticket giveaway. It's a Meet Church Wednesday with Matt Pittman at 8:20 and Andre Whitworth to talk Cowboys and Super Bowl in the final hour of the show.
Andrew Whitworth.
What'd I say, Andre?
Andre.
My bad.
You were thinking Andre Wadsworth.
Yeah.
Yes, the big miss from Broadus.
I knew that's what you were
right,
going to reference. He
miss.
loves referencing that. And who, Peyton?
That was the same draft, but it was, he had Wadsworth 1. Can't do that.
The Dallas Cowboys are making hires, and Mike McCarthy is taking his hat out of the ring. Steven, air quotes. Let's get to the hires first. At 877-881-1053, the worst kept secret around. Matt Eberflus is the new defensive coordinator. Chop, you've been doing some homework.
That makes fine sense to me with Matt Eberflus.
Let me stop you right there.
All right.
Before you get into the pros and everything, I'm gonna have to be talked into feeling excited about it just because of the disastrous end in Chicago. It's hard for me to get that taste out of my mouth.
That to me is easy to overcome because he's not going to be the head coach. So, it doesn't. I don't think the two even remotely.
Shows judgment.
He's going to be the head coach of the defense.
Fine, cool. You know what I mean. But he doesn't have to worry about clock management. That's the head coach's job.
Yep.
He had to worry about calling the time. That's the head. You know what I mean? To me, they're not even. You can't even compare the two. So, when it comes to Eberflus, now there may be some personnel changes you're going to have to make.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So that, from that standpoint, would be a transition.
What are the scheme/personnel changes?
It's very Rod Marinelli-like. So, you're going to talk about there's going to be a lot of cover two. There's going to be a lot of four-man rushes. The three-technique defensive tackle is almost a bigger part of the defense than the edge rushers.
Nazi.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of defensive line rotation. It's going to be. It's not an exact replica of what Marinelli did. There are things that are Eberflus's own, but it's going to look remarkably similar to what that was. There's not going to be a lot of disguising pre-snap. It's going to be kind of what it was.
So, if you go back and look, he was DC and Indy for 4 years. They ranked 9th, 17th, 9th, 13th in expected points added per play. It's not bad. They were top
15.
Yeah, top 13 and for 3 of the 4 years, top 17 and 1. So that's good. This year, 11 of the 15 teams that were in the top 15 on EPA on defense made the playoffs. Okay, so they would have been good enough to make the playoffs in 3 of the 4 years that they were there in Indy with the defense. The 3 that weren't, Tampa, Washington, the Rams, 17th, and the other 2 were in the 20th. The Cowboys can make the playoffs if they do it at that level, at the level that he did it as the DC in Indianapolis. Now, the difference, like Bobby was talking about, this year in Chicago, they played cover 3 45% of the time.
And cover 3, Bobby, is what?
Cover 3 is going to be the 2 outside safeties and the one at the top.
Only Tampa ran cover 3 at a higher percentage of their snaps. That's it. Only one team. Chicago played man defense in any form, just 17% of their snaps. In any form of man. No playoff team this year played a lower percentage of their snaps in man coverage. Not a single one. That was with Chicago this year. So, there's some good things to take away, some bad things, or some personnel changes that you're going to have to make. Because when he got here, it was Rob Ryan, and that was a 3-4. It was when he first came over here. Which Micah actually may be better suited for that anyway, if they wanted to go back to that. But when Parcells switched to a 3, I never saw more fans so pissed off that their beloved Cowboys were going from a 4-3 to a 3-4. The Tom Landry defense was no more. And then Bill Parcells comes in here with this voodoo stuff that's going to be, what are these 3 down linemen? They didn't understand what that was. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
This is it's going to be a different defense than the one you ran last year with Zimmer. Like, I mean, this isn't just like we're carrying over a lot of the same things. This will be different. It'll be different than some of the stuff Dan Quinn did. And so,
so the thought of cover 3 though is for what? Just to keep everything in front of you. What is the premise?
So basically, the entire thought process behind what Matt Eberflus wants to do in general, his entire philosophy, is that he just kind of wants to. It's the Marinelli bend but don't break. Like, keep things in front of you, tackle well. You're going to get home with 4. There's not a lot of blitzing. So Mike Zimmer would use 4 a lot of times, but he would use sim pressures and creepers, which are basically, you're bringing 4, but one of the defensive linemen maybe drops back, and so then a linebacker. So you do different things that create blitzes even with 4 guys. No, with Eberflus, it's the 4 that you got there. It's defensive tackles, get upfield, try to get to the quarterback as quick as you can, keep things in front of you, tackle well, playing with some cushion. There's not a lot of press in what he does. And so, I mean, it's going to be very zone heavy. It's going to be very conservative for the most part. And it's going to lean on, hey, we need fundamentals. So you need to tackle well. You need to do your job. You need to, be on top of your keys. That's going to be the big thing with this.
So he's being praised for his time in Indianapolis. He was the linebackers coach here. The immediate impact in Indy, they were ranked 30th in scoring. In 2018, he finished 10th. 11th in total defense. Passing defense improved from 28th to 16th. Over the next 3 seasons, they would finish number 16 in total defense twice, and they climbed up to 8th in total D in 2020. Routinely had them in the top half of the league in total defense. Of course, Chicago head coach 14-32 before being fired 12 games into this past season. Mike Zimmer had told Athlon Sports, the truth is, I've always wanted to be the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys for 25 years. That's all I know. And right now, NFL teams are not exactly beating down my door. So that is a final parting word from Mike Zimmer. Matt Eberflus is your new defensive coordinator. Nick Sorensen is your new special teams coordinator. He had worked in a defensive capacity over the past few years. Back in 2021, when he was the Jacksonville special teams coordinator, they did finish 31st in special teams DVOA. So Sorensen and Eberflus have been added.
Yeah, and I saw a lot of people leaning on the Jaguars special teams was awful that year. The Jaguars were awful that year. That was the Urban Meyer year. They had a lot of issues that I'm not saying he's going to be a great special teams guy, but it was also first time he'd ever been a coordinator. A lot of other things going on in Jacksonville that were clearly a mess that, to me, I'm willing to say, all right, we'll give it a look. We'll see if it's any better. I don't know that I'm just going to hold him to that, but this is something where he's right now. I think what you're seeing is when people are like, well, is he going to be able to hire his own staff? Eberflus maybe doesn't come off that way totally, but I think you're seeing with some of these interviews and some of these guys that they're connected to right now, there's not an obvious, oh, we know that guy. There's either Schottenheimer knows him or nobody's got experience with him and he's just getting recommended. The Clayton Adams one from Arizona or some of these other ones like in Atlanta, those are not super familiar guys to them.
And I've been told, obviously interviewing a lot of OC candidates, they're not close on a decision yet. I just got that text at about 5 o'clock this morning.
Well,
yes. So it's not big enough for me to tweet. I'm like Jay Glazer. I just come out for the big stories. But I just pass along on this little old radio airwaves.
Leave the crumbs. Here you go. Here you go, peasants.
My other thing about Eberflus, and I get what you're saying about clock management, and I agree. I can't forget the Commanders game, and I can't forget him in the press conferences sounding so completely clueless and lost. And if there's anything I've learned about, covering the Joneses here, I got to think about all the other decisions that you're messing up and screwing up if you show us publicly how you think about some things. If Jerry and Steven are going to sit up there the other day and do some of the things they did, what the hell else are they doing that we don't see? And Eberflus, he came across pretty clueless in these press conferences, even though there are a lot of people giving him his respect.
Yes.
His game management of not giving up the 10 or 15 yards before the Hail Mary, sticking to it with his stubbornness in the post-game presser, not admitting. It's more personality things with Eberflus. I don't know him whatsoever, I would like to find out more and more, but personality-wise, I was like, dude, you can't even sit up there afterwards and admit that you screwed up. That bothers me.
So Archer had tweeted yesterday, he said, Matt Eberflus's time as Chicago's head coach did not end well, but he was an excellent DC in Indianapolis, was a top-notch assistant with the Cowboys under Rob Ryan, and then Monty Kiffin, Rod Marinelli for 7 years. It's the 5th straight year the Cowboys have a former head coach as DC. I think that's it. His reputation here was sterling. People thought he was a fantastic coach. Like, I mean, there's a reason him becoming a head coach in Chicago didn't surprise the Cowboys. Like, they thought that's going to be a head coach one day. They thought he was really, really good. The bigger issue is when we're talking about
what type of personality?
Kind of a hard ass. I haven't had a ton of personal interactions with him because he left in 2017. That's early on when I had been here, but I know that was his reputation, was as a hard ass. But
you were still blogging.
He's somebody that he was.
You can't make that insult today nowadays with the new media.
They are the media.
Heading into the White
I'm
House.
in the front row asking questions about drones and stuff. No, when you look at
Biden's fault.
The thing with Eberflus to me is the stuff that ended in Chicago that was concerning was I'm not getting out of my mind so far the story of Jalen Johnson after that Detroit game yelling at him so intensely in the locker room that he had to leave. Like, he left he's in the middle of ranting at them. They're all upset. And Eberflus had to leave the room.
Yeah.
That, to me, it's like, all right, well, I hope you learned from that.
Yeah.
And we've got something better coming out of this, because that right there, that's concerning. Especially if the big focus here is culture. That's going to be the new focus.
877-881-1053 is the way to hit us up on DFW Sports Station with the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. We got the Dallas Stars in action. Let's see what they were up to on ESPN+.
We go back the other way. Johnston got it across. Empty net. Ryan Johnston caps it off for Dallas. It's a hat-trick goal in overtime. And the Stars, they get the come-from-behind victory.
The hat trick, the natural hat trick, and the game winner as they rally for the 4-3 win against the Golden Knights in Vegas. Site of the place that you and Bobby watched the game for 2 minutes.
Well, I watched a game. I watched a game. Bobby left after one period. His mic is up. I would assume the Money Puck would have had this in a high Vegas win. Oh, wow, no. Look at that. Unbelievable. Stars. Wow. Look at that. Yeah, this is the first time they had a win this year where they had trailed after 2 periods. So, good on them. This is a good win. Vegas is a really, really good team. This is one of the teams they're going to compete for in the West to get to the Cup Finals.
The headline, though, is Miro had to be helped off the ice in the 3rd period after his knee buckled when Mark Stone lunged into him. Stars fans were not happy on social media, likely to get the update tomorrow since they have a scheduled day off.
Spits and suds.
So all the best for Heiskanen. Stars fans not happy. Spits and suds with the latest injury news wherever you get your podcast. Yes, Roberto.
Do I get a real? Okay. I have a real comment. That Wyatt Johnston goal in overtime was nasty, though. That was nice. I liked that. I enjoyed that. That's all I had to say. 53%, by the way, for the Stars.
See? You see, you can't leave well enough alone. So we're really going to test your discipline with the Mike McCarthy update that came out late last night. A new test for Bobby Belt on the morning show. Is it still McCarthy versus Kellen again? An update on that. And did the ratings go down once again for the NFL playoffs? The McCarthy update. Is it back to the barn for Big Mike? Next on Sean and RJ.
After we get you over to Zero Res, get that carpet clean, clean way, green.
Uber Eats has low fee products? You gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have.
also Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
else.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club here on DFW Sports Station. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and Bobby Belt. We want you to win our Jason Aldean ticket giveaway during the commercial-free expressway starting at 7:20. Late last night, the news came out that Mike McCarthy will not be coaching this upcoming football season. McCarthy did not garner the interest. Well, I'll start from Tom Pelissero, and then we'll get to the opinions from others. Tom Pelissero, NFL Network. McCarthy has decided to focus on the 2026 hiring cycle and will not coach in the NFL this season. McCarthy is expected to be a strong candidate a year from now. Then Jordan Schultz, friend of the station,
not the show.
Not the show. He comes on when I'm not here. He chimes in and said McCarthy did not garner the interest from the Saints that he anticipated, and it's starting to seem like Kellen Moore is the leader in the clubhouse in New Orleans, and this final line is really sobering and cold. McCarthy backs out before being shut out. So no coaching.
Pretty dramatic there, Nick.
No coaching for Mike McCarthy this year, and maybe ever again.
Maybe ever again, because, I mean, now he's older again. Like, he's going to be he'll be, 63 at the time of the next hire, 62 at the time of the next hiring cycle.
And he played the updated analytics card before the Cowboys.
He already played that one. So I don't know he can't play that card now. So, yeah, I mean, it might be. I mean, seriously, you have to think of your mic. It's like, and you had to be cool with that when you told Jerry to, kick rocks.
You had to be cool with it or in touch with it. I hope Mike was getting, this is a great sports debate, and I was taking polls within the station. Will McCarthy get another job? Brian Broaddus, yes. Others, yes. Bobby Belt, no. He will not get hired again if he was available, and I was leaning towards no as well, and that's why I was like, make sure before you pull your big walkout move, we've all thought about doing this at work. Before you tell them to go shove it and get that great feeling of satisfaction in the moment, make sure you walk out the door to something else and you have the bird in hand. Right now, it does not appear that Mike McCarthy does.
Yeah, I mean, this makes the last two Cowboys head coaches were guys nobody else wanted to hire, allegedly, is what they're going to say. But this is, this is exactly what we were going to get. He had, Chicago looks like it was Ben Johnson all along, so any sort of interest there was fake. So literally his only shot was New Orleans, it seemed like. And so that whole process has been such a mess in terms of the
Saints.
Yeah, the Saints.
What's going on
process
over there?
I don't know, because Cliff pulled his name out too. Cliff did now. You know what I mean?
It seemed like Cliff was even farther a possibility than Mike.
Yeah, I think Cliff's was similar, where it's like you're about to get shut out.
Yeah.
So it's like, I'm taking my name out.
Yeah.
You're about to get shut out.
Yeah, that happens. But yeah, it has been a mess. What if if they don't give the job to Kellen? It's like, what is going on?
They'll
down
go
there?
find their David Coley hire if they can't give it to Kellen.
But what is the setup there that would cause it to be a mess? Explain that, because I thought, Sean Payton always praised Mickey Loomis, the general manager. I don't know the components of the owner with Gail Benson.
So
I know Jane covers them.
The report, I don't know if this is a reputation. This is the first I'd heard of it, was this week when you started hearing some of the reports trickling out, was just the discussion of, did people want Mickey Loomis as involved in the decisions? They wanted it's not a Trent Baalke situation, but is it like they wanted a more streamlined approach to be able to have some say and some control? And right now it doesn't sound like the Saints are willing to give that up. They want Mickey Loomis to be part of the process. So,
because Josina Anderson yesterday, when we were at the end of our show, she seemed to be suggesting that McCarthy was asking for certain things.
Right.
And they were having disagreement over it.
Right. And if you're Mike, you got your, this is regardless of whether he gets another job, it's going to be his last one, because just because of age. Even if he gets another job, he's not going to get a fourth job now. And you've got to have, you're going to want your fingerprints all over it. It's your last chance. And I mean, look, if I was a young coach, if I was Cliff, if you're Cliff, you got one chance left, really, right? You don't get a third job, but if you're Cliff, you got one chance left. You want to go there? They got no cap and they got no quarterback.
No cap. Yeah, I mean, they're in the worst cap situation in the NFL right now. And so, tight money. You've got a roster that doesn't look great right now. And a lot of different circumstances facing them. I guess I'm not surprised. But I wondered if he did get shut out in the cycle, if he'd be willing to say...
Mike?
Yeah, if he'd be willing to say, let me go take a coordinator job for a year. Let me go find one of these coordinator jobs. I can still call plays. I can still... Because he was very adamant at the end of the season about, I'm good at this. I'm going to call plays. Like, I know what I can do with that. So I thought he might just say, I'm going to do things exactly my way, call plays the way I want to, have an offense look the way I want to, and that'll be my resume builder for a year. But it doesn't sound like he's wanting to do that.
Any possibility you think he would entertain media for a year?
This show?
No, not
co-hosting.
Not this show.
I mean, if he's taking a year off, he might as well just stay. He's got his kids in school around here, so he could come do pre and post. He could take Broadus' spot and do pre and post with Bolchuk and Chiafalo
on television. Could you see Mike doing it? Would he get snatched up by a network in a year just because he's the former Cowboy coach?
I don't know that he would. I don't know that he has like the. I mean, he's got the person. He's good. I mean,
more personality than Rick Carlisle.
You know what I would listen to? I would listen to a Mike McCarthy podcast. If Mike McCarthy took the Chuck Pagano role on Pat McAfee's show, now that Pagano's going to the NFL again,
Baltimore,
he would. I bet
those two would yinzer it up.
I bet McCarthy would crush it as that little like extra chair role there, because analyst, studio, or game bet doesn't strike me as McCarthy.
Why do you think he'd crush it in that role?
Because I think it just allows him to show off some of his personality and the ball busting he likes to do. And I think people would find him really likable there.
Do you think Mike McCarthy will ever be a head coach again, RJ Choppy?
If he doesn't get it in this cycle, I don't think so.
Well, he's not.
Yeah, obviously. It's just now you're another year off, and you're getting up there in age. I thought, Chicago was the one. It looked like he was their Ben Johnson miss, right? If Ben decided to go to Vegas, I think Chicago hires him. The New Orleans thing. I don't really know what the hell they're doing down there. I really don't. And it seems like they wanted Kellen. Again, I don't have no idea if Kellen's going to take that job. I would assume not now.
How do you think the league would view McCarthy as? Would they view him as that's somebody we need to give 5 years to build a team? Or do you think they would view him as if we're close, maybe we should bring in McCarthy?
I don't know. I asked that question a couple weeks ago, and I couldn't come up with a great answer. He didn't finish here. He didn't come. Someone said the other day that the Dallas Cowboys have had 4 playoff wins in the last 28 years. And that smacked me across the face. 4 in 28.
They had Eagles 2009.
Mm-hmm.
They had Detroit in 2014. They had Seattle in 18, and then Tampa.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to figure out. What is McCarthy's specialty? Is he a builder? Is he a developer? Is he a finisher?
Well,
was he better off for...
I think he's more of a builder, man.
He didn't have to build much here. He came into a good situation.
But in Green Bay, he got there at the end of Favre.
Yeah.
And then
he was there for the start.
They had
Rodgers.
2 bad years of the early Rodgers, and they took off.
Yeah.
So I think he's good for a young quarterback. I mean, I would think he was good for a young quarterback.
Okay.
I'm going to call my shot now. If he gets a job, there's only one place he will get a job. If he gets a job next cycle, 2026, he will be coaching the Buffalo Bills.
Why?
Because if Sean McDermott, who has been teetering for a while, if they go into another year and there's a problem and he gets fired, I could totally see them going,
God, he is a Buffalo guy.
That's exactly. I could see them going, Buffalo guy. He's somebody who can come in here, connect with Josh Allen. He can put us over the top. This is the exact setup where he had success in Green Bay, this community type football team. I could see Buffalo being a team that would snatch him up.
Let me just for the fun of it throw out possible job openings next year. Miami. Could be. Mike does not seem like a Miami dude.
He's not a Miami guy.
That'd be awesome. Just seeing him dressed in Lou Piniella.
Lou Piniella.
What are those clothes that Lou wore? Tommy Bahama. I can see McCarthy walking around South Beach in his Tommy Bahama gear.
Peyton, who's Lou Piniella?
Cubs manager.
I don't. Did he coach? Did he manage the coach?
I don't know, but the fact that he knew as a manager, he gets that.
He didn't know Johnny Oates was a manager. So
who knows about Tomlin? Right?
Oh, he would love Pittsburgh.
Mike's sitting back waiting for that Pittsburgh possibility. Zach Taylor, Cincinnati, Cleveland, Stefanski. I'm gonna just put Mike in the AFC North. Just don't. He's an AFC North guy. That's really what he is. Indianapolis, with whatever happens with Steichen. Tennessee, maybe they run Callahan early.
Nobody in the AFC West.
Nobody in the AFC West. Giants for Dayball.
I don't think he can handle New York.
I don't either. And then I really don't feel like going through the rest of these. All right, so Mike McCarthy, I think it's over for him. I agreed with Bobby. He would not get hired again. I think this is it. Bills, Chiefs, it'd be awesome if he called Gavin Spittle and said, I will come work for the station, but only if you fire Bobby. I was going to take Bobby's spot with the morning show. What would Spittle do? In a cocaine heartbeat.
I'd get fired.
Mike calls to get Bobby's job. Yep. That would be the ultimate revenge.
And Mom will see you soon.
I'm gonna negotiate this. I'm gonna broker this deal.
I'm not. He would absolutely request that if he was going to join. He'd be like, get him out of here. I don't
Don
want to
Chop.
Yeah.
All right. Bills Chiefs, the most watched AFC Championship game on record, and top conference title game since 2010. Most watched matchup of Mahomes and Allen. 13.5 million more viewers than the NFC Championship game. That is a 31% increase. That's the biggest gap, Choppy, between the title games in 29 years. All 6 NFC playoff games were down compared to 3 of 6 AFC games. So the AFC Championship game trounced the NFC title game.
Well, look, you had no Dallas, no San Fran, no New York Giants. I mean, you had some big-time markets.
Well, Philly and DC's big-time markets.
Philly is, but DC proved they don't have a fan base. They don't have a fan base. I mean, they did 44 million watch that game, if that. Right? It's like it's a crazy number, crazy low number for that title game. Chicago. So your 4 biggest cities.
Chicago's never in it though.
No, but the 4 biggest markets were not in the playoffs outside of LA.
And Green Bay is a big national fan base. They got bounced early.
Yeah,
but
DC and Philly, you should feel good about market wise.
Yeah.
Now the game got out of control. Washington came back, and then it got out of control, and second half was a waste.
Yeah, and the NFL has shown that it doesn't. Market size doesn't necessarily matter. I will say this is. I found this fascinating, but that Chiefs.
Spittle just texted, said he'd pick me over McCarthy. He said that we would wish Coach McCarthy well, but we'll keep him Mr. Bell.
Well, Spittle just pulled a McCarthy by Mike saying, I'm taking my, I'm bowing out.
Yeah.
Spittle knows he's
not going to ask to come on.
He's not going to ask to come on, so that was a smart play. That was a McCarthy play from Spittle there.
There you go.
Very good.
But the Chiefs' total viewership was more than the total audience of all 5 games of the Rangers D-backs World Series combined.
It's like telling my wife I wouldn't leave her for Sofia Vergara.
That's right. You got no
you think McCarthy's Sofia Vergara.
That's not the point.
And then it's also more.
That's what Spittle did was the analogy. Just shut up.
More than all 5 games of Mavs Celtics combined. That's where football is. Those single Chiefs games.
Say that again.
The single Chiefs Bills game.
Yeah.
Had more viewers than if you took all 5 games of Mavs Celtics NBA Finals and combined them. And it had more than if you took all 5 games of Rangers Diamondbacks and combined them.
Speaking of the Rangers, we now have all your different ways to watch. Is it going to be $100 for the season? Where do you stream? How do you pirate it? All the different options we'll tell you about on the home of the Rangers. And RJ said this is a disgrace for maybe your kid's favorite sports video game. That's next on 105.3 The Fan. Let me get you on over to Hurtado Barbecue. A little Tex, a little Mech.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
To go to Vegas, baby.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3, the fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
What does Troy Aikman think of the new Dallas Cowboys coach? We'll get to it at 7 o'clock. A Jason Aldean ticket giveaway to set up an awesome date night for you at 7:20 in the commercial-free Expressway. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby on DFW Sports Station. We are also your official home for Texas Rangers baseball, and we have our official ways to consume it.
Well, we got the newly formed Rangers Sports Media and Entertainment Company that will include the Rangers Sports Network. It's an RSN, right? It's literally RSN. And that will be, the official way to go watch these games. And you will be able to have these games on Spectrum, DirecTV, DirecTV Stream, and AT&T Uverse.
Okay.
And, of course, you can stream on, the Victory Plus app, which that's the one that's going to be $100. And the rest of these, and the cable one, obviously will be baked into your cable bill, whatever the cost is. It may not be an upcharge at all, because if you already had Bally, you might just kind of already get what this one is.
So YouTube TV is...
You can get it on
Victory Plus?
Yeah, I've got Victory Plus. So, yeah.
But you have to pay for it.
Yes, yeah, no, which is what I'll probably end up doing.
And they're also going to have select games on the CW. So channel 33.
Well, I don't have the CW, so
where Live used to live.
Oh,
the Live Golf. Now Live Golf is going to Fox.
Chase Williams doing play-by-play.
Right, Chad's good. Wow, it's good. Good callback. So there you go. You'll be able to watch the Rangers this year without having to pay the $100 if you have one of those four. Now, again, I don't know how they're going to divvy it up in terms of if it's going to affect your bill if you have Spectrum or DirecTV or Uverse or DirecTV Stream. But you'll be able to watch it on there, which is a big-time win.
I'll take it. DirecTV Stream. I tried to cheat. I tried to peek. I tried to flirt, and they end up. It only took a half a Mavericks season, but I'm back to where I've been for about 15 years here, just relying on that for all my local games.
That's it.
There you go.
Very simple. Easy. I don't think the worst is having to change apps, because once you change apps, you're stuck. When you go to the app, you're stuck. It's too long. It's like a 10-second lag to get back to the guide. A nightmare.
Pepe, you good? You settled?
All good.
You good to go?
All good. Got the Mavs, now Rangers, so we're all good to go.
And, of course, as Corey Majors will tell you, 105.3 The Fan, you don't have to worry about finding 17 different channels to watch it every single game with the Hall of Famer Eric Nadel. You got triggered yesterday by a video game?
I did. I got very triggered yesterday. MLB The Show is a fantastic game. I mean, kids love playing this game. The big ones, obviously, your 2K, Madden, college football, FIFA. FIFA's huge. And then the show. And you set up a season. I think the show, for being able to set up a season, is the best one. But I know that people like the FIFA game as well. But normally, it's around this time where they come out with the cover athlete for this year's game. And the game will be released, right around the 1st of April. That's when the game usually comes out. Actually, they're saying it's March 18th, which is the pre-sale. Then you get the first week to get the regular game. Well, I was triggered here because I saw, all right, you know what? You got a really good choice here. And in the past, you've had Shohei and Betts and Judge and Harper and Vlad Jr. who've been on the cover. You had Griffey on it in like 2017. And this year they had a great chance, right? Paul Skeens, obvious choice. Ellie De La Cruz, obvious choice. Gunnar Henderson, obvious choice. Bobby Witt Jr., obvious choice, right? The obvious choice is all around for the
Witt and Skeens is screaming cover to me.
Screaming. Now, Witt's not a part of it, but Paul Skeens is in the most Gen Z 2025 cover of all time. They didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings, so they're going to put Skeens and Ellie and Gunnar all on the cover. It's a 3-person cover.
You know what's really stupid about that? You burn your options.
You
for
burn your next 3 years.
You burn them.
I mean, I guess it's better than 2 years from now.
And do it before Skeens, as Bassick predicts, blows his arm out.
Right.
Or Livy Dunn dumps him. And didn't some kid get the Skeens card?
Yeah, some kid got the Skeens card. It was a kid out in, I think, L.A. or something.
Los Angeles, yep. Los Angeles got another star.
And
they win everything.
His parents bought the whole box set. He ripped the card. And so he pulls the card, and then the Pirates offer him 30 years of season tickets right behind home plate. And he's like, nah.
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah.
First of all, I don't live in Pittsburgh. I'm not a Pirates fan.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work to sell them every night.
Yes.
It's a lot of work.
Yes.
So I'm not going to do that. Even if I sold them every night and they were $250 a ticket, over 30 years, it's only $600,000. Did the math on that one, Bobby.
Good job.
So it's like
double check him.
They might be more. They might be more than $250, but I just went to a random June game and it was $250 for the right behind home plate tickets. So wisely, he didn't take it.
And sit next to Livy Dunn in her suite, she said.
Yes, absolutely. So he is going to send this card to auction. There's an 11-year-old kid sending this card to auction, and they think it's going to fetch around $1 million.
Okay. Very nice. When you were talking about the Gen Z move, I was thinking of Dylan Gabriel.
Oh, gosh. First off, I will say on the MLB The Show thing, I actually like it. It's not normally I wouldn't, but to, hyper focus on guys 23, 23, and 22. We're clearly trying to we've been criticized for not propping up stars. We got to prop up as many of these young stars as we can.
Bigger net.
Yeah, I don't hate it from that perspective. It looks a little goofy.
Come back to me next year when they're trying to think of someone.
There we go. Dylan Gabriel, the star quarterback for Oregon, who has also previously been the star quarterback at Oklahoma and the star quarterback at Central Florida. He's at the Senior Bowl this week participating. And when you're out there at those practices and you're doing different things, you wear your college helmet. So if somebody goes out there from the University of Texas, they're wearing a Longhorns helmet with their Senior Bowl uniform and everything else. Dylan Gabriel has made the real Gen Z move. He has a triple split helmet. On one side of his helmet, he has the OU decal. On the other side of his helmet, he has the Oregon decal. Oh. And on the back of his helmet, he has the UCF logo. Jalen Hurts did this a couple years ago. He was the first one, I think, who did this, where he had Alabama on one side and Oklahoma on the other. And I nearly vomited at the time when he did that. This is just as bad, maybe worse. To put all three of them up there, don't say I love all of them. You didn't love them enough to stay for more than a year.
Yeah,
so you didn't love them that much. But this looks ridiculous. Here, I'm going to show you this. Look at this. This is what it looks like. It's this gray helmet with this mishmash of decal. It's so gross looking, and I look at it as a fake. Look at what a culture guy I am. Look at what I show respect for all my roots. No, this is phony. So I hate this. I think this is awful.
Choppy.
Well, what should he do?
Oregon, the team he was with.
Yeah.
See, that is so. Here's an interesting thing.
Number one in the country.
Let's say you play 3 years at Texas, and then your last year you transfer to Arizona. When you get to the NFL draft, they say out of Arizona. I got a problem with that. You're not out of Arizona.
They do say out of Arizona.
I know, and I got a problem with that. You're not out. You're out of Texas.
Why?
Because you went more. You were longer there. You played longer there.
That's really stupid. I say that. So I came here from where, in terms of the cities that I lived in. I came here from Kansas City, but I lived in Maryland more, so I didn't come here from Maryland. It's like the last city I was in.
No, I disagree with that.
So
I can't remember. I mean, I don't consider saying I came here from Knoxville.
In 2020, then they should have said with the first pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Joe Burrow, quarterback, Ohio State.
Well, he split,
but he was there for 3 years at Ohio State.
Yeah, he didn't play.
But he's redshirt and he's there.
So Carson Beck should be. You think he should be out of Georgia?
Absolutely,
not Miami.
Oh, 100%.
Okay. Really, really weird.
Interesting.
Stance to
I mean,
take.
because no one's going to think Carson Beck is a Miami guy. You know
But
what I
he's
mean?
coming out of he's coming out of Miami.
Yeah, like he went to. That was his final stop. But like, he made a. Where did you make a? It's different. Where did you make a name for yourself?
That's for I think a Hall of Fame discussion. Like, who do we associate you with? But hey, whatever helps you sleep at night. 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. Bobby, your wife testing your street cred out there on the roads, pulling some Fast and Furious.
I guess I'm just an idiot. Like, I guess I don't know anything. Yeah.
Confirmation for that.
There have been a couple different times where Kristen will say something where I'm like, what? Did you grow up in like another part of the country that you use that term? And like, for instance, we had talked about this once. This is my keychain. I just had always called this like a key hook, and you called it what?
Carabiner.
A carabiner. I've never heard that.
Everybody in the world knows that.
That's what Kristen calls it. Kristen knew, like, she has all these different words for things. So I thought she was doing one of these things again. It turns out I'm in the minority, apparently. She was explaining a story where she was driving and she said that she got in a spot and she was like, I had to turn around and I had to, can I say what the word is? Because I'm using it in reference to flip a bitch, she said. Oh. So she said she had to hit one of those. She had to flip a B. And I had no idea what she said. I was like, what does that mean? She's like, you know what that means. It's like, I've never heard that term in my life.
Never heard that?
Never heard it once in my life. And she said, everyone in the world knows that means U-turn. I was like, I've never heard it. And so she went to Facebook and she asked them, and everybody was like, yep, that's what that means. I know what that means. And even Amanda commented on it. She said, your hood is showing. So I guess that's maybe more of a hood term. Maybe I'm just too 1%er for Kristen.
I've never heard it either. I totally agree with you.
Never heard it.
Never heard it?
Never heard it?
No. Flip a B.
Did you know it when you were living in New Jersey?
I
or
say
did you get it
Yui.
when you got here?
Let's pull a Yui. That's what I said.
Pull a Yui or bang a Yui?
Papa Yui.
Pop, whatever.
Yeah.
Did you had heard flip a B while you were in Jersey? or when you got to Texas?
That's a much newer term. It's a newer term in the last like 20 years, I think.
But you heard it here. See, that makes me wonder if it's just like a regional Texas thing, and I just didn't hear it where I was growing up.
I don't think I don't remember saying
I've never
it.
heard it, and everybody else seemed to know what it was.
Well, see what the fan text says. 877-881-1053 with Flip a B. And I didn't know that's what you were asking permission for. I would have said no. Don't say it. So sorry, boss. Jason Aldean ticket giveaway is coming up during the commercial-free expressway. Michael Irvin is still not over it. And what does Troy Aikman think of Brian Schottenheimer as the new Cowboys coach? That's next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But they are chosen by the people and feared by the insurance companies. They do not want to see Mark, Scott, and Gene call that number and fight on your behalf.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex, the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ coming at you live on DFW Sports Station. That is our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton Russell firing up the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And we want to hook you up with a Jason Aldean ticket giveaway during the commercial-free Expressway at 7:20. It is a Meet Church Wednesday with Matt Pittman at 8:20 and Andrew Whitworth, the big fella, joining us in the final hour of the program to talk Cowboys, Super Bowl, and East-West Shrine Bowl. Michael Irvin is still not over the Cowboys' hire of Schotty over primetime.
We needed to do it then, and I think we needed to do it now. And that's just the reality. And absolutely, they heard me because everything I talked about, I said it's more than just wins and championships, and all of that's important. But it's also about that moniker being snatched off the backs of the Dallas Cowboys. 40 years is a generation, and that whole generation has never heard anything about this greatness. When that is affected, all my hard work is affected also. All of my hard work is affected. So, yeah, I love Jerry, but he got it wrong this time, and that's the reality. And I'm not giving up my fight. You're going to ride by here again in another year or two if this thing don't work out again. And my song will still be singing like a young Diana Ross. Dion! All the way.
Hey, give me 1 or 2 years. I don't think he's paying out 2 more years.
So Jerry was asked about Michael at the presser.
Dion!
Saying, hey, you're no longer America's team. The Kansas City Chiefs are taking that off of your jersey. And Jerry said, oh, no, this was actually in the post presser afterwards with Bobby there with the audio. Comments like that, those are comments that are child's play compared to what I've gotten over my time. It goes with the territory. So I love Mike, but that type of comment, insult is child's play. But Michael Irvin is not over it. Before we finally put Dion to total rest in bed, I had written down a little chart. I made a chart of the things that Jerry could have done with the Dion hire versus this Schotty hire in terms of winning over the fan base. And not everybody wanted Dion, right? Dion is a very polarizing, can be unlikable figure, but this whole notion of not making a splash around here in forever, you get the biggest splash that you ever could have. With Brian Schottenheimer, you skipped a rock. That's what you did in terms of making any type of noise in the ocean. You would have given off the perception that you didn't have to have control. that Dion will be able to work side by side and get through to Jerry. Now you've just enhanced the perception that you want a puppet. I mean, that's just what the perception is going to be out there. You could have gotten rid of the perception that you were cheap and frugal, because not only would you have paid Dion $10 million a year, you would have had to pay the $8 million buyout to the school. With Schottenheimer, we're all assuming he's going to come in as one of the lowest paid coaches in the entire National Football League. You could have checked off the category of credit in that people were like, hey, Jerry needs to be the face. He has to pick his next Tom Landry. He's got to go ahead and make sure he's the face of the organization. People would have given you credit for sharing the spotlight with Dion, as reporters may have gone to the primetime press conference after the game and not just rushed to yours. In this circumstances scenario, it's still the Joneses up front, as many criticized during that press conference. So all those different things Jerry could have checked off with a hire like Deion Sanders instead of Schottenheimer.
Could have checked a lot of things off. The question with Dion is like, what kind of coach is? We still really don't know.
Yeah,
we still really, and we don't know about Schottenheimer either. He's a name. Dion. If Dion never played in the NFL, would anybody consider Dion to be a head coach in the NFL today? No. Right, based off what he's done at Colorado. I mean, he's done a decent job at Colorado. There's no doubt about that. But like, he's not. It would have been to the point where, oh my God, this guy's going to get head coaching opportunities in the NFL. Still a massive. There would be a massive coaching unknown with what Dion could do here with the Cowboys, even if they hired him. But there's a whole lot of sizzle that goes with it. There's a whole lot of intrigue because of his name, because of his ability as a player. When he was here, that's no longer happening right now.
Sanjay Lal. Who's that, Bobby?
Former Cowboys receivers coach.
He went on with Matt Mosley.
Sanjay, we're here in. I was down in Baylor last week, McLean Stadium, right on the river. Fantastic. And I talked to Art Briles, who's not the coach there anymore, but we had a conversation.
This is on ESPN Central Texas, and Sanjay gave his reaction to Schotty getting this job.
One word, and it's my honest opinion, I thought finally. So I for one, I've worked with him as a position coach, and he's been a coordinator also when I've worked for him. And I always wondered why he didn't get more recognition, because I feel he has all the traits a head coach should have.
And then one more question from Mosley on what made him realize that Schotty had the traits to lead an organization.
One, you either have a presence or you don't. I felt he did. I felt he didn't have to try and manufacture that. He has a wealth of knowledge in football and on the offensive side. He's demanding. I like demanding coaches. I am one. Some people don't like that, but I love it. And he's self-aware. There was a period in time, one story I can share. I don't remember if he was out of the league or between jobs before he got to Dallas, but I received a call from his agent or someone he had employed and said, would you be willing to tell us where Schotty can improve, where he has failed in the past? He's using this time as a self-assessment from everyone he's worked with, and it'll be anonymous, and he just wants feedback during this period on what can he do better when he gets his next shot.
Wow,
So
I love that.
That's the type of guy you're dealing with.
I love that.
Yeah, and look, I mean, Sanjay Lal is he's sitting there talking about the type of demanding coach that he's. Everybody universally kind of agrees that Schottenheimer is, there's demand there, but it's also like with a pat on the back. Like it can be a pat on the back or it can be a slap on the wrist, but he kind of alternates back and forth between a lot of those different things. And that's the thing that he really excels in, apparently, just that ability to have that connection, to be able to kind of, get on you occasionally, just say like, hey, you need to do this, is because you have that rapport with them and you have the respect of those players, and it allows him to coach them tougher. That was the problem Sanjay Lal ran into at times here. He came in here, wanted to coach tough, and there were some guys that were like, you don't have the cachet with me to hit me like this. Like we have not built a relationship like that yet where I feel like this is in the best interest to me.
877-881-1053 is the way to hit us up here on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line, and the number to call to win the Jason Aldean tickets coming up in about 15 minutes. Troy Aikman gave his thoughts on the hire. He said, well, I like him a lot. I'm familiar with Brian. We go back a little bit. Heck of a guy, been around coaching his entire life with his pops. And beyond that, I don't know that a lot of people know a lot about him. In the last couple of days is when I heard his name being mentioned. That's probably like most people. And he's kind of emerged as the dark horse. Of course, him emerging as the dark horse had a lot of fans furious and irate. And the Cowboy fan imitator, Scooter Magruder, tried to put all of your emotions in one clip.
There's no way we hired Brian Schottenheimer. That's not real.
Is this real life?
This is the most uninspiring hire since Dave Campo. This is Dave Campo 2.0. Jerry got his puppet. I'm not watching football next season.
What about Dion? I told you Jerry Jones wasn't paying the $10 million buyout.
I told you this man wasn't hiring a black coach. We should have just kept Mike McCarthy. Matt Eberflus is the defensive coordinator?
What happened to Robert Saleh?
I would have preferred Kellen Moore over this. At least the Eagles have to keep Kellen Moore now. I literally would have taken Jason Garrett back. Al Harris is gone. John Fossil's gone. My hope is gone. Everyone good is gone, and this is who we replaced them with? At what point do we start talking about boycotting? I'm dead serious. So is Mike Zimmer out now too?
What if we just give him a chance?
He's not even good at assisting. There's a reason no other team wanted to interview him. The 49ers signed Robert Saleh? I told you Jerry Jones didn't want to spend any money. How did this man donate $200 million to Donald Trump and 200 crumbs for the head coach? There's a reason why they announced this on a Friday night. Kellen Moore probably declined the job offer. We are an unserious franchise. Is there a transfer portal for NFL fandom? Jerry Jones only hires people he's familiar with. It's the same thing year in and year out. People thought Nick Sirianni was a bad hire. Look how that turned out. Maybe it can be similar to the Dan Campbell hire? Troy Aikman was right. At least we still have the cheerleaders. That's because they don't get paid anything, though. Is Jason Witten on the staff or not? There's no way this is a 4-year deal for Brian Schottenheimer. What happened to the team I love?
So there's Scooter Magruder. More fury over, do you want to provide Stephen Jones' quote clarification, or you don't want to attempt to put up a shield there?
No, I think it's fine. Yesterday when we were talking about it, I had said that I was like, I wonder if he's just, when he puts up the air quotes, is he trying to say, I'm referring to something that's being said? My words, I'm talking about like addressing something. So he throws up air quotes there. And so when I'd said that, I had talked to Cowboys PR yesterday, and they'd said that was the intention from Steven, was that's what he meant, and that Steven was not trying to be disrespectful to the reality that's that, and that Steven knows the reality of that he was more just referencing to, this is what's being said, this is a narrative out there that I'm referencing right now.
Doesn't really, well, no one's going to care. I appreciate you saying that in Cowboys PR. No fan that's not going to soften the insult to any fan.
Not buying it.
And
sure,
the other quotes used, does that apply for the other ones?
Yeah, because I think he was throwing it around like continuity and change. So to me, it's like, yeah, he's referencing the discussion of continuity versus change.
There was 3 separate times he used the air quotes. This drought people say we're in, young offensive wizards, I guess that's what the league does call them, and then core needs when talking about what is supposed to be filled with free agency. I bet Steven makes a joke of this next time he talks, and
in every statement
has some fun with it.
Every sentence he says, that the next time he speaks at the podium, every sentence he needs to throw up an air quote.
Jerry, if Jerry had done this and caught heat for it, Jerry would do it in every press conference for the rest of his life as like a thing, and then he'd smirk at you and like wink.
What about the Senior Bowl?
Tell me what I'm saying.
All right, so Schotty's not going to the Senior Bowl, which I don't know how uncommon that is for a coach who just gets hired. Like the Jets are not sending their GM.
Yeah, it's not uncommon when somebody first gets brought on board because they're finishing stuff up.
They're finishing up staff. And again, I don't have an issue with it, but like also, could you not do both down in Mobile? Like you could work on your staff here, but you can't obviously go to any Senior Bowl practices if you're here. But if you're down there, could you not go watch and then still work on your staff at the same time?
But Eberflus, I think, went to Frisco
for the Shrine
to meet No, to meet and interview and talk.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you could have him
You can just do
go.
it. You can do it in Mobile, right?
I mean, those are 14-hour days a lot of times. So you're at practices, you're getting up, you're having meetings in the morning, you're meeting with players. And there's really, if you are there, you're doing Senior Bowl work. It's really difficult.
And of course, it is going to be Matt Eberflus as your new defensive coordinator and Nick Sorensen as your new special teams coach. I was told as 5 o'clock this morning they are not close to an offensive coordinator hire yet. Other candidates, are there anyone that jumps out to you? You've been talking about Clayton Adams.
Clayton Adams is the one name that we've heard some rumbling about, which he's the offensive line coach for the Arizona Cardinals right now. He's a guy who has a really strong reputation around the league and has gotten a lot of credit for not only helping to fix the offensive line of the Arizona Cardinals, but also fix some of their run game concepts and what they want to do there. Young coach, a guy who had been at Colorado for a number of years and eventually went over to the Arizona Cardinals. But that's somebody who has been the only name that I've heard attached to this at all. When the Cowboys have started talking about this, when Jerry and Steven were talking after the press conference yesterday, they weren't, winking about any names or talking about anybody. And so I think they're just very early in the process of trying to figure out, all right, who are we going to put this coordinator role on? I still would be really interested in if you could just do the coaching rehab program that you've done on the defensive side of the ball. Do it with Bobby Slowick. Just call him, say, hey, come sit here and get things corrected again. Don't have to worry about calling plays. Just focus on getting your work right.
Absolutely. He'd be a guy I would absolutely call. It's a risk-free job. Like your Schotty's going to call the plays anyway.
Yeah.
It makes perfect sense. It's right out of the Nick Saban playbook.
All right. There it is, Inside the Star, everything you need to know with RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. I'm Sean Sharif. We have NFL overreactions or not and a Jason Aldean ticket giveaway to hook you up with, plus a chopping it up you won't want to miss. All that next on The Fan.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. You're waking up with Sean and RJ. In just a few minutes, we go commercial.
Uber Eats has Lola Fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Companions, 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Did Mike McCarthy make a big mistake? We'll get into that with the latest update on his future at 8 o'clock. It'll be a Meet Church Wednesday. My wife will be tuning in for this one because Matt Pittman cooking for the first family of Waco. And how much did political talk cost him in the barbecue game? I love that he's willing to be forthright, upfront, transparent, and honest about this.
Show me your meat.
Matt Pittman, 8:20. Andrew Whitworth, the Super Bowl champ. Amazon coverage at 9:20. A loaded Hump Day edition
Hump Day.
on DFW Sports Station. Jason Aldean tickets coming up momentarily for you for turning it on, leaving it on. RJ Choppy with NFL overreactions or not, and chopping it up. You'll want to hear this at 7:40.
Let's get right to it. Overreaction or not, Nick Sirianni is an elite head coach.
So Corey really took this Q&A from Ross Tucker yesterday with us, and you asked Ross that, and I think it's a phenomenal question.
Oh, thank you.
Is he a great coach? And Ross, who covers the Eagles, was hesitant. He's like, it's tough to say. They've had the best roster. What does Nick Sirianni do? Now, on paper, resume-wise, you have to say yes. I don't know what he actually does. I'm biased against him. It seems like, a lot of things. Big Dom with the headset is cleaned up for Sirianni. What does he do? What's your answer to it?
I don't know what he does because he's got Kellen Moore calling plays. He's got...
And by the way, you can be a great head coach if you're a CEO who delegates as well.
Yeah, but I mean, like, Big Dom oversees the staff, I guess. He doesn't even do it. He's coaching operations. That's his job. So I guess he's just in charge of...
Like, did Sirianni get Kellen and Fangio, or did Howie get Kellen and Fangio?
Yeah.
Who knows? Like, it's each dynamic of each organization is different.
I would guess that Howie went and got him because there was a question of whether Sirianni was going to even return. I don't think they would be like, all right, you're back. Now pick somebody for maybe 1 year. Like, I would guess that was Howie, but I don't know for sure. I'm going to say...
Is Kellen cooking out of the Sirianni offensive playbook?
No. Like, when you watch Kellen offensively, it doesn't look exactly like what Kellen ran in Dallas, but because, I mean, there's a lot that's evolved about Kellen's run game concepts, but, I mean, it's something where it doesn't look like the stuff that Sirianni did or with Reich or some of the stuff he's done previously. I'm going to say overreaction because I don't think there's any way to know what he is, and he still seems like he's a second away from being on the hot seat at any moment.
It definitely seems like that.
I want to know your answer.
Well, look, if you're going to blame coaches for losing, then you got to give them the credit for when they win. I think that's the reality of it. And I hate how we just finically give credit. Oh, this coach obviously developed this quarterback, but we don't give this coach credit for developing that quarterback, right? And we don't really know. We don't really know the ins and outs.
But
so
you don't give credit for losses to coaches typically, do you?
Me personally,
Yeah.
I don't give losses or credit to wins or losses. Like, I think it's on the quarterback. I put it on most of the time on the quarterback. But the general narrative is out there, so I'll use that, right? The general narrative is that the coach gets the credit when they lose and the credit when they win.
This is such a tough question. I'm biased. I can't stand them. I'll say it's a little bit of an overreaction, but I also have to plead ignorance. I don't know the ins and outs of who does what over there. I don't know. I don't know how much credit to give to Howie. I don't know how much credit to give to Vic. I don't know how much credit to give to Kellen. I don't know how much credit to give to Dom. I really don't.
Like, Howie's not Steve Kerr. He's a volume shooter.
Yeah.
Right?
He's a little more Brandon Jennings.
Yeah, he's a volume guy. It's weird, like, they're a strange situation. Like, Howie just takes a lot of darts and a lot of shots. He misses a lot. Is Jalen Hurts? I mean, did Jalen Hurts go to 2 Super Bowls in 3 years? He's the first quarterback in the salary cap era to lose his first Super Bowl and then go back. And then Sirianni goes. I mean, it's like someone over there deserves the credit. It's like a lot of it.
September 22nd was the last time Jalen Hurts threw for 300 yards, by the way.
What?
Week 3. That was the only time he did it all year.
How about, by the way, Sixers owner Josh Harris maybe pulling off a little move here, a petty move?
Big time petty. Every Philadelphia professional sports team.
I'm trying to decide if I like this or not.
The Flyers, the Phillies, the women's lacrosse team, like everybody. Is the Philadelphia Freedom still around? The old Elton John song?
Philadelphia Freedom.
So, except the Sixers, and the Sixers are owned by Josh Harris, and Josh Harris also owns the Commanders, and they are the only franchise in town to not put any kind of congratulatory "Go Birds."
Even the Empire State Building did it.
Even the Empire State Building. Nothing from the Sixers. And this is is it your team or the city's team?
Right. What do you think, Bobby? Is this petty, or you like it as the Commanders owner? He should have done it. You don't want to, right? You got to separate it. No conflict of interest.
I think it's bad when the Omni down here in Dallas will throw up like "Congrats Astros" or something. I don't like that.
Like the Empire State Building.
Yeah, right. But that's your city. That's Philly. Philadelphia is great. So when you go into downtown in Philly, I love the setup of they have all 3 sports stadiums next to each other.
That's great.
So it's the Link, it's the whatever the Sixers spot is,
the bank.
And then you get the Phillies ballpark. They're all in the same complex together. So it's like you guys are sharing space. These are your neighbors. This is your city. 76ers should have done something.
Yeah, I got a bigger problem with the Omni than the Empire. The Empire State Building views itself as an American monument, not as a New York one. So that's why they do it. They do it for everything. Omni here. It's like, all right, this is just us.
NFL overreactions or not with RJ Choppy.
Patrick Mahomes may not end up as the GOAT, but he has a greater stranglehold in the NFL than Tom Brady ever did.
Not an overreaction. That's accurate, right? That's accurate right now.
I agree with it. It's not an overreaction. Is this an overreaction? Mahomes is Jordan right now?
We're watching Jordan. We're in 1993 right now, watching MJ. Like Tom had,
and Allen is like Pat Ewing.
But 1993, Jordan was also his 9th year. Mahomes is still in what is like his 7th. Like he's already won a bunch of these.
But like we were already talking at that time, like, oh man, we're watching the greatest, right?
Yeah.
And we're kind of with like Tom had like 2 careers. He had his early one. I forgot they didn't win for 10 years. They went on a 10-year Super Bowl drought, and then he like bam had this amazing end to his career. And so at no point when we were in like 2008, I don't think we were saying, oh, this is the GOAT, the greatest of all time. Like we thought he was a great player, but like we weren't on the Montana level yet. And then he kicked it at the end. I think we're watching it.
We are. Bassick did a great job the other day. He's like, this is what it felt like with everyone trying to break through against Michael. And could not be done, whether it was Reggie, whether it was Patrick, whether it was the Utah Jazz. Not an overreaction whatsoever.
I agree. Next one. Jaden Daniels is the best quarterback in the NFC.
My initial snap reaction is overreaction, but let me look at the actual NFC teams and refresh my memory for a sec.
Goff, Stafford, Purdy, Dak, Love.
It's an overreaction. Like to me, there's too many other names that are involved in this, and again, it is just 1 year, and we've seen this build up 1 year, drop back down trend with a lot of quarterbacks recently. So
I mean, Choppy called it in Houston, and Bobby Slowick got fired because of it. It did not feel like CJ took the big second year leap. It's an overreaction to me.
I mean, Hurts has not looked like the. Every year that Hurts has played football, he has not looked like the same quarterback from any of the other years. It's different every year. So Daniels, I think, you've got to wait a little.
I agree. Also, I find it really hard to.
But then you got to give me your names above. You got to tell me who you're taking over him in order to dismiss this.
Yes.
You taking Love over him for the next 3 years right now?
Yeah.
Taking Goff?
Yes.
Okay.
The issue is I want to hold off judgment until they get paid. That's when you really see what a special quarterback is.
Yeah.
Josh Allen, after he got paid and they're still doing this, that's when you really find out how good somebody is, I think.
I do think, by the way, there's still been way too much league-wide disrespect to Purdy.
I agree.
I think Purdy's been so much. Purdy played pretty well overall this year.
We're about to find out when he gets paid. And he helped me to one of my 2 fantasy football championships, Peyton. Yes.
Look at that. Next one. The Eagles are the best run organization in the NFL.
Not an overreaction. That one's easy.
Not an overreaction in the sense that they're in the running. They're in contention for it. The first team that comes to mind for me is Baltimore. Like Baltimore pops to mind really quickly. Kansas City has been pretty stable. Those are the ones that kind of first pop into your head a little bit. Right now I think Detroit is operating at a really high level with their ownership, GM, coach, collection. But not an overreaction in the sense that they're in it. I don't think they're definitely one, and there's not anybody else to think about, but it's not an overreaction.
Do we owe Howie an apology? We went through a little run here, Bobby, where I do remember you saying you were mocking him with the way that the media, we just put him in his king's chair, and we talked about the amount of misses and everything, and how maybe he's the media's darling and golden child, and now he's come back around to shut us up.
I think he is a good GM. There's no question that he's a good GM. The question to me is is he the discussion that had gotten out of control about him in the last 2 years was he never misses.
Right.
Oh my gosh, everything's a home run. It's like, no, there's a lot of misses in there. It's like Choppy just said. He's a volume shooter. He goes, all right, does this work? Nope. All right, swap it out. So, that's a good GM. But the idea that, he's infallible. If he makes a deal, then that was the best deal that could have been made. That little discussion that had started was where I was like, all right, you guys need to throttle back on that.
Yeah, I think they are in the run. It's definitely not an overreaction. Look, I think New England's had a really good offseason. And we got to show how stable that organization really has been. But yeah, it's Detroit, it's Kansas City, it's Philadelphia. They're all kind of right there. Speaking of Kansas City, overreaction or not, Patrick Mahomes' greatness has actually hurt Andy Reid's legacy.
Overreaction. It is funny, though. We never do the Mahomes or Andy thing like we did Tom or Bill. I haven't heard one person ever say that.
Oh, gosh. I mean, if you had...
They've risen together. It feels like they're holding hands.
I mean, if you were to... I think a lot of people who, if they would have just started following football in 2013, would be stunned to hear the things that were said about Andy Reid from 2001 to 2012. Where, I mean, honestly, not just there. There was up until 2015, 16, whatever, when they were losing playoff games that they shouldn't in Kansas City. I remember there's this one of Andy Reid running down the tunnel after they lost. You know, as much as he can. Moving down the tunnel with purpose.
Walking at 2.6 miles an hour. Let's be fair.
And just these Chiefs fans standing there after he lost the playoff game and just going like, you need to be fired, just yell it at, and he's just trying to ignore it and run through. So in the national narrative, no. Or that this is an overreaction in the national narrative. In the reality, if you really sit down and think about it and break it down, maybe it should be more of a question of, is this just Mahomes carrying his legacy a little bit?
Yeah, it hasn't hurt Andy's legacy.
No.
But I get, like, if you were to ask me, like, who's more important to the run, it's 99.9% Mahomes, and then the 0.1% Andy
Yeah,
Reid.
like I have a much tougher time with Brady Belichick than Reid Mahomes.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of that has to do with the eye candy that Mahomes provides versus Tom. Pat makes the highlight reel spectacular plays and throws where it's Tom and it's like, okay, he doesn't wow us with any athleticism. He's not throwing across the body. He's not doing no looks. He's not launching the ball with ease, 80 yards. Pat is, a spectacular highlight, whereas Tom wasn't. But let's not disrespect what Andy Reid did in Philadelphia. We kill for that here. All right, let's not act all high and mighty and above it. 4 straight NFC Championship games with, by the way, I could argue a lot of overrated talent.
Yeah, absolutely.
They had one stud receiver who blew things up in T.O., and they had a quarterback that a lot of people made fun of that no one mentions for the Hall of Fame in McNabb.
Yeah. No,
right, so he did a hell of a job.
Yeah, he's a really good coach. Like, he's a really, really
Would
good
you take
coach.
Andy Reid or Tomlin? For your organization, you start over today, you have no players on the roster.
Reid.
Yeah, I would take Reid.
Okay.
I would take Reid.
But Reid, Holmgren, Shanahan, Carroll. Are there any guys you're jumping over Andy in that discussion or mix?
Which
Holmgren.
Shanahan?
Mike.
I'd take Mike.
Okay.
Easy.
Why?
Holmgren was...
What did Mike have while he was winning that, Andy, what's the difference?
Mike...
He didn't do anything before or after Elway.
Right, but he had a shell of Elway.
Okay.
Right? He had a shell
It
of
wasn't Peyton's shell. Like, John was still better than Peyton's final. Well, I can't say all of them in Denver. He had a historic year, but Elway was still good.
Yeah, but like I think the last year, didn't Elway throw for he basically threw for the same amount of yards that Super Bowl as Peyton did. Like 140 yards.
Okay, but for the year, I'm telling you, it wasn't even close. Like, John could still throw.
But it was
Peyton.
it was
taped together.
It was a Terrell Davis show.
Yeah.
Right, it was a Terrell Davis.
The final 4 years of Elway, 26, 26, 27, 22 touchdowns. The picks were 14, 14, 11, 10. The rating was 85, 86, 89, 87, 93.
Yeah, they didn't do QBR until, 08?
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking Holmgren probably.
Over Andy?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think Holmgren was, if not for the 49ers and the Cowboys sitting in the NFC, Holmgren probably wins a bunch of titles too in the 90s with Green Bay. And he was a big personnel guy. Like, he was personnel and play calling and everything else. Shanahan's closer, but, I mean, Andy Reid, if not for this run in Kansas City, his reputation is similar to probably Marty Schottenheimer's or Marv Levy's. Like, that's outside of this run in Kansas City, that's how he would have been remembered.
Okay, well, that's a hell of a thing to leave out.
I know, but that's why we're talking about specifically, is Mahomes responsible for that and changing his legacy and all of a sudden lifting him?
All right, NFL overreactions or not with RJ Choppy.
Sean McDermott has taken the Bills as far as he can.
Overreaction. That was a close game. They're right there. It's coin flip to me every time they play. So they can get farther and they can win the Super Bowl.
going to say not an overreaction, I guess, because, I mean, he was right on the brink of being fired last year. Remember, they were like 6-6, and then Dallas came to town and saved his job, and they go on that run the rest of the way. There's just so many different moments with McDermott along his career path where it's been like, all right, this looks like it could teeter one way, and I just wonder if at some point they're going.
So you're saying basically him lasting there, not that they can't win as a team, that they're not good enough.
Oh, yeah, no, they're good enough. Yeah. I just think if
he doesn't get it done.
Buffalo's going to start looking at it, I would imagine, their management, and they're going to say, we're not changing out Josh Allen. He's not the problem. Where are the problems? We've swapped out receiver. We've changed defensively. Head coach, we haven't swapped out yet.
Yeah, I think, look, I mean, they obviously can win it with him. I think next year is his last year. If they don't win the Super Bowl next year or make it, I think he's gone. Final one, Steve Spagnuolo should get another head coaching job.
How many has he had?
Just
Rams?
The one, right? Wasn't it just the Rams?
Yeah.
Look, I don't know how Ross Tucker repeated what I've been saying for months now. Your coordinator status means very little to me as a head coach. I don't know how Steve Spagnuolo is with people. I do believe, though, my hot take, Steve Spagnuolo should go into the Hall of Fame. That's my hot take. I'm stealing that from Jared Sandler.
If he
Steve Spagnuolo is the best big game coordinator that I've ever seen.
He's tremendous. What coordinators are in?
I don't think they do it.
They have
Dick Duran in?
ones. No, I don't think. I mean, I don't think they have specific coordinators in there. But I mean, Spagnuolo, if you
look that up, Peyton, please. What NFL coordinators are in
those secondaries? He got. So if you look over the course of his career, he was in Philadelphia in the late '90s, early 2000s. He was the one that oversaw that Bobby Taylor, Troy Vincent, Brian Dawkins secondary that helped carry Philly during that Andy Reid time. Then he goes to the Giants, has those game plans against the New England Patriots. Then you get him going to bouncing back, getting the Giants really situated with their defense to where then Kansas City brings him on, and he's had great game plans since he got there. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. He may just be a Wade Phillips type.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, because Wade is a Hall of Fame level.
But if they're going to let in broadcasters and contributors, Steve Spagnuolo should go in as a defensive coordinator, I think.
Yeah, says, according to AI, there are 0 pure coordinators in the Hall.
You have AI?
No, I just went to Google.
When you Google has this default.
Is that Grok?
No, that's Twitter. So Google's is just this default AI engine.
I was about to say, how funny would it be if something almost named Gronk was like spitting out the intelligence?
I mean, some of the weird images that thing spits out, it looks like something that might come from Gronk's brain. So it's, I mean, it'll screw up every now and then.
All right, good session of NFL overreactions or not. Did Mike McCarthy make a big NFL mistake that's coming up at 8? Excuse me. Let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
I had a couple of best and worst of the weekend, and I also had one that's called Worstest,
this is amazing.
Far more worse than anything else. I wanted to save it for you more time. But as you may know, New Year's Eve, Big Ralph passed away, finally succumbing to dementia.
How have you been in terms of the emotional moments or reminders or just those?
I'm fine generally. I like to make jokes about it, so I'm okay. I'm okay, but it's now we are about we're about 30 days since he passed.
You're just mad that he messed up New Year's.
I really am. He ruined New Year's for me for the rest of my life. It was his favorite holiday, and he's like, I'm keeping it. I'm keeping it. So he messed up New Year's. He died New Year's Eve. We still managed to have dinner. I was like, you are not taking manigot from me. Okay.
What would have been his favorite meal? Was that it?
That would have been it. That absolutely.
And what is that? Manicotti?
Yeah, manicotti. That's we like to pronounce it in a. It's
shells?
we call it ricotta cheese and in a shell. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why I did it that with the shell.
Yeah. What was that symbol?
I don't know why I did it like that.
What was that? Yeah.
So.
He's chuckling over that.
So Luann, my mother, has decided that she wants to, she's like, do you want to speak at the funeral? And I said, I won't speak, but I will roast. All right?
I even found a small turd.
So I've got this.
Chiafalo lost his mind over that, though, by the way. When we played Big Ralph Sunday dinner clips, he had never heard that before. He was dying. No pun intended.
So I've got this speech all written out, and my mom's like, you've got 2.5 minutes. And I says, Ma, I don't have 2.5 minutes.
She
put a clock on you?
She says, we're going to get this very short. You have 2.5 minutes. And I'm like, Ma, I don't have 2.5 minutes.
She should manage G-Bag with that type of...
I said, my dad died. I don't care about your time.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk as long as I want to talk. And I said, by the way, I'm in charge of this family now. Okay? I'm the patriarch of the family.
Who is in charge, really?
Me. I'm the oldest living male.
Okay.
In the Choppy household. So that's me. I'm in charge. But this woman somehow got a hold of my funeral speech, and I know how she did it.
Somehow,
I was working on it. I was at her house. I was hanging out, and I was working on the speech. And I get up. I had like a sneezing fit, and I get up and I run to the bathroom like to go blow my nose and be clear. And she goes and she looks at the speech while I'm in there.
Oh my!
She just went over to the computer.
Gosh!
And she sees this one line in there, and now she wants to cancel the whole thing. And I'm going to read you the line.
All right.
I want you to tell me if this is out of... Now, he was cremated. Okay, so we're not going to have a casket. It's going to be a little cremation box right there. I'm going to read you this line. You tell me this is out of bounds. In the speech, I said, this is the only Italian who couldn't get a tan. Even his ashes are white.
I think that's funny. I think it's good.
I think it's tremendous.
I think it's really good too.
And she is putting the kibosh on the whole thing now. I don't know if she even wants me. She said, well, you could tell so many wonderful stories. And I'm like, I don't want to tell wonderful stories.
Yeah.
I don't want to tell wonderful stories at all. I want to thank him for making me under 6 feet tall.
So
all right, I want to thank him for back hair.
She was fine with the rest of the material.
No, I don't think so. I really don't think so. She wants me to leave out all the stuff about Maury Povich and Jerry Springer's show. He was obsessed with the Congo, the movie.
So is the reason
the movie Congo?
Yeah, I think he had a crush
about
on
the monkey.
Yeah, I think he had a crush on Laura Linney or something like that. Yeah,
yeah. Is so when you say you don't want to give a speech, you don't want to tell nice stories. Is that because it's just that's not the style you want to do, or you're like, nah, that's too serious. I'm going to get choked up. I don't want to.
Yeah. If I get up there and I act like it's like a comedy routine, like I'm Anthony Jeselnik up there just roasting them.
Yeah.
Jeff Ross. Greg Giraldo, rest in peace. Then I think I'll be much happier, much better with it. So she's trying to put the nail in this coffin. Literally.
We got it.
We got it.
Yeah,
right?
we got the joke.
Man, I would love if Jeselnik or one of those guys was on Cameo. Could you imagine like the money they can make if they're like, will you just write a roast joke about my dad for his funeral that I can tell or something? And like you just get Jeselnik writing jokes to trash your loved ones.
Oh my God.
I won't be there. I'll be in Mexico, unfortunately, but for whoever else goes and shows and pays their respects, you got to roll audio during Choppy's speech to see how the crowd reacts and responds.
Yeah, because I did a speech at a funeral a couple of weeks prior to that, you know, back in mid-December.
Off the cuff,
yeah.
This should be like a new profession for you. This should be an app.
Just like, yeah, I'll just show up at your funeral and give a speech.
Yeah. That's perfect.
Could you imagine?
They give you a 15-minute summary of the person's life. That's kind of the heads up you got of the other person.
No, I mean, I knew him. I didn't know that I was speaking.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. I had no idea I was supposed to give a speech.
Right.
He's going to be funeral crashing. They do wedding crashes. He's just going to drop in on funerals.
Yes. Brilliant.
Chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. So sometimes we'll ask about a skill that you have that you can monetize. And I never really have a good answer. I think I found one.
Commemorating the dead.
The airport pickup.
Yeah. This would be a great Seinfeld episode.
Yeah, right. It really would. So nephew Nicholas Tindy Hands asked. My mom was like, "I can't pick him up at the airport. I'm not feeling well. Can you go get him?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, I'll get him." And because he was in Mexico for a wedding, so I told him, "Text me when you land. As soon as you land."
Now, how far are you from the airport?
17 minutes.
Okay.
All right.
I need to know these things.
17 minutes. I said, text me when you land.
And what time of day and what day was it?
It was Monday. Yeah, Monday.
Okay. What time?
Mid-afternoon.
Okay, so not 5 p.m., not 4
No. Mid-afternoon.
All right.
I was like, text when you land. I'm 17 minutes from the airport. I said, are you checking a bag? He's like, yes. And he had to clear customs. So I knew as soon as he lands, I've got, a couple of minute grace period.
Yep.
Get on the road. Let's go.
Yep.
He texts me. I was already through the toll booth at the airport. I was pulling into the arrival section of the gate.
Yeah.
And he texted me and said, just got the bag. I'm outside.
Oh, God, that does something to me.
I barely even slowed the car down. He was right there. He was walking up as my car was slowing down.
Oh, man.
It was, without question, a top 5 airport pickup of all time.
Great satisfaction.
The amount of satisfaction that you get out of that.
Yes.
I don't know that there's a greater feeling in a male-male relationship, in a male-male,
Male-male.
in a hetero-hetero,
Depends on the males.
hetero relationship, male-male, than a solid airport pickup.
Good job.
Am I wrong?
Nope.
No, you're right. I've never been good at this. Like I'm worried
Are
about.
you too early or too late?
Too early. I'm worried about. I'll try to get there and somebody's gonna be standing there. They're gonna be annoyed, and so I'm just like I end up just circling. Which doing it at DFW Airport is a pain to circle. Love, you can do a little easier.
I do have to provide a follow-up, and it is a humongous pet peeve of mine.
Yes, sir.
You cheap rideshare people. And my brother-in-law, what he puts my father-in-law through, living minutes away from the airport, to make him 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Get an Uber. Why didn't he get a Lyft? It's 15 minutes. It's not 35 minutes, not 40 minutes. Stop being cheap, Tindy. Come on. Come on. Are you that cheap on your Tindy dates? I can't stand if it's 15 or less and you're making people pick you up. Oh, man. I got a huge problem with that.
We are a
huge problem with that.
We are an airport pickup family. That's just we are. Everybody we go to New Orleans for the Super Bowl. Luann's driving me. My mom's driving me. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, I'll park the car at her house.
Man.
Whatever.
Inconvenience to other people. Now, if someone's happy to do it, maybe if my father-in-law's happy. I just think my brother-in-law's cheap and little disregard, no regard for his actual feelings or life or what he has to do. But, man, it bugs me every time I hear, I got to get up at 5, got to 10 minutes away, 15 minutes away. You wake someone up, especially if you wake someone up.
Yeah.
You know, you completely just destroy their schedule and have zero care or regard for it.
I always, like, if somebody needs a ride or pick, like, I'll always, like, fight with them to do it. Like, if I was supposed to do it, like, Kristen's mom would be like, oh, you don't have to take me, I'll get an Uber. I was like, I'll take you. I'll just get up in the morning, I'll take you.
How far are you?
From DFW, it's like 15 minutes, something like that.
All right.
Sean and RJ here, 105 through the fan. It is chopping it up. Do you do this with your TV? And I refuse to believe this study, but apparently it is actually from actual TV viewership habits that they can find, I guess, through your cable box or whatever. 70% of people now watch TV with the subtitles turned on. I refuse to believe that's that high.
I don't watch regular TV, but like my wife, I swear she needs to go to some type of doctor for a nausea. It's not phobia. I call it nausea. If I have it, she thinks I'm deaf, and I think that she talks too low. And if I have it with a little bit of volume, it disrupts the entire sleep and the entire night. And I have a big problem technology-wise, because I feel like in these new TVs, it goes up and down in terms of the consistency of the program to the commercial.
It does.
They're different.
Yeah.
Why are we not on the same plane? Why are we not on the same level? So when it comes to like Narcos or something like that, or a lot of movies, I don't mind the subtitles. But in my younger day, it shows what a fogey I've become. I was like, get that off. I could never have subtitles up. But for movies in particular, I don't mind it anymore.
A lot of the times we will turn them on default to start. And then as we're watching it, if we notice it's like distracting, like I'm reading this and I can hear it fine and it's like split, then we shut them off. So usually within the first 5 minutes, we determine like, is this one we're going to have subtitles on for or not? Just because dialogue can get, like Peaky Blinders, I'm going to have it on.
Yeah.
All the time, so.
Yeah, I don't usually have it on. Like obviously when it's like Narcos, something a lot of Spanish, then yes, you have to, or I have to at least. You know what bugs me is what they do on TikTok. Every video on TikTok now has, it just somehow the subtitles are on there. And
my Twitter has it too. My Twitter has it as well. Every video has subtitles at the bottom.
70% seems high. What do you all do?
My family is, and Mackenzie's parents as well, all have subtitles. I hate it. And it's like the font keeps getting bigger and bigger because we share like Netflix accounts. So like I'll be watching a movie and like it'll say, boom at the bottom. Like it's the sound effects. I'm like, if I wanted to read, I would just read a book.
Chopping it up every hump day with Ralph James, Roberto Pepe, and I'm Sean Sharif. Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on. And did Mike McCarthy make a big, big mistake? Next.
Four-wheel drive and big moon tires. All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets. See Jason Aldean on August 14th at the Dos Equis Pavilion. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Let me tell you about the official barbecue of the morning show. You are not going outside today with this weather. You're not going outside to smoke or grill. Stop on by to one of the many locations of Hurtado Barbecue. Arlington, Mansfield, Fort Worth, and they're now open. I gave away the secret. It was a soft opening this past weekend. You can go and check out the new upscale. I guarantee you, your barbecue place does not look like this. It's awesome for dates. It's awesome for your just regular barbecue stop. They got a back room where the kids can run around. They got a back patio for better weather days than this, and that's where I'm going to be living on Saturday, so I hope to see you there. 900 South Harwood Farmers Market location. You can make a day of it like me and the family just did, walking around and people watching everything, and get the great, amazing, classic barbecue that Hurtado is known for, plus some awesome weekend specials. I'll tell you about that in a couple.
that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour with the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
No time to waste here on Sean and RJ. Your home of the Texas Rangers and the Dallas Cowboys. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. And we got Peyton Russell in the back firing up the fan cam. Twitch and YouTube, be careful driving out there. It is messy. It is nasty. Mike McCarthy is not going to be coaching this upcoming NFL season. The word coming out from Tom Pelissero that McCarthy, that's his guy, by the way, in the media, one of his peeps. McCarthy did not garner the interest from the Saints that he thought he would. That was from Jordan Schultz. Pelissero, he's going to be a little bit more diplomatic and say he's going to focus his attention on next year. Expected to be a strong candidate. Jordan Schultz says did not get the interest that he anticipated. It's starting to seem like Kellen Moore is the leader in the clubhouse. McCarthy backs out before being shut out. And Josina Anderson yesterday in Crosstalk reported that there seemed to be a little tug of war and disagreement over what McCarthy wanted and the Saints front office was willing to give.
Yeah, and now we'll see where they wind up going with their head coaching search if Kellen says no, because if you're going to go in there, they have cap hell and they have no quarterback. I would absolutely try to wrestle power away, right? Like if New Orleans' front office has put them in this position where you have no cap, you got some dudes there, but you don't have a ton, and you don't have a quarterback. I don't know, man. It's like, if you're going to go in there as a head coach, you'd be like, why would I not try to do this? You guys have obviously failed over the last few years.
Which, by the way, I'd like to point out that the New Orleans situation is from administrative or financial switches being flipped and maneuvers that are the same ones that people keep going, you could get $100 million here in Dallas.
Gentlemen.
You get $100 million here in Dallas, you're going to be New Orleans in a couple of years. That's what will happen. That's how this whole situation works.
That's all Orlovsky says about the Cowboys on TV now. How are you going to compete next year? You got a $90 million Dak Prescott hit. That's all he says. Rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. Should Sean Payton be blamed for that, by the way?
I mean, they were pretty, like, Sean Payton was the big decision maker there, but I mean, they were pretty, like, close in terms of the way they operated with Mickey Loomis and things like that. I think that's definitely a organizational wide screw up, or maybe not even a screw up. A lot of teams will do that intentionally. They'll say, this is our window, it's open, we're going to take the chance here, and we'll have to take a path in a couple years if we need to.
Bobby, for this hiring cycle, you win. You are correct in Mike McCarthy not getting another job. And I don't think he coaches as a head coach in the National Football League again. And now possibly Kellen Moore.
Well, now possibly Kellen Moore. It depends on what he does. But what would have been worse? Let's just say the New Orleans job that Mike did not pull his name out.
This is a great question.
Well, thank you. What would have been worse for Cowboy fans? McCarthy goes to New Orleans and succeeds, or Kellen goes to New Orleans and succeeds?
Ooh.
Like, what's worse, the stomach?
I would say Kellen. And how are we defining success?
I think New Orleans' success is different. It's probably make the playoffs.
Okay.
You're right. You know what I mean? Like, they're not.
Kellen's worse. Mike, you felt like you saw it for 5 years.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, it wasn't working here. Kellen, you never got the chance to see what he would do when he ran it.
That was my answer, if you let me finish.
Yeah.
I retweet that answer.
Yeah, I think, look, obviously, if the Cowboys miss the playoffs next year and New Orleans makes it with either one of them, both would have been bad.
If you have a healthy Dak,
if you had a healthy
disastrous.
Dak, yeah. The long-term hurt, obviously, would be with Kellen, because who knows? I mean, he could be there next Sean Payton. The short-term hurt, I think, might be McCarthy, because, like, if you miss the playoffs next year, you could have brought him back. It seems like you wanted to bring him back. I think that would hurt in the short term, but long term,
it would have been Kellen. I think short term, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, if Kellen does go to New Orleans and have success like Sean Payton, like you're saying there, I don't know how Jerry stomachs that. Like if Jerry go, like the two assistants that he was just enamored with, of just like, oh my gosh, what genius is there, and then they go to New Orleans, both of them, and have a run, that would be tough.
What did you make of the way they talked about McCarthy in the press conference the other day?
I thought they were definitely trying to. They wanted to set a tone. or they wanted to drop just little bits of information that said, this is our counter to what's being said about how those negotiations went. Because it's been consistently said, Mike McCarthy got upset basically and said, screw you guys, gives them the middle finger, walks out the door and leaves them hanging. And then the Cowboys are like, what are we to do? Cowboys definitely, Jerry and Steven seemed like they wanted to leave everybody with the impression that what Mike McCarthy wanted was irrelevant because we wanted him to be gone. That's what we wanted. That's what we had determined. And these were two of the quotes that you had in there. Jerry said, it was time for a change. I've heard it criticized. We spent 5 days getting to come to that decision. We did come to that decision. One of the reasons we came to that decision is because there was this decision available to us as well. Basically saying we picked Schottenheimer over McCarthy. That's what we wanted. Steven said, we just felt like, Jerry felt like, I was supportive of it, that we needed change. Like that's their whole position has not been, they did not entertain a single idea in this press conference that Mike is the one that walked away. They positioned it the entire time as just, this was us. This is what we wanted to do. And when you start talking about, hey, we needed change, but maybe some continuity, but we really need change. And Schottenheimer, they're talking about, man, he had to bite his lip about some of the things Mike was doing. And these references constantly by all three of them to damaged or broken culture or things that needed to be repaired in the culture. I thought they were subtly throughout that hour and 10 minutes trying to go, we weren't the problem here. And we had determined this was the problem, regardless of how it's being spun now. Is that accurate? Is that totally accurate that that's the way it played out? I don't know. You hear people say McCarthy got pretty frustrated and walked out. But the Cowboys are wanting to position it seems, as though we had determined Mike McCarthy was no longer going to work here.
Well, yeah, they're going to want to position it that way so they don't look foolish, because everyone thinks in our minds we're imagining Mike giving them the middle finger, that he embarrassed the Joneses, and they're never used to be told, they're not used to being told no, and Mike did it. So I'm sure that eats at Jerry's craw, and he wants to fight back at that notion.
Yeah, if that notion, like the fact that even exists, whether it would be true or not, Jerry, I'm sure, would be annoyed that would be the perception.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, no, I'm the one that's in control here. I still say the fact that whole week, when you hear some of the people that talk about how those negotiations went, that they weren't even negotiations that whole week. It was just talking about generalized things. Contract never came up. We get the report Friday, like they're going to try to come to an agreement. Then all of a sudden Monday, there's nothing. That felt like they were operating in a way of just, you gonna just go, Mike? Mike, you gonna go? Like, I still feel like this was a let's make him quit type of move. And that McCarthy did, to his credit. McCarthy is the one that walked away, but I felt like the Cowboys were trying to corner him into that.
Man, that's I mean, it might be it might fit the MO of they don't want to hurt feelings around here.
Just make the move and say, like, you're not our guy. You're leaving me with the impression still that you would have taken him back under the right circumstances for you. Like, what if that's true? Why are you playing all these stupid games? Just separate.
I think the right circumstances for them were Jason Witten on staff and
a 2-year deal,
like something like that. Just basically getting him prepared to take over. And that's probably why McCarthy was like, no. It's like, all right, well, these are literally the only terms we'll accept you on.
And Schotty call the plays.
Yeah, and these are literally the only terms that we're going to accept you on is if it's like this. And McCarthy's going like, well, those are not even. That's not even a starting point. No, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah. My leftovers from the presser, Jerry and Steven, Tolo put it correctly, Chuck. Interviewing for the Cowboys coaching job has to be the easiest in the NFL. Just tell them how awesome they are. Boom. Job. As Jerry and Steven were like, yeah, the other people that we spoke with, they were telling us, we're so close. We're right there. We're around the rim. We're right on the cusp. And it's like, okay, that's a little bit delusional. This is the best way we can get to the playoffs and win. He talked about cap ramifications when you have injured players. I do real well managing the cap. We obviously haven't done it well enough. So what does that mean? What did that mean, cap ramifications for injured players? When you tie up all that money in your quarterback, then that robs you of your depth?
I assume what he's saying...
If your quarterback gets hurt?
I assume what he's saying there is just... when all that money that you've invested to contribute then gets hurt, you might as well just not even have that money. It's basically like dead money for that year on your salary cap. Or, he could be talking about players that just break down due to injury that then they have to move on from. Somebody like Zach Martin might be facing that.
One of the things that Jerry also seems to detest is a timeline. He hates... Jane Slater asked it, what about your timeline? And Jerry said, where's the clock? Where's the clock in here? I don't see no clock.
Right.
That Dak had nothing to do with the hire. They didn't talk to Dak about the hire. Okay.
Which I just want to point out, Pro Football Talk just reported about an interview that Dak did on the Cowboys website. And he said that the Cowboys were looking for continuity, but that he spoke on the man he's been in with these 3 years, how consistent he's been. And as I've said, through the highs and the lows, you can only gain respect from somebody that at that point. So yeah, it was easy for me to speak on. So Dak made it sound like he at least gave them some sort of feedback, even if he wasn't consulted on the decision.
Yeah, this was. I mean, the whole process was a huge win for Dak. Huge win. I mean, on the surface, it looks like that he flexed some muscle
in the building. Yeah, it's going to make fans dislike him more who are not fans of him, right? Because it's being called a Dak hire.
Which Dak says 4-year contract for Schottenheimer, 4-year contract for me. He's like, we're clearly tied to the hip. This is we're going to rise or fall together here.
Jerry called Steve.
Do we know the money, by the way?
What's that?
Do we know the money?
No, I have not heard. Jerry called Steve Spurrier, asking about Schotty as a player. Calling up Pete Carroll. Why'd you fire him?
It was kind of awkward there for a second.
Kind of blunt.
If you loved him so much, why'd you fire this guy?
Yeah.
Like, just to very publicly remind everyone, hey, Schotty was fired from the last job like this.
Let me tell you, I give it around a 40% chance that Steve Spurrier had no idea who Brian Schottenheimer was.
Well, if Schotty played defense, it was a 20% chance. He didn't know the Washington Redskins.
He had no
players.
idea.
Yeah.
I think it was Javon Curse said, I'd never really even met Steve Spurrier when he was playing at Florida.
That's the type of advice that's scary, though, that Jerry takes.
Yeah.
Like, who the hell cares? Unless Steve Spurrier has been in close contact with Brian Schottenheimer over the past 5 years, what does it matter what Brian Schottenheimer did under Steve Spurrier, like, playing
as the backup quarterback to Danny Werfel. I mean, he didn't even play.
If you allowed that, I almost think Jerry goes to the Rolodex and is like, oh, that's a name. Let me call him.
I think he played like week 1 or week 0. Werfel was hurt or something. I think he played like one game there, like in the title year of '96.
I mean, honestly, to be fair, like Jerry has consistently said, he will just call hundreds of people about a subject. It's like, oh, I call everybody. I talk to everybody, which I believe. I think he does just talk to random people about stuff.
On fans being mad, again, this is why he keeps referencing the buying the Cowboy days, because he's like, I went through it then, I can go through it now. Holding on to 30-year memories or longer. He said, I went to school on negative fan comments. How do you think it was when I got rid of Landry? How do you think it was when I bought the team? Right? This hillbilly from Arkansas. This cold-blooded dummy getting rid of America's coach. I was told I needed to resign to get the stadium. So he looks at overcoming all those things as justification for doing the things that he does now. And the buying the Cowboys story gives him his resolve that he just hangs on to.
Does he use it for justification, and I'm just trying to play devil's advocate on this one. Does he use it for justification, or do you think he's saying, I've missed before, but there are these other instances, so I've got my reasons and my process. So I'm just saying you guys have been wrong about my process before, and my process can be right.
All the above. On him and Steven working together, this was reporters trying to poke around, like, why are you guys running things? He said, we have a good working relationship. We don't always agree. Proper deference, and I can be a bully. He could be a bully towards Steven. And why didn't you wait until after the conference championship games to talk with Kellen Moore? Steven said there was no need to. They had zeroed in on Schottenheimer after meeting with Kellen the first time. And, of course, I was told that Kellen bombed the interview. So there's your full recap. Inside the Stars, Mike McCarthy will not be coaching this year. Will it be Kellen Moore in New Orleans?
If he bombed, isn't that the book on Kellen, though, that he just doesn't interview well? And if that's the case, what happened? What if he interviewed really poorly in New Orleans? And they're like, we can't hire him.
Because Joe Brady's not a name. Who else is a name for New Orleans? Who's in the running?
I think
it's just Kellen.
Kellen's the last identified candidate that hasn't either bowed out or gotten hired.
All right, it is a Meat Church Wednesday with Matt Pittman. What's it like cooking for the first family of Waco? How many political followers did he lose? And why the heck did he cook chili with beans in the state of Texas? Matt Pittman live on the Fan Camp, Twitch, and YouTube. Odyssey app, and, of course, your radio next.
But let's get you over to Johnson Fit.
Uber Eats has lower fee product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, please.
Here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
This is a must-hear Meet Church Wednesday with Matt Pittman live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, and he is the official pit master of the Dallas Cowboys. So we have to start off asking your thoughts on the new head coach.
I figured you'd ask me that. I've been thinking, like, it doesn't matter what any of us think. We're at the point where it's just going to matter what happens on the field. Like, there's going to have to be results or not. I have mixed emotions about it. I mean, the people that I know within the organization, the players, they are very happy about it. And, some of the players, I feel like, I'm going to say they're my guys. And if they're that excited and there's a reason for it, I think amongst the fan base, it's certainly not a very sexy hire with the other names that were flying out there. And, I liked a lot of the stuff that you guys were talking about yesterday and with Ross on saying, good or bad coordinator doesn't necessarily mean good or bad head coach. We don't know. I know he's, a well-spoken guy, is going to get people fired up. So, I'm an optimistic kind of guy. I'm also a Cowboys apologist. So I'm just hopeful because it's crazy how long it's been. I mean, to watch that game last weekend, you got a Commanders fan that works for me. And he asked me who I would be rooting for last weekend. And I said, I don't know, maybe for both teams to get near-death food poisoning. It's turned me off from football that I have an invite to the Super Bowl, and I don't even think I'm going to go. Football's done. I'm on to next season.
What would the invite be to do? In what capacity?
One of my brand partners is sponsoring an athlete with a house, bringing a lot of people through for a podcast and things like that. So had me there for the day, doing a little food, coming on the podcast, going to the game. I mean, look, it'd be exciting, but I'm gonna turn football off, and you guys can catch me come training camp next year.
All right, so I've been waiting 2 weeks to ask the results. Well, I've been waiting 2 weeks to ask you a lot of things, but we'll save the lightning rod for the end. Chili with beans. How did this come about? What happened with the video and reaction? A big Texas crime.
Yeah, it's interesting. So I think I might have mentioned to you guys that I ran a poll asking who likes beans and who doesn't. So take my opinion out of it. And the slight majority was they preferred beans. Doesn't mean it's my preferred way. So I thought, well, I got customers of all types. I should have a recipe and video on it. So we put that out last week. It was very well received, but it was your typical response you would expect, to be honest with you. I truly think beans versus no beans is the most polarizing topic in food. And you had all kinds of people that called me out for being a sellout. And I'm like, I just made it. I didn't say I loved it. But the end result, I jokingly said it's good because I cooked it. It was good. I can see why people do it. I know a lot of the origin was to make the pot go further. I don't think it needs it. I still prefer meat over beans in mine. And what's funny is all of our chili videos blow up. This one has not. Oh. So maybe my hardcore fan base is with me. I don't know. I mean, it's done average views over the course of the past week because we have a new one coming out today. So I just checked it, but the comments were definitely very lit, none the least. You can go to my Instagram today, see a little short version of the video, and get a taste for what it's all about.
See, I am a no beans, but it doesn't mean the beans in it isn't good. It's just I don't know what to call it. You can't call it chili.
It's another
I actually
dish.
agree with that.
It's a different dish.
I didn't know. I'm with Choppy. I don't know if you call it soup, stew, whatever, but I actually didn't even know what to name this recipe because I was trying to come up with a clickbaity thing. Normally I'd be the most delicious whatever, and I wasn't going to put delicious in front of chili with beans. I couldn't do that.
What type of beans?
I also ran a poll on what beans do you use if you like beans, and I used two of the top three. Number one was kidney beans, and number three was pintos. That's what I used. Number two was black beans. So I used 1 and 3. A lot of people say the pintos for the texture because you kind of smash them and you So those are the two that I went with.
What about coffee beans? I wonder how coffee beans would be in that.
Probably would not taste
You don't
great.
think so?
I wouldn't think so. We're talking Matt Pittman here on 105.3 Fan. Okay, Matt, so you mentioned there, you said you think beans or no beans is the most controversial thing. What are like a couple other things that people just get rabid over when it comes to the kitchen or with your cooking, where it's like, oh no, that it's got to be this way or that way?
There's a few others that come to mind really quickly. One is cornbread. Do you put sugar in it or not? And it's pretty much how you were raised, I think. Crawfish is, I wouldn't say it's polarizing, but pretty much if you're not from Louisiana, Cajuns don't think you can cook it. You guys know we've talked about Philly cheesesteaks on here as well. If you make a Philly cheesesteak and you're not from the area and an expert, they think you're an idiot. And to a little lesser degree, buffalo wings. I don't hear that as much lately, but years ago, if we'd ever make wings, they'd like, that's not a buffalo wing. So those are the tops that I see the most.
What about barbecue sauce on brisket?
Oh yeah, I mean certainly. Like, here we say good barbecue doesn't need sauce. So there's some barbecue joints didn't even used to have sauce on their table. Like Lockhart Smokehouse, when they opened, I don't know if they still do this, but they didn't even offer barbecue sauce. So. I definitely agree with that. Like when we go cater, we have to take sauce because there's going to be somebody there that wants sauce, but I usually forget it because I don't think it needs it.
All right, my wife has been waiting long enough. This is her, probably first Meat Church segment she's tuning into because you cooked for the first family of Waco, Chip and Joanna.
Oh yeah, the Gaineses.
How did that happen?
Man, that was awesome. So I'd forgotten that one of my long friends of 20 plus years that I've played hockey with forever, Bob Braun, is actually Chip's brother-in-law. So Bob's wife reached out to me in the fall and said, my family's really hard to buy for. My dad and husband have attended one of your classes. Would you be interested in coming to the Gaines Ranch and teaching them? And I'm like, yeah, I've wanted to meet them forever. A lot of people, first off, I'm certainly nowhere near their level, but a lot of people that come through Waxahachie compare what we do for Waxahachie to the Gaines in Waco. There's just similarities. And if you ever go to Meat Church Barbecue Supply on a Saturday, the amount of couples that are in there and the guys say, we're headed to the silos, and she said I could stop here, it's crazy. So I've always wanted to do it. They were definitely on my short list, and it was super cool. And what was really awesome was I let them request the menu, and Joanna asked for wild game. So we went out and shot a wild hog and deer because those are two things they wanted to see. And we prepared that as well as some barbecues. So, and by the way, they were amazing. They're like the coolest people. I'm like, I wish I lived next door to Chip. He was cool as hell.
They're one of those couples where I'm rooting for something to happen.
Oh, God.
They're too perfect.
What?
It can't be. It can't be. It can't be true. They can't be that perfect. He's got an amazing, funny personality.
Great.
She's like, kind of the leader, but she rolls her eyes at the comedy. I'm like, it's too good to be true.
Yeah.
It really is.
That's exactly what I saw. Like, he was looking at her like he kept saying, one thing I know about my 50 years on this earth is a woman's place is in the kitchen, and she just roll her eyes.
That's awesome. Yeah, Bobby's going to watch their show now.
I'm down.
Matt Pittman, it's a Meat Church Wednesday here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, I got a question I've been wanting to ask you for a couple of weeks. I saw this. I can't remember what it was. I can't remember even what was being cooked. How do you cold smoke something? What is that?
Well, so cold smoking, and some people don't use the term properly, but cold smoking would be where you're putting smoke on something, but it's not gonna, let's use cheese for an example. If you smoke cheese at 225 degrees, the cheese is gonna melt. So cold smoking could be like, let's stick with a cheese example. You could buy a smoke tube, something that you put pellets or wood chips in, and you light it so it smolders and smokes, but there's really no heat coming out of it. And so the cheese would get all that smoke, but it wouldn't melt. People do that with obviously fish, things like salmon. And then in the barbecue world, there's a lot of people that say they cold smoke their meat before they smoke it. I don't think that term is used exactly correctly, but what they mean is, let's say you're cooking a brisket this weekend. Put the brisket in your smoker at a really low temperature, so as low as it can go. 165, 170, 180, whatever, just to put smoke on it. So that brisket is taking on that smoke before you start hitting it with a high heat. Technically, I don't know what the delineation is of what is cold smoking temperature wise, like is it 150 or below? I don't know the exact number. But when you're just under 200, that's not technically cold smoking because that would melt cheese, but that's what's meant by it.
What's today's video?
Man, I've gone off script today, and it's crazy good. I made creamy, delicious potato soup, and I did cook it outside. It has nothing to do with cooking outside, so you can make it inside on your stove. But the reason I did the video, I make a lot of comfort food through the winter, and when I made this, my wife said, "This is the best thing you've made in a year." And I've only gotten, she's only given me 4 compliments on my food in my life, so I ran with that one. But it's so good that I made it for all my friends. We've got couples that we hang out with, and I made it for all of them a couple days ago. I made like 25 batches of this soup. It was crazy, but it is crazy, crazy good. You crisp up some bacon in a Dutch oven, pull the bacon out, put some vegetables in, cook it down, add chicken stock, add cream, add milk, add cubed up potatoes, smash them when you're done. One of the keys, Meat Church Blanco, I don't know what it is about that seasoning, but I season it with that, and then I put some on top of the bowl, garnish it with cheese, the bacon you cooked, green onions. Make this for your other halves, and you will win some sort of major award or pass or prize or whatever you're looking for. It's damn good.
I'm gonna have to drive down to Waxahachie and get some more Blanco because I'm running out now. We have been abusing the usage of that nonstop.
I'll tell you what, Bobby, I'll send you some.
There we go.
That's what I was angling for the whole time.
Okay. I love that you were not afraid. I didn't know that you would bring this up as a topic, but last time you were on, we asked about you cooking for the Trump family and all the reactions that would bring. What happened after you posted evidence of that?
I brought it up because I figured you'd want to know because it was cool that you asked me that day, or are you going to put it out there? Are you afraid of it? And I think that's what a lot of people are thinking. I mean, I know it is. And, so I put it out there that I cooked for Eric Trump's birthday, had an amazing time. I can't say any bad thing about him. And the day after I posted it, we checked and we lost 5,000 followers. We had like 916,000 on Instagram, and we lost 5,000 that day. And then it bled about 250 a day for just over a week, which we never have days where we lose. So I know it was all related to it. My people were just losing their minds in the comments. It's sad, to be honest with you. I said, don't make this political. I cook for people on both sides of the aisle, but I knew that their name's super polarizing and it wouldn't matter. But it was kind of nuts because my 13-year-old daughter started getting at people, and I don't let her comment on stuff, but she body bagged an old man, which was pretty funny. My wife got involved. My wife got called a bimbo trophy wife by the end of it. So
damn.
Yeah, it's people have lost their minds. They certainly don't have any decency. But the good news is we're back on the uptick. We're gaining them. So if you're listening, go to Instagram, follow Meat Church. We need you.
Until the beans and chili. Then he started losing 10,000 a day.
He's like the Snoop of the cooking world.
Do you regret? Do you regret it?
No, I don't, because we thought about it leading up to it. My wife asked me, "How are you going to handle this?" Because his dad was supposed to be there, and so she assumed like, how are you going to handle this on the business? And I said, look, if I can cook for the, leader of the free world, I'm down. Now, it is the 3rd most liked photo we have ever posted. So there's that.
Okay. I hate the way the world is.
Yeah.
I don't care who the president is. If they ask me to play golf, I'm going to go play.
100%. Like I cook to bring people. We call it Meat Church. It's about bringing people together to make great memories around good food. I'm going to cook for whoever's in office if that happens. Yep. So, and I'm hopeful that it does, but I hate the fact that we're like wired to hate each other now. Like we used to be able to have differences. So, I'm not about that. So
props to you, brother. I'm proud of you for doing it and sticking with it. The potato soup video drops today, and Bobby and Choppy will be waiting for their Blanco. It's a Meat Church Wednesday with Matt Pittman. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, boys.
Matt Pittman on the D&M Leasing Hotline, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. What does Will McClay have to say about the Cowboys' new hire? A lot of criticism about this team is it's not the same from top to bottom. Listen to what Will McClay has to say about that. Next and Below the Belt.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasted.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Three Curb?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
What does the man with the highest approval rating among Cowboys fans have to say about the guy who might have the lowest right now? Probably not the lowest, just the most uncertainty in Brian Schottenheimer. Will McClay talked at Senior Bowl yesterday. They're out in Mobile, Alabama, and I always feel like Will McClay talking is really funny because when you get Jerry and Steven and all the McCarthy, whoever else, when they talk so frequently. There's just this kind of air about it of like, all right, well, we got to check this box. Let's ask about this. When Will McClay speaks so infrequently, a couple times a year, that when the reporters get him, it's so funny just how it feels like every question is very calculated. Like, man, we got to really make sure we don't waste this opportunity because Will doesn't ever talk. And so we got to take advantage of this. So he was speaking at Senior Bowl yesterday, and he had an interesting quote that got a lot of traction in the evening. And I want to get y'all's thoughts on this. This was Will McClay being asked about, what do you think about the Brian Schottenheimer hire? And more specifically, how does the organization as a whole benefit from Brian Schottenheimer being the head coach?
I think that's the greatest part, is being aligned from top down, and that's one of the commitments that we all made sitting in there about what we're going to do and how we're going to do it. You know, it starts with ownership coming down, but Schotty's got a plan, got a vision. We're going to support that, and then what we'll do is continue to, add good players. I have a great feeling about Schotty, what he's looking for. He's going to communicate. He's going to over-communicate. He's going to ask his staff to do that, and they're going to over-communicate with us, and we're going to over-communicate with them. That's how we're going to get it done the first year. We'll continue to grow and get better at it.
So before I get accused sometimes of leading witnesses, so I'm not going to do that. Your two takeaways on what you hear from Will McClay there.
Well, I don't have two. I have one major one.
Oh, I meant one and one, too.
Oh, we all made a commitment in that room to be aligned from top to bottom. What does that mean? That screams out of my headphones when I just heard that. What did Brian Schottenheimer say? What promises needed to be made? What was missing in that alignment? As we've heard that word numerous times throughout the coaching hiring process this offseason. It sounded like someone needed to bring up, this is a problem here. We all made a commitment to be aligned top to bottom. I like it, but why did that need to be said? And who said it?
Yeah, my general take on these things is like, when I hear people in organizations speak, it's the Charlie Brown, because they just are telling you what they want you to hear. You know what I mean? They're putting on the united front.
Yeah,
it happens with every new coach. It's like, well, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. We're going to be this, we're going to be that. And it's just a lot of noise. Like, you can't tell me they weren't aligned when they won 36 games in 3 years.
Why not?
Yeah, why?
I mean, because it does. What are you missing?
I mean, wouldn't a lack of alignment and some of those things explain if you were having just massive January issues of showing up for games or like big game moments where you guys had trouble? I think I'm not saying it's definitely equals this, but I mean, I think there is absolutely a scenario where you can win 12 games 3 years in a row and there are inherent problems.
There's lipstick that can cover up,
sure,
a lot of pigs. I mean, Michael Jordan covered up things and Tom Brady covered up things because of their greatness. And they still didn't come close to getting the job done, mission accomplished. So your alignment wasn't good enough to sniff a title.
Because maybe they overachieved. Like, they definitely overachieved the last year. That was not a 12-win team. The last year. Dak carried them.
Yeah.
That was not a 12. That was a 9-win team. I don't know.
I just don't feel like Will McClay. That wasn't a generic media statement, especially to me. Will McClay is pretty generic. No offense, sorry. I'm just being honest. I'd like to have you on at the combine, Will.
He's just a personnel guy. He's like the football version of zeros and ones.
Very generic, very safe.
I get it.
That's the way he just looks at things. This is the way it is.
My eyebrow went up listening to that. It's a good eyebrow raise because they do need to be more aligned. The big criticism around here all the time is one's doing this and you can go behind the other person's back and Jerry's doing his own thing and the coach, and that type of confusion is a common critique of this organization.
Yeah, I guess the way I should have explained it is, and I think this happens everywhere, when you move on from a regime, whether it's from the GM, whether it's from the coach, whether it's from the quarterback, you want to make what you have now look the best you possibly can. And you just scapegoat and crap on whatever was there before. That was the problem. Now we got rid of the problem. Now it's smooth sailing. And did the same thing with Jason. Did the same thing with Wade.
Yeah.
And with Bill. They did it with they do it with everybody. There is one problem with this organization. It's not the quarterback and it's not the head coach. It's not.
I guess I'm hoping that this was more directed towards ownership and not a shot towards Mike. That's what I'm hoping that play the comment again, please, Peyton, from Will McClay.
I think that's the greatest part is being aligned from top down, and that's one of the commitments that we all made sitting in there about what we're going to do and how we're going to do it. It starts with ownership coming down, but Schotty's got a plan, got a vision. We're going to support that, and then what we'll do is continue to, add good players. I have a great feeling about Schotty, what he's looking for. He's going to communicate. He's going to over-communicate. He's going to ask his staff to do that, and they're going to over-communicate with us, and we're going to over-communicate with them. That's how we're going to get it done the first year. We'll continue to grow and get better at it.
What do you think it means?
So there are a couple of different ways that I think you can look at it. One is the way that you were just talking about there is he speaking on his analysis of what he comes away thinking the Joneses have committed to, of just like, hey, you know what? Maybe we haven't done as good of a job of being in lockstep and creating enough continuity. We talk about continuity all the time, but maybe there needs to be better continuity here from top down in organizational structure. I think that's very well could be what he's talking about. I think it's also possible what he's talking about is Will McClay generally, when he's talking about things, I think talks about things through the lens of what is my job of acquiring players and building roster and how I function with coach and, owner and general manager and how my role fits into that. Regardless of which one of those two it was. I think what Will McClay's inferring here or talking about is that in the recent years, Will McClay has felt like his role was not totally in lockstep from top to bottom consistently enough. That he felt like the things that he wanted to do and he wanted to accomplish, there wasn't enough alignment. There was too much fracturing or disagreement. Even if they were small things, they were small enough that it caused maybe them not to be as effective as they were. And I mean, look, we've seen there were different arguments in the war room over picking certain players. There's obviously discussions about, when you pick a Tyler Smith, for instance, we know Joe Philbin didn't want Tyler Smith. All right, well, that's coaching staff kind of not being on the same page with scouting and different things like that.
Which people should and will have different draft opinions.
Mm-hmm. Sure, 100%.
Will McClay's opinion seems wrong compared to what Mike McCarthy wanted for Mozzie Smith.
Well, Bergeron's not been good either.
Okay.
The guy that he wanted. But, I mean, they were also picking 26 or whatever they were. But I think I'm saying that where they were at, they were not, it's not like they were at a top 10 position to where, like, it's not surprising necessarily that two of the people, both of them they were arguing about, they didn't pan out. Like, that's not necessarily surprising.
I look at it as they missed on their first round pick. So.
Sure, but I mean,
first round is first round.
Yeah, no, I get 100%.
It's still a first round pick.
Yeah, I get 100%. I'm just saying it's not Taco and Watt, for instance. But I think that Will McClay feels like he is in better lockstep with how to build the roster with the vision that Brian Schottenheimer has. And I think that he feels like he's got a better understanding. At the very least, he feels like he understands it better. Like, he mentions their communication. He feels like he knows the parameters and that it's not shifting, that there's not any movement, that he can reliably count on, this is what I need to look for, this is what I need to find. Will McClay had some other things to say. He was asked about, specifically after he said that, they said, all right, well, then how does this process for you guys? How do things change for you with a new coach? And then he kind of expanded on it and started talking about how their process has changed during the NIL era.
What we're trying to do is continue to drive ourselves to look for not only the best players, athletes, all that stuff, but the guys that have the mental that, that it's going to take for us to get over the top, paying more closer attention to the kind of the football character and those things and seeing if they fit that way as well.
Is that any sort of change, the character side from the McCarthy?
No, not really. Guys emphasize it. Each coach is going to emphasize it a little bit more, but I think as an organization and on the scouting staff, it's one of the things each year we try and go back and look at, okay, what's this, what's that, and compare guys. And, they get into the league now. It's a different atmosphere that we're getting players from. Now they're getting paid in college. They're transferring 2-3 schools. It's how do we dig and find that information? How do we find out about the core of the players? Really the thing that we really want to dig in now, because it's going to require us to the way the conditions are.
I think it's easier now, almost, to find out the personality of a player. Because now, instead of just going to one college, you've got 3 different. For a lot of these guys, like if you're drafted Dylan Gabriel, you go to UCF, you go to OU, to go to Oregon. You can find out different things. How was he on the way out? When he didn't get playing time, was he a jackass or not? As opposed to just going to the Oregon guy, where he played 4 years, and you only have one set of opinions.
The only challenge I've heard scouts talk about with that, the issue there, is that basically a former school, you don't know if they're giving you a bad opinion because they're bitter about a player leaving or because there was a genuine issue. And so it muddies things a little bit. But either way, I mean, Will McClay there, that seems to reflect, again, it almost sounds like we're back to right kind of guy mentality with some of this player building, because he's talking about different coaches emphasize it more. And clearly with Schottenheimer talking about the culture, he says they're looking at football character a lot closer this time around.
Matt Eberflus and Nick Sorensen officially joined the staff as DC and special teams. We'll talk Cowboys and NFL playoffs with Andrew Whitworth. Whale alert as Peyton booked him for 9:20 this morning for the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day?
We have the Jordan rules, and now do we have the Mahomes rules? And there's already a chip in the football around the rest of the National Football League with Sean, RJ, and Roberto next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Final hour, Hump Day edition. Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We got Peyton and Carter in the back, fist pumping to get you closer to your weekend as quickly as possible. Be careful driving out there with the nasty weather and the elements. Andrew Whitworth, the Super Bowl champion and, of course, host on Amazon, will join us at 9:20 this morning. Yeah. We will cross-talk with the KMC Masterpiece at 9:40. And as we get set for the big game in New Orleans, as we leave after our show on Monday, the NFL is thinking about the Mahomes rules.
Yeah, so Shefty posted this, and
he got destroyed for a Chiefs penalty tweet. He got killed in Kansas City for saying, why are you pushing this agenda that the Chiefs are getting favoritism from the league? He got roasted.
So he posted a couple of tweets here, and I'll read both of them here. So the first one was, for all those complaining that Patrick Mahomes gets too many calls, relief could soon be on the way. The replay assist is expected to expand this offseason into plays that could include the quarterback slide. All right. He follows that up the next day, yesterday, with one that says it's expected to expand into plays that could include the slide, and talking about the scramble play, sliding beneath a couple of defenders, still drawing the 15-yard penalty. So they're going to expand replay into the slide and other personal fouls against the quarterback. That's going to be looked at in the offseason, whatever the competition committee meets, March, whatever.
Yeah, they meet a couple different times.
So, I mean, we don't know exactly what's going to happen, but this is always, and this the greatest of the greats they change the rules. They changed the rules with Wilt Chamberlain, right? They expanded the key. They added 3-point. They change everything. They're constantly changing for or against the greats to combat or to fix, to help the greats along. And that's maybe what they're doing here, is they have to find a way to fix this. The greatest of the greats get rules changed. Sometimes in their favor, sometimes not.
A lot of them get rules changed because of their dominance.
Yeah.
This is a problem with the rules, right? Shaq was dominant. Wilt was dominant. What are we going to do in the NBA about the Steph Warriors and all the threes? They just need to do this for all helmet-to-helmet shots, in my opinion. How does baseball so quick with it? Baseball does the best job of quick and fast replay, I think.
Quickest game there is, baseball. Who would have thought?
They do the best job of replay with speed, and I don't even care if it takes a while. It's too difficult for these referees. It is too tough live to judge the helmet-to-helmet, and they should just replay every single one for that personal foul.
I feel like I've seen this movie before with the pass interference reviews that then They never overturned them. They would always just go, nope, we got it right. No worries, guys. And it was like, okay, well, how egregious does it have to be?
Yeah.
And then they got rid of it after. I feel like this is just, we'll talk about it. That way people stop freaking out. But I mean, even afterwards, they said that, like the Mahomes one where the two Texans players hit, they said after the game they got it right. They're like, we even looked back at it, it was right. It's
Right.
like, okay,
Which,
well, then you're not going to
BS.
overturn anything then.
Yeah, the other rules that they tried to announce and never enforced, the offensive player ducking their head down, that's never called, where you're initiating the helmet to helmet. And then the hip drop.
Yeah, hip drop would was getting people fined regularly, but they were never flagging it.
And I knew the hip drop would be too difficult to call live. I thought.
I missed that one. I was sure we were going to see 4 flags a game and it was going to slow everything down.
No, I thought that you were totally against policing it.
I didn't want to police it, but that's what I'm saying. I thought when they said they were going to, I thought it was going to slow games down and they were going to throw flags for it 4 or 5 times a game.
It's hard to judge a tackle live.
Live it is. Yes.
And then you just hear helmets hit and you assume it's always the offensive player getting hit.
You can't have your eyes on everything.
And this whole thing, full-time refs, I heard Dave Portnoy going off on this rant the other day, that a full-time ref doesn't change
their ability
on the helmet to helmet.
You need more refs. Like that might help.
Yeah.
Get more officials out there. Like have 11. If there is 22 men on the field, have 11 officials. You watch each individual matchup. One guy is on one matchup. That's it.
The other thing that everyone's been calling for, chip in the ball. Josh Allen got screwed on the 4th down attempt. Well, why don't you just do it like tennis? And I've echoed it. We've all repeated the same exact thing. Well, someone tweeted, there are already chips in the ball. It's in the middle. This is really scientific, too nerdy and smart for me to understand. It's in the middle of the ball on the pane. 4 leather panes to make up the football, opposite where you inject air.
Right. So you got your 4 pane, right? The air inject here is on the bottom left, and then this one is on the other side on the right.
There are between 6 to 12 cameras at an event that can triangulate the position of the ball. It only works if the ball is 75% visible by light to let all the cameras see the ball and track. So the conditions have to be perfect for you apparently to go ahead and use that technology. The UFL and the NFL in preseason have solved one part of the puzzle, which is the measurement. You still have to place the ball based on possession down and shape. So anyway, the National Football League doesn't seem like and sound like they're way, way, way behind in terms of getting a chip in the football. It's just figuring out when they feel confident about using it.
Yeah, because, I mean, it could be an instance. The NFL has a long history of just what we say it is what it is, whether it be our officials or anybody else. And so do they necessarily, even if they have that technology, do they want to expose it to consistent showing of, well, we got it wrong, got it wrong, got it wrong? I don't know that they do.
I don't know that they do either, but it's a crappy way to explain that to the teams that lose that because of a bad call.
Right, but they would just say human element, just like it was in baseball for years.
Right.
Yeah, great. It was when humans mattered. Now we're in the AI world.
Have you considered Basic's point in crosstalk that we should just get rid of replay?
No, I like replay. I would rather get it right more often than not.
I agree.
Like if you affect one, I mean, these margins are so small in the NFL. If you impact, and I'm disappointed in Bassick. Okay, as a pitcher, he knows there is a mega difference between 1 and 1. I'm sorry, 1 and 2 and 2 and 1. If you've got a 1-1 pitch, and it's right there, it's millimeter difference, strike or ball. Whereas replay would show it's a strike, but the umpire says it's a ball. As a pitcher, you are in a completely different position.
But we're not getting replays for that right now.
No, they might eventually. They might eventually. It's going to happen. But there's such a massive difference. Or robots. There's such a massive difference between 1 and 2 and 2 and 1. I mean, 2 and 1. My guess is, and I don't have the numbers in front of me. I've seen them, but my guess is the batting average around the sport on a 2-1 pitch is probably over 320. And on a 1-2 pitch, I would bet it's no higher than 230. I mean, I think you're looking at a 100-point difference in batting average.
All right, Jerry Jones is getting a lot of insults and comparisons thrown his way of being, Al Davis and the new Dan Snyder. ESPN, I ate this up. I could not read this fast enough. ESPN went inside how Dan Snyder views the Commanders' run this year, and the headline is, he hates it. Absolutely hates it. So apparently the Snyders, they just ran off to London. They had their house up for sale. They overvalued it. They ended up giving it away to a charity so that it could help be a tax write-off. Dan Snyder tried to bail on the Commanders' sale at the very last second.
I got the key to the stadium. You're not getting in.
Yeah.
What an ass.
He said he had the key to the stadium, so it would be trespassing.
I'm gonna put you in jail.
And then he came up with this story of telling the other owners he had a drinking problem and now he's sober. So when he acted all crazy and was involved with the scandals, it was because of drinking and alcohol, and now he got off of that. Meanwhile, the rest of the story says like he's on his yacht drinking wine and going out to pubs. He loves living in London pubs. So he's going to make up this story to try to get other owners to stop forcing him to sell. And the other owners were like, no, we want you out. We hate you. We can't stand you. You have to go. But Snyder at the very end was trying to hang on. Nope, I'm changing my mind. I'm not going to do it. I'm not giving them the bank information. I'm not giving them my bank information. Eventually, he did. And, oh, by the way, they tagged on a $60 million fine for that accusation at the end that he was not revenue sharing.
Yeah.
So they fined him $60 million, and he was hot. He was heated.
He sounds like a real treat. He sounds like just one of the really somebody you like to have at a party.
In October 22, ESPN reported Snyder told close associates he had dug up dirt on Roger Goodell and other owners, including Jerry Jones, and told a close associate he would use it to blow up those who forced him to sell. Quote, they can't F with me. When it came to Snyder's nearly quarter-century partnership in the NFL, Jerry Jones simply said for this article, quote, it was time for a divorce. Oh, just like they said about Mike McCarthy the other day. Magic Johnson, what does it take? He's part of the new ownership group. New vision, new owner with a strategy, picking the right people. Then we all step out of the way and let them do their jobs. Talent, culture, and people. So Snyder is jealous and angry and ticked off and absolutely hates what the Commanders did this year.
Yeah, it's that's small and petty. You're a billionaire of billionaires.
I don't know, man. I think
I
mean, is it? Wouldn't you feel the same way?
Oh,
they kicked you out of the league and they go to the NFC Championship. You wouldn't be like, yay!
Well, it depends. Like if he just bought it to buy, but he was a Commanders fan before, right?
Dude, that's the thing about his.
Yeah, he was.
His fall is insane. Like if you look at he was the youngest CEO of a company on the New York Stock Exchange. He was this grinder who got all this money and was really successful, and then buys the Commanders or the Redskins at the time really early when he's still really, what was he? He was 32 when he bought him. I mean, he was super young, and he was this big fan. He was initially thought of those first couple years. It was like he was almost kind of like the NFL's Mark Cuban, just like I'll spend. I'm a fan. I'll do it.
Yeah,
and it's wild how he just turned to become like a Donald Sterling like figure by the end. It's just he became something completely different by the end.
Please clarify and confirm if he owned a team at 32. Can you imagine? No way. No way.
You're not psychologically even ready.
He was 34.
Oh my God. Could you imagine owning a sports team at 34? How impossible you'd be?
I would.
We talk about being Johnny Manziel. No, that's nothing compared to this.
That's nothing because you're to be an owner, you had to learn. He's the owner of the team before he even knows how to run his own life.
I guess it wouldn't be nothing compared, because you're not walking around treated like a rock star like the college quarterback.
Right.
You're not as known, as recognized, but the power trip you'd be on.
I don't think you could be a really effective CEO until you've already gone through your midlife crisis.
And then speaking of the controversy and the Davis comparisons, Mark Davis is bringing in Pete Carroll talking about Chucky.
So this was I guess this was after the press conference. It was in what looked to be their team meeting room. All these stadium seating chairs behind him. And he was talking about wanting a real, true football guy. That's what they got with Tom.
Bringing in Tom Brady was bringing in somebody that was on the football side that I had been lacking having here at the organization. Back in, I guess it was 18, with John Gruden. he was somebody that I brought in and really expected to be that person on the football side that would bring stability to the organization. He had a 10-year contract and all that, and his head was chopped off. And we were put in a really bad position as an organization.
So he's kind of getting like grilled for saying that. Because it's like, well, I mean, he kind of did it himself.
Well, no, he's always defended Gruden,
right?
And he hates that Snyder hates he was forced to sell. Mark Davis, if he had his wishes, would still have Gruden as the coach.
Yeah.
He feels that he was wronged and screwed over.
He does feel that way.
Makes it seem like he's excusing Gruden's emails and what he said.
Yeah, like look,
So, he should be getting criticized.
If you want to run your company where, like, you know what, we offer second chances to everybody. Everybody makes a mistake, whatever. That's fine. You know, that's your organization. Run it how you want. Then fight for him. Like, just tell the NFL, no, this is I'm not firing him. This is my organization. But the moment that you relented, you gotta let it go. You gotta drop it.
Probably didn't have much of a choice.
Yeah, I mean,
but what are they gonna do? Kick him out? He's a Davis. Like,
what are you gonna do? I'll call the police. It's trespassing. Same sort of situation. They were gonna take it from Dan Snyder. There was a same sort of thing. They were coming for Gruden, and there wasn't much Mark Davis was probably gonna be able to do.
But you know what I mean? Like Mark Davis, the Davis family, the Jones family, the Maras, like they are the NFL. Like, you're not going to take the Raiders from the Davis family.
Let's talk Cowboys and Brian Schottenheimer along with the Super Bowl with Andrew Whitworth. The big fella joins us live on Sean and RJ next.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Basil Babes.
That sounds good.
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
It doesn't sound right.
What's it so fun for?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
The 100th annual East-West Shrine Bowl going to be played at AT&T Stadium on Thursday, January 30th. That is tomorrow. Tickets are available at shrinebowl.com, and Andrew Whitworth is part of the 2025 Hall of Fame class alongside Eddie, George, and Andrew is joining us now on the home of the Cowboys with Sean, RJ, and Bobby on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good morning, man. Congratulations. How have you been?
Good morning, fellas. I'm doing great, man. It's good to be back in this game. Shoot, it had to be 19 years ago, I guess, or something, that I played in this thing. So it'll be fun to be back and kind of have some of those memories.
Take us through some of the memories. Like, who did you compete against? You know, some of the practices where you're like, okay, this is a measuring stick moment for me right here against this big prospect or this big name.
Yeah, I think you think of those moments. I mean, just how nervous you are. It's your first, interview, if you will, or audition for playing sports at the highest possible level, something you've dreamed to do your entire life. So I can remember probably less of those moments of actual competition and more of the standing around with other guys and the nerves you had and the conversations you're having about what does your agent say about this and what has this team said to you. You know, just all those things. We're all just speculating where you might go and what might happen next. But also form some relationships that I'll, always remember. I mean, Bruce Gradkowski's a guy that I can remember from that game and ended up playing with him later in years. Marquise Colston, Greg Jennings, and some other guys that just some cool names that, throughout the years you end up playing with some of those guys, and you'll always have that memory of really that time you were all together and you had no idea what your future would look like. And you're just giving your best effort in front of these coaches in a big moment.
Did you know going into that, like you had the belief, like I know I'm a really good player. I know I can play in the NFL, or did you have to have a lot of other proven moments once you got into the league in order to know that you belonged?
Yeah, I think once you get in the league, you have those moments that kind of help you, show you that you belong. I think that week is a little more of probably trying to figure out where you stand, with the group that's coming in and what your level of play is and possibilities are. And also, I think, too, some of the guys who might not have played a lot of the pro game or played styles in the sense of what you're going to play in the pros, some of those coaches, because they're coming from the NFL to help coach, they're kind of putting you in those scenarios and putting you in more things that are going to look more like what a real football play in the NFL is going to look like. And maybe even, hey, here's what winning and losing at this level looks like compared to college. And so you're getting a little feel of the standard that you're going to be expected to practice at and what it's going to look like, because sometimes in college it may not be as competitive at some schools compared to that when you're going against the best of the best, which is what an NFL practice is going to look like from a competition standpoint every snap.
Andrew Whitworth joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Okay, Andrew, you mentioned when you were standing out there and just the nerves that you felt, just, I'm going to have my first meeting with a team or the way these practices are, and you still feel a little, I guess, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at that moment. In this newer era where we see guys like Jaden Daniels who will skip certain workouts, or Marvin Harrison, or guys who show up to Shrine where it's like, well, I'm going to show up, but I'm not going to practice, and I'm just going to interact with people. How much do you think the culture has changed in terms of the new NFL player because of the NIL era?
I think it's changed a lot, and I think when you think about now what the league is and even the college game, it's totally different than anything I experienced. And really, for me to even speak to really that NIL world, I wouldn't know anything about it. But Back in my day, it just involved cash envelope, guys. But listen, it was a whole different thing. But I would say now it's totally different, and the expectations are different too. I think these guys, they play a lot. We see them play. The exposure in college football is night and day different, and I think, to me, it doesn't bother me that much. Some of these guys that have proven themselves and feel like they're comfortable with who they are and what they've shown. But I also think it's good for them to go that week, be around, say hey to the guys, get to meet people and do those interviews, because you really, when you get to the next level, you better know the talent and the skill level. You may just be checking off some boxes at these practices and just kind of seeing how they compete and stuff, but you're worried about the human. I mean, you want to know who the human being is, what drives them, what makes them tick, how they're built, how they interact around their buddies. I think it's good to be able to see some of that with other teammates and some of the other guys there, how they interact, because it's going to show you a little bit of what they'll be like in the NFL. Because I think sometimes we forget about that. In the NFL, all 53 guys on that roster were the dude in college. They were the guy. And so they have an ego. They have confidence in who they are and how they carry themselves. And then when you put all those dudes in the same room, that's why you see locker rooms in the NFL that have good cultures and others that don't. And so it's good to see some of these kids in those scenarios with some other alphas and see how they act and see how they adapt to it.
Whit, what was your reaction when you heard the Cowboys were hiring Brian Schottenheimer?
Obviously it heard whispers that it was possible. Obviously shocked like everybody else that was, really at the end of the day, their final decision, but not crazily shocked, only because it felt like really how the process went from the beginning. This was not going to be a normal candidate that you would have thought of, because they didn't really, they didn't make a decision to end the season, and then it delayed into past the time to interview some of those top candidates that week that they were on the bye. So then you're like, all right, well, you didn't even do your due diligence really. So truth is, this is going to become an awkward hire situation anyways, unless you're waiting until all this is over. And you can get to all those guys again. So it kind of felt like it was something where they had a little bit of an idea of where they might go if McCarthy wasn't the answer. And then on the flip side of it, I love Schotty, and all the times I've gotten to be around him, he's a great human being. I can see why Dak loves him a lot. I can see why maybe to them they feel like there's this if you will, like it's opportunity to build like a culture and a character, to a vibe to their team that's a little different than maybe they've had in the past. Because he's a guy that, man, he is going to wear his emotions. He's going to have a blast. He's going to create a fun environment. They're going to compete. And I think we can't judge it until we get an opportunity to see what this guy looks like with his shot, because I know players across the league, organizations that I've been around where he's been, they love Brian Schottenheimer, and they think he's an awesome human being. And I think that's a good place to start in this league, this day and age, because we see a lot of the time these relationships these coaches have sound like some of the most important parts of their level of going and getting success.
Andrew Whitworth joining us here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. You were in the West with him in Seattle, right? Like you competed against when he was on that staff.
Yes, and and then he was also, at one time with the Rams, and so a lot of people that were carryover from that, group that are still there were around him and have shared nothing but great things about him. And and obviously Richard Sherman, who I got to do Thursday Night Football with every week during the season, was around Schotty too. So a lot of guys that they think a lot about him, and have always walked away, enjoying being around him as a coach. And I think that's the first place to start. And who he looks like as a head coach, we have no idea, because here's the reality, guys. I mean, we see coordinators get hired all the time that we think are absolute insane coordinators at whatever they do, and they're a disaster as a head coach, and they're not good leaders, and they're not all these things. So who are we to say that just because we don't know the level of this guy when he's a head coach that we know what it looks like? And maybe when he's in a head coach position and gets to do things the exact way he wants to do it, maybe he's got a mind frame and a headset that he creates something that's a really good opportunity for them to be successful and lays out a plan that the players buy into. And so to me, I think it's going to be great to give him a shot. Yeah, is it what we all expected, the way we all thought it would go? Do we feel like the Cowboys did the best they can absolutely do? No. But do I think Brian Schottenheimer deserves his opportunity? And am I going to give him his chance to show us what he's capable of? Heck yeah, I'm excited to see it, because I know the human's an awesome dude, and I look forward to seeing him take his shot and see what he's got. A
criticism of Schotty and those Seattle offenses were being conservative, like too old school with Pete and running the ball too much. Did you think of that while you were playing them? And what do you think of that criticism for Cowboy fans who are scared of him calling this offense?
Well, I think you've got a guy in Dak Prescott who's shown your ability to throw the football and honestly has been, a part of some great offenses over the last few years. So they're going to be able to throw the football effectively. They have a great receiver in CeeDee Lamb. Like being able to complete and connect on those opportunities is not going to be hard for them with those two guys. So, first and foremost, and that's where you start with your best players. But when you look at the system, look where we are. I would say that in those years that we're talking about, that was a little bit of a different league, and offenses were molding into more throwing the ball. And you look at really where we are now, we're actually headed the other direction. And some of the best teams in the league run the football extremely well, or if they don't, they've got a really dynamic quarterback who also uses his legs and creates and those kind of things. So I think when you look at Dak Prescott, some of his best years in the NFL have been when he's using his legs out of the pocket as a thrower, when he's able to use his legs to get out of the pocket. So now you start developing this run game and marrying it to your pass game where you enter some play action, some boots, some rolls. Some of the things Dak did early in his career and was really successful. I don't see any reason why he won't be successful in that. And I think that's one of the reasons they did it, is that Dak and his relationship's really strong. And I just think this league, if you look across it, the teams that were the most successful, the NFC North is one of our best divisions in football. What did all those teams do? They ran the crap out of the football. And the Detroit Lions, obviously, Green Bay Packers. Then you look at Philadelphia, where they're at. You look at what really the Commanders, when they were at their best, what they're able to do is run the football. So I think, to me, look, the league has changed. And if he can continue to evolve that offense, I think it's going to look a little different with Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb involved instead of Russell Wilson. But I don't see why that can't be successful, because to me, I look around it and go, man, there's some teams that I wish they ran it more right now, because I think it'd have more success.
When you got to L.A., it was also McVay's first year, and he had never been a head coach. And, the going from an assistant to a head coach, learning how to run a team, learning the culture, learning how to be a leader. How different was McVay first year versus how he grew into that and his ability to lead and stuff?
I would say this. Listen, I'm obviously somebody who's biased in this conversation, but I would say that people have been around him, now that he's had an opportunity to have so many daggum people leave the organization and become head coaches. Sean McVay is a pretty much in that category of a unicorn of those kind of guys. I would put him in a rare situation. He's been an insane, incredible leader from the second he started, but I put Sean McVay in the conversation of somebody who was literally born and created to be the CEO or head guy of anything. Like, Sean could walk into any company in the world and be the leader of the company. That's just who he is, how he's wound, his ability to communicate, articulate his plan, his vision, to grab the attention of everybody in the room, yet also be entertaining and inspiring and challenging is just, it's a very, very rare level. And so to me, I think there's going to be some challenges. Obviously, things Sean had to learn over time, and it was more things like he had to navigate within himself of how to handle things emotionally, how to react to things, how to move forward and make decisions. That's that head coaching role that we forget. That's why we see these coordinators struggle, because when you're the head coach, it's not about calling plays. It becomes about all the other mess. You are literally putting out fires, trying not to let fires get started all throughout the building, with personalities, with things going on with their families, with contract situations, with who's not getting the ball, who is, who's getting the play, who's not, somebody else in the building doesn't even have anything to do with football that's affecting football. That's your life. So it is a different position, and it requires different traits to be able to handle it really well.
Andrew Whitworth, the Super Bowl champ, joining us on behalf of the East-West Shrine Bowl. He is getting inducted along with Eddie George to the Hall of Fame here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm hearing a little bit of the West Monroe come out in some of these answers. A, is it true that you all don't believe anyone outside of the state can cook crawfish? And B, where do we need to go in New Orleans when we head out there for the Super Bowl Monday?
Man, listen, there's going to be plenty of good opportunities to go places in New Orleans when you get there. Just find your local po' boy shop and go get you a couple fried shrimp po' boys. That's the first thing I'll be doing when I get there. I promise you that. But it comes out, especially when I get down there. Listen, all my friends that know me in L.A. and in California, and then Thursday Night Football and everything else, they're going to be shocked when we get down there. My voice will immediately change when I get in New Orleans. All the slang will start to come out. So yeah, I'm getting close, just getting antsy thinking about it. So I can't wait, man. It's going to be a great week. New Orleans is an awesome host city for the Super Bowl. We're going to have a blast.
Is it true that I'm talking to a fellow great youth tennis champion, RJ? Is it?
I saw that. I don't know what 6'7", 300 pounds looks like on a tennis court, though.
No way.
Well, you got to remember now, I was a tight end in high school, so I always give credit to Nick Saban. Listen, he's the one he was the first coach to actually be honest with me. He said, listen, you ain't playing tight end in college or the NFL. You're going to be a left tackle for a really long time as soon as you realize that. So that's how I changed positions. But to go to that story, fantastic. Listen, it's one of those things when you're in college, they're asking you for something for your bio, for the East-West Shrine game or for the combine, to kind of say that you're a multi-sport athlete. I may have alluded to I won a championship. What I meant was I won like a tournament. And, unfortunately, it's one of those things the sports director put in the bio. People kind of took it everywhere. Listen, guys, it became I was like a high school state champion in tennis by a couple years in my career. I'm like, I got to stop this whole narrative. I won the local tennis club's like 9 and 10-year-old tennis tournament one summer, and they gave me a Little Caesars like Bigfoot pizza to myself. That's the only thing I won. I wasn't a tennis champion by any means other than getting to eat pizza and enjoy my favorite Pepsi.
But you are my age, so you had to have picked, and I guarantee I know your answer. Were you Agassi or Sampras?
Oh, I was Agassi. I'm left-handed. Come on, baby. Wild Thing. The Wild Thing racket. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Andrew Whitworth joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you so much for the time, man. We really appreciate it. Love having you on, and congratulations, and enjoy everything happening out there at AT&T.
Hey, appreciate it, folks. It's going to be a great week.
See you soon in New Orleans. Andrew Whitworth on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Let's crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece next.
Coming up in the next G-Back.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Suman Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
We go back the other way. Johnston got it across. Empty net. Ryan Johnston caps it off for Dallas. It's a hat-trick goal in overtime. And the Stars, they get the come-from-behind victory.
ESPN Plus with a call 4-3 in Vegas. But Miro Heiskanen had to be helped off the ice in the third after the knee buckled. First time all year the Stars won a game in which they trailed after 2 periods. Good morning to the K&C masterpiece. You look like you had something to say.
Well, his knee buckled because freaking Mark Stone, I think, tripped him. And then everyone's like, oh, I didn't do it on purpose. Great. That doesn't help my concern about Miro.
Spittle said Stars Twitter was not happy.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
is that the Mark Stone that was injured like most of a season?
Yeah, he's already shown he's a liar.
Showed up out of nowhere
And they
in the
magically
playoffs.
were able to subvert the salary cap, which I kind of oddly sort of respect.
Yeah,
I do have
a buddy was there at the game. A buddy Wesley was at the game last night out in Vegas. He's out there, and I've not heard from him because he's probably hammered still.
It was a sweet win. Like we talked about Vegas, you had the 2 games, and was it St. Louis that was wedged in between that DeSmith had the shutout? Get 4 points out of those 3, and they got all 6. And so obviously that's great, especially since Winnipeg is heating up. I was going to ask you if you'd ever seen the movie Flashdance.
No.
I think I have. I think I have.
Yeah. So that movie sucks.
No, it's awesome.
I watched it last night, and Jennifer Beals, let me get this out of the way. Jennifer Beals, she's great in that movie.
So hot.
The music is awesome. The rest of the plot is really, really stupid. And I was shocked to learn that it was up for 4 Academy Awards.
I was a big fan of her in The L Word, too.
Why is any of this relevant?
She's a beautiful young woman who works a day job in a steel mill. All right,
She's a welder.
You watched
Dances
this
in a bar
yesterday?
at
That's
night.
right.
Okay, all right. So that's why.
I mean, it's
sexier
not,
than a construction working girl.
it's not really relevant. Just sometimes I just like to chat with you, Sean.
She wants to get into a prestigious dance academy.
She does, but those stuffy dance people, she thinks are going to be too rigid for her. And then, well, I can't tell you what happens. But if you watch the first 5 minutes and the last 5 minutes, you pretty much got the gist of the movie.
I want a girl who can weld.
There's a
Tell Sarah to
movie
start
that
welding.
there's a movie that I love that every time it's on, I'm too scared to watch it because I'll get that too old school, outdated movie effect, like Tombstone. Like Tombstone, I feel like I see the cardboard props on the set.
If you watch it in HD, you can.
And
Widescreen.
And the movie that I loved back in the day, and I'm too scared, I don't want to ruin my memory of it, is Backdraft. I'll still,
with Kurt Russell.
I'll still
right?
randomly see Backdraft on the guide, and I'm like, wow, they're still replaying that? They still show that movie?
I don't know if I've ever seen it.
Oh!
Was there a movie that you knew was so bad, but you watched it every time it was on?
So,
regardless of if it
anything with Brandon Fraser?
Oh, like the Mummies?
Or
The Mummy with
Encino Man?
Encino
Yeah,
Man. Oh,
that movie's
gosh.
awesome.
It was Lake Placid for me. That
Is he in that?
No, it was that was the movie. It was the crocodile movie in Maine.
Biodome. Biodome. Is it? Yeah, that's the one. It's stupid, but I love it.
Yeah, Backdraft does not hold up, by the way. It looks really like lame when you watch it back now.
See, I think mine was Rookie of the Year.
Oh yeah, that's great.
Now you find it unbelievable.
Pitcher's got a big.
I mean, but like I was that age, and of
Angels
course I
in the
had
outfield
thoughts.
ruined for me.
Yeah, the most unbelievable part of Rookie of the Year, though, is when Rowan Gardner throws the ball back from the stands. They attempt to make a tag at home plate as if that ball is once again live because somebody threw it back from the stand.
You didn't have a bigger issue with like the granny shot pitch he throws at the end, or it was just the ball was out of play?
You can look up plenty of pitches, of Ephus pitches that threw hitters off. Thank you very much.
Corey, what's coming up?
Inside details on the Rangers Sports Network. We discussed that immediately, right out of the gate. And where do the Mavs sit in the NBA trade tiers at 10:20?
Bobby, tell us about your long weekend that starts after the show.
Okay, well, I can't specify what yet potentially I'm going to be leaving for, but I will be, because I don't know if they're in the car and it's supposed to be a surprise. But I am supposed to be leaving this afternoon, and I will be driving out of town, and then tomorrow is the Shrine Bowl, which I had agreed to work for NFL Network a while back. And I had missed the last NFL Network gig that I was supposed to do because I got sick. Well, now that we've got this double booked, I don't really want to tell them a second time can't do it. Yeah. So, because at that point they'll just go, well, we'll start hiring other people who are consistently available. So I am driving back to work the Shrine Bowl and then driving back out of town tomorrow to then finish the rest of the weekend out of town.
Long ways away.
Okay.
4.5
hour drive towards the Gulf of America.
And then coming back within. And then going back.
Within 12 hours.
Yeah, I will be driving it's going to be 18 hours of driving over the course of 4 days.
Did you check like the price on like a last minute flight?
No, because to me it's like you got to be at the airport by a certain time, and you're not going to get any wiggle room on what time it leaves. So I just rather get in the car, pick when I leave, and go.
I do kind of get the convenience of that. Are you a good driver in terms of like
the best?
Okay, but I meant in terms of like, do you do well on these longer trips?
Yeah, I mean, I was.
You know how many podcasts he probably has lined up? He's got Brian Schottenheimer's.
It's Collision Low Crossers.
You should listen to terrestrial radio.
I'm going to until I lose the signal. Okay. But then after I lose the signal, then I'm going to listen to Collision Low Crossers, which was like a reporter who had been embedded with the 2011 Jets, and there's a lot of stuff in there about Schottenheimer, so I'm just going to refresh on it and save it.
Man, that's some good prep right there.
Have you guys done any homework on spots in New Orleans yet? Corey, I usually rely on you for this.
I mean, I've gone to a couple places that I've already been to. Like, we'll probably go to Galatoire's. Adrian is going for 2 nights. So she's flying in with us on Monday, and then she's leaving Wednesday. So so she's gonna. But other than that, so I might miss the media party. I don't want another last year.
Yeah.
But I gotta be up and early Tuesday morning to get with you guys on the show. So I'll be up early on Tuesday with y'all.
Thank you very much.
So
did that schedule come out?
But Galatoire's, Antoine's is a fantastic restaurant, huge. It's got a lot of history. And like when we went, we stayed in the Queen's treasure room. Didn't stay there.
That
We
does
ate
sound
there.
pretty fancy.
Yeah, they actually there's stuff that the Queen had sent over here, all sorts of crazy stuff. So that's a really cool place if you want to see some history.
Yeah.
Frenchman Street is where we go for the music.
That's Queen Anne. Was it the Queen Mother? Queen Elizabeth?
I'll have
Which
to.
one?
I don't know. I was kind of drunk at the time.
Queen Victoria.
So,
Big fan of Victoria.
You can say there's a lot of history about everything in New Orleans because there's nothing new.
They
in
don't.
New
They don't
Orleans.
build new things. You can't tear a building down and put a new
What
one
about
up.
after Katrina?
You have to.
that one.
The law is you have to renovate. You just renovate what's inside. So they want to keep that history.
They want to keep it old, so it still looks like.
What about you?
What in the world do you think I would have to contribute to this?
What do you think, Kevin?
Kevin's going to go to.
Where do they have the
Is there a Cirque du Soleil in town?
chicken
I would
tenders?
do that.
He's going to find Popeyes.
Where are the chicken tenders?
I'm not even saying for food. I mean spots.
You can see Cirque du Soleil in like every New Orleans alley, basically.
I'm going to watch an unauthorized alley.
Preservation Hall's dope. That's a dope little place to go to. It's the crappiest little thing you've ever seen. Like seriously, 2 fans in there as the air conditioning. But they played the best. Like that's the best music right there. The best jazz music.
Okay, I'm gonna eat whatever is in the casino. Whatever sandwich I can get in the casino.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We gambled there.
There's no redeeming qualities to any of the things in New Orleans.
Is that Harrah's?
I'm going to try to do more stuff with the team. I think in Vegas, I did not do a good job of that, as Sean alluded to. I went to multiple Cirque du Soleils.
Your entire career?
No, maybe.
Did you come to the dinner? Were you at that dinner?
He was not.
No,
I wasn't.
I know the reason to go to that dinner, and I almost did.
Who attends less things between him or Dawson?
I attend more things
recently
than
it has
Dawson.
been. Recently, it has been Hagee's attended less.
Less?
The last couple trips, it has been Hagee's.
All right, I just told you I'm making a concerted effort to fix that.
Because you don't eat oysters.
I can't.
Oh, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not excited about that part of the trip. This is like a seafood city.
How are you going to eat in any restaurant that also cooks seafood?
I'm gonna be eating at the hotel, like little lobby snack shack all week. Probably
they make seafood there too.
This does not feel like a morning show together trip. This is going to feel
because I want oysters.
I'll
but
be
you
together.
can't eat them, and he won't.
But
you can go. You can go.
I'll be there. They serve seafood. They serve other seafood.
Yeah, you can go.
You know, but you're going to be in the casino.
Well,
I don't want to try to see the restaurants. Bobby won't eat in seafood restaurants. So
can you block out a gambling time, and we'll gamble with you?
Absolutely block out time.
Yeah, or we'll support your gamble.
Will you gamble?
Yeah, I like to gamble.
Yeah.
All right.
It's gonna be me and Hagee's trip.
Yeah.
But also Daily Fantasy with Underdogs is a really good place.
Which is not gambling. Thank you very much.
We gambled there last time.
We did. Yeah, that's where
Brian Attorney,
BT got into the fight with the dealer.
Who? What?
Yeah. I'll tell you the story.
Okay.
I'll tell you the story.
He's not listening.
What kind of dealer?
There's also a little bar
blackjack deal
at the Roosevelt Hotel that I think you might want to dip into. They have
Is
a
that the
great
haunted one?
Sazerac. Huh?
Is that the haunted
I
one?
would want to go to like a haunted place or a
I
cemetery.
didn't do that. We didn't do that last time. We just took the whole we went into all the areas that got affected by Katrina and checked that out, but we didn't do that. Oh, Mike.
I'd be in on that.
Hey, Mike, nice polo, dude.
Wow, what a company man.
That looks good on you.
What timing with the Rangers TV network
Heck
or
yeah.
whatever they're announcing.
Heck
Do you have
yeah.
a meeting for it today?
2:00.
Oh, okay.
So you're leaving the show today?
Say that
At like
maybe 1:30? No, I don't know. Dump that.
Yeah, you might want to. You might actually
I don't
really
know.
want to dump
I'm
that.
really not sure.
The KMC masterpiece for a little bit is next on The Fan.
Thanks to Comerica, you can. our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, the more famouser Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How are we doing this morning?
The crap is this weather? What is this?
Love it.
You love this drizzly.
It's baseball season. What's going on? We're missing baseball practice today because of this.
This is.
I bet the kids are really bummed about that.
Oh, yeah.
They should be if they want to get better. They want to be losers. Yeah, I hope I hope practice gets rained out so I can be a loser.
Oh my God.
Just quit.
I want to say hi
you
to
don't want
Sharon.
To practice, quit.
Sharon, we love you. Have a best of luck with your procedure today.
Oh.
So.
Okay.
They're listening via the YouTube right now.
Thank you very much.
I really appreciate that. I hate this weather, dude. I don't like it at all. It makes traffic worse, all right, for one. It's dreary, and I need sun. I need the sun.
Do you think that's a Sharon we know from Buffalo Wild Wings?
Sharon! I don't know.
I bet it is.
Text us and let us know if it's the Sharon we know.
Sorry for interrupting.
Thanks
Corey.
a lot. I don't know where I was going with that, Kevin.
My apologies.
Back to you.
All right, my apologies. That's my fault for messing it up. Go ahead and give me cut number 9 so we can talk about the Texas Rangers.
He's keeping the ball in the yard. Well, maybe not here. A drive deep out into right center field. This one's got a shot, and it's into the bullpen. Adolis Garcia, an opposite field 3-run home run to give Texas the early 3-0 lead.
Kevin, and no, it's not Shout Out Friday. It's just a special one. And listen, I get to do that. That's my job.
That's true. I have no control.
I'm the arbiter or the gatekeeper of shout outs.
Correct.
Sorry to interrupt the Rangers moment here.
That's fine.
Todd Archer did report the Cowboys have signed VP of Player Personnel Will McClay to a multi-year extension. He's overseen the Cowboys scouting since 2014, found 15 Pro Bowlers, 6 All-Pros, a key retention as club moves forward with Schottenheimer. And we'll talk a little more about some of the audio from him yesterday during the C-Block.
Yeah, no, that's good news. I feel like of all the frustration that Cowboys fans have, Will McClay is usually like towards the back of the list. Not to say that there's no frustration, because I know people will be like, do you know how many second-round picks? Like, I hear you on that. And there are certain draft picks that you wish you could do over again. But it feels like on the frustration level, don't you feel like Will McClay is usually pretty low on people's frustration list?
I think so, because we see the positive results he's gotten from the Jones family. Like, it was a poop show without him.
Mm-hmm.
There was I forget the guy's name, the defensive end or tackle from Florida. And then they ended up taking the center. Sharif Floyd, and then they end up taking the center who got
Travis Frederick.
And it was like an S show for that whole draft. And
I remember the next day his jersey said something different. It said the wrong name on the website.
And so Will McClay knows he knows his boundaries with the Jones family, and he knows how to help them without threatening them, I guess would be the right way to say it.
That's a good way.
He has a ton of respect for them. He really does have a ton of respect for what they do, and he really does want to win a championship for the Jones family. That's something that he's made very clear. He wants to win a champ. He wants to help do that before he ever does anything else. So he always has said that he feels like he has unfinished business with this team.
He'll be here forever.
He definitely could be, but
that's not helpful, Mike.
I think he finds good talent at times. Sometimes they miss, but like that happens all the time. Like people miss. So, but they have found some All-Pros and some Hall of Famers in his time. So I'm glad to have him back and look forward to seeing what he finds at Senior Bowl. So,
yeah, absolutely.
Dude, listen, man, there's a tight end that popped up yesterday that everybody's freaking out about, right? There's a lot of players at that Senior Bowl.
Okay.
And some of them are seniors.
All right. Let's get some playmakers.
Makes a lot of sense. Now, and we'll probably touch on this more throughout the day, but the Texas Rangers, and again, still don't totally understand the order in which this got done. I don't know if reporters got ahead of it and were like, hey, thanks a lot for revealing the part that was going to make people the angriest. But the Texas Rangers announced details on the Rangers Sports Network yesterday which includes a variety of ways to watch. Mike, like you alluded to, there's the Victory Plus app still. So if like none of these options apply to you, you can pick up the package for a year for $100. You're going to have the over-the-air games on Fridays. So this is channel 33. There's going to be 15 of those broadcasts, and they're mostly all Friday home games. And it's going to start with a second regular season game on March 28th. For a lot of other people, DirecTV, Uverse, Spectrum, they have hit a lot of the big carriers.
AT&T.
Exactly. And they have agreed to your more traditional broadcast there as well.
Okay, all right.
And then for people that screamed on the internet, which was awesome on Twitter, let me call you guys out. Trey, Corey, not you, Corey, Mike, no YouTube. Ugh, need YouTube TV. Boo-boo. And then the Rangers' response saying, we are continuing to finalize deals with additional providers. Following along for future updates at rangers.com/tunein.
Get more followers.
It's still not over.
I
Relax.
did see. So think about this for a second. Sometimes you want something to happen, you're negotiating for something, and then all of a sudden a big corporate thing happens that you didn't know was going to happen. Hulu and Fubo are evidently in the middle of a merger. So they can't negotiate that with them right now because they're merging that. So they're waiting on that to happen so they can go with Fubo, is what I understand.
I'll give Jeff Wilson credit on this. I heard him yesterday say, you could give Ranger fans $1 million and you'd still have people go, I didn't get $1 million from the Rangers. They made me pay taxes on that money.
What? Are you serious?
And it's just like, look, they have done so much more now. By the way, it'll be channel 677 on DirecTV.
Okay, and it was 676 before.
Yeah, so
right.
I believe that will be the channel because somebody asked what channel on DirecTV, and the Texas Rangers responded channel 677.
Okay, great.
But it's just, hey, it's impossible to make everybody happy. Sure. They are doing so much to give you options. And like you said, I don't know if it was last week or not, Kevin, you're like, at what point did you not pay for HSE?
Yes, you did.
Like in the 80s. Now, in the 70s when my dad played, I believe they broadcast about 20 Ranger games a year. But you had only an option of you either go to the ballpark and watch the game, or there's 20 games through about the mid-80s until HSE came along. And I believe that was $30 a month, but that was with your whole cable package.
People go back to a bygone era that I don't think existed exactly the way that they believe it existed, or else like they didn't have to pay for it at the time. That's another thing. Just remember, like, maybe all this stuff cost the same before. You just weren't the one who had to pay for it, and now you are the one who had to pay for it. Now, we could talk more about that, and I don't know if that will come up at all in Nuggets as well, but I wanted to talk about something else about this whole deal that I think is really interesting. I like the way the Rangers have gone ahead with the determination that, and you'll notice it is the Rangers Sports Network, that they are going to have ownership and control of this.
That's cool.
And so I don't know immediately what the financials of that mean. Like if we go back to the regional sports network, you were talking about $100 to $110 million a year. You could like jot it down. I don't know how quickly the numbers will pile up for the Rangers Sports Network, but what I do know is they have control of the deals, they're going to have control of the content, and they are going to have a much better idea of what that money is going to look like, and hence a much better idea of what your budget could look like.
I would say I love what you're talking about because the Rangers decided this, which most MLB teams that were under Bally's, now FanDuel or whatever it is, they all decided to just go back and take 50% of what they were getting or something. The Rangers said this. All right, here's the deal. We're going to have to spend money to make money in the future. And it took a long time. Like the Rangers were thinking about this 2 years ago.
Which
if somebody wants to know, like they were thinking about this 2 years ago and then started working their tails off on this. What is it? It's almost February. I would say about a year ago. They started working their tails on this to go like, all right, let's see if we can really do this.
Yeah.
And they said, all right, it's going to cost us. And when I say millions of dollars, I have no clue. I'm going to get somewhere between $30 to $50 million to do this, which most MLB teams said, we are not spending $30 to $50 million to start our own network.
Which for some of them, I think is very short-sighted.
And the Rangers said, all right, we're going to do this in the short term, maybe in the first 2 years of this Ranger Sports Network. We're not going to make $100 million or more dollars.
Sure.
But after year 2 or year 3, we think we can start piling up maybe close to $200 million and almost double what we were making from our Fox Sports / Bally's contract. Now, these are all maybes, and I don't have the exact numbers from the Rangers.
We'd love to see their business plan. Right. I don't think they're going to release that to the public.
But they are the first team in, I will say, Major League Baseball to say, if we do this, it's going to maybe hurt us in the short term because of how much money we have to spend to make our own network. In the long run, hopefully by 2027, 2028, we are now making, it's asinine to say the Dodgers and Yankees money for TV, but we are way closer to them than we ever would have by just sticking with going back to Bally's or trying another type of Bally's type network.
Look, in today's environment, I will always argue in favor of owning your own content, because then if you have the content, you at least have that level of control. And I think that's
every
a really
artist
good
out there wants the masters.
Yes.
Have your stuff.
And I think that's a really good idea. By the way,
you control it the way you want.
I'm just going to throw this out there. Nothing about, for people that were asking, nothing about the fans' coverage is going to change. You'll still get post-game, pre-game, the game, and post-game all right here on 105.3 The Fan. But some people like to simulcast. Some people will only watch it on TV. Like, I understand it's different strokes for everybody out there. But I just want to let people know, this has nothing to do with changes in the fan. Like, this is strictly for the TV product.
You can still turn the TV on and then immediately turn the radio on, turn the TV volume down, turn the radio on, and listen to the best broadcaster, Eric Nadel, Matt Hicks, and Jared Sandler.
Give you a little bit of a tease, Kevin.
Oh.
There could be a little bit of something happening about that pre and post game.
I thought
pre and post game.
I thought you might say that. I do not know the details about that.
We'll find out.
Oh, thanks, Mickey.
I would trust Mike on that, but yes, I believe I have heard rumblings.
Played all the games. They would have lost all of them to start that year.
Can I share one bit of annoyance with the Rangers?
No, go ahead. There's
they
a lot
didn't
of.
sign Soto.
I will say this: the great thing was I saw more positivity.
Oh, this has nothing to do with the TV deal.
On the Rangers TV deal than the negativity. I read a few negative ones, but the Rangers are responding. Be patient.
Sounds like there are a lot of options.
Look, I like that they're going back to DirecTV, because the whole reason I kept DirecTV for so long, and I know it's splintered out in the last year, is that they had the Mavericks, Stars, and Rangers. And obviously now, Mavericks, you can go to Channel 29, the Stars on the Victory Plus app, and the Rangers are going to do the same thing. But I like the Rangers are still going to be on DirecTV. That's one of the reasons I kept DirecTV to begin with. My annoyance is when you see some of the details on Kirby Yates.
My son asked me about this last night.
And so it has nothing to do with the TV deal. Like, I'm satisfied. I hope a lot of people are. Look, you've gone from approximately 2 million easily accessing Rangers games last year to potentially up to 16 million easily accessing Rangers games this year. That feels like a win. And it might have been a thing where it didn't matter because it was the Dodgers. And Kirby Yates talked with the Dodgers, and they're like, we'll give you a normal people amount of money. And he's like, sounds good. I want to go to your super team. But Jeff Passan reported that the deal for now is 1 year, $13 million with Kirby Yates. And once the physical gets done, it could go up to $14 million. And I look at that, and I'm like, son of a gun. We made speculations at potentially 3 for 36 or 2 for 24. And when you see that, I'm like, we couldn't make that happen. I realize you'd go into the tax place you don't want to go,
right,
but I feel like there could have been corresponding roster moves to make this happen.
I agree. The thing is from all indications, from all the people that are insiders that write about the Rangers and write nationally and then write stuff about the Rangers will not go above 241.
Yeah.
And they have approximately $5 to $6 million left that they could spend right now, or they hold back and they say, this is our team. And then we will see on, let's say, July 1st, if we're 10 games over 500, maybe ownership changes their mind and goes, screw it. We got another chance to do it. Let's go after it. I'll pay the tax. And the tax will even go up on us because we'll be a 3-time repeater, I believe, of the tax.
That is correct. And if you don't, you can reset.
Right. And so, man, I'm disappointed. I did see that the Astros are saying with Bregman, as they're working towards trying to get Bregman to sign back, is Crane, right? Jim Crane,
Yes.
their owner, has said, hey, we will go to where we were at last year, which means they would be a repeat taxpayer. And I mean, for multiple years. And so it does become, from a fan's perspective, a little frustrating to go, hey, the Astros are willing to take higher penalties to try to stay atop this division.
And I can even deal with that. I'm just like, it's not my money, so
Right.
it's easier to think out loud. But I'm like, if you would have moved off of Leote, could you have taken that 4 and that 6 and maybe gone 2 for 20 and he would have been interested in that? Maybe not. Or would you have thought it comes down to John Gray or getting back Kirby Yates? Maybe we need to make a move. Like, I was thinking about, you might need to move on from a player to facilitate the money for this.
We're out of time, but it's football, and I don't think you can. I'm 99.9% sure you can't renegotiate contracts at all in baseball. But I was wondering about this. Could you go to Corey Seager and say, can you defer $10 million, and like we'll put interest on it or something? But now contract's already signed. Football contracts are worthless pretty much. But baseball, they are 100%. Unless you go out and do something really bad, it's all guaranteed. So I don't think you can do that. But I almost would love going to like Simeon and Seager or DeGrom and going, can we do a little bit of a Dodger renegotiation here to open up more money, because we have a window here with Bochy.
Just a side note, the Lakers are going to shut down Anthony Davis, I do believe, for at least a week with an oblique strain. And
He got hurt?
Yes.
Anthony Davis?
I know you
They call
can't-
him Iron Man Davis.
I know you
They've always
can't-
said that.
Yeah, him and AC Green are the same.
Yeah, and Kleba.
See, there
Okay.
goes another.
Where they
Cleveland
can't
plays 3
win
games
one,
a
lose
month,
3.
man.
Hey, Dante Exum might be coming back. Coming up next, where do the Mavs sit in the NBA trade tiers? What do you like to see them potentially do next? Right here on The Fan.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
PK, who's already had 2 sensational rack attacks, going to drop the shoulder and drive. Dribble handoff. Thompson. Klay Thompson gives him a shimmy. He drills his 7th three of the first quarter.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Where do the Mavs sit in the NBA trade tiers? That was really difficult for me to say on the other side of the break. This time, we got it. Now, a couple of other updates for you real quick. They put out the Rising Stars pool, and Derek Lively is in that group, but obviously he's not going to play because
he can't rise.
Yeah, because
I forget. How are we doing this junk? Because LeBron ruined the game.
So what they're going to do, Mike, is they got 24 players. So they already announced the 10 theoretical starters that will all be put in a pool, and they'll have the 3 team names for the TNT analysts, I do believe. And so they'll have 3 teams of 8, and then they'll take the winning team of 8 from the Rising Stars group, and there'll be a 4-team tournament.
That sounds
and they'll
awesome.
play quarter games, half games, something like that.
I'm sure LeBron will tell everybody to. It's amazing. If you go to YouTube, I'll just tell you, if you want to go to YouTube and watch when LeBron destroyed the All-Star game.
Is this a video that you made?
No.
Okay.
I would say at least a dozen NBA YouTubers.
Okay.
Kobe decides to do what Jordan did to him in 98. Now, Kobe took on the challenge and he made some shots. But Jordan was like, all right, this is the stage. This is where we show people how great our game is. Kobe's the up-and-comer, the new kid on the block.
Yeah.
This is Michael's last year as a Bull. We don't know that, but everybody's assuming that even at the All-Star game, Ahmad Rashad's kind of this is it for Michael. And so Michael and Kobe go after it. They are guarding each other one-on-one, and the other players know. And so they're kind of hey, we'll keep moving and everything, but we're going to make sure to give you guys space to go real one-on-one. I'm going to guard you as tight as I can.
Yeah.
And I'm going to try to score on you, and we're going to see how great we are. So Kobe in 2012, the second year of LeBron being in Miami, they do win the title. Kobe does the same thing to LeBron. LeBron turns the ball over 3 times out of 7 possessions, gets his shot blocked once or twice by Kobe, can't score, can't do anything, and it embarrassed LeBron. So Kobe went after him, and he's talking trash to him. And Kobe embarrasses LeBron so much. From that point, LeBron, because he's starting to own the league now, right? He wins his championship with Miami, his first one. Everybody sees him as the premium face of the NBA, and he tells all the players, we are never, ever going to do, because now Kobe's career is starting to end. He's getting the Achilles injury. So now he's not in the building anymore, and he says, we will never, ever play this game like this again. We are going to not embarrass each other. We take open shots. We let us dunk if you want to dunk. So 2012, if you want to go to YouTube and just put LeBron versus Kobe All-Star game, it will be the factual evidence of when LeBron changed the All-Star game.
Now, just another note for the Mavericks. We're moving in the right direction. Dante Exum is listed as doubtful for tonight's game, and you might be like, well, that doesn't seem like good news, and I understand, but it's the first time he hasn't been listed as out all season. So look, that's the best I can do, Corey.
Have you seen the graphic of Joel Embiid?
Yes, we're going to get to that.
All right, okay.
I promise we will get to that because that's embarrassing.
When it comes to Exum, I think he's a poor man's Luka, very, very poor man's Luka, and that's kind of what they want from him, is to be able to handle the ball at times, but also be a long defender, and that's something that they are missing. That would be nice to have back at some point. But Jason Kidd has been in no rush to have him do something that's going to hurt him before he gets back.
I will say this. I think the best thing for 8th and 10th men on your team is to not play basketball, because then people will start saying how much better you are than you really are.
Now, that, interestingly enough, ties into what we were going to talk about here, because the NBA trade deadline is a week from tomorrow. So it's at 2 p.m. Central. Which, if you ever remember this drill, and it will happen at on Radio Row for the Super Bowl, The end of our show and the beginning of G-Bag that day are bananas because, like, everyone's trying to get those last-minute deals in. I remember the Reddick deal happened like in the commercial break, and G-Bag started off with that. So make sure you're always...
We had the Gafford and Washington news.
Exactly. So make sure...
we got to the place to do the show, and the Gafford news is kind of breaking in our show, and we're like, okay, we need to go watch this guy and check him out and everything.
And people were complaining about that, saying it wasn't a big move. And it turned out, obviously, those were hugely influential moves for the Mavericks. So we're going to be in that same position next Thursday. So the question is, which way do you go? Because ESPN has the Dallas Mavericks listed in tier 2 of the trade teams. And essentially, that's the wild card group. Because you're like, I could see this going a couple of different ways, because I'll just throw out the obvious 3 logical directions for any franchise. Do you try to make a move, potentially even a bigger rotational move? Do you just stay the course? Or do you say, could we take a slight or maybe a little bigger than a slight step back to add to your draft capital? At least for the Mavericks, I would assume add to your draft capital.
I saw a... trade rumor or like a mock trade from, I believe it was sportsillustrated.com. And I thought it was from San Francisco. So it made all the sense in the world, because I was like, this is the stupidest trade I've ever seen. It was the Mavs get Draymond Green. I'm not opposed to that. I think that would be a great add to this team where they're at. The problem is it was your 2025 and 31 first round picks, second round pick, Daniel Gafford, like Maxi Kleba and Jaden Hardy. And I was like, what the? No. Like, that dude is close to the end of his career. You want Gafford, who should be a $25 million center in this league, who you have one more year for, like, I don't know, $13 million approximately. You want Jaden Hardy, 2 first rounds, a second round for a dude who has maybe 2 years left in his career? No. So but that comes from like the trades where people are doing it from the other side. What if we trade Draymond Green? We're out of the playoffs. Let's get a premium center for the next 8 years. Let's get a young prospect who's struggling to get minutes, but could maybe be that Jordan Poole player that we had on our championship run. And then let's get 2 first-round picks from him, 2 plus a second. I'm like, Draymond Green ain't that guy anymore. I'd love to have him here, but I'm not doing all of that for Draymond Green.
And here's one of the problems that the Mavericks run into that, like, don't get me wrong, super pumped that we went to the NBA Finals, but some of the financial decisions that had to be made put you in a tough spot for this trade deadline. Because consider this, the Mavericks have trade exceptions available where you can just take a player in that money for $4 million, $4.3 million, $4.7 million, and $16.2 million.
Whoa,
which sounds
where'd the
great.
16.2 come from?
But
that's interesting.
Shoot, I feel like I should know this.
I mean, it had to come from, I guess, either your trade with Charlotte or your trade with Washington.
Yeah, I mean, definitely.
That's trying to think if it was the Charlotte one. How that we had one that high
is the issue, because you're already sitting in the first apron. You're not allowed to use any of those in a trade if the post-transactional salary leaves you over. So essentially, and that's what I said, it's complicated, and that's what sucks. So whenever you see, people are going to say the Mavericks have $29 million in trade exceptions, which is technically true, broken apart in 4 different pieces, including a really big piece. But you can't take any player in those trade exceptions if it's going to put you over. And you're already over, so you would have to find another team with a massive trade exception, and I don't know exactly what you would send off there to get you so far under that you could take a player back.
I'm trying to...
Sorry, I know that was a lot of words.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out the trade except the $16.2 million.
Like where it came from. I guess it doesn't matter. You have it.
Yeah. They were hoping to fit Clay into it at the time. So I don't know if they did use it or if they didn't use it. I guess it sounds like they didn't use it.
Yeah, if they're saying they have it still today, then I guess they do, which really could help, because the Mavericks do have a weird salary structure, and it's really good.
Yes, they do.
If you're not trying to make any trades, it's really good. Luka,
Hardaway.
Oh, the Hardaway trade to Detroit.
No.
Or was it Detroit that he went to?
It's Hardaway. Yeah, Hardaway trade.
So you have Luka and Kyrie making max out money, $40+ million. And then everything drops tremendously from there. So you don't have like, hey, Fox, De'Aaron Fox. Not that the Mavs would want De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
But
he's out there.
Or a Jimmy Butler. And I'm not crazy about getting Jimmy Butler. But when those guys make $40 million, you have to get to about that salary. Yeah. And when you don't have a player making $20 million on your team, it just goes from 40+ million, two guys, to under 16 million or right around there. Makes it very difficult to add numbers up to get maybe a Draymond Green type of player or something like that who could really help your team.
And this is where the Maxi Kleber injury hurts as well. Because look, we all have our own thoughts about Maxi Kleber. I do believe there are some teams around the league that would see a certain level of value for him. And if he wasn't hurt, this would be one of the moves where if you wanted to try to bring back draft assets, because you have essentially your 25 and 31 first-round pick. You have a first-round pick swap option in 26, which obviously they'll take, and then 2 second-round picks this year. And so you don't have, that is not a lot of tradable draft assets.
And I do think for Maxi Kleber, I think his career's over.
You might be right.
He gets another $11 million next year. He's done. He can become a construction worker with all the brick houses he's made in the NBA.
With Jennifer Beal.
But I look at him, and he used to be a player that could give you 15 to 20 minutes a night, and you could live with his lack of offense. Now it's literally zero offense, and he's lost some of his athleticism, I believe, through age and injuries. But next year, he'll have an expiring $11 million contract. So I think that it might be a little bit more movable in the off season or next trade deadline, where teams are like, wait, we're taking a player that has really nothing left and has $11 million on his contract next year. You'd have to take on a contract that people really don't like on their team, which I'm not saying right now. You do have a very wealthy owner, one of the 5 wealthiest owners in sports, maybe. I think I saw that.
I'm not disputing that. I don't know the
Adelson, or do you say Adelson?
I thought it was Adelson.
Yeah, that they are that rich that maybe they won't ever worry about, kind of the taxes and everything of that. But it's going to be tough to make a trade. It'll be really cool if Nico can pull something off to help this team, because they have depth, but then they don't have depth because everybody's always hurt. They usually have 5 guys that are out all at once.
Let me ask you something, because Nico has been very consistent in terms of, we're not looking to make a big move because we feel like this team is still built for a couple more years, like at least this year and the rest of next year. Are there scenarios which you would be okay? I don't have the specifics of this yet. I'll work on that, where you're like, hey, we can move this person or this person, and I'm okay with not bringing players back, but bringing back draft ammunition. I realize you'd have to balance it out to help the future.
Yeah, obviously I don't want to move Luka or Kai.
For sure.
I don't want to move PJ Washington, Gafford, or Lively.
For sure. But that's where Hardy comes up.
Right. And I like Marshall.
Not the future.
I just where's his future? Let's just if we look at it, it's just tough if you play. I was just looking at Dante Exum. He averaged 5 minutes a game in the playoffs. That's what's available for Dante Exum when you're healthy, or Spencer Dinwiddie if you're healthy. The thing is, you haven't been healthy all year, so we're hoping Exum comes back to help out how unhealthy this team is. So you look at Hardy and you go, he could be a dude who averages 15 a game or 17 a game off the bench, but he never will here, because there's not the minutes to get here when your 2 best players are going to give you 36 minutes apiece. That leaves you 24 total minutes at the guard position.
And that's your key, is being a legal scorer. So, when it comes to that, this trade time, I'm kind of with you. I don't know if I want to add just one element that's going to help make a run, or go do something that's going to give us some picks.
And at the same time,
I trust
exactly
Nico.
I trust Nico because last year he brought us 2 players that still had 2.5 years of very reasonable control that fit perfectly into this team.
Yeah.
So I will defer to him when it comes to figuring something out.
I'm with you. There's still a part of me, and it's probably stupid, of could we steal Zion? And it might be the stupidest move ever. But I'm if he's cheap enough, what if you got Zion and then he cared?
That is a big ol' if.
Yeah,
but you're right. If that if paid off, here you go. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
MLB.com says there's 10 breakout candidates in 25, and one of them's a Ranger. Next.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world, they've gotten more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bashak.
Okay, I found this article interesting yesterday. Keep an eye out for these 10 breakout candidates in 25. This is on MLB.com, so I had to look at this, and there is a Ranger on the list. And that's what I was looking for. I was like, is there a Ranger on these 10 candidates? And there is. Would you guys like to give me your breakout candidate in 2025 for the Texas Rangers?
Can I ask you a question that might help my decision? Would you still consider Evan Carter a breakout, or do you think because of all the playoff success?
I guess I would, especially if you're basing it off of last year where he didn't play healthy, and when he did play, it was a 188 batting average. I think his last 30 at bats, he might have got one hit.
So
I got two options. One of them I don't think is going to pitch until maybe middle of the season.
That Rocker?
Rocker.
Okay, Rocker and Langford is who I thought.
Okay, for me it's Cody Bradford. I think he's going to have a hell of a year this year.
Ooh.
And it does say Cody Bradford, breakout candidate in MLB this year. It says with
I would not have gotten that.
It says with DeGrom, Scherzer, and Malley all sidelined to start the season, Bradford opened up 24 in the Rangers rotation and got off to a 3-0, 1.4 ERA start through three starts before suffering an injury of his own, a low back strain that kept him out more than 3 months. Despite the lengthy absence, Bradford picked up where he left off, rejoining Texas rotation in August, overcoming mediocre stuff with pinpoint control, the soft-tossing lefty. They always say that about us. God, you know what? Screw you, MLB. We're not soft-tossing. We know what we're doing. All right, but he had a 3.54 ERA in 76 1/3 innings. Given the injury history of the Rangers' other starting options, Bradford could prove to be a key arm in 25 for Texas, even if he doesn't open the season with a starting job. That being said, he's going to be in the rotation.
Yeah.
As long as he's healthy and does decent in spring training, I believe he'll start your third game of the season. The reason I say that is if you have 5 starting pitchers and there's not another candidate who's left-handed.
Yeah.
Like I need to go over maybe the list of invitees, but I don't even know anybody who is left-handed that is competing for a starting job for the Rangers. So I think you just stick them in the middle of, let's just say, DeGrom, Eovaldi, and then Bradford, and then you figure out, is it Gray, Rocker, Malley, whatever it is behind.
Potentially Leiter. Do you think Leiter gets a shot?
With injuries, yes.
Okay.
Does that? I don't think he can win the job because if everybody's healthy, I'm paying, if I have these numbers right, Gray $13 million and Malley $8 million.
Okay.
That's what I think. I'm not sure. I could be wrong on Malley's number. But when you're paying people that much money and you believed in them that much through free agency, usually like, hey, Leiter has options. Let's give him some time in the minor leagues, and people will get hurt, and then he will hopefully come up and be a much better pitcher this year.
I have 5 lefties in the entire
40-man roster.
40-man roster right now.
But aren't they mostly the other 4?
It's Cody Bradford, Robert Garcia,
reliever,
Jacob Latz,
reliever,
Hobie Minor,
reliever,
Pennington,
reliever.
I don't see Malley on here.
Well, he's a righty.
Okay. Oh, yeah. My bad.
But those are your. So the other guys are just relievers.
There you go.
So I think this is good. I do think he can have a very good season if he stays healthy. His extension is tremendous. Like he has these just daddy long legs, where his stride is so much further than everybody else's, which means he's releasing the ball closer to home plate. So if you just move the rubber up 6 inches and you were to say pitch from there, pitchers would go, oh my gosh, what an advantage. Just instead of pitching from 60 feet 6 inches, you're letting me pitch from 60 feet. That's how Cody Bradford pitches compared to most pitchers in the major leagues. He has some of the best extension. So yes, soft tossing. He throws 90. It's not soft, but obviously it's not above average. But because of his extension, because of his nice changeup, developed a pretty good breaking ball last year. And by the way, he only had one bad start. That was in Arizona. He got rocked there. But then he came back the next start and had like a really nice start, which meant a lot to me because it was like, okay, in a way he had adversity through injury, but then he had adversity through you just got crushed.
Yeah.
How is this going to affect you? And the next game, he came out, had a great game plan, executed the game plan, stayed within himself. He didn't look rattled at all. Frustration wasn't there. And so that meant a lot to me to see him recover. I know it's just one start, but to recover from a rough start. So I think if he can stay healthy, he can kind of be that innings eater, but a guy
that can get you wins.
And I look at it this way with the Rangers starting rotation. I get it. Would I love to have 5 healthy Jacob deGroms? I'll deal with that. Fine. They all throw exactly the same size, same arm slot, same hand, same sequence of pitches. I get it. But the one thing, and I still truly believe this, and even though I don't think analytics believe this at all, because there's no way to determine this, you don't want the same pitcher with a different name. If I have 5 righties that are all 6'4", all throw 96-mile-an-hour sinkers, all throw 87-mile-an-hour sliders, and all throw 84-mile-an-hour split fingers. By the time I get to game 3 of that series, they're like, this is my 9th at bat against the same guy. It's just a different number.
Yeah, that's why getting out with Eovaldi and Montgomery the way they were so early in most of those runs was important because they were like, we've seen this guy enough now.
There has to be a variance in your rotation, unless I get it. I'm just trying to put people together that are maybe the same, but like if I just want to have a rotation of, I know these guys throw different, but if I get Skubal, Blake Snell, the lefty, why am I drawing a blank, from Valdez, who's in, Sale, like, okay, I get it. They're all left-handed. Well, screw you guys. You're in big trouble because they're all awesome, but they are different. Even though they're left-handed, they are different. And so I think too many people who don't know baseball, but they're needed in baseball. They are numbers guys that can't see the game to save their lives. They will say, this is what we want. We want this shape of a pitch. We want this break of a pitch. We want this spin on a pitch. We want this release on the pitch. Yeah. So are you telling me to get all five of the same guys? And they'd say, yeah, sure, because it works in our spreadsheet. This works. Now ask a hitter, would you like to consistently see the same stuff day in and day out, no matter how good the stuff is? From an aspect of, if you're telling me I have to see Jacob deGrom every day at full strength, no. I will choose just give me a whole bunch of different people. But as long as there's just like, okay, would you like to see, and I'm not trying to like poop on this guy at all or anything, but like,
one would hope not.
Let's say John Gray. I love John Gray. Great guy, but I don't want 5 John Grays in my rotation. Even though they're solid, like eventually they're going to be like, dude, I know everything he's about to do. Like you don't even need to put down signs. I'll tell you what you're throwing next.
Yeah.
And so I think in a way, analytics, you have to have that human factor of it go, hey, do you know how effective Cody Bradford can be pitching in between, let's just say Jacob deGrom and Nathan Eovaldi? And then how effective, let's say, Eovaldi on the back end can be, that he's a right-hander that has different stuff than deGrom and has different stuff, obviously a different arm.
Yeah.
Righty-lefty to Cody Bradford. Do you understand in a 3-game series how the variance of that can help? And that's why I don't want to poo-poo on, hey, if you can't throw, colleges do this. I think it's lazy, but they'll say, well, if you're right-handed and you can't touch 94, we don't even want to really recruit you. Oof. Well, if I have a dude on Friday who's, let's say, my stud throwing 96, 97, and then I have the next dude who's throwing 94, 95, what if my third guy is a lefty throwing 88 with just like a nice change up and kind of floats a curveball in there every once in a while? Do you understand how that's going to screw up hitters for at least their first at bat? Like, I don't get how, and I get how they can't see it, because if you can't see anything and you're just going off of a computer, you're going, that doesn't work if that's consistently what we throw out there. But when it's a changeup, when it's a different style, it screws up a hitter. So Cody Bradford's going to have a good season this year if he stays healthy.
Yeah, that fires me up for Cody Bradford. Absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the most important non-QBs remaining in the NFL playoffs. Plus, we go back to our conversation from Crosstalk and talk about Wyatt Johnston and those Dallas Stars. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get to the most important non-QBs remaining in the NFL playoffs, but there's a couple of things I want to tell you in the meantime, and one of them, hopefully, will help you out quite a bit. We got our national contest going from now until February 23rd. It's a slam dunk prize for you and 3 of your friends or 3 of your enemies. The 4 of you get to fly to Vegas. Your flight and hotel are paid for. Each of you get $5,000 in cash to watch the first 2 rounds of college basketball's national championship. The best part, all you got to do, hopefully do what you're already doing. Download the Odyssey app, listen for at least an hour, and you get your daily entry. And as you probably guessed by the description of daily entry, you can do it every single day up until February 23rd. This is a national contest, so we want you guys to have plenty of entries to try to win this prize. We have a good track record with that. When we used to have the $1,000 national giveaway, people listening to our show specifically won it 3 times.
Even when we were on nights,
yes,
we were able to pull this off
3 times.
So if you're listening to our show, this is why I say just listen in the 1 o'clock hour or the 11 o'clock hour or the noon hour.
Yeah.
It registers it for you, but I say the 1 o'clock, start at 1 o'clock is one of my favorite times.
Okay. I do think you should definitely listen to the 1 o'clock segment, but as long as you can listen, that would be fantastic.
The whole hour, Kevin.
In the meantime, can you give me cut number 2 before we get back to football? We need to talk about the Dallas Stars.
We go back the other way. Johnston got it across. Empty net. Wyatt Johnston caps it off for Dallas. It's a hat-trick goal in overtime.
That is awesome. I actually tried to watch the Stars. What channel was that on?
That was on ESPN Plus.
The Plus. That's what I was like. They're like, yeah, it's a nationally televised game, but it wasn't on Victory Plus, right?
Correct, because I think the national games are then blocked out on Victory Plus, if I understand that correctly.
And then I have no clue if Pink A&M held on to their victory or not, but there's a lot of college basketball on.
Against Oklahoma, they did.
Yeah, they're wearing pink jerseys.
Why?
I mean, you assume it was for breast cancer, right?
Yeah, but none of the players on that team had breast cancer.
Is January?
I would just say it's probably a tough sell to be like, how dare you try to raise money for breast cancer research right now? That feels like a losing issue.
Listen, you're right. I'm not, as everything's getting cut around the world, I get it. I'm not in that vein. I'm just asking, like, what was the moment? I don't know if there was a special thing that they were doing for that. That's why I didn't know.
I was frustrated because I promised a Stars fan I would watch the game last night. I couldn't promise I could stay up as late as the game was going to end, and it did go to overtime, which is awesome. The Stars won. But I was just frustrated because I was like, he told me it was a national game, and then I went to Victory Plus, and I was like, I can't find this thing.
Yeah.
It seems like breast cancer awareness was part of it.
Okay. Now, the biggest thing about this game, aside from beating a really good team in Vegas again, and you've beat them twice, obviously, in your last 3 games with, I believe, St. Louis wedged in between, you were losing going into the 3rd period. As we've discussed, the Stars have been absolutely horrid this season when going into the 3rd period with a loss. But Wyatt Johnston scores again. Then he gets the goal in overtime, which they called the natural hat trick, which is not that Robert Redford did it, but that you scored 3 consecutive goals.
Man, that is impressive, dude. I'm sorry, Kevin, from the 469. I'm at 1 hour and 5 minutes now, but I heard Corey. I'll listen all the hours. See?
Heck yeah.
Look what he just did. Look what I just accomplished.
Quite frankly, do I think we dropped the ball by not saying you'll get another entry for every extra hour?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
Do you?
I don't believe
You
so.
don't. Not
And
yet.
because of legal reasons, I don't want to joke around and lie about that.
I'm going to fight for it next time, though.
It's not your money.
Okay, that is true. But I also don't want to get involved in anything else. So, for the Stars, the thing that we had talked about is because Winnipeg has picked up their play. Obviously, I've picked on Winnipeg plenty of times this year because after their historic start, they have been mediocre at best. But they have really picked it up as of late. So you need to continue to win games to try to not keep pace with Winnipeg, because you're at least 4 natural points behind Winnipeg, but to stay close with them and hopefully distance from Minnesota, Colorado.
There's only 32 left, Mike.
32 games?
Only 32
That's
games
true.
left until the 6 months of playoffs.
So the Stars have, I was looking this morning, they have the 4th most points in the West.
That is correct.
Where does that put them in the weird A playoffs of the hockey thing?
They're C2.
Okay.
So essentially,
and who would they play?
They would play Minnesota.
I need a chart. Where's a good chart?
The good news is we own Minnesota. Okay, look, I'm going to do my best.
I know we stole their team.
Yes, we did. So we own them. So basically, the top 3 teams in each division, those will be C1, C2, C3, or associated with whatever letter their division starts with. And then you take the best next 2 teams, and those will be the wild card teams. The division leaders, winners, play the wild card teams, and 2 and 3 play each other.
I'm going to need an animation graphic.
Okay, that's fair. Why they changed it from 1 to 8, I don't know.
And I know there are people out there listening that they got it. I'm just not that auditory person.
I don't know why they changed it from 1 to 8 to this. I don't remember.
Kevin, I have a question for you about Winnipeg.
Okay.
So you hate Canada, right? You're always making fun of them.
Is that accurate?
He walks around going, they can't win. They can't win.
Oh, that is true.
You're like Rocky Balboa's wife when he's about to take on a
You can't win.
It's in Manitoba,
Thanks
Canada,
for the
by
support.
The way.
Will you change your attitude towards Canada if we pick them up as a state?
Yeah.
Well, Canada's a city. Or I'm sorry, not Canada.
What was that?
Winnipeg is a city in Manitoba, Canada. So we're going to pick up a whole country as a state, or we're going to pick up all their individual states and then
Are they
add
called
those
provinces up there?
Parishes or something like that. Yeah, province of Manitoba.
Parish is a church.
Parishes are in
Episcopal
New
school?
Orleans.
Don't confuse them, Alec. They're having a tough time already. But yes, if we absorb all of Canada, which I assume would still need to be split up by their provinces into states, then yes, they could potentially win it, because only America wins the Stanley Cup. You know what?
Parish is also a chief.
You know what?
Double down on it.
I'll put this in terms that you understand the best, Mike. Did you know that the Cowboys have more recently won the Super Bowl than a Canadian team has won the Stanley Cup? How about that?
There you go with the Canada hate.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Get all upset
Who do you
about
think's
stuff, though.
trying harder? Do you think the Cowboys organization is trying harder to win a Super Bowl, or the Canadian hockey teams are trying harder to win a Stanley Cup?
Here's the thing. I'm going to say the Canadian hockey teams, but the biggest team in all of the NHL, and if you don't agree with that, certainly in Canada, is the NHL Dallas Cowboys and the Toronto Maple Leafs. They have the biggest market, the most fans. There's all kinds of history with them, and they suck in the playoffs, and they've been stuck in this rut forever.
Don't they have the Hockey Hall of Fame in their city, too?
Because they are all about hockey, and they're not good at winning.
They also have that team, the Manitoba Moose. So it's another ice hockey team.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, no, that's not what you said.
I don't know hockey well. Should I go to the Hockey Hall of Fame not even knowing the sport well?
Yeah. I mean,
I'm
just
gonna go.
you spend some time reading.
Because you're going to send us a text and be like, did you know this is guy? Rocket Richard? And they'll be like, they called him Maurice.
I never heard of this guy.
Okay, and see.
I think you're talking about, are you talking about the guy that we picked up?
No,
from
whatever
the
you're about to
Canadian
say.
Football League?
No, not Rocket Ishmael. No.
He's always at the Dallas Card Show.
Yes, he
on
is.
Saturday nights.
And he is great to talk to, by the way. All right, so just wanted to throw that out there. Dallas Stars on a roll. They've won 3 straight. And one of the things that we talked about going into this 3-game run, Corey, was, hey, I need you to take at least 4 points out of that. There you go. Hey, no problem. How about 6? Now, the problem
Appreciate you.
Yes, the problem coming out of that game is Mark Stone with the tripping on Miro Heiskanen. Hopefully, we'll get an update today. I'm sorry if it's already happened while we were doing the show and I missed it. But hopefully we'll get an update on Heiskanen today, because if you won the game but lost him, then clearly that is a net loss. Now, let's go back to football. The 10 most important non-quarterbacks remaining in the NFL playoffs. So I looked at the CBS list to start this off. Then I springboarded off of that and kind of added to the list because a lot of those players got defeated. I guess the teams did. Never mind. Who's the most important non-quarterback in this game?
Barkley or Jonesy.
Okay, who do you pick?
I will pick Barkley because he's offense, and people like offense better than defense.
Yeah, then I'll go Chris Jones. I think Nick Bolton goes in that conversation too because of his role chasing down Jalen or Barkley. But I think Bolton's in that conversation too.
When a man.
No, not Michael Bolton. No.
Nick Bolton.
Oh.
How would you rate George Karlaftis with Nick Bolton in terms of importance? Like, would you put one above the other?
I still have Bolton a little bit higher, but Karlaftis is involved in that too because he's going to have a huge role there.
Okay, because all in the top 5, I might not be showing the appropriate respect to Mr. Nick Bolton. The top 5 I threw out there: Saquon, Chris Jones, Travis Kelce, Jalen Carter, and George Karlaftis. Those are my top 5 non-QBs.
You know, when you're talking about Travis Kelce, and I know you can look at his numbers and be like 2 for 19. And what?
I was disappointed in that performance for daily fantasy purposes.
But then I understand. I completely get that. For his team's purpose, go watch him blocking at the goal line.
For sure.
And how like Patrick Mahomes on his touchdown run is running directly behind him. Pacheco's running behind it because he is, as much as he is a good tight end at receiving the ball, he's always been a really good blocker too. So when it comes to what they're doing, he may not have the biggest game. He comes up in big moments, late in games, they'll go to him. But a lot of times he's like, hey, I have other things that I can do that can help other guys on the field. So I'm very impressed with that part of his game too.
Now, obviously you can get a lot of variation from here, but I went with Nolan Smith, Trent McDuffie, A.J. Brown, Xavier Worthy, and Dallas Goedert.
What's your breakdown so far of, obviously taking out the quarterback, what's your breakdown of Chiefs versus Eagles on your list?
I do believe I had it 5-5.
Okay.
Which
was that intentional or it just happened?
No. It just happened. But naturally, I would think that gives the advantage to the Chiefs because there's a
with all things equal.
I think there is a clear-cut advantage at quarterback, and I know a lot of people will argue at coaching. I have a question about that for y'all later. There's a variety of other people that you can throw out there. Obviously, Bolton is one, Jordan Davis, DeJean. Harrison Butker is one I wanted to ask you guys about because the statistic, obviously the Chiefs have been in a ton of really high-profile games. He's 12 for 12 in the fourth quarter or overtime to tie or take the lead.
Very good.
Does a kicker belong on this list then, knowing that the Chiefs have been in a lot of pressure situations? He has been in a lot of pressure situations, and he comes through.
Yeah, whenever it's time, they have faith that he can hit it from anywhere on the field. Like he's like Brandon Aubrey, where they're like, 50 yards, we feel confident here. So they do a great job of getting him close enough because Patrick Mahomes is really good at that.
How much more confidence do you think a kicker has after kicking in the playoffs? He's kicking on, I'm pretty sure, Kansas City's natural grass, but they do such a good job of now
with the synth turf.
Yeah, but and then the elements being really cold, a little bit windy, and then he goes to New Orleans where it's going to be 70 degrees and nothing's going on.
Yeah.
This is a weird question.
Same with Philadelphia, right? They've played in the tough weather of Philadelphia, too.
I like your question. Do you ever think there's even a tiny part of that person that gets so used to redefining their kicks for the elements that when there's none for half a second, they're like...
They lose focus
a
little bit.
They're just
not taking in
I don't
everything.
have to correct for the wind.
Yeah. This is going to be easy.
Yeah.
And then...
I imagine that transition is significantly easier than going from your 72-degree dome all the time to outside for sure. But that's a great point. I hadn't really thought about it like that before. All right. How high would you put Bolton on your list then?
I'd go, I think he's probably in the top 6.
Okay.
Because it's the non-quarterbacks. It's
Sure.
Barkley. It's going to be Kelsey's there. Chris Jones, Karlaftis is in there. Jalen Carter, obviously in that conversation. What they do with Quinyon Mitchell, that's
Quinyon Mitchell's a good one.
So I feel like, and then their offensive line for the Eagles, that they have injuries in the center and guard positions there. They've been kind of dealing with a little bit. So you're working with that. But what they love to do is that tush push, and we saw it not work, and they got to figure out how to make that work because that's a key feature in what their offense is.
We're out of time, but since you guys are Cowboy fans, if you look at these two teams that are in the Super Bowl and you go with their top 5 players that are not quarterbacks, and then you stack them up against the Cowboys' top 5 players who aren't quarterback. I wonder where, because obviously you have Parsons and CeeDee Lamb. I'll take those two against any 2 guys that aren't quarterback in the NFL.
For sure.
But how big of a drop off is there to your 3rd best non-quarterback
And that's
player?
the tough part, because for years and years I was like, give me Zach Martin.
Right.
I'll put him up there in the mix, but you're not necessarily going to say that anymore. Plus, he's going to be a free agent. The guy that I was hoping would surge into that position, DeMarvion Overshown, lots of injury problems. Tyler Smith, maybe not quite there just yet.
But top 5 player on your
for the
team.
Cowboys. And so it is kind of humbling. And then especially if your honorable mentions are Mike Dana, Harrison Butker, you mentioned Nick Bolton, Cooper DeJean, Jordan Davis. Like
DeAndre Hopkins.
that's
Jordan Davis is a heck of a player.
That is a formidable,
I think
6 through 10 on your list.
There's a lot of talent on both teams.
It's depressing, but when you start looking at the reality of what you have to overcome, and you're a top-heavy team, you're paying so much money to your top-heavy players, and you're like, wait a second, our top-heavy players, yes, Micah and CD can compete. Dak can't compete with these quarterbacks, I don't think.
12-20, Mike. I put together something that I think you and other Cowboys fans will find staggering about how the Cowboys are not playing on an even playing field.
Okay.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or do they never play in the basketball game you want to see them play in? Let us know. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
The North Texas.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Embiid, shake and bake. That's a grown man's jam!
That is a grown man's jam, but unfortunately we're playing that highlight heading into My Buddy's an Idiot. So that's probably not great for what's about to happen with him. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Let us know. And we're going to start with this. And I know some people might argue about this because obviously Joel Embiid missed a ton of time at the beginning of his career. But in the 10.5 years Joel Embiid has been with the 76ers, he has made $266 million in that time frame.
Nice payday right there.
It is. He has 4 years and $248 million remaining on his deal. So we're talking about $500 million. Thus far, he's been active for 446 games and has missed 400 games. He hit the 400 mark last night.
Good God.
With his absence.
They still won. I'm glad they did. They beat the Lakers.
That's not the point.
Let me ask you this. How much do you blame Embiid? Like, he's not our guy, right? We're not following all his injuries and everything, but part of the blame goes to him. Part of the blame is that's the way he was made. Like, there's nothing he can do about it. So what's the percentage of this is on him versus it's just there's nothing you can do about this?
So I think, and we might have the exact same issue when it comes to this. When Joel Embiid came into the league, there was a couple of stories that were just shocking when you read them. And it was Joel Embiid getting ready for the combine or getting ready for the draft, is that his agency would drop off all this fresh fruit and stuff, and then they would go back to his hotel room later, days and days later, and all the fruit had rotted. And yet the mini bar had been cleaned out and he had all these fast food receipts and everything like that. So it does feel like I'm not here to judge that. I totally get that. But if you're a highly tuned world-class athlete, it feels like he takes some responsibility for the trajectory of how this all went.
This is a guy that he was naturally gifted, bigger than everybody, and got to rely on that. And when he got to Kansas, they're not going to mess with that too much. They're not trying to teach him all these other things about how to take care of his body and what it takes to be a professional. And then he gets to the league and he's like, this is kind of easy for me still. And so his body's just not taken care of. That being said, he also is 7 feet tall. Being 7 foot tall has those things.
And heavier.
Can't teach that.
And heavy,
But Jokic doesn't deal with this.
Jokic lost weight too, remember?
But the time he did, he fixed it pretty quick.
Yeah.
So I think there's just he wasn't taught these things that you need to do this certain way at a young age, and so his habits were bad.
From the 469, I'll let you guys figure out what this is about. My buddy's an idiot because he put air quotes around the word drought. That would be about Stephen
See,
Jones.
this is like, don't walk around the house saying to your wife, "You're beautiful," and throwing up air
Oh, my
quotes, 'cause then
goodness.
she's going to be like, "What are you doing?"
You should
That's doing
not.
it the incorrect way.
You should not. Now, let's go to Vanderbilt, where the kids at the school really screwed over. Well, they might not be that smart because they really screwed over the athletic department. So, and this is an amazing story. It happened over the weekend. We didn't get a chance to hit it on Monday. So, Vanderbilt was about to beat Kentucky.
Kentucky, the
in men's basketball. So right before the game's over, and Kentucky's number 9, so this is going to be an upset, and people are getting ready to storm the court. Vanderbilt's athletic director, Candace Story-Lee, went out there and said, please do not storm the court.
Oh, no.
We are facing a $500,000 fine if you do this. And no, they did not.
Oh, good. I thought this is what they
No,
told.
no.
And then they blew the game.
They did win, and then everybody stormed the court anyway. So what happened? They got fined $500,000 because this was at least their third offense this year.
That's a sixth man on their team.
Yes. Well, they talked about how NIL could have made a difference. But one of the things is, you remember when they had pulled down the goalposts, those got fished out of the river where they threw them, and then they auctioned pieces of it off
by the fire department
to help with the fire department and with NIL and everything. But there's nothing to auction off here. So they all stormed the court.
You can't auction off part of those the goals. The baskets?
You want to? I guess they could cut down the baskets.
I mean, they'd have to replace them. Or the nets. Auction off the nets.
This doesn't feel like that would mean the same thing, but this was their third time.
Auction
The
off the
athletic
basketballs.
director said, please don't do this, and they got fined $500,000.
They don't care. The students don't care.
That's going to hurt your team.
Cost $85K, I think, to
Most
go
of those kids don't really care if their team gets hurt or not.
I know a lot of the kids
Most
are
of
on
those kids are like, I'm here for school.
Yeah, my
and
parents have $85,000.
I got to show up over here for this basketball game, and I'm here to root because it's going to be a fun party tonight.
By the way, this is the second time in 2 weeks they stormed the court and got fined, so that's $750,000.
Do you see? It goes up?
Yeah, yes.
So it's $1 million next time?
I think it might even be like $1,250,000 or something like it.
They're going to throw the game.
When will the school
We
say
need to-
this is going to start affecting the students?
Yeah, hey guys, we can't afford to win this
We're
game.
gonna.
I know you're fine.
Your classes are gonna go up by $12. You know, and now I'm dead serious. Students will be like, "Oh, hold on, I don't want to do that."
Yeah, absolutely.
Classes are expensive.
Now, let's stay in the realm of college basketball because at first I didn't understand this, and it says South Carolina has suspended their in-game DJ for their next home game.
What did he do?
Okay, that's a great.
He must have
question.
played a song
I think
with
like
an F
cuss
word in it,
words
yeah.
or, yeah.
Like that time you went to that school and they were like, "You can't do that."
So what he actually did was, after the game went final and South Carolina beat LSU, he played a song that was actually by the late father of one of the LSU players. And he went by the name Camouflage in the early 2000s. And so right after LSU lost, he fired up this song that her dead dad made. And some people were like, he was trying to do it to like, hey, your dad was awesome. But other people are like,
It was mocking
Exactly.
and it was insensitive.
exactly. What's your like initial take
I
on that?
probably wouldn't have done it to the person. If that person had done something special, then maybe I would play it for them. But after they lost, after that, I'm not.
How do
I'm not rubbing
you
that in.
prove that person did it to hurt the other person?
First off, you ask them, and whenever they give you their answer, then they say, "Well, yeah, I did it. I thought it was a funny joke."
Yeah, because you're telling us a story, and I just don't know like the intent.
So I hear you on that. Let me ask you this. I think it's how like the affected party felt about it. And I believe it was Flugé Johnson.
Flula.
No, put out a tweet that said, I'll take the L on the chin, but this is just nasty behavior. Nothing funny about this. Because her dad actually got killed when her mom was 3 months pregnant. So, like, she didn't get an opportunity, obviously, to meet her dad. Very sad situation. I hear what you're saying, and I don't know the intent either, but I wonder if, like, hey, who would have been affected by this? And if that person's like, this is messed up. That's probably what happened.
Yes, I do believe it is the guy who sang the song F Friends.
And
yes.
So I guess how popular of a song is that? Is it usually played at games? Because I would say, hey, I'm going back. Like if I was at that school, I'd be like, I'm going back and listening to the songs you play after we win.
Yeah.
You never play this song. So you went and found this song to hurt the other team / players.
I could absolutely
feelings.
see that.
But if it's played, let's say 25 or 33% of the time after wins, then I'm like, well, he does play this even when we're not playing that team. Does that make sense?
Somebody texted, I don't know if this is real, but they texted and said the DJ posted a screenshot about it with a laughing emoji. So it was definitely a mocking.
By the way, I don't know if I said this either way. The DJ was female. In case I said it the other way, I apologize.
Sorry, I was saying he.
I probably said he too.
You probably said it, and I wasn't listening.
Anybody can be a DJ. All right,
that's true.
Even our friend DJ.
I listened hard enough to get most of the story.
Yeah, no,
I
know
the Eric joke.
No, he played it. I didn't play that.
Was you playing the drop of that?
most hated
I'll
joke,
take that.
Most
The
hated
drop's
joke
funny.
that I ever made that Mike just despises above
Your
all.
wife loves.
Oh, did you see what I tweeted out yesterday?
No.
I tweeted out the video.
You X'd out.
The video that Carter posted of you doing the John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt bit.
Oh, yeah.
She laughed out loud when you were like, maybe because a lot of people have his same name. She laughed out loud and was like, you got to give it to him. That's pretty clever. I was like,
yeah,
dang it.
I made Jess laugh.
You did. Sorry, Corey, back to you.
I had nothing. Kevin.
Oh, I thought you wanted to say something.
Nope.
All right, my apologies. All right.
I was just mad about your Eric joke, but
That's
then it
fair.
was a drop and it made me
That's fair.
laugh.
From the 214, hey guys, I've been streaming the fan for probably 2 or 3 hours this morning. Do you know how I'll get the Vegas entry? Is it emailed or texted? It's automatic. I don't
Keep listening and you'll find out.
That is true. I don't think there is an accompanying correspondence unless you win the contest or something like
good
that.
question,
I think
though.
it's automatic.
I'll go ask the boss right now.
Okay.
Every hour you get a message, you lost again.
No, but we're not deciding until the end, until February 23rd.
You're entered. Guess what?
Man.
You lost.
Mike, I had no idea if people felt this way from the 469. Thank you, Mike. People who say tweet are idiots. That's, that is.
I know they changed it to X, but isn't that like, I guess they didn't think of this. Hey,
Like
they
you
X'd
X'd it out?
Like,
Yeah.
wait, that means like you marked it off.
I don't know. I'm really not sure. Sorry.
Boss's door's shut. He can't answer that question.
Meetings.
He's in a meeting.
I say tweet. I'm probably going to continue to say tweet. Sorry.
I'll
if
say
that-
tweet forever.
Yeah.
All right? Just like the Gulf of Mexico, just like, well, I
heard
can't,
Bill
I say
Burr
Guardians.
say Redskins.
I did too.
On
Rich Eisen show.
yeah, we need to play that for
That
Mike
was
likes
really
it.
good.
Hey, by the way,
That was really good.
what's going on with our Bill Burr and Billy Corgan brothers?
I think they might be brothers, dude. Look at them.
I know they look the
Billy
same.
Corgan
I don't
has
know
a
who
story
Billy Corgan
that he thinks the lead
the
singer for
person
the
we
Smashing
had
Pumpkins.
on the show that was the lead singer of the Smashing Pumpkins.
He didn't ask a question. Remember? Were you here?
Yeah, it was
Okay.
on Zoom.
So, Billy Corgan's the lead singer for the Smashing Pumpkins. Look at pictures of them, but Billy Corgan thinks that he's his half brother because a story that I think that his mom told him. So
okay,
but
they both have the same name.
Nope. Well, yeah, Bill and Billy, but we do need to go. You need to check out him on the Rich Eisen show because he has some interesting thoughts.
Because the mom would say, "Oh, do you think it's the dad who did 2 women?"
Coming up next.
Man, you know, Mike.
Well, if they're brothers, which way do you think it is? Do you think the mom just calls all her kids Bill or a certain way of William?
The dad is like, I want you to name that child Bill.
See, that's a good question. And that's one of the things after we had Noah and we were talking about adoption, I was like, we need to space these out properly because I don't want to walk around with like, here's our 6-month-old and here's our 3-month-old and everyone's going to look at me and be like, We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, ranking the playoff losers based on their chances to win the next Super Bowl. Next, right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? You gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Daniels fires what a call. McLaurin in stride. Breaks a tackle. Terry McLaurin is in. Touchdown.
I almost said Kansas City because of you. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Here we go.
If you missed it earlier, Will McClay has signed a multi-year extension to stay on with the Dallas Cowboys, and I feel like most people are probably pretty stoked and in favor of that. I want to talk about the ratings of the AFC and NFC championship game because, man, oh man, is there a very defined, as you probably could have guessed, A side and B side to this Super Bowl. And there is no question, as you could guess, the AFC is the A side. But let's start with the NFC. The NFC championship game.
Before you say numbers, isn't it interesting if you look at the markets? Philadelphia and DC are top 10 markets in the United States. And Kansas City and Buffalo are out of the top 30, I would say.
And it does help. The time the game gets played does help, but it's not to this level. So, for example, the Washington and Philly game drew in 44.2 million viewers. That's a lot of dang people. However, that's the lowest rated game in that slot for this game since 2019.
Okay.
So it's been 5 years since we've seen a number this low. On the flip side, the Kansas City and Buffalo game.
Does this break a record?
Kind of, but not really.
Okay.
57. It's really interesting the way articles use record audience nowadays.
Okay.
It drew 57.4 million viewers. So that's
impressive.
That does break an AFC specific record, but not the conference championship weekend. But it did break the AFC title game record, which was set last year between the Chiefs and the Baltimore Ravens. 57.4 million viewers, and that's the highest for any conference championship game since 2012. And that was the Giants and the 49ers. But
the Chiefs are ruining football.
I mean, that's not the way football feels. That's not the way the NFL feels, I'll bet.
I know it's the NFL never has to really worry about ratings. Their ratings are so far beyond any other sport. Maybe obviously world soccer, maybe like a World Cup final or something like that. But you just look at it, and I know I'm changing sports just a little bit. This is what basketball is missing right now, possibly, is that dynasty type of like everybody wants to see them either win or lose.
Agreed.
And it's what baseball people are maybe complaining about, owners specifically, but it's like the Dodgers might become something where everybody is either rooting for them or against them, and that usually helps out your product.
Look, if you go back, you think about when the Lakers won the bubble title. If they could have won the next one and maybe even the next one, now all of a sudden...
Or been in the finals 3 years in a row and won 2 of them.
And if LeBron was at 5 titles, can he match Jordan with 6 or what? Like, that would have been great for the greater NBA game. I would have hated it because I do not want to see the Lakers personally succeed. But
True.
it would have been great for the NBA. So all the people who are like, the Chiefs are terrible for the NFL, the numbers say, not so fast, my friend.
All right.
Now, in terms of the teams that have all lost in the playoffs, who's your top team most likely to win next year's Super Bowl?
Cowboys.
They did not make the playoffs.
Even
you
better.
jerk.
Hey, that's even a bigger risk.
No, they're not.
Oh, yeah. He
See?
actually is
See,
taking more risk.
I risked it more.
Yeah, I agree with Mike.
Yeah.
Because if he would have
gosh.
picked a team that was in the playoffs, like they were in the playoffs already.
Yeah. I'll go with this. I'll go with Detroit. They get healthy next year and make a run at it.
Man, that's gonna be tough to do that. But can you imagine though being Detroit right now, thinking we're going to the Super Bowl, guys? Like,
yes,
you all season long, you're like, we're going to the Super Bowl.
How terrible of this past couple weeks. Man.
This last couple of weeks, you just probably didn't even pay attention to football.
Yeah,
you probably were just like, I can't do this. My emotions are just destroyed. But I think that Detroit is probably, that would be my favorite.
Isn't it tough to pick an AFC team? Yeah, you have Josh Allen, you have Lamar Jackson, you have Joe Burrow. But it's just so tough to go, how are they going to beat Kansas City?
So it's fascinating that you say that, because the best three teams are clearly, or at least have been, Detroit, Baltimore, and Buffalo, right?
Yeah.
But CBS Sports list, Washington is number 1. Detroit is 2. The Packers are 3. The Ravens are 4, and the Bills are 5. And it's for that exact reason that you just said. Those first 3 teams all play in the NFC, where, I mean, and maybe the Eagles are in the midst of like trying to build their own either dynasty or more likely stranglehold on the NFC, but it's much more wide open.
I agree with that list. I'm going to throw another one on there. I think C.J. Stroud and the Houston Texans are going to learn from what they did this second year. They still made the playoffs. I'm not going to say they got close to winning the game against Kansas City, but they were in the game. You saw opportunities that they could maybe upset Kansas City. In the end, it didn't come that close. But I think Houston, you can start, me personally, to throw them into that Buffalo, Baltimore, I guess Cincinnati mix, because they have Burrow, of like, hey man, they're really good. And one of these teams you feel like is going to eventually overcome the Kansas City Chiefs.
The Texans are behind the Chargers, interestingly enough, and I believe I would flip that.
Yeah, well, and I mean, they just beat the Chargers. They stomped them. But looking at all the other ones, Kevin, Rams, old quarterback.
Yes.
Vikings, J.J. McCarthy's going to be their quarterback next year. Who knows? Buccaneers, that team, like there's all these things that it makes sense the Commanders would be there because, like you said, top of the NFC, but also young quarterback with a lot of growth. Yeah,
they have approximately, numbers can be different, but somewhere around $60 to $100 million in cap space to add to that team.
Broncos are interesting, though.
So the thing about the Broncos, because I agree with you, they are very interesting. Does it not feel like, even though they both had really great rookie years, does it not feel like we've all said Jaden Daniels is the dude and I'm bought in, whereas most people are like, I'll let you know about Bo Nix?
Yes.
Like, that's what it feels like, and that's why the discrepancy in their ratings.
Yeah, I think the combination of Nix and Sean Payton's very good, but I want to see growth next year, that next level of growth. It just felt like Jaden Daniels, when he started this season, was ready. It just seemed like he was already ready.
And I get Philadelphia. This is the second time in 3 years, right? Going to the Super Bowl?
Yes, correct.
So that's tough. But you look at Bo Nix and you look at the Denver Broncos and then you look at the Chiefs. And then you mentioned, I think that the Chargers are always going to be playoff contenders.
And their defense showed flashes this year.
And so you look at, I'm sorry, Dallas. You look at Dallas from a national perspective. They don't look like a competitor for the next 2 or 3 years. New York looks like a bottom 5 team for the next couple years. So it makes it maybe easier for Washington to overcome Philadelphia, which will be very tough, but then the NFC's weaker. And then Bo Nix, I just didn't have a lot of faith in him.
Yeah.
Going into the NFL, Corey was different. And Corey was more right than I am, but I'm still like on the let me just see about this Bo Nix guy.
Couple of updates. Now, one of them, I know we like to rip on the Eagles and their fans. This is a really sad story, though. An 18-year-old student at Temple, so one would assume a freshman, died after falling off a light pole while celebrating the NFC Championship win. You know, we talked about after they won the Super Bowl, like, and I know people thought it was odd. They were greasing up the poles and
Tom
stuff.
Brady was talking about it at the end of the game. He was like, they're greasing up the posts, the lamp posts in Philly right now.
This is a tough story.
Yeah, freshman in college, dead.
I think of how, whether it's lucky, blessed, whatever word you want to use, just think about, if you're listening right now, I can think about my life in the teenage years and early 20s and how many stupid, risky things you did that you got away with that didn't cause bad injury or death. And then you just think of this one, you know, I say small mistake. You're celebrating your team. You do something that's, you know, risky, but it doesn't seem too stupid.
Yeah.
But one accident causes, you know, your life to end, and for, you know, people that are your family and friends, for them to have heartache for the rest of their lives. And it's just, it's you know, it's tough to understand why some stupid decisions don't end up hurting people, and then some stupid decisions end up ending lives.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. Quick hits for you. Brian Belichick, the youngest, Brian Belichick, the youngest son of Bill, will not be back with the Patriots. Cliff Kingsbury is going to stay on as the OC with the Commanders, and Mike McCarthy is out of the Saints mix. He is going to refocus and take a look at potentially being a head coach in 2026.
Well, I bet he'll be one of the hot commodities.
He's going to be looking at the film.
You got to go get in the barn, baby.
We'll see. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, time for NFL Overreaction or Reality right here on 105.3 The Fan.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, and I hope it interests you guys, in about 20 minutes, we're going to dive into the NFL void years, how they work, and why they've put the Cowboys so far behind the rest of the league.
All right.
I've got some numbers for you, and I've got one comparison that I think is going to floor people. But right now, it's time for NFL overreaction or reality. And Corey, I know you had lots of big dreams over the years, so I'm going to start this question with you.
All right.
NFL overreaction or reality. If you owned a big-time business, you would spend $8 million to get a Super Bowl commercial. Fox has reported they've sold at least 10 commercials for $8 million in the Super Bowl, and that's for the 30-second window.
I mean, it's the most visible thing in the world. Like, everybody keeps talking about how Kendrick Lamar is going to destroy Drake in front of everybody in the world. And
Tough to argue.
Yeah, it's going to happen. If he does that, everybody's going to see it. So it is the smartest option if you want to get in touch with everybody. Give them a reason. Give them an appointment to come get your product. I would love to see and talk with all of the other businesses in the past that have done it before and see how much their profits went up or down after that. And I'm sure the Bud Lights, the Doritos, all those companies that have in the past, the Pepsis, the reason they keep coming back is because it works for them.
That makes sense. This is where I'm struggling with commercials. Avocados from Mexico.
Uh-huh. You just wonder where that money is.
I
got you.
Now, I go to Kroger or Tom Thumb or, I'm not trying to, that's the grocery stores that are available to me. I don't go in there and go, are these avocados from Mexico?
Don't you think the buzz created by those commercials some years is probably enough to push some folks? I don't know how many folks.
An avocado costs like 50 cents. I mean, it probably costs $1. Sometimes I wonder about this. I get it with Pepsi, but how much money are avocados from Mexico making right now?
The vast majority of the U.S. avocado imports come from Mexico. I just assume that if you're going to get avocados, just like you're going to grab whatever.
I don't say, are these ones from Mexico?
But I might not pick up one if I don't have that song stuck in my head.
Okay.
And that's something that, once I hear it now, I want avocado right now, Mike.
Right.
I really do.
All right. I'm glad that you said that, Corey. I did not think we would find this transition, but here we are. Corey, Mike, and Alec, overreaction or reality. If you were like an eccentric billionaire, you would buy one of these commercials just to advocate for some nonsense that you love. Like, Corey, I envision you sitting in front of a screen on a stool talking for 30 seconds about how Blue Streak is the greatest movie ever made.
And Treme.
Yeah, or just some nonsense that you're not selling anything. You're just like, I'll pay the money.
And you have to watch me do this.
Exactly.
Do not turn your TV off, right? I would absolutely do it.
I hear you. I feel like that's a waste of money.
Oh, for sure.
But like,
You're an eccentric billionaire with all the money, though.
Doesn't the NFL look at all the commercials and go, we're not putting that on. We have so many people wanting these that we're not putting you talking
Fox,
for 30 seconds.
And I do wonder, as long as it's not offensive or anything like that, if they're like, okay, because I'll tell you this, that commercial would create buzz, would it not? It might have been a lot of negative buzz, and they're like, why the hell was this dude named Corey just on my screen talking about Treme for 30 seconds?
Go to Corey.com. That's exactly what I would do. Send it to my
show
website.
on HBO about New Orleans and jazz. And
Treme's, I love this show.
I'm getting more and more excited about our trip to New Orleans.
Good. I'm excited.
Oh,
because you like foods.
I do love visiting New Orleans, and I haven't been there. In at least 3 years, maybe since, I'm trying to think, have I gone there?
It's been 10 for me.
Like
8.
Since COVID happened. I think I have once.
I've not been there in.
It was hot when I went. So I'm
time.
hoping the weather's just a little bit nicer. I have no clue what it's going to be like. Back to you, Kevin.
Yeah,
Thank
next
you.
question. We're not billionaires.
Thanks for the avocado question.
NFL overreaction or reality, you are disappointed by this Super Bowl matchup.
Hold on, I'm sorry. I got to go back to this real quick.
Okay.
Kevin. My apologies. From the 817, I want a Ben Abbott commercial. That is happening.
They do the local one, right?
There is a local
moments.
window. Yes, there is a local window. Is it after halftime? Right after halftime?
Yeah, in the third quarter.
Somewhere in the third quarter where you get that local one. So you're going to get probably your Ben Abbott or whoever that
is.
Was it the hot guy that was like throwing a flamethrower out there? All right, back to your question.
That is correct.
Back to you. What was the question?
Yeah.
You are disappointed.
Not at all.
Okay. I am, because I didn't want to see the Eagles in it. Like, if nothing else, I wanted Washington.
There's a 33% chance you root for the Eagles.
I will not root for the Eagles.
In the 3 years that we've been.
I remember when I tried
I
tried to give the Eagles like some sort of virus.
Against Tom Brady. I did root
I
for the
appreciated you
Eagles.
more than ever at that time, Mike.
But it didn't happen in Minnesota. They won.
Now, to go along with this.
So are you rooting for Kansas City
Yes.
like super hard?
Definitely root for Kansas City. Overreaction or reality, you believe me when I tell you the following fact. This is only the second time in the history of the Super Bowl that the same teams have played at least twice in the span of 3 years against each other.
Well, you told me it's a fact. So yeah,
I said, do you believe this fact? What if I made it up?
So you want me to not believe what you're saying?
Do you believe
the test? Do you believe?
Is this a fact?
And how many times have you heard somebody say something's a fact that's not a fact? In fact,
Billy Carson.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. And I've watched
brain surgeon.
Because of you, I have watched like 8 million videos about all that now.
I assume so. I mean, obviously Dallas and Buffalo played back to back,
and that's it. So Dallas and Buffalo in 27 and 28. Otherwise, this is the second time
he's making a future prediction
in the
coming up
history,
in a few years.
For
Buffalo
now,
versus Dallas in 2027 and 2028.
Super Bowl 27 and 28. This is only the second time in NFL history that the same teams have played each other twice in the span of 3 years.
When he told me this
Doesn't
this morning,
that feel wrong?
I came in and he told me this morning, and I was like, no. And then I went through my list, through my brain. I was like, what about Pittsburgh and Dallas? Nope.
Those are separated
And
by, I think, 4 years on one of them.
Every one of them. I was like, I can't believe that. It just feels like there have been teams that have gone back to back, in 3 year periods, done something like this. They haven't.
Okay.
Crazy, huh?
In your face.
I'm glad that Dallas won both of those, and I'm hoping that Kansas City wins both of these.
Oh, yeah. Good job. Good point there.
Precedent says it's a lock. 100%.
Trump did?
Yeah.
Precedent, not the... Never mind.
I thought he was making a statement about the
Stop
script.
it.
Yeah.
NFL overreaction or reality.
Another executive order.
Gulf of Hagelin.
He's got all those Cheesecake Factory menus and just keeps signing them.
NFL overreaction or reality. Josh Allen is the best quarterback.
Josh Allen?
Josh Allen, the quarterback. If you would let me finish the statement.
Sorry.
Josh Allen is the best quarterback in the Super Bowl era to never make the Super Bowl.
Oh, man.
Now, something I will tell you about this. Josh Allen has two more.
I mean, there's Tony Romo and Dak Prescott.
There are actually several others, but Josh Allen has 2 more wins than any other quarterback that has not been in the Super Bowl. 2 more playoff wins.
I mean, you could, in the same draft, you have a dude who's won 2 MVPs.
Lamar Jackson, Dan Fouts, Warren Moon, Phillip Rivers. These are like
Tony Romo.
So sure, Tony Romo.
Dak Prescott.
These are the I don't know if
Dan Orlovsky
would. Yeah, I probably wouldn't put those people in the
Dan
same
Orlovsky
category.
never finished second in MVP voting in 2023.
Randall Cunningham.
Randall Cunningham.
Jim Everett.
I look.
Chris Everett.
Jim Everett is a personal hero of mine because he punched that dip ass Jim Rome in the face.
Yeah, the top 4 list, Tony Romo.
Oh, really?
Is on ESPN's top 4. Dan Fouts, Warren Moon.
I get that.
And Phillip Rivers.
Okay.
So that would be
You can take
ESPN.
You can take Tony Romo off the list because Lamar Jackson has surpassed Tony Romo.
This is Bill Barnwell's list in 2019.
Yeah, okay, well, there you go.
Yeah.
So Lamar Jackson has surpassed Tony Romo. I feel like all reasonable people would agree. So,
and Dak won 36 games in 3 years, except he didn't do it because I know that Cooper Rush went like 4-1 in a lot of those seasons.
So my question to y'all is Josh Allen the best quarterback in the Super Bowl era to never make the Super Bowl?
I won't disagree, but I will lean that Lamar Jackson has a better resume than Josh Allen. But I understand that Josh Allen might be a better quarterback than Lamar Jackson.
But you would go Lamar
and has more playoff wins too, right?
That is, Josh Allen does. That is correct.
So yeah, I would sit with that. Joe Burrow's been so that Steve DeBerg.
And this is the thing where people bring up Dan Marino, and I was like, I hear you, but Dan Marino was in a Super Bowl. Like there are a lot.
Jim Kelly.
Jim Kelly was. Joe Burrow. There are a lot of really great quarterbacks that made it and just never won.
T-Law.
This is he did not make it.
Ask the Cons.
That's
what he's saying.
Know what? You're going to have that opportunity, I do believe, next week in Radio Row to look Tony Khan in the eye and be, seriously though, bro, what were you saying with that top 10 quarterback nonsense?
What day is he going to be there?
I think it's going to be on Friday.
Should I bring my Trevor Lawrence jersey that Derek Collins so graciously gave me?
I'm sure he could make something happen.
What the F, man?
Yes.
Look at what I bought into.
Yes.
And look at what you've done to me.
Sure.
Made me look like a moron.
Corey, you support this, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, we saw what he did whenever he wore his Chiefs stuff to the Cowboys camp. Why wouldn't he do this?
That's a good ass point. All right. NFL overreaction or reality. Either Dalton Kincaid or Mark Andrews will never truly recover from this postseason. And what I mean by that is it's just going to have some sort of negative effect on their career going forward.
It was a Hail Mary dive for Kincaid. I get it was there. It was kind of a cradle catch.
Skipped off his forearms.
That was not an easy catch, but you'd hope that you'd make that catch. Mark Andrews, he's a very good player. It stinks that he fumbled the ball and he dropped a 2-point conversion to send the game most likely into overtime. I think they're going to be okay.
Okay.
I understand. Yeah. Elvis went through a very bad year the next year. Am I remembering that correctly?
Correct.
After the 2015 Game 5 in Toronto, 2016 was a very tough year for him. So I see it can happen, but I don't think it will.
Corey, what say you?
I don't think it's going to be that much of a problem for Kincaid. Very young player too. He's very young in his career, so I think he's going to have plenty of time to prove himself again. Andrews has that kind of time too, and he's a number 1 target for Lamar. Like he's Travis Kelce for Lamar Jackson, essentially. So
they want that to not be the case.
They want
right?
Zay Flowers, but he was hurt. But
that's true.
That's gonna. And when Zay Flowers is on the field, I think that's the option they're gonna go to in that moment.
Okay.
But I still think that they'll probably look at Mark Andrews. I think it's very different than a baseball or a golf or a free throw shooting kind of. You know, I think football is just so different because of the way the reps are. So
okay,
but I think they'll be all right.
I think I know y'all's answer to this one, but I want to ask it real quick. NFL overreaction or reality? This is the ceiling for Jared Goff with the Lions, or the Lions with Jared Goff, if you want to put it that way. Because we talked about how maybe the window's not closed for the Lions, but there are some people who are like, hey, I know we made it to the Super Bowl, but you've kind of seen about as far as he can get a team.
That's it for me. I think they can get to a certain place. I don't think they'll ever be looked at any further, though, because I don't think he can go to the next. I think he's really good at a lot of things.
You might be right.
But I don't think that he transcends whenever the team needs that. I think that he relied a lot on the run game this year.
I'll lean to that they still have 2 years left.
Okay.
I knew that they lost both coordinators, but I think they still have two runs in them possibly.
And they only have one more year of relatively cheap golf.
Right.
But yes, that I'll be interested. All right. I was just curious about that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how NFL void years work and why they have the Cowboys so far behind the rest of the league. That and Mike likes it as we move into the Expressway, as well as the Billy Idol and Joan Jett giveaway next on the
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Here's Barkley, a little shovel, looking for an edge, gets it, Saquon Barkley, first down, Barkley, oh! Saquon, touchdown!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to do a deep dive right here on void years.
And politics.
And probably not that. And so we're going to get into some specifics here, but I want to talk about this to show why the Cowboys are so far behind going into 2025 and potentially beyond. But real quick, how much do you care about this? Because this doesn't feel right, but it is amazing. Dove Kleiman, who may or may not be a real person, is reporting that the NFL Combine record for fastest throw by a quarterback is held by Joe Milton and Josh Allen at 62 miles an hour.
Wow.
And today, Dylan Gabriel from Oregon threw the ball at 74.9 miles per hour. That feels like an insane jump.
The 5'10" kid just
Smoked the guard right in his back with it.
And it went through him.
So they're we have no clue where it was supposed to go because he can't get the ball over these guys because he's too short.
I think there's a list out there that has every
that
every
does
year.
seem like what gun were you using?
That was the Mike Bassett got through 91 gun.
Yeah, because that seems like way too big of a jump. Fastest ever, and then this dude threw it 12 miles an hour harder?
Yes. That feels odd.
It seems like somewhere in 52 to 54 is the sweet spot for quarterback. Like all the really good quarterbacks are kind of in that range. The higher you go, it's like, oh yeah, that's great, but that's insane. That's impressive. Josh Allen, though, obviously is a very interesting study on that.
And I think Joe Milton has potential. All right. So a few people sent this to me, and I think it did come out yesterday. Spotrac has...
Mahomes was 55, by the way.
Oh, okay. Well, then if you're at 55, I think you could be just fine. Spotrac put out the list of teams going into 2025 kind of sorted out by void cap. So how much dead money they're going to have off of void years next year. Philadelphia, New York Jets, Houston, San Francisco, New Orleans, Carolina, Minnesota, Cleveland, Jacksonville, Dallas. Those are the top 10 in the league. 2 of those teams made the playoffs.
Really?
So 2 of the top 10 in the most voided money made the playoffs. And so that's why I wanted to bring that up. And if you're asking to start, and this is very fair, what exactly is a void year? So we've talked about this a lot, and it's an interesting phenomenon that feels fairly new. I don't know how many years it's been going on, where essentially, Dak Prescott is a great example. We all know that Dak Prescott signed a 4-year, $240 million deal, right? But there are also 4 more void years on his contract. So technically, his contract is kind of 8 years for $240 million. But all of those years, they don't plan on actually having that player contracted. They're just using that so they have more room to spread out the money.
Okay.
I don't know who came up with this, but it is very clever.
There's no particular start date on this either. I just went to look that up. Yeah.
If there is, I don't know what it is. But one of the reasons I wanted to talk about this so much is people keep asking.
It's like deferred money?
No, the player that is actually different. The player still gets the money on schedule. You are just able to use these fake void years as a place to spread out the rest of the money against the cap. Dallas loves to do this, and that's a huge problem because the way they do it,
I think the Bills do too.
Actually, the Bills aren't that bad at this next coming year. So the Bills and Detroit both only have $5.7 million of void money. Kansas City, $1.8 million. So you see that at least for the upcoming season, they haven't gone heavy into this. But the one outlier is Philadelphia. So Philadelphia is at the top of the list for voided money, $26.2 million. That means that next year, they already have $26 million of their cap wiped out. Whereas next year, the Cowboys have $12.7 million of their cap wiped out. But the question that comes up time and time and time again, how does Philadelphia keep signing these players?
Yes.
How do they have money and the Cowboys have no money? So I'm going to point to a very troubling comparison. And I'm sorry if this hurts anybody's feelings, but it is what it is. Dak Prescott next year. Right now, his salary cap hit is $89.9 million. Next year, for Philadelphia, contracts of C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Brandon Graham, Saquon Barkley, Bryce Huff, Dallas Goedert, Darius Slay, A.J. Brown, and Jalen Hurts all equal that.
Okay.
And it's actually $200,000 less, but when we're talking about this money, who cares? So think about it. For what you're putting on the field in Dak Prescott, the Eagles will match that cap-wise with Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, Darius Slay, Dallas Goedert, Bryce Huff, Saquon Barkley, Brandon Graham, and C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
And that's 8 really good players.
That is
that's
astonishing.
8 Pro Bowl, all-pro caliber players.
Exactly.
That I was talking about you can't get.
Yes.
Okay. But if you did what you could get, or if you didn't do these void years, you could get them?
You could, and this is where part of this will feel unhelpful to people, except we'll be like, we asked them not to do this.
Okay.
Right?
You have definitely asked them in person.
Yes.
To their face.
Yes. We asked the Cowboys not to do this with Dak Prescott. Because look at what's going to happen. Let's compare Dak and Jalen Hurts. And I'm not comparing to say like one is better than the other or anything like that. Y'all can have that debate all you like. But here are the cap hits for Dak Prescott the next 4 years. And I know I've gone over this before, and I'm sorry if it's irritating people. $89.9 million, $67.7 million, $61.7 million, and $71.7 million. Here are the cap hits for Jalen Hurts the next 4 years. 21.8, 31.8, 41.8, and 47.1. You see the shocking difference every single year. So if you think Jalen Hurts is better than Dak Prescott, the Eagles are going to be getting him at about $30 to $40, $35 million cheaper every single year. If you think Dak's better, then that's fine. Do you think he's $35 million better?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about all of that.
Yeah.
So how the hell did Philadelphia pull this off? So let's go all the way down to 2028. Jalen Hurts has $97 million of dead money coming up in 2028. So that feels like a huge problem for the Eagles, right?
Mm-hmm.
Except, of course, for the fact that Jalen Hurts will be 30.
Okay.
So if you want to bring him back, you can set up a new ridiculous 5 to 6 year contract, at which point you can start massaging that money all across those next 6 years, which is great because he's 30 or he'll be 30 and you still think he can play. What happened with the Cowboys is they decided to follow that same idea going into age 32 season for Dak Prescott. Now, it could absolutely backfire on Philadelphia. If you think that Jalen Hurts is not that good, or you think he's going to get hurt, or you think in 5 years they're going to be like, ugh, then you're right. This could crush the Philadelphia Eagles. But what have they done with that money? They've been to the Super Bowl twice in the last 3 years.
Mm-hmm. They've maximized their opportunity.
Exactly. And I feel like that's a risk worth taking. For Dallas, the problem that they ran into with Dak Prescott is they were still on the hook for about $45 to $50 million with his deal. So instead of going into this season and saying, maybe you're here, maybe you're not, let's play it out and see what happens, and we'll take the hit if we need to. Does that mean 2025 would be a very sad year? Yes, it would, because you would already be missing $45 to $50 million from your salary cap on top of the 12.7 you already owe. But you could take that number 12 pick. You could take the fact that you might not have a real quarterback. Take a step back, get more draft assets for 2026. And then guess what your salary cap hit would be for Dak Prescott in 2026? Nothing.
So we could win the Super Bowl in 26.
You could have if you would have followed what we all said to do. It would have been nothing. And so the Cowboys chose not to do that. And so what they're going to tell you, and I guarantee you're going to see an article about this in the next 7 months, probably sooner. Dak Prescott's contract has been tweaked up. With this new design, he will save the Cowboys approximately, I don't know, like $28 million in salary cap space, which is great, right?
That feels great.
Where does that money go?
Into my pocket as a fan.
It goes into the next 3 years of his contract, where if you remember, the salary cap hits are already $67.7, $61.7, and $71.7 million. So now you have to take that $28 million and add $9 million to every single one of those years. Or
it's 37.
Exactly. So now you're talking about $70 million, $80 million, and $77 million.
Okay.
Or what they'll probably do is still leave it all at the end. After his career is over, you think Dak Prescott is going to be good to go to be re-signed in 2029 at the age of 36?
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not there.
So guess what? Now you're going to get all the way to 2029 and you're going to owe that big money for Dak Prescott. And if you're like, what's the difference between the Cowboys and the Eagles? The difference is the Eagles took that chance and used all of that money to get all of the players I listed. And I'm going to say it one more time because I ran this math multiple times and I was like, there's no way that can be true. Next year, The salary cap hit for Dak Prescott, as it stands right now, is the same as Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, Darius Slay, Dallas Goedert, Bryce Huff, Saquon Barkley, Brandon Graham, and C.J. Gardner-Johnson. The reason why I use those players, none of them are on rookie deals. I made sure to not include any rookie player on this list. Because if you do that, then you can fake the numbers all you want. The Eagles used all of that money to go get other players and push for it now. Maybe they win the Super Bowl next Sunday.
Well,
maybe they don't.
I don't know if you heard or not, Kevin. There's no clock on Jerry. Jerry said that. There's no clock, no time frame clock that says I have to do these things.
Yeah.
And so that's what he doesn't set a window. Stevens told us they kind of work with a 3-5. They adjust it every year, but they work within that and say, okay, let's go back and do this next time. So there's no clock for them to feel that urgency of we have to do it in this window. We need to win this year.
And that's the issue. I know there's no clock because I've watched the way they've run the cap the last 10 years. Now, I can't tell you before that because I can't really say I was into capology and everything like that 10 years ago. In the last 10 years, I have watched how they operate this cap. And guess what? I can tell that there's no urgency every single year. That's why they're like, let's give Dak the money. What's the difference?
Why don't you root for the Commanders? They seem to have it going on.
I can't.
They got a coach that went to his owner, and his owner was like, I need to win now. I need to make a statement. I don't want this organization to be what it's been. Dan Snyder tried to hold the keys from us.
I think this is tough. Like if Ross Perot Jr. was still the Mavericks owner, I'd be like, I'm done. Like I'm not doing this anymore. I get he's not trying to win and is not ever going to try to win until he sells the team. What's the point? I know I hate saying this, but what's the point?
And just like I'm looking right now, the Commanders 3 hours ago posted this from GM Adam Peters. Every year's different. Every team's different. This is where we ended up this year. Every team starts again at the bottom. Once the season's over, we're 0-0. Every single day, we're just going to have to get better. But don't you feel like he has a window that he needs to win in?
Yes.
So he's going to make moves that within that window, I feel like I need to make these kinds of deals so that I can at least give myself a shot in these 2 years.
So think about these. I want to bring up these two texts from the 214. So you're telling me the Cowboys signed bad contracts. Shocking. No, that is not the point of this at all. It's the way they structure the contracts that is just really, really foolish. And then the other thing, if you restructured some of these deals, could you go after free agents? So that's the next part I just want to throw out there. We said yesterday, because they'll flip the switch on the Dak deal, and I get it, $28 million. Are you eventually going to have to pay for that big time? Yes, you are. But you just created $28 million. You give Micah Parsons a bump up from the Chris Jones deal, I can create about another $14 to $15 million right there. All right, all of a sudden, you got no salary cap money. I just gave you $42 million like that. And I can do that with a bunch of other players. You can do that with CeeDee Lamb. You can do that with several other players on the roster. You're eventually going to pay the price for that. But then, if you think those players are there, and that entire press conference told me time and again, we're right there. We're right around the rim. Do you know how many people told me that we could be really good? Then spend that money to fortify your team and prove it.
Did you see this, Kevin, you sound dumb text?
Oh, man.
Kevin, you sound dumb. Jerry told me Monday that he's really good at the cap. He wouldn't lie. He's a Hall of Famer.
He does it at 3 a.m.
I don't believe that. I'm sorry.
He wakes up at 3 and says, you know what? Let's fix the cap today.
You know
Bring
what
me
I
some
want to do at 3
executive
a.m.?
Sleep. Work on the cap. Look, I gotcha. I don't, and that might be unfair. I just fundamentally don't believe that. And also the way they operate the cap looks like they're like, well, we can never sacrifice 2029. Who gives an F about 2029 if you could win next year? Because you know what you can do in 2029? You have 4 years to plan it. So let's figure that out.
Why put off till tomorrow what now can be done today?
Yes.
Let's win right now.
And so you know what?
4 years from now.
The Eagles, what are they saying right now? Hey, I think Jalen Hurts is really good. But if he starts to suck in the next 4 years, we got 4 years to figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
And the Cowboys are like, well, I can't risk this year because people might turn off their TV.
Yeah, a lot of times they make a move and then they're scared to ever make that move again because it bit them in the butt before.
Sounds like you need to take a load off, Kevin.
Oh, on a Wednesday.
I mean, at this point, you're frustrated. There's nothing you can do about it. You have no control over the Cowboys, yet you're trying to control something you can't control.
I know.
This is where we say
you feel
Kevin,
me on this though with the Mavericks, right? You do this all the time.
Yeah.
Okay.
My wife thinks I'm a Jack Nicholson in the movie The Shining when they find like just random
all work and and scribblings everywhere. I hear you. All right. It's time to take a load off. I just wanted to say...
Keep going. You can go. It's all right.
Just give me like 30 more seconds.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say...
Put the load on.
I don't want to be one of the people that's like, Jerry sucks and the Cowboys suck and leave it at that. I wanted to point out very specifically why I hate the way they run the salary cap, how they could do it differently, not just last year, but for the next 4 years, how they could do it differently. This is my plan. If you don't like the plan, that's okay. Steven has told us we don't necessarily value running backs or view the cap like that. That's fine. I'm just telling you, this is a viable path.
I will say, I love what you said. I will just add, until there's a reason for Jerry to win, there's no reason for him to try to win.
And that's the run into the brick wall of it all, right?
Like for Ray Davis, I know there's other owners of the Rangers, but he's majority. Until there's a reason, I mean, for Mark Cuban, I know there was a fake sellout streak. I don't know how he accomplished that, but he did. Like, there was a reason he had to try to win. There's a reason the Stars have to try to win. There's a reason after the Rangers went really bad from 2017 to 22. Like, there was a reason for major change, changing the president / general manager, changing the manager of the team, changing who's on the team. Like, there's reasons they had to change, and thank God they did. Now we get to Mike Likes It. I wanted to get to this. Corey heard this. It's 5 minutes. We're not going to play all 5 minutes. But this is Bill Burr on the Rich Eisen show. And I want y'all's opinion on this. Is pretty much the first minute of Bill Burr and Rich Eisen discussing this year's Super Bowl contestants.
Okay, they're all shows at this point. Like, I think there was a while there where I think. Listen, let's be honest. Okay, there's always been point shaving, mob gambling. It's always been in all sports have always been like that. But I think we're going into like an unprecedented time of that on all sports or whatever. So I'm not just singling them out. I don't care about that stuff. But I'm just saying, like,
do you think the Chiefs are not as good as we're making them out to be, Bill? I mean, I'm trying to put the hammer directly on the head.
It's a business.
Yes,
it's a business, and you got to look at the problem with the Chiefs is Patrick Mahomes doesn't have a dance partner. Well, you had Bradshaw, Staubach, you had Montana, Elway. He's just the only guy. So if you don't like the Chiefs, you should buy everyone should buy the jersey of that kid on the Redskins. So then the NFL will be, maybe there's some money. Maybe this is lucrative. If we could sort of, I don't think it's fixed. I think it's massaged.
I like that word, massage.
Massage.
And he's right. We are definitely in an unprecedented time when it comes to the ability to wager.
For sure.
I mean, like, just Underdog allows you to play daily. Like, all these different sites allow you to play and maybe win money by doing that. And so, like, we are in a very different and unique time where I feel like like he said, they've been doing it for a while. It was already happening in the background. Why can't there be an NFL entity that goes, a group that says, hey, we've learned all the trends that we can work with. So let's throw these things out there and we can manipulate the market anytime we want. I don't necessarily believe it. I don't want to believe it, but it is a fascinating thing to drop, that grenade to drop in the middle of the Rich Eisen show.
Now, I find it fascinating this. Who's Bill Burr's football team? Do you guys know?
I actually don't know.
New England Patriots.
I should have guessed that by the accent. Yeah.
What's interesting is, how is it the Chiefs? And if you want to make that argument, when we know from 2001 through 2019 of Deflategate, of filming the Rams practice before the Super Bowl that they won with the Adam Vinatieri kick to beat the 14 or 13 point favored Rams. Like, I just found it interesting from Bill Burr that he chose the Chiefs.
Yeah.
When I love Tom Brady. I think was a great quarterback. I do think that they cheated at times to help their team be a better team. Obviously, Spencer Dinwiddie would know how much PSI is in a football because he definitely is checking the PSI in the basketball every time I watch him play for the Mavs.
Because he bounces it so much.
Yeah, he's dribbling so much. He knows exactly how much air is in a basketball. There's no way you can dribble the ball that much and not know. But I don't think it's happening because, Kevin, I'll bring up your point. If they wanted more eyes and the biggest storylines, there wouldn't be a 29-year drought of the Dallas Cowboys. To just the NFC Championship game.
Look at the NFC Championship game that we just talked about. I guarantee you, I shouldn't say that. It's impossible for me to actually guarantee this. I feel with every fiber of my being that viewership would have been at least 10 million people higher, which means you would have had the 2:00 game almost surpass the AFC record-setting 5:30 game, which that's just kind of unusual. But if the Cowboys were in it, it would have been crazy. If this was Chiefs going for the 3-peat against the Cowboys, my goodness, the NFL definitely wants the Cowboys to be good.
Yeah, and so I hear what he's saying, and I get, because he talked about, and I don't know, we have one more clip, and we got kind of the end of it, and I'm not sure exactly if he gets into, obviously, the spotting of the ball.
Yeah.
That's so tough. You have 22 guys, pretty much, one with the ball, and they're all slamming into each other, and you're trying to see, hey, did he gain one more foot than you think he did? Or no, I don't think he gained that one extra foot, because what the I forget who works with Romo, the
Jim.
I know Jim.
Gene Steratore.
Gene Steratore. He's like, I probably think a third of the football crossed the, like, now we're talking about, he's the same guy that brought out the note card or whatever, and was like, it didn't reach. I put the note card in between. Like,
awesome
we're talking about, did it cross the note card or not? It's so tough to be like, we know exactly where the ball should have been or shouldn't have been. But here is Bill Burr, kind of, I would say, making fun of Rich Eisen, because maybe behind the scenes they had a discussion about this, but Rich Eisen now has a microphone in front of him.
Where is the money? Like, come on, man. They got all the stars. They got Taylor Swift. I mean, that's going to be a lot. Like, it's a business. Why are they an entertainment league? Why aren't they a sports league?
So you're thinking that there is a thumb on the scale
I'm asking you.
Yes, sir.
I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Why are they called an entertainment league? Why are they not?
Because they're a sports league, but it is entertainment in this day and age. You know what I mean?
If you're called an entertainment league,
yes,
and a game is proven to be fixed, you can't be. From what I've read, you cannot be tried because it's entertainment. It's sports entertainment.
So you don't think the Chiefs are as good as they really are?
I'm not going to say that.
Okay.
I'm not going to say that. I'm just saying that it's a business.
You've got Chiefs fatigue. That's what you've got.
What?
You got a little bit of the Chiefs fatigue. You're tired of watching them win.
Okay, you're a company man. I get it.
Wow.
Because you know what it is? Rich Eisen in the green room is not Rich Eisen behind this desk.
What are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is you want me to say what you're not going to say.
No.
That's what you're doing to me. That's what you're doing to me as you sit here. Look at this propaganda. Best dad ever. I get it. You're wholesome.
Say anything.
You're wholesome. I get it. You're wholesome.
You say this to me every time.
Best dad ever. So anyways, that's Bill Burr and Rich Eisen. I do love Bill Burr's comedy.
He's entertaining.
And obviously he is a sports fan. It's interesting that he's like, I'm not going to watch this. I've seen like 50 of these. I think that he can talk about being older and everything. I think it hurts him that his team that was a dynasty for, I know there was a break in there, but for 2 decades, unheard of that happens in sports. And that his Celtics just won the NBA championship, and the Bruins aren't as good as they were a few years ago.
Sure.
Am I correct about that? Like, yes. It looked like they were going to win.
When they set the NHL on fire and they got bounced in the first round.
But the Red Sox had a run after having the drought of 100 years or whatever it was. Then they went in 2004, and they went in 2007, and then they went a couple more. And you just like, you're spoiled as a Boston fan, and now you're like, well, I don't even care to watch the Super Bowl anymore because my team isn't relevant, and I can't believe they're not relevant because for 2 decades they've been very relevant. So I love Bill Burr, but I do feel
He's a funny
like
fella.
He did bring up also, like they both brought up, that we did see the NBA at one point did have fixing involved. Like that was something that, but it was one person, very, very one person that was kind of running that.
Before I go to a press conference, I sent something on your phone to take a load off, both you guys. And Alec, even though Alec won't be going to New Orleans.
Oh, what? You can go to New Orleans sometime, though.
Well, he
Anytime
won't be
you
going
want.
with us. He has to stay here and hit buttons.
Dang it.
But what did I send to your phone to take a load off in New
The
Orleans?
41 best restaurants in New Orleans at any price point.
Oh, I was looking at all the other po' boy.
Yeah, lots of different po' boys.
I decided, you know what? That was very old school of me to take a picture of my computer.
Screenshot, yeah.
And then I was like, I can just send the website, and then it comes up on all of our phones. So anyways, I'm ready to take a load off in New Orleans.
Man, I just found out because Dawson had texted me a while back. I'd mentioned Central Grocery as the sandwich shop. I want to go get one of their muffaletta sandwiches.
Yeah.
And to be quite honest, Roger Emmerich, the great Roger Emmerich, he's the one that told me about it initially. And then Adrian, while we were there, she was like, hey, have you heard of this place? We need to go. And I was like, all right. Had the sandwich, loved it. And I guess it was National Sandwich Day, and they were discussing it.
Okay, yeah.
Wolchuk had mentioned it, and Dawson texted me a screenshot from the fan text that said it's closed. And I was like, oh, no. So I've just been like bummed that I'm not going to get that sandwich. But I just went to their website, and they said they're open. They're ready to rock. So, Mike, we're going to get a muffaletta.
I'll go with you.
Yes.
I love eating in New Orleans, and there's some places to just relax, take a load off.
Oh,
and
my gosh.
I really like shrimp.
Maybe have a
For whatever it's
beverage.
worth.
You can have a lot of shrimp there. And take a load off while you're at it, too. Just walk around and take a load off while you're walking. And then every
Why
once
do
in a
you
while
keep
sit.
saying take a load off?
It's how you relax.
It's also the
That's
motto,
a saying.
the slogan of the show.
Take a load off is a saying, and usually it means you're just like relaxing with friends and having a good time and maybe having a discussion.
Okay.
By taking a load off your fanny.
That song, it doesn't say Fanny, it says Annie, which I thought it was Fanny the whole time because obviously.
So is it the F from off that
so
makes
it's like
people
take a load off Fanny, but it sounds like Fanny, but they're just like off and Annie kind of combined, and it makes sense because people call butts fannies, and you're taking a load off your butt because I'm just thinking like, hey, like when you sit down, you're kind of relaxing and you're sitting on your fanny. All right,
Interesting
that's
content
it.
you've brought us
I'm
today.
leaving.
By our friend Joe that we know said that he'll be there, and he knows New Orleans area very well, so he'll say hi to us.
Now we got the C Block coming up in just a second, but first,
Give something away!
877-881-1053, caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets to go see Billy Idol and Joan Jett on May 7th at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth. Got to be caller number 10, 877-881-1053. If you miss out for any reason, we'll be doing this giveaway again tomorrow and Friday. Next, C Block me.
All right, we'll do that next.
The football world.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. That muffaletta sandwich that I've been talking so much about in New Orleans. By the way, we're going to be in New Orleans for Super Bowl all next week. So we'll be at Radio Row starting Tuesday.
Yep.
We'll fly out on Monday, and we'll bring you all the great content that we can. I want to do something a little different this year, though. I want to have some fun while we're there. So I might come up with some plans. I might come up with some plans for on-air stuff to while we're in New Orleans to maybe spook some of the guests we have, maybe freak them out just a little bit.
Spook the guests we have, eh?
Yeah, I like this idea. Like, Alec, let's think about this. What if I got like a little glass aquarium and just put it underneath the table? And whenever we got a guest, I'll be like, hey, are you afraid of snakes? And when they say yes or no, I reach under the table and I just bring the aquarium out and it's empty. And I'm like, oh, no. Like, do you think that they would freak out?
That's genius.
Yeah.
I kind of want to do one of those things. Have you seen like where you get the box that just has the holes on the sides and there's something in there, but you don't tell them what it is?
Yes.
And they have to try to figure it out. And you just make it sound really scary. It's like a plush hedgehog or something.
No, I like the idea of actually putting one of those poison dart toads in there. Or something.
Oh, me too, yeah.
Okay, because I was going to ask how many people can come into Radio Row. Can you just convince, hey, will you stick your hand in this box?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We might see. By the way,
gonna cost
tickets for 76ers Kings tonight, Kevin, there are tickets for $3 available. So if you want to go to the 76ers and Kings game tonight,
man,
I guess it's not a hot commodity at the moment. All right. Senior Bowl.
$3? That's crazy.
Doesn't it feel like you're paying more for parking than the ticket?
Okay. And secondly, if you're not paying more for parking, let me know how that worked out. Where the hell can you park at a sporting event for $3 or less?
By the way, it looks like everybody has found Mike Green on the Pro Bowl or on the Senior Bowl because
knocking the F out of that guy.
Yeah, he's getting some buzz, and he's been a hot name for quite a minute now from Zach Wolchuk. So if you're listening to Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, and the G-Bag Nation, you're getting the best draft information you possibly could get. Speaking of, Will McClay, who signed an extension with the Cowboys today, and I think a lot of people are happy about that. And I really do. We have gone back and looked at his hits and some of the other ones. We're like, oh man, that was a really nice find. We've gone back and looked at that a couple times. I really would love to go back and look at everybody in the league and see how comparatively how he's done. Like, I need to come up with a better chart. Like, these guys are hits, these guys are good players, and see where they rank. So I want to see where that goes. We will get to baseball talk at some point, though. This is Will McClay, though, talking yesterday from the Senior Bowl about being on the same page with everybody else.
I think that's the greatest part, is being aligned from top down, and that's one of the commitments that we all made sitting in there about what we're going to do and how we're going to do it. You know, it starts with ownership coming down, but Schotty's got a plan, got a vision. We're going to support that, and then what we'll do is continue to, add good players. I have a great feeling about Schotty, what he's looking for. He's going to communicate. He's going to over-communicate. He's going to ask his staff to do that, and they're going to over-communicate with us, and we're going to over-communicate with them. That's how we're going to get it done the first year, and we'll continue to grow and get better at it.
All right.
I like it.
Okay, I'm glad you like that. And that is starting over. There are a lot of fans that cannot start over.
Sure.
A lot of, like, Mike is a fan that cannot go new year. He's like, I'm not letting go of what's happened for the last 30 years. And I know there are a lot of fans out there that are in that same way.
Or that are just going to say those are just words or what. I got
absolutely. And from the 903, Will McClay is also to blame. I agree. I think he would say that he agrees. I honestly think that Will McClay would say, look, we haven't done good enough. Steven has told us that on air too. The thing that I'm kind of curious about and would love to discuss and dive into even more is, he said we're aligned from top to bottom. That's the promise we made in that room.
Okay.
So did Schottenheimer ask everybody, hey, the way that things went when McCarthy was here, just from what I observed, we weren't all on the same page with this. And I need that in order, Like, look, Jerry, I can't have you running around saying there's better coaches on your staff to take my spot. That doesn't make me feel comfortable, and it doesn't give me the power. Is that what Schottenheimer asked of them? Is I need to make sure that not only when it comes to what we see as the players that should be Cowboys, but the way that we run things, I have to have some say in this too.
I could see that. And one of the things Jerry said, and it might have been more about offensive philosophy than specifically what you just said. I can't be sure about that. But he was really quick to say, and I've seen Schotty hold his tongue plenty of times. So I'm curious, like, specifically just about, like, I don't like that play call. Or does it go to more what you were talking?
And, we've heard multiple times that, if you looked up in the defensive press box or in the defensive box upstairs, when they would shoot over to Dan Quinn up there, you would see sometimes Will McClay back there. And evidently there was hey, I don't like that from McCarthy, that he didn't like that Will McClay was in there. And I can understand that.
Yeah.
If you're McCarthy and you just had your coach tell people, hey, Dan Quinn could be a head coach for this team.
Yeah.
I don't want the guy that's building personnel up there, right? Even if he's helping, I don't want that relationship. Like, I understand all of that. I totally get that part. But I'm very curious on that promise to each other and how they are going to work together and align for themselves to do it. He also was discussed the process, how the process changes, and a little bit about how NIL works with it.
What we're trying to do is continue to drive ourselves to look for not only the best players, athletes, all that stuff, but the guys that have the metal that that it's going to take for us to get over the top, paying more closer attention to the kind of the football character and those things, and seeing if they fit that way as well.
Is that any sort of change, the character side from the McCarthy?
No, not really. Guys emphasize it. Each coach is going to emphasize it a little bit more, but I think as an organization and on the scouting staff, it's one of the things each year we try and go back and look at, okay, what's this, what's that, and compare guys. And they get into the league now. It's a different atmosphere that we're getting players from. Now they're getting paid in college, they're transferring 2-3 schools. It's how do we dig and find that information? How do we find out about the core of the players? Really the thing that we really want to dig in now, because it's going to require us to the way the conditions are.
That part of it right there, with them going to 2 or 3 different schools. Choppy this morning and Bobby both had really good points about that, and they were different points. Choppy said, I think it should be easier to get real information, because you're not just asking one school that has their goals in mind. You're asking 3 different schools that all got to see this guy at different stages of his career. And you're likely to maybe get a real answer from 2 of them.
Yeah.
That kind of lines up that you might not get from one of them.
I continue to like because I really did like that follow-up question. Mm-hmm. And yes. I like you have to say all the things.
Was it not like that with McCarthy?
Yeah.
No, it was.
And you have to kind of backtrack a little bit. I'm not saying he backtracked all the way, but it's a delicate balance of oh yeah, we got some new stuff. It's going to be really awesome. You didn't do that awesome stuff before. We did some of that awesome stuff, but we got some new awesome stuff.
Yeah, there's new. We just been holding this awesome stuff back.
Yeah, that is a delicate
We just weren't
balance.
ready to use all the awesome stuff at the time.
For sure.
The other side that Bobby was discussing with NIL and how that is well, now you got 3 different teams you got to go to. It's got to be difficult to try and go, hey, was that coach on that staff at that time? We got to figure out the coaches, reach out to those guys, and were they mad that player left? Now are they giving me real information, or are they giving me information? But I want to take that too. I want the negative information.
Sure.
Because then that helps me when I sit down and I watch the kid and I start talking to the kid.
Wouldn't you argue that at times that is among the most important information? Because I need to know any potential problems that come along, how that person deals with it, or what can we do to help on the field stuff, whatever.
Tyler Guyton. Dude, everything looks great about this kid. He looks good in this. How does he react whenever he's not playing well? How does he respond whenever things get real bad? And if something bad happens, what did y'all do to help? I need to know these things about this guy. And somebody asked from the 214, wait, so McClay was responsible for Taco? Yes, he was here for Taco. Brian Broaddus will say every single time McClay said, I wear that miss. He probably wears this Mozzie miss, and he's hoping that Mozzie comes around. Mozzie had a better second half this year than we saw for the first year and a half of his career. Maybe it happens. I don't know. But yes, he did wear that. Do I think that other people had influence in that conversation? Yeah, because ultimately Will McClay stamps it and says, yes, Jerry, I believe this one, even if other people are standing on a table at the time. And then this is the last line about Schottenheimer and how he feels about him.
Just knowing him and being around him, knowing where he came from. I mean, a lot of the things that you've heard are very true where, in this day and age in the NFL, it's the new hotshot that, maybe he's been coaching 3, 4, 5 years. Well, Brian was that guy. He's got that passion. He's got that commitment. Grew up in football, can have a conversation with anyone, and an honest conversation with anyone. So his ability to do that and to connect, like in part of the interview, I watched him connect with different people in different ways, and that's a huge part of the head coaching thing that helps push you over the top, and that you only get that from experience.
And those are the things that help sell him and help sell the Joneses on this head coach. Kevin, for me, what I really want from my head coach is I want my head coach to be so in the details for this team, like to the point of, just like I've talked about with Bill Walsh, hey man, I really don't like the way that this announcer does this. Can we change that just a little? Yeah. Everything that goes on in that stadium, he should be aware of, know what's going on, have a thought about it,
and at times
a vision for it.
And at times you want them to relax on it until that starts to work, and then you're like, I saw your vision all along.
Exactly. They say he has a vision for this thing, and Will McClay doesn't talk a lot. He'll probably talk with one of the shows during training camp, and then after the draft, he usually hops on with us, I think, or G-Bag. I think a couple of years ago, he hopped on with G-Bag, and I just thought it was an exceptional conversation. So I heard that audio yesterday and wanted to dive into it. And then I saw this from Jory Epstein. Somebody's going to tell me how to say it one day, and I'm going to remember, I promise.
Are you going to remember?
She said, I asked Stephen Jones, devil's advocate says Schotty hasn't called plays since 2020. And hasn't demonstrated modern offense. What gives the Cowboys confidence that he can?
That's a quality question.
Stephen Jones' reply, Andy Reid. Wow, what a career. But he's a guy that did it differently in Philadelphia, and he's evolved. I personally, Andy Reid was also play caller, head coach.
Yeah.
He was the guy paying attention to all the details of that. I'm not trying to sell Schottenheimer to anybody. I still want to wait before I, make any decisions on him. But I do believe that people can evolve and grow over time. And Andy Reid definitely did. He got the right quarterback and everything changed. He had Alex Smith. It wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
I mean,
I agree. And I'm an Alex Smith defender.
When he had Alex Smith, that team was essentially the Eagles, and couldn't go any further because they were held back by that.
Sure.
Essentially. Then he brought up she asked, Niners, Eagles made Super Bowl in the last 2 years with a strong run game, supporting quarterback. Do the Cowboys want that for Dak? And he said it's a must. It's a must that we marry our run game to our pass game and roll that into play action. I think all that plays right into Dak's hands. And then, as he mentioned, the reduced formations and things like that to set up the ball even more efficiently, as some of these teams have done in our league. Schotty embraces it all. Kevin, I just want to point out, and this is...
because I have thoughts
there
about
are
that.
Two things that happened this year that, and maybe a little bit of last year, two things that have happened. One, this was the year of the running back. This was the year that everybody was like, oh, we got to run the ball again effectively. And two, this was the year of the defensive tackle. And what have I been begging for years?
A fat boy in the middle of the line.
Crush in the middle. And so now, that's what I'm still asking for, and the Cowboys have yet to give that. So hopefully they look at their team and say, what can win next year?
So, Corey, you know how earlier in the segment you said there's a lot of Cowboys fans who can't handle a full-on stop and reset?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
You just mentioned one of the points that I can't handle. I'm okay with a full-on stop and reset for the Cowboys, and I feel like I've been pretty vocal about that. However, what you just said, from Stephen Jones, what I hear in my head every single time is that sentence ends with at a certain reasonable price.
Yeah.
And so that's what I think every time. I was like, look, we've talked about it. You could have picked up Saquon for a $5 million cap hit and Derrick Henry for 3.8. Maybe I reverse those. But the point is, hell, you could have gotten both of those players. But the Cowboys just didn't value it at that rate. So I hear him. I believe him. But I also think he's like, if Rico Dowdle is willing to come back at 2 for 4 years.
Yeah.
Or 2 years for $4 million or something like that. And that's the part
best. Just get the best.
That is the one for me, Corey, that I'm like, if you're talking about every Cowboys fan is bitter about a certain thing. For me, I'm bitter about that part. Every time he talks at the end of the sentence, I frequently hear at the right price point.
Yep. Yeah. And then this last thing I wanted to get to, maybe I'm going to implement this into the C block for more often. Okay. Is this stupid criminal or just bad luck?
Oh.
A Costa Rican drug kingpin named, we'll just call him Luis. All right. I don't want to say the rest of it.
It was Medford. I gotcha.
Was arrested while vacationing in Europe after his wife's photos revealed his location. So this dude is a drug kingpin, and his wife was just posting all of her things on Instagram about how great her life was and everything.
All right.
And they said, hey, looks like this dude's here. He had splurged on $20,000 worth of plane tickets to bring his family to Europe for the new year. The trip was cut short.
Here's the issue. It was his wife. If you said drug kingpin girlfriend, I'd have been like, you know what? Maybe she doesn't get it. Maybe she doesn't know about that life yet. But if it's his wife,
she should know.
She knows what he does.
Yeah, she should know.
She should know the rules by now. And again, my overarching message would be, don't be a drug kingpin or break the law.
Okay.
But
yeah.
You know how women are.
I don't know if that is appropriate, PJ. But in this specific scenario, how does the wife not know this?
I don't know. Yeah. How does she know not to post their location? Or you know what? Maybe she didn't know that they were after him. Maybe she was like, you know what? Right now we're free and in the clear. They're not after this guy at the moment.
Dude, it's like you've heard Mike make a lot of references to the Wesley Huff Billy Carson debate. So Billy Carson was like, I just got out of the hospital like days before, and he posted his hospital bills, but he left the date on the hospital bill, which actually showed it had been like 5 weeks since he was in the hospital. I get it. It's tough to be in the hospital, but he said a couple of days.
And somebody did text in and say, I saw these pics. She is, they said it, I'll say attractive.
Not the point.
If you want to go check out
903.
I
needed to know.
Not the
just Google
point.
it. She is very pretty.
Just drop me a link.
And by the way, Indiana
that
Fever
worked for you
star
last time.
Caitlin Clark will not participate in the NBA All-Star Special 3-point shootout.
I'm disappointed
She
about
wants her first 3-point contest to be at the WNBA All-Star in Indianapolis this summer.
I can respect that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, is Nick Sirianni right? Do we get caught up on what a winning football team is supposed to look like? Plus maybe some free agency stuff next on The Fan.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you. Thank
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Hurts keeps it himself, has some room. Hurts at the 10, 5, touchdown! Jalen Hurts with the score.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, we have a couple of options here. We can talk about early look at NFL free agency and how many Cowboys are in the mix. Or, what I'd love to talk about as well, is Nick Sirianni right? Do we get caught up with what a winning football team is supposed to look like?
Oh, interesting.
So, everybody knows the Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes, he's great. Travis Kelce, great. They're like all-time greats. Their defense has been really, really good too.
But what's the line every time? Well, not everybody has a Patrick Mahomes.
Exactly. So, I take you to the Eagles. And it feels like people discount the Eagles because maybe Jalen Hurts doesn't play the way people think he should play.
He's not Patrick Mahomes.
Well, sure. And nobody is. I guess his dad is another Patrick Mahomes. But if you look at the yardage in the first two playoff games, so this is before the Washington game where he joked about the straitjacket getting taken off. Jalen Hurts threw for 131 yards and 128 yards.
Yep.
If I told you you got two playoff games and your starting quarterback threw for 259 yards, I bet one of the thoughts would be, how did we get the second one?
Mm-hmm.
And we definitely lost that game. But then you go to Nick Sirianni, and he talked about this at the NFC Championship game. How about our quarterback? He's a stud. I knew he was going to play that way. I knew it. Don't doubt him. All he does is win. And then he added, winning at quarterback is more important than any stat you go through.
Fact.
And that's where I started to think about, do the Eagles get discounted? Because I think we all feel like the Eagles have the best all-around roster in football. But people keep saying they made it this far in spite of Jalen Hurts. I believe Jalen Hurts is now on the list of 8 quarterbacks, give or take, to make 2 Super Bowls in their first 5 years. That's it.
Yeah.
And that list is littered with Hall of Famers.
Granted, in those two, the best roster you can find.
Exactly.
Because that GM runs circles around most of them.
And so that's what I want to talk about. I promise this segment is not about how great Jalen Hurts is. This segment is about, do people discount the Eagles because their quarterback is fine at times, better than fine at other times, but it's their all-around team that is winning. And people seem to be like, well, who are the best quarterbacks in the league? I feel like you get some variation of Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, Burrow, and maybe at number 5, if you're feeling like super generous that day, Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
But odds are more likely you'll get him closer to 8, 9,
But
10.
you'd also, now what you're about to do, I'm sorry, I'm jumping the gun here.
Good.
You're about to say, but my running back's a top 2.
Exactly.
My tight end's a top 5. My two of my wide receivers are top 15, maybe. Like your name, and then you go to my defensive tackles are top.
Yep.
So everything is in the top of something, not just because they're a good team that year, because they're good players individually, and as a team, they play well.
And I don't know if it's, I know some people will argue it's the fantasy footballification of football that makes people discount certain teams, certain players, or whatever, but is it time to revisit, like, maybe having the stud wide receivers, the all-around good defense, and the stud running back can make up a lot more than people thought for a slightly above average quarterback. Maybe you think he's way above average. We don't have to get into that debate right now. But I think we would all agree not a lot of people believe that Jalen Hurts is in the top 3.
Right.
Even at this moment, I don't think a lot of people feel that way. And so I was just really fascinated by Nick Sirianni because he goes, hey, talk about some of those Hall of Famers. Joe Montana. Who's he throwing to? Jerry Rice. So these guys have been so good at their position, but a lot of them have had great players around them. I'm not discounting the greatness of Patrick Mahomes whatsoever, but it does help that he has an all-time great tight end.
Yes. And Chris Jones, like an all-time great defensive coordinator.
For sure.
Who's the only coordinator to ever go to 4 Super Bowls. To win 4 Super Bowls, I'm sorry. The thing, though, that I still stand by when it comes to quarterback play is at some point in the game, you can run, you can do all these things, but as we saw with Josh Allen and with Lamar Jackson, at some point in the game, you have to step up and deliver big-time throws. Jalen Hurts has done that this year, and he's done it in the playoffs multiple times where when they needed a first down, he found A.J. Brown or he found Dallas Goedert for a big game. Again, that Saints game was huge because he found the right person. And this year, working with Kellen Moore has been really good for him to create and open those plays up. And Kellen Moore has a litany of an arsenal of offensive weapons to go to.
Let me ask you this question. And Alec, if you want to chime in on this, I'd definitely be interested in your thoughts as well. You said you got to be able to make the throw. Agree. How high on the list of importance is you have to be able to avoid making the wrong throw? Exactly. Or you have to be able to avoid that mistake.
Jimmy Johnson said it all the time.
Alec, you feel like that's pretty high up on your checklist too, right?
I think that's probably the highest because it's about mitigating, the dumb mistakes versus the great plays. So You've heard that line of thinking for years now.
I'm glad that you said that then, because I've seen a couple people text and it was like, Eagles fans don't think Jalen Hurts is that good. Well, let's talk about the mistake factor. Did you know that Jalen Hurts he threw an interception against the Cowboys on November 10th. In his last 14 games, that's it. He's thrown...
So where is kryptonite?
What?
That's what you just said.
You know what?
How do we do in that game?
It was pretty bad.
What?
We lost by 4 touchdowns.
But we did intercept him. So
that's a good point.
You face everybody else after that.
That is a very good point. So you look... Are we hanging the banner? Okay.
I am.
So that's fair. So in that time, he's thrown 1 interception over 14 games. Now, this is where I think some people get caught up too. You know how many touchdown passes he has? 16. So 16 touchdown passes in 14 games, I understand.
Yeah, but he has A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, Kevin.
So why can't he...
That's when Kevin pounds his fist on the table and goes, exactly, that's my point right now. The team around him is really good. Build a good team.
So what I wanted to throw out there is, and Lamar Jackson gets dinged with this a lot as well. Josh Allen to a certain extent. He's run for 17 touchdowns in that same time. So if I tell you, I got 16 touchdowns in 14 games passing, you're like, can we do better? But if I tell you Jalen Hurts in his last 14 games has 33 total touchdowns and 1 interception. That's incredible.
Yeah. And somebody said, but haven't they had one of the least efficient passing offenses this season? They had a spell, or it was poor. Like there was a spell where you were like, what's happening with this right now? And it was their wins were very reliant on their defense playing well and their running back stepping up.
I think you can make an argument that turning point was after, I'm pretty sure they had an early bye. They had an early bye, or if you even want to go after the Cleveland game, because that game was kind of Dudsville too. I agree with you. The first 5 weeks of the season, it was a disaster. Jalen Hurts was turning the ball over left and right. You saw those statistics that since 2022, Jalen Hurts has the most turnovers. Fact. 2023, fact. Early this year, fact. Since then, though, he has gotten way, way more safe with the ball. And I just wanted to throw that out there.
Because he can run the ball.
That's true.
He can run the ball. His team can run the ball. You can do that whenever you're balanced enough to not have to rely on one thing. Yeah. But whenever you're a team that has no offensive line that can block well enough to keep your quarterback in the pocket, you don't have a running back that you trust or rely on. Your quarterback gets injured trying to be Superman when he doesn't need to be. That's how that happens.
Now, this next part, I actually want to talk about free agency and kind of add that into this discussion, if that's okay with you guys. ESPN put out their list of top 50 free agents going into the offseason. Now, maybe you think this is good. Maybe you think this is bad. How many free agents from the Cowboys do you think are on that list? How many players that were
top
Cowboys,
50?
but now they're going to be free agents? Yeah, top 50.
One at most, probably zero.
Really? Okay.
I'm just trying to think of. I don't know who all the free agents are.
That's a fair point. Who's your one?
Jordan Lewis. I would have to look at the list of the rest of them. But DeMarcus Lawrence, a free agent.
DeMarcus Lawrence did not make the top 50, but that is true. Also, Rico Dowdle didn't make the top 50. They're in I
would expect that.
They're in the runner-up category.
I just don't think of Rico Dowdle. I know everybody loved what happened this year, and they ran the ball more effectively. That was really good, but I just don't look at them that way.
And maybe I'm missing it, but I don't think Jordan Lewis made the cut either.
I don't think you would, honestly.
So they have two in the top 50.
Are they special teams?
Nope. That is a fair question. That is a really fair question. Zach Martin, number 21 on the list. And then Osa Odighizuwa is number 10.
Wow, where's Trey Lance?
On this
51.
Nope.
Probably
Remember,
so.
I gave you the honorable mention, so he didn't make those next 10.
61.
And it was either yesterday or the day before. I know Broadus kind of mentioned it in passing. I'm sure they've hit this more on the show, because he's like, I'm just not sure you're going to be able to keep Osa Odighizuwa. And that's concerning to me, because at a time when you wonder about the overall talent level on this team, there's two in the top 50 that one of them we kind of feel like is going to retire. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. And the other one is Osa, somebody that we've liked for a while, that you've seen grow and grow and grow. But maybe, unfortunately for us and the Cowboys, he got too good.
Yeah, and that's
is
a player
a weird
right there.
thing.
I think that's one of the reasons Micah threw that line out there of 35
versus 40.
I want a beast in front of me.
Yeah.
I want somebody that can create space for us. And Osa's he's been a really good talent. A lot of people didn't have a clue what to expect out of him. And I think he's turned out to be a very fine defensive tackle.
Yeah, so how disappointed would you be when perhaps inevitably you don't bring back Osa?
Because of the way that these contracts are structured?
Yes, and because I guess he got too good. Like, that's one of the things about the Cowboys that really fascinates me to no end.
We draft and move on.
It almost feels like they are agitated about how good CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons got. That's probably not the case, but sometimes the way they describe it, they're like, hey, you got to pay 3 players $100 million, or I guess actually far more than $100 million. That's just the deal. But they really like to keep those players that they're fine. So let's re-sign them again, and we can pad our draft stats. But Osa feels like he was going to be in that category, and then he got too good.
They are terrified of a Crawford deal again. They're very terrified
that one hurt
that the Tyrone Crawford deal will happen again, where, dude, this guy's on the rise, and then he just levels off and never is that again. I don't think that's just because of money. He had injuries that got in the way, but he never was that same guy again.
So of that group, Zach Martin, Osa, Dowdle, DeMarcus Lawrence, it feels very plausible that you bring none of those players back, right?
And then there's a lot of work to do to replace that in the draft. And then again, Kevin, like I said yesterday, with $1 million, $1.25 million free agents.
Hell yeah.
Spending 5 is very difficult.
Yeah, that is tough. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Eats has low fee products? You gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking out a little bit.
Is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Duchesne center, shot to score! Maverick Bork on a gorgeous pass from Matt Duchesne. And we are tied at 1.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we have a lot to cover, and I do need to do the read for Crosstalk. But first, Chiafalo, can you pop your mic on real quick?
What did I do?
You didn't do anything wrong. I just have a question about how your day has gone so far.
Oh, thank you.
Have you, before the show, or are you planning on being involved in a rap battle in some sort of underground warehouse?
Is that the look that I'm giving off right now? Is that just is that what I'm exuding?
Like $1 million %.
Oh, I do
got
like
rabbit.
rabbit. I actually have a confession about everything I'm wearing right now.
It was all given to you.
It's
by
all free.
Yeah,
There's
I believe
nothing
that.
you paid for on your body.
It's the exact same thing you wore yesterday.
Old Chuck knows me very well.
Ah,
I bleep you not. From underwear to socks to pants.
Is this a walk of shame situation?
T-shirt. No,
It was his birthday yesterday.
I guess, if that's still a thing when you're married.
I mean, as long as you picked right.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, good.
I feel good about it, but yeah, that's the honest to God truth, man. It was like get home from the show last night, hang out a little bit, and then go to sleep, wake up, same clothes, throw them on. I mean, that's one of the perks of doing this gig. I mean, how complimentary were the students at UNT last week? We'll check out my outfit. Just like
they did.
Wow, dude, how can you get away with that?
You dress like us.
The aura, the drip, it was off the chain.
The most homeless looking kid in there was very complimentary of my attire.
So D&M Leasing brings you already this spectacular edition of, you could take that if you need to, of Crosstalk. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Smelly, Hagee. Thanks so much for asking.
Okay, I didn't notice that when you walked in. All right, so
well, get a little closer. You'll get a good whiff.
I guess we have to talk about this. We talked about it when the incident in question happened to start with, but is somebody going to help Matt Bush, or have they tried and he's just dead set on, I don't know what's going to happen to him, because he got booked into a Tarrant County jail earlier this week. And if you don't remember the story, it was from October. Matt Bush was spotted driving recklessly. He sped off out of the officer's sight. A few minutes later, he ran a red light, crashed into 3 other vehicles, leaving one driver with life-threatening injuries. He then attempted to flee the scene, but was detained by bystanders. You remember when he came to the Rangers, and he had various stints between 16 and 22, he had like a very similar incident, which left somebody almost crippled. It definitely impacted the rest of their life. And I will admit, I had a conversation with Matt Bush. He talked all about that because he was going to be on Real Sports and everything. I believed all of it, and I was like, he's going to turn his life around. And maybe he still can after this, but this feels like a tale that is destined to end very poorly, does it not?
Yeah, and didn't this start with a vehicular homicide, like an actual dead person?
You might be right. I don't know if that person died. I thought it was...
He broke his back.
Seriously injured?
Yeah, exactly. And like their life is different forever.
Okay, yeah, I think if you do something like that and you go to jail and you come out and the draw of booze or your own personal misery is so strong that you need alcohol or whatever it is, I would understand it. But once you get back behind the wheel again, I just think you should go back behind bars for a long time.
Yeah.
So I would wonder like how he's out, how he has access to a vehicle. Like I don't like any of this, and I think it's a sad story. And it sucks, that Matt Bush is, still out there hurting people. But I do think this is where the justice system needs to step in and be like, wow, this is an actual danger to society.
Yes.
The jail's full of like non-violent offenders.
Yes.
This dude is going to get out for some reason, get hammered and jump in his pickup truck again. And you got to put him behind bars for a long time.
I'm with you guys on this. I wanted to play one more audio cut if I can. Can you give me cut number 8, please, Alec?
Flag making a move to his left. Spins left, and it goes.
Now, Duke came back. They won on Monday night. They were playing a not very good NC State team. And Cooper Flagg essentially said that John Shire, the head coach, lit him up and was like, the hell is this? Like, are you going to be aggressive? Are you going to try to go to the basket? You're just going to keep taking jump shots? Like, what are we doing? And he like really lit into the player. And so what I was curious about for all of y'all, and then Broadus, I would love to start with you if possible. How long does it take to see in a player what kind of motivation they do or do not respond
You might not ever see it. Might not ever see it.
We were concerned about that with Mozzie for a little bit.
Yeah, you might not ever see it. The hardest thing is you can kind of get an idea if the player likes or loves to play the sport, or he just plays the sport. I think to play football, you honestly have to love the game. You really have to love the game. But there's guys that are really super talented that play and don't love the game, and it's a very, very difficult game to play when you're that way. But scouts try and find out about that every day. You can ask kids a million questions about, and I'll tell you this. Remember Byron Jones?
Yes.
I one time talked to Byron Jones, and Byron Jones to me had a lot of other outside interests.
Yes.
I mean, Byron Jones could be like a state senator from Connecticut.
Yeah.
He had that kind of demeanor about him. Byron Jones admitted, he goes, I really don't like playing football. I really don't. But, it's something I do. It's a job for me, a profession right now. And
when you can jump like that, when you're that explosive.
Oh yeah, put your knee back into place
the
when when it goes out of place.
Oh my gosh,
all that stuff.
Wasn't his nickname the Senator?
Oh yeah, that's what he actually was a congressional. I think he was an aide.
Wow.
I mean,
super smart.
Yeah, military family, but he had a lot of other interests.
Yeah,
and just going in, you knew that like this guy might not be long for it. He might not be. So it's very, very difficult because there's a lot of times you get fooled by players. You think they're tough. You think they love the game. In actuality, it's one of the hardest things for them to do, to get up every day to go be a part of it.
So in a weird way, would you prefer the individuals who maybe are not that multifaceted and they're like, no, I love football. That's what I want to talk about. That's what I want to do.
It helps.
Yeah. Okay.
It helps.
I live and breathe.
You absolutely want those guys because they're not going to be distracted by anything. In their free time, they're like, wow, can we get some more practice in?
Well, that's like, what some of the things with what they're talking with Tyler Guyton. Did Tyler Guyton really love football? Does Mozzie Smith really love football? You have to make it.
Is that why McClay's talking about character and metal?
I think Mozzie's been open about the fact he doesn't really like football.
I think I think there's a lot. And you know what? Hey, if a player tells me that and I respect them for saying it. I'm like, listen, okay, if you don't, then I just need to make sure that I don't take you, because it's hard enough. But I'll tell you what, I've taken a lot of players or liked a lot of players that love football and were terrible players, Yeah. It's kind of a two-way street.
Sure.
Sometimes the most talented guy really doesn't want to be out there playing for you. And then there's a guy that's And then there's the guy that's the guy that just, I love football, I love him, and then he's just terrible.
Yeah.
And you get fired.
Then you have dreams about merging those two players and taking that.
That's one of the great things.
This player and that player had a baby, then boom,
you
we
hear
got
it all
Hall
the
of
time.
Fame.
You hear it all the time. If we could just take Dak's leadership and put him with,
Yeah.
I mean,
whatever.
Yeah, exactly. You always hear that. But
what do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. Rangers announcing a bunch of new broadcast partnership details here this hour. Jim Cochran's going to join us in the 3 at some point.
You know who's at that presser, right? Mike Bassick, in case you need another guest.
Yeah. Just have him call in. Yeah, let's do it.
That feels like y'all's job.
He missed crosstalk.
That's a good point.
Yeah, he owes us. Last hour of the show.
Good
the
point.
Whole last hour?
The C block, man.
Roll home.
What a D.
With the Gag Nation.
Be somebody else's problem here before long.
He blocked that.
We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Come back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Call Mike a D like Eric just did.
Coming up next, the D block.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. General at your service. If you see me, beer me. And hey, there's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, Super Bowl champ. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup. He's fixing to go 5 hours flawless there. Radio producing, engineering, and hosting. Of course, Wolchuk and Shia follower here. You got Carter Freeman coordinating your video, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in, gentlemen. How we doing?
Excellent, sir. Thank you.
It's a good look for you. There with the gray vest and the pink button-up shirt.
It pops, dude.
Every once in a while, I just throw out I got to switch up the LSU gear. I was just going to maybe ask you guys, should I just double down on LSU gear since we're going to be in New Orleans next week?
Yes.
Probably.
You should.
Well, that'd just be a
normal
normal week of attire. So, yeah.
Just
dress normal.
You're not really having to change course.
All right. I'll just make sure that I go even more over the top LSU.
You don't really need to bring the Cowboy gear. You could probably leave that at home. But definitely bring the Super Bowl ring.
I will wear the Super Bowl ring. The Cowboy gear. I only wear the Cowboy gear when it gets really, really cold.
The question is, will you, when you introduce yourself to people out there in New Orleans, how quickly will you let them know that you're a Super Bowl champion?
Oh,
that's the question.
No. You don't even have to if you just kind of flaunt the.
Well, thanks.
You start wiping the mouth a little bit.
Yeah, I'll do that.
I mean, I think he leads with, I used to scout with the Packers, and if they bite, then it goes to Super Bowl within 5 minutes.
Dawson?
Yeah.
The last time I scouted with the Packers, the Cowboys were playing in Super Bowls.
Yeah.
So
maybe we need to get you back up there.
It might
the good
be,
old days.
It might be the point now, though. Boy, that was a long time ago, Brian.
Yeah.
And they're not wrong.
Yeah, it's been a while. I mean, we are officially old. Chief is, and he's 31.
31. I feel a little bit old, but I'll tell you what, Broaddus, that pink, I think it's his color.
It
like
is.
It 100% is your color. That's the 1 seed for Easter Sunday this year.
Your lady
Just
picked
book
this
it.
out for you? She comboed this thing up for you? You do it yourself?
No, man, this is, the poncho. I like the poncho brand with the snap with the buttons.
They do some
buttons.
good stuff.
Yeah, I like that. I like that look. So, yeah, I'm old, man. I can wear what I want. Come on, man.
Oh, you're dressing fantastic. You're dressed probably the best on the show.
That's why we don't mess up about
just
that thong underwear you find very comfortable.
I mean, you prove that day in and day out,
I try my best, man. I do look like I work at Blockbuster Video at times. You know that.
No, you looking like Killer out of Harlem right now, buddy.
Killer?
Yeah, like one of the diplomats out of Harlem. Killer. You need a pink cell phone, pink Range Rover.
That's styling right there.
I appreciate that, Lucius. Killer.
Maybe you're getting that pyramid makeup selling group, with their pink Cadillacs.
Yeah.
Mary Kay?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, man. They drive around. The pink Cadillac would be cool.
Some of those gals are killing it.
Saying about the old pink Cadillac.
Is that skin so soft, Mary Kay?
Oh, man, you're going to get me on
so
this.
soft, man. It had us looking shiny during the summer. And they told us it keeps the mosquitoes away.
Is that Avon?
Oh, that's Avon.
Is it Avon?
Yeah, let me turn my mic off.
I don't know. It might be, Lucius. Might be.
Well, we got a big hockey story here, guys. I think it deserves top billing. What a win. That was nice. And a history-making performance from Wyatt Johnston there. We'll get to that in a second. But Miro Heiskanen leaving the game after taking a hit to the knee from Mark Stone. Maybe he got tripped. I don't know if it was a dirty play.
Dirty play. 100%.
We're hoping for the best news here.
Mark Stone.
They're not practicing today, so we're not going to get an update. But sometimes you get some bend in there, and it's not a traumatic injury. I don't know. I was looking on Twitter, and a couple of Twitter, like hockey doctors were like, no, it's an isolated MCL injury, and this isn't going to be. But, man, that looked bad. If they came back and said, yep, out for the year, I'd be like, well, that's what that injury looked like, to be honest. So right now, we're waiting until tomorrow when they'll reconvene, or maybe we'll get an insider report or something. But I guess there's no confirmation, because the doctors can really go over there and be like, oh, yeah, torn ACL, we'll confirm it with an MRI. But they can do like a little test with how stable your knee is. And I guess if we haven't heard that yet, that would be cool. I mean, but it did look like best case scenario, you're probably going to be without Miro for a couple of games, a couple of weeks. We'll check.
Yeah, it's a huge loss. And to me, I mean, I know that they slow-moed it. You can get a look. Rupe, his stick might have clipped the skate of Mark Stone, but there was a delay in the reaction to me.
He lunged.
He dives at his knee. I thought it was clearly a dirty play. I think there needs to be a suspension from the National Hockey League. And Mark Stone was already getting the boo birds last year during the playoff series because he's the one that sits out, now allows the Knights to go ahead and maneuver the salary cap. Then he comes back for the playoffs. Maybe the Stars can benefit from Sagan, but he had a legitimate injury. This was a dirty play from Stone.
Yeah, this guy sucks.
He deserves to be reprimanded by the league for this.
And
this
he had
was disgusting.
that S-eating grin as well when they were cutting back to him. After the fact,
I'd never dive
head
first into a guy, was his quote after the game. That's exactly what you did.
Not again, maybe.
If you could see that video replay and still smile, I think you're a dirty player.
He's dirty.
I don't know. I guess, people that know him kind of vouch for him and say, oh, no, he's a good guy and all this. But I think sometimes you get in a moment and you're like, man, I'm going to play right on that edge. I'm going to be intimidating. And then the next thing you know, you Tony Stewart somebody on accident, trying to send a message that you're not the one to mess with.
Good reference.
You
cross the line a little bit.
You just Tony Stewart him.
You know what I'm talking about, Brian.
Just when you said it, I went, and I'm not laughing at the situation. I'm just,
get off the track.
Like a dope sick Dave moment when he sounded off and
just gas the back end of the car so it slides into the guy. Is that what you're saying?
Sometimes you need to be a little bit more aware, and I think Mark Stone at the very least should have had a 5-minute major last night. But I like what Wolchuk's doing now, talking about a suspension.
Yeah, he needs a suspension. This can't be happening. You can't be having dirty play, especially one of the league's best players in Miro.
Yeah,
Stars' best player. He just took him out, and if it's something where he's out a month, the punishment should be even more severe. So he's got to miss games. You miss games. Mark Stone.
So there you go. So I like this. As long as if the guy's out for a month, you're out for a month.
You're responsible for that injury. That was you taking a dive. And I don't care what the hell you say.
I like this.
I'll endorse it.
Yep, I like
okay,
it.
Wyatt Johnson did have the hat trick 3 in a row. I think that's called a natural hat trick for Wyatt. Became the league's 8th player on record to score a shorthanded tally and an overtime winner in a hat trick performance. I'm surprised it's even happened that many times, but Wyatt's been on fire. Vegas was up 3-1. And then he went to work. So so they're doing some good things now. I think they're 4th in the conference, obviously 2nd in the division. Going to be tough to chase down Winnipeg, but I think they're just a couple of points short of Vegas now, and they're going to host Vancouver on Friday, Brian.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. It's just it's amazing though the way that this is a very resilient team and the way that they play night in, night out. You could see the toughness, you could see the skill, you could see the youth. I mean, this Jim Neal staff, when what they've done, they've built an exceptional team, and it looks like a team that, as it gets in the playoffs, that it doesn't really have any type of real weakness to it. And that's what you got to have. It's those, as we all know, we've seen runs through playoffs. You just got to have a team that goes out there every other night and gets it done. And this team's surely looking like that type of group.
Well, we're blessed to have some great front offices here in DFW. We really are with our sports teams. The Stars, the Mavs, and the Rangers. They really set the standard.
They're really crushing it.
Mavericks are 12-30. They're at 12-35 New Orleans tonight. Maybe the Pelicans do have the Mavs number a little bit, though. Not only did they win a week or two ago, but they've won 3 out of the last 5. Najee Marshall has missed the last 4 games with an illness, but he's been upgraded to questionable. Zion in his last 4 averaging 26 and 10 in 27 minutes of action, shooting 52% from the floor. Zion has been dominant.
It's not good for the Mavs. I was looking at a stat with you before the show, Gavin, but the Mavs are like 27th when it comes to defense against power forwards, and they're basically giving up as much points as Zion is averaging, roughly 24 a game. So he's probably going to feast tonight. If you want to get your prize picks plays, more on Zion points, do that one.
Yeah, it's one of those games where you feel like you should win, but you don't like the matchup. And I do like watching Zion play one way or another. It's going to be entertaining. Herb Jones is out for the Pelicans still, so is Brandon Ingram. So they're compromised as well, and they're not very good. Okay, the Cowboys did sign Will McClay to a multi-year extension. I would like to say, as far as front offices go, I think Will McClay is one of the best at what he does, but he's not the architect with the vision. He executes a lot of things really well. I like how he's brought in continuity to this job for 10 years after the Sharif Floyd, Travis Frederick, sort of blow up internally there that they had back in the 2013 or 2014 draft. He stepped in and has done a heck of a job at bridging the gap between the front office, the coaches, and the players, getting everybody on the same page. and all in all, executing some really good drafts. So I like that Will McClay is locked in here to a multi-year extension. Didn't quite have the interest that he's had the last couple of years because the last couple of drafts haven't been great, but I believe they'll, get back on the right page here and start having some big wins.
I kind of wonder if some teams are now starting to cool on him because he's turned down opportunities before, that they feel like that, well, he's just going to he's just going to say no and keep working with Jerry and Steven and, in the family. And I hope that's not the case for him. I hope that he gets the opportunity to go and run his own organization, pick his own coach, draft his own team, build it that way. I think he's a very, very talented guy. And what he's really, really good at is, we've heard the line, the people person. He is a very good people person. He is able to, when the scouts are mad at the Joneses and the Joneses are mad at the coaches and the coaches are mad at the scouts, Will's really good at navigating all that and making sure that everybody that there's going to be guys that are going to be upset and pissed off. And Will does a good job of making sure that he get everybody back on track after all that, after everybody's into their feelings.
One theory that I've just kind of had, because I know that we've seen more fans lately because the Cowboys haven't had maybe the instant reward on their drafts here. I wonder, when you listen to Will McClay talk and how much they marry what does your coach want, what do the coaching staff want, the communication, that's not something that Mike McCarthy really did in Green Bay. So now you're asking a coach that wasn't involved with the draft process. That's something that the Cowboys really value, right? We want to make sure we're on the same page. We're getting you players that our coaches are looking for, the style in which they play. And I don't know that Mike and Will, that partnership really worked. And I think that that's what you're seeing in maybe some failed draft classes or some draft classes that didn't get the return on investment as maybe some of the previous ones have. And maybe that's why you're hearing him being very excited to talk about Schotty, because some guys are good evaluators and some aren't. And maybe Brian Schottenheimer, one thing that he could be is a good evaluator.
Yeah, his dad, Marty, did a really nice job with the teams that he had over the years. I think the thing with Will, he grew a relationship with Dan Quinn. He was very close to Dan Quinn because Dan Quinn was very much a roll up your sleeves and get out on the road and evaluate guy. And they missed some those Kentucky kids they drafted were awful.
Joseph and Bohanna.
Yeah, they were awful players. And it didn't work out from those, that's a second round pick that didn't work. You're going to have some of those. But, I mean, it's important. If you can work with your coach and staff, you don't always have to agree with them, but just don't mess up the draft because all we're doing is listening to the coaches. That screws up a draft more than anything. And maybe Will along the way has learned that, hey, I need to kind of know who can scout and who can't scout. Now, I will say this, though. Will McClay stood up there in a video. We've seen it all in the War Room when he fought for Monty Smith. We saw him, and sometimes you have to go out there and do that. And he's had his share of misses, but he's had a lot of hits along the way, too. But I agree with you, Wolchuk. I think he's excited about working with Brian Schottenheimer. I think he is.
Well, when it comes to him getting his big opportunity to be a GM, I just hope it's here, because he's earned it. He showed a tremendous amount of loyalty. And, maybe if the organization sees fit, I think they could do well by just turning the operation over to him and seeing where he would take everything from the jocks to the socks.
Yeah, the thing that he got to do and experience was the interview process that they went through this time around. So that's something that doesn't always happen, and so good for him to get that. And maybe it's a path that we're going to see something in the future with some of the things some of the changes they've talked about.
I think it'll make real progress when they're like, "Here, Will, you do it."
Oh no,
we'll watch.
Yeah. That's. I think that we could be heading into that direction here in the coming years.
Hey, we got Mike McCarthy not going to coach the Saints.
Yeah,
it really concludes that storyline. You do have to wonder what kind of a situation is going on with New Orleans, as 3 different candidates have.
Usually, you'll take your name out of the job
when there's a guy in there. It sounds like it's a Kellen Moore.
Yeah. Between Kellen or Kafka, those are the final two, but it does sound like Kellen.
Yeah. Well, that just insult to injury there for McCarthy. Yeah. Not only is it not you, it's Kellen
Moore.
You
didn't like.
Ouch. I do think Mike will get another job. I think veteran coach has had success, and somewhat recent success. I don't think he's one of those people you think is washed up. I mean, hell, if Pete Carroll got back in, I could easily see it for Mike.
You know he's going to grind. I mean, he's in the barn right now, not watching film.
yeah.
He's in the barn, just in the barn, not watching film. I'll tell you what the thing it sounds like he needs to do a better job of, though, is it's very clear that Brian Schottenheimer talked about being a people person. Maybe he needs to look in the mirror and become a little bit better people person.
Okay.
I think some things let him down over there with his demeanor, attitude, way he handled things. Yeah, that's something he needs to work on.
Let me get you 16 seconds on soccer. A local kid comes home. Dallas Trinity FC signing a U.S. women's national team prospect midfielder Lexi Misimo. Grew up in Southlake, played at UT, all SEC, and they play down there at the Cotton Bowl at Fair Park. And I've been to a couple of games. It's a good time. So congrats to everybody in that family, and to the player as well. A great collegiate career so far. Looking forward to what she can do with the red, white, and blue. It's time now, G-Bag Nation, for the G-Bag of the day coming up at 2:30. But what's the dumbest way you ever got hurt? Speaking of local greats. We'll get you an update on a story as the Pebble Beach gets set to roll. That's coming up next here, G-Bag Nation, the Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. Oh, I'm
All right, welcome back. Scotty Scheffler has spoken, explained the hand injury that kept him out of some winter tournaments. And it begs the question, what's the weirdest injury you've ever had? Or maybe dumbest injury you've ever had? Listen to this one. He is returning at the Pebble Beach Pro-Am. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. My dumbest, I got lucky that it wasn't a high cliff that I jumped off of, but about 15 feet into water that was only a foot deep. So I broke my ankle that day. Easily the dumbest injury I've ever had.
You knew the depths of the water?
Didn't know how deep it was.
That's not your fault.
Thought I was on one side of the rock that goes into like really deep water, and I was on the other side of the rock.
Wouldn't even consider that dumb. Just unfortunate.
Yeah, it was a tough one. Scotty Scheffler said, I had my hand on the top of a wine glass and broke it. He said, I've heard nothing but horror stories. They were making pasta, Brian, and they needed a way to cut it into like perfect circles. So you're kind of like using a wine glass upside down like it's a cookie cutter, essentially.
Yeah.
He says it broke and the stem kind of got me in the hand. So he says it could have been a lot worse. I actually talked to somebody who did the exact same thing, and the stem went straight through their hand.
Yeah.
It's one of those deals where immediately after it happened, I was mad at myself because I was like, gosh, that's so stupid. But you just don't think about it when you're in the moment. Sounds like maybe, he'd been drinking some of that wine. But
yeah, a couple bottles.
Apparently wine glass accidents are a big deal. Big deal to look out for.
I could see that. I could absolutely see that. You get a little bit loosey goosey with things when you're dealing with glass. I mean, that's why they say at the pool, no bottles, no beer bottles. It's a cans only environment.
Very thin glass too, and he's right about those stems on those wine glasses. They snap pretty easily.
Yeah. I had like a similar glass that holds my NA beer on my nightstand. It probably sat there after I drank about 90% of it for 4 days. And I kept looking at it thinking, I'm going to knock that down, and then that water's going to be on the floor, and I'm going to have to clean it up. And I was thinking, I really got to get around to taking that to the kitchen. Well, sure enough, 2 nights ago, comes off the nightstand and hits the computer battery charger perfectly. Bang! Shatters in a million pieces. Stepped on another piece this morning. Dodged injury, though. Got a flat spot. That was very similar to a wine glass type of situation.
Glass breaking is always a nightmare.
Yeah.
They're the little shards. It's crazy how fine those things can get. And then you're like, wow, I got to move everything. I got to shake everything out. I need a vacuum here.
Yeah, it's a big issue.
Some of these texts coming in are good, guys. 817, I was taking an avocado seed out with a knife, put it right through my opposite hand, holding the avocado. Straight through. Could you imagine?
It's an avocado.
That's awful.
You go from pitting an avocado to you have a knife sticking through your hand, Brian, like you're in a kung fu movie.
That's a really bad deal. I cut my fingers all the time, but to stab through.
I'm curious. He went vertical with it.
Yeah, probably. Well, maybe sideways. You're trying to get in there like this.
The way that you're taught to do it is you take the avocado flat.
Clearly, this guy wasn't taught how to do it.
He skipped avocado cutting class.
But you take the knife and you pop it down into the avocado and just turn.
Man, that's all you had to do.
Yeah,
the old pop and turn.
Yeah,
learn the hard way.
Yep. Pop, not use the end of the knife. Use the middle of the knife to just pop right in there and then turn it and pull the pit out.
469, shot myself in the foot with a blowgun to see if it would stick. Yup, it did. Abby, when she was about 6 years old, we were power washing the porch, and she decided to see
if it could go through her.
See what it would feel like on her foot.
Yeah, that's not good.
That's ripping skin.
It started tearing up skin like it was grease on the patio. It was,
I had a finger slippage into. I still got the scar from it on the tip of my finger from slipping into a power washer deal, and it just, immediate. Your skin just goes flying off.
Yeah.
So doing it to the foot would be a disaster.
Cut the thumb in half trying to slice an apple when I was a kiddo. Thought that'd be fun, like do the whole apple dipped in honey like we would do for Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year.
Sure.
So I'm trying to slice it myself, and boom, I cut it directly in half. And this thing, to this day, they never sewed it back on properly. Looks pretty wonky.
Really?
Yeah.
So
it does look bad.
It's disgusting.
Yeah.
It's really gross.
Did he need a full-on surgery for that, or just stitched up?
They just stitched it up. They probably should have done a surgery because the stitching looks. I mean,
you got full functionality in there though.
I don't have no feeling.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Wow! So you severed the nerve.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that is significant.
Yeah, I mean, I've had the ice slipping stuff in the driveway, tailbone, leg gets pulled back a little bit. That was a couple winters ago. That was a struggle.
Yeah. I bounced on.
Was
a
there video of that?
Unfortunately, I didn't have the security cams because that would have been a fun one to watch. That hurt so bad. It was miserable. Right there in the driveway, trying to get into the car just to go warm it up.
Yeah.
And that one hurt. And then the other one that I think I actually still have some damage in the knee because of. I never really got it looked at, but it hurt for a while. It was a night out on West 7th. And we got a big group of us in college, and there was a girl that was a touch porky. Shouldn't have been having the confidence to just willy-nilly jump on somebody's back in a given moment.
Oh, no.
And so she goes for the piggyback ride, and I'm like, okay. And then there's a curb situation, and we go tumbling to the ground.
No.
This is at like 1
Avis
in the morning.
parking lot, huh?
yeah, right off the curb.
She was trying to stake her
falls,
claim to the chief.
Her ankle and my knee. I was like, dude, this is a bad situation.
No.
And I know it
It's
still
ruined.
hurts because of that.
That's tough.
Back in the 70s when I was growing up, they used to have these popcorn makers that like you pour the oil in it in the bottom and then you pour the kernels in there.
Yeah, we had one of those.
And then you turn it over and then the popcorn comes down into the holder, right? Well, I tilted it and the hot oil went all down my leg.
Oh no!
Like hot. I mean, just a drizzle of popcorn. Like it just.
Yeah.
I literally. I that's like the most pain I ever had was the stone.
The bunion.
The stone.
The kidney stone.
Kidney stone.
Yeah.
But this popcorn thing was the second most because just a stream of hot oil just went down my leg, down my whole
high pitched screams
from kneecap all the way down to the top of my foot.
Burn your skin up pretty good?
Pretty bad.
Massive scarring. Did you grow hair there?
It actually was pretty bad for a while, but it's gotten better. I mean, but
you'd think he poured it on his head.
Seriously, that was as painful a thing I've ever gone through there.
I can imagine.
Being dumb.
Yeah, that sounds horrifying.
Turning it over.
Did you pass the kidney stone just at the toilet, or did they have to go in there and take that out?
I went to the hospital. Matter of fact, I was getting ready for a show. I was getting ready for like going over to work at with DallasCowboys.com. And got up and it was in the shower, and I literally bent over. I couldn't move, and I told Mom, and she got me to the hospital, and I sat there in pain. I mean, literally pain until they like put the medication in me, and then the pain started wearing off, and I was still waiting, and it was getting worse, and finally it went away. Like I was able to get it out of me is what I did, but it was most.
You peed it out.
Peed it out.
Okay.
Yeah. Most painful thing.
I thought the peeing out was a very painful experience from what I've heard.
Did it look like a little mini stone?
You couldn't see it. It's so microscopic.
Okay.
But they said, and then I got home and I was fine. But man, I wouldn't wish that on anybody.
Okay, G-Bag of the Day. In just a second, those are great stories, guys. I want to get to this, what I think is the champ on text. Maybe you guys saw a better one. Dumbest way I injured myself in college after going Century Club, which is you shot a beer every minute for 100 minutes, did a trust fall off the second-story balcony with 3 buddies on the ground to catch me, and it didn't work out.
Missed.
Dislocated wrist requiring surgery with 3 pins to secure it in place. That's R-Dub in Argyle.
R-Dub.
The champ.
Incredible, dude.
I mean, that sounds life-threatening right there.
No.
That's why you had to give up drinking. It makes all the sense in the world, R-Dub.
We got a lot of finger slicers. I'm not alone here.
Wow, this is really good stuff, guys, in the text. Time to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag.
My man Brother said, I got a pocket full of stones. Got a pocket full of stones.
That hurt, man.
So how did you get those? Like drinking a lot of sodas and stuff like that?
Well, it's seafood.
Seafood.
It's
seafood.
It's that acid. Like that acid that gets in you, yeah.
Oh, man.
So it's like after a crawfish boil or stuff like that.
You got gout and kidney stones and seafood.
I got it all.
King's
man.
disease.
It's a badge of honor.
Yeah. The dumbest way I ever got hurt, I went fishing with somebody who does not like to take the fish off the hook. So I had to take the fish off the hook.
Lure got in the hand, huh?
Lure got all the way through my finger.
Yeah.
It was a triple barb joint. And it was a spinner bait.
Spinner.
So I got this goofy looking thing hanging from my finger as I go into the emergency room, and everybody else has like regular injuries, burns. I've been in a car accident, my dad kicked my behind, that type of thing. And I'm sitting in there with like a lure hanging from my finger. Yeah, just looking ridiculous.
You got caught.
Yeah, all because he didn't want to take his darn fish off. Man, you caught that fish, man. Take it off that hook, bro.
Lucius, I saw one time a guy put one through his finger and they cut the end of the barb.
Yeah.
They cut it to make it just straight.
Yep.
And they pulled it right out.
They slide it right back out. Yeah, that's what
happened. If you ever
happens.
get that, if it ever goes through, just cut the end of the hook off and then pull it straight through.
Yeah, we didn't have that type of equipment. I was a little bit younger at that time.
Side of his face.
Oh, wow.
Guy went back. We're in a boat.
was casting
went
it?
back in a boat, and he was reaching down to get something, and the lure caught the side of his face.
Yeah. We're not cool anymore.
Yeah.
We're not
I've
cool
seen
anymore.
a casting fail like that before.
Yeah.
We're absolutely donezo.
Yeah.
All right, this is day 2 right here for Mr. Pacey Chef Eric. He called into the RJ and Choppy show to vent about the Cowboys' new coaching hire. Shout out to Pastry Chef Eric. He is a Tolo here at the Fan, and he reminds me of my days in Maryland, where they say two and few.
You finally turn on the show, or you just decided to call in?
Yo, I turned on the show. I decided to call in. No dump button needed.
All right.
I'm ready to go up to the star and just stage a coup, bro. I haven't. Oh my God. I'm so mad. I called my mom, and she was like, "It'll be okay to get better." And I'm like, "Yeah, you the same lady that told me my dad's coming to pick me up, and I ain't seen him or a Super Bowl since."
That's good.
Yo, listen, fam. Saturday morning, I got up and I was like emotional. I'm so tired, and the rest of the fan base. And he gets on there, he just lies and lies, and him and his son. And it's like, I feel betrayed, bro. Like, I know Oxnard is a ghost town. I hope he sees it, because he's not hearing it. I hope nobody goes. And I love you guys, and I want you to have as much content as possible, and I want it to be I hope nobody's there. I hope his heart is broken. I hope they realize what they're doing to this fan base. I've been defending this team in different countries and different states. I'm from the DMV area. Imagine going out as a kid and got to defend guys in starter jackets and Commanders jerseys.
Commanders jerseys. Commanders jerseys.
I'm not used to that accent being a Cowboys fan,
Nah. I think about him, and I think about Genuine, who is from Washington, D.C., but a real diehard Cowboy fan.
I'd love to see it.
It's weird, man. I don't understand.
He had a tough choice.
Yeah, I don't understand it. It's like people. I know a guy that was born in Arlington, Texas, and he roots for San Antonio Spurs and the Philadelphia Eagles. Shout out to Bryson. I don't understand you, dog.
Yeah.
I don't understand you, but I love you, bro.
Those Spurs fans
I
hurt.
just don't understand it. All right, let's go. This is your man's right here, Mr. Gavin Dawson.
Okay.
Pete Carroll introductory press conference.
Yep.
He's a new head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders.
We have a great following in the Raider Nation, and they've done amazing. They've made an amazing statement globally, and I'm so proud to be part of that and recognizing that we get to represent our following. And here in Las Vegas, to do it in this setting right here, where people can't wait to come see us, they can't wait to see what we're all about, wherever our fans come from. We do want to fill our stadium up with our guys. I know that we have a good draw for people from out of town. There you go. Oh, no. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, Mark, settle down a little bit.
That was Marshawn Lynch jumping in there.
Nice.
Nice.
Did you see afterwards, Lucius, he caught Pete in the hallway and jumped on his back, and Pete goes, "That was you?" He goes, "Yeah, coach, it was me." Yeah. He's like, "Oh, man, I love it, yeah."
Jumped on his back like old girl did. Cheer follow.
Exactly. But Pete was able to withstand it. Yeah.
Pete's got the strength.
Yeah.
Did you call old girl Porky?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
It was the first adjective that came to my mind. I was hoping nobody would have really sink into that. It was just like, it wasn't a featherweight,
Oh, Okay.
Walking around with piggyback confidence.
Okay.
Some of those bigger girls think they're smaller in their own mind.
Y'all need
you know?
to chill.
They're wearing those
Everybody's
midriff
gotta relax.
shirts.
Right.
They're jumping on guys' backs, thinking it's cool.
Everybody's gotta relax.
I saw another girl do it.
Okay, we're not gonna
surprise jump
we're not
too,
gonna do
you know?
Okay.
That's a warning. Let me load up.
What we not gonna do? You know, my first crush is Miss Piggy, bro. What we not gonna do is disrespect my type. What we not gonna do?
Back up.
Yeah, back up. All right. So the cops were called on this neighbor being loud. Cop didn't realize he was getting involved with a neighborly beef, so he just backed all the way out of it.
Yeah.
Hey, North Charleston Police.
Can I help you?
We got a call about yelling and screaming coming from the apartment.
I'm sorry.
We got a call about yelling and screaming coming from the apartment. Are y'all okay?
Yeah.
Gonna come to the door and talk to us at all?
No, you should really tell my neighbors that they're lucky that I don't call the cops on them every time they yell and scream like animals.
Okay, we're done with this. Shut up and have a good night.
Yeah, you too.
All right. My burger's in the car getting cold dealing with you.
Yeah. I know where this one's going.
Yeah, pretty good read on that one.
Experience tells me it's time to roll.
And last one right here. AI is out of control. I feel like I'm playing way too much AI nowadays.
It's incredible, though.
It is out of control.
Oversaturated.
Brian, yeah. Almost there. Yeah. Especially bad AI.
The bad ones are they stand out.
The bad AI. When the good ones can fly. Mm-hmm. There's this AI where you can have a conversation with a celebrity. Like, hey, I want to talk to Ice Cube. Yeah. And you can have a whole conversation with what it sounds like Ice Cube. And they responded back to you.
We use it to talk to Santa. It's pretty cool.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
We need to talk to coaches who are no longer here and ask them about how they feel about Jerry Jones and stuff. That's what they got to say.
I like it.
Shoot, I think I cleaned this up. I'm not even sure. We're going to find out.
I am Brian Schottenheimer, and I'm what you get when you order a head coach on Wish. I am the Temu of NFL coaches. I'm ready to do my part here and be the scapegoat when things inevitably crash and burn. A lot of Cowboys fans wanted Deion Sanders as the head coach, but I'm just as good. If Deion is the NBA, then I'm like that new women's basketball league that looks like it's being played during COVID. Damn. I can't wait to see what kind of game plan Jerry comes up with. Jerry's been sitting here giving me backhanded compliments this whole press conference. But that's why I'm the Cowboys head coach. I keep my mouth shut and just let Jerry roast my ass. Steven Suarez Hooker is really good at managing the cap. We've been using her methods for years, and it's my job to keep it that way. Just like I played second fiddle as a backup to Danny Werfel, I'm ready to play second fiddle to Jerry. Actually, I think I'm more like the fifth fiddle behind Jerry's Asian masseuse and all his illegitimate children in Waco.
Is it AI Schottenheimer? Is it cop backing out of a neighborly beef? Is it Pete Carroll introduced in Las Vegas with the assistance of Marshawn Lynch? Or is it pastry chef Eric?
A bladder full of stones. All right, I'm mad. Sorry.
Man, it's tough. I'll go with Pete Carroll.
Bladder full of stones is crazy.
Chief.
254, you are
Give
wild.
me the cop. We're tied at 1, Lucius.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the cop, too.
Walter?
I'll take pastry chef Eric.
Brian?
Eric.
It's tied at 2. Jump onto @Gag Nation's Twitter account. We'll create a little bit of an Insta poll here. It'll transpire over the next 5 minutes. Get on and vote, and we'll tally up the votes, announce the winner on the other side. And on the other side, we have, are you buying or selling these bold Super Bowl predictions? That's next year in the nation.
I'm buying advancedhair.com's ability to get that hair back on your head. That's right. Because, for many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning, your crown's disappearing, and the confidence could be at an all-time low. But I bring good news. It's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. This is truly unprecedented stuff here. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. And we've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions, and they can help retain what you have. But what if you want your own natural hair permanently, and maybe you need it in very specific areas? Well, that's where Advanced Hair state-of-the-art facilities and world-class physicians come into play. It's not a maybe your hair will regrow. It's guaranteed that your new
This is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking out a little bit.
you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Got more Chevys than anyone else, all prices sell. Silverados, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. Man, some of these texts continue to come in of the dumbest way you've injured yourself. 469 nearly killed myself when I had a circular saw get away from me and it embedded in my bicep. Yeah, I've never messed with a circular saw. You know, I there's one in my garage that a buddy left like 2 years ago. And the other weekend, Abby asked me to cut some board for some she had going on in her closet. And I was looking at the circular saw. I got out the extension cord. I got out those little, what do they call them, horses? The little things that you lay down to put. I couldn't do it. I ended up grabbing a handsaw and giving myself the workout of a lifetime over going with the circular saw because it intimidates me, you know? And I'm not, you guys know I'm not afraid.
Did you at least have the base for the handsaw where you can like lay it certain ways, you can get the angles? Or are you like really holding something and working?
Oh, no, it had that base thing where you would slide, you know, but I didn't do it. You know, I could not bring myself to do it because I have no experience with that damn saw, you know? And you know, I'm a big fan of the chainsaw. You are. You know, I'm a big fan of power tools around the yards and stuff like that. But
when you cleared out that whole area in that backyard of yours.
Yeah. No, my buddy's friend or my buddy's dad when we were growing up, he had one of those circular saw things drop onto his upper thigh area into that crucial artery. Almost died.
Oh my God.
You know, almost. He's got to be on the lookout with those things,
dude.
You know?
Yeah,
that's terrible.
You got to be built different to really. Be able to handle that.
Salute to those guys who are doing like a 40 or 50-year career, you know, whipping those things out and going to work, precise cuts. They got their measurements right and, you know, not hurting themselves.
I can imagine, like, if a nail gun, like you see those guys in the roofers and stuff like that, they hit all those things. I could just see one of those going right into my foot.
Absolutely.
Something like that, you know, stepping, you're thinking, and then just goes.
Well, how many times do you just try to basically, like, I'm going to hammer in a nail? And you just, you smack your finger or something.
Yeah.
Okay, man, I'm sorry. We're going to get to this Super Bowl content here in 2 seconds. 16 years old, 918 says, I was 16. Me and my friend played Russian roulette with a 357.
Jeez.
We both went once. I went second. We're both alive.
Oh, God.
Oh, you're alive, man.
You actually played Russian roulette.
Oh, my God. That's unbelievable.
Crazy.
Shout out to Tulsa.
He went second.
I wonder what they were boozing on.
Oh, my gosh.
682, how can Gavin own guns, but you're scared of a circular saw? Well, I didn't grow up. Like, my dad wasn't handing me a circular saw. You know, I grew up.
It's a different beast.
We got BB guns. We got pellet guns. We were shooting the buddies' guns. Like, it was a slow progression. You know, I didn't have a toy circular saw at 8 years old that I could sort of, you know, gradually get into. So it's just, you know, I guess you guys are going to get me missing a limb here or something if you keep taunting me. Okay, we got bold predictions here for the Super Bowl. Jordan Dejani, CBSSports.com. He buying or selling these. Saquon Barkley rushes for $200. That'd be something.
That's pretty bold. And with his ability to take a 60-yarder in the blink of an eye, I mean, it's not out of this world to consider that he could actually do that.
Yeah, the Chiefs' run defense isn't elite, is it? It's just really good.
No, I mean the Bills ran on him pretty well
in the second half, in particular. First half, I felt like they were bottling them up nicely, but they're not like super dominant. But everything about the Chiefs just gets better when it matters.
Yeah, like Spags, that's going to be priority number one. And they flipped that switch. You know, like in the fourth quarter, there was one of the sideline reports where, hey, he's getting everybody together, and he's like, guys, we got to stop the run. Like, if you want to win this game, you've got to stop the run. So I think it's going to be all about how can we contain Barkley and Hurts with his legs. So I'm gonna fart on that one. I'm gonna say no, he doesn't get to 200.
Yeah,
might get 199.
Oh yeah, no, I would definitely not be betting that would happen.
I need good odds.
Sell that.
Yeah.
There's a couple of metrics you need to keep in mind on this one, though, is that Barkley's had 11 runs of 20 miles per hour. He's had 3 of those, 11 during the season. But also the Chiefs are one of the best tackling teams in the league.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, their percentage is like they only miss like 8.6 of their tackles.
Yeah, they're sound.
So yeah.
And they rally, they fly to the ball.
Exactly. That's the one thing to keep somebody from gaining a lot of yards. Just don't let them get started. And the Chiefs are good at doing that.
Next bold prediction, Zach Bond, Eagles Ed, registers a sack, a forced fumble, and an interception. I would probably need 50-1 odds to bet on all of those things happening, but it speaks to how great he is and how important he leaves as a free agent.
Yeah.
That ain't right.
Yeah, I hope they are not able to bring him back. He's been outstanding this year, but that would be an all-time defensive performance in a Super Bowl.
I mean, he is definitely having himself a time here in these postseason. Xavier Worthy wins Super Bowl MVP, 742 yards from scrimmage, 9 touchdowns, 17 games, got 11 passes for $130 and a touchdown in 2 postseason games. Become the first rookie in history to win it after picking up 150 scrimmage yards, 2 touchdowns. Xavier Worthy, you buying or selling that? What kind of odds would you need on that? That sounds like about a 40-1 or so.
Yeah,
it's awful bold.
Has Mahomes won the MVP for all these? Every time the Chiefs win, he's the MVP, right?
I think he has. I know think it was the running back Damian Williams. I thought maybe should have gotten it the first time.
Oh, that's right.
But I do think it went to Mahomes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it'll be fun to see. Like, Mecole Hardman has been a guy that has had some big moments in some of these games.
Juju.
Juju Smith-Schuster in the last game.
The Super Bowl with the Eagles.
With the Chiefs, it is interesting, like, who could be that guy? Because they just have a bunch of just, like, sort of solid dudes. Nobody's unbelievable. It used to be Kelsey, and he can always channel that. But they kind of spread the wealth pretty nicely. I mean, if I had to pick someone other than Mahomes, I'd go with Pacheco.
I mean, if you want to be,
it seemed like they were running Kareem Hunt versus the Bills, using him more than Pacheco. Kareem Hunt, like getting a couple short yardage touchdowns, not out of the question.
So Worthy would be my guy.
How about a dark horse guy? If you want a defender, throw Chris Jones in there.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? If all of a sudden Saquon Barkley gets no yards or doesn't have a great game,
Bolton,
and then Bolton. Yeah, I mean, this might be one of those. We haven't seen one since Chuck Howley way back in the, and that was on a losing team, but
that was crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, well, Von Miller.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm sorry, you're right. But we've seen it.
But it's super rare.
It's super rare. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Does Barkley score twice? Asked the 817. I would say there's chances are good of that.
Is that a betting thing?
That's
Is that
not
a betting
too bold.
odd right there? I think that's a betting on. Barkley scored twice.
There's 10 question marks. This guy needs this answer.
Oh, dude, what do you think? Twice? Tell me. Come on, please. Yeah, he's going to get 2 touchdowns.
Man, please don't bet on my advice. So he hit a remote down the.
I mean, just reading about it, he's had 344 yards in the playoffs and 5 TDs. That's the most by any player in the postseason in the next gen stats era.
Boom shakalak. Okay, number 5, Chiefs win the Super Bowl by stuffing the tush push. Speaking of Chris Jones, there's a huge fourth down. If he has a couple of sacks, maybe a forced fumble, then he steps up.
Yeah.
And is in the backfield somehow stopping the tush push, that could do it.
Yeah, a walk-off goal line stand. That'd be so epic.
Something like that.
Oh, I'd love that.
I'm not betting on. I think in order to beat the Eagles, you have to assume their tush pushes are going to work, and you're going to figure out a way to beat them.
I think Kansas City stopped 4 of 6 quarterback sneaks in the playoffs this time around. I think that's a stat we look at. That they're one of the teams that actually, I know Buffalo had their opportunities to try, but yeah, I think they're 4 out of 6 on stopping fourth down quarterback sneaks.
Incredible.
Looks like Barkley's over-under for the game, yardage-wise, is anywhere from 112.5 to 115.5. Over.
Yeah, I'd take the over on that, too.
682, we might have a new champ here, guys. Driving a T-post with a sledgehammer. Tiny piece of metal broke off, went through my jeans, slightly penetrating my right cajone. How do you define slight penetration there? I don't know.
Like a grazing?
A sliver of it? Hopefully that's just a flesh wound.
Maybe just a soak.
I was in the military in Somalia doing front gate security. My overwatch was changing the barrel of a 60 cal. Forgot to move the ammunition. Shot a 3-round burst, skipping over my feet. Oh, that's a close call right there.
Make you
dance.
dance.
That guy's
Almost got
definitely
hit by a
punched.
spear gun one time.
Really?
Yeah.
Spear gun?
Fishing?
Spear gun fishing, yeah.
We had a blowgun situation earlier. Now we have a spear gun.
Yeah, fishing guy. Spear gun went off and went across my stomach. It didn't go. It went just across. Yeah, pretty crazy.
Wow.
Yeah,
it's close call right there.
Close call.
That would have been fatal.
Yeah, it would have gone into me. Yeah, I probably would have died.
Yeah,
Maybe.
no doubt.
Yeah.
Long way from the hospital at that point.
Oh yeah.
Okay, last one. 682. During a roofing job, nail gun wouldn't work all day. I moved up to the ridge to sit down. The nail gun hit my knee.
There you go.
And that's when it worked. Putting a nail into my knee.
There you go.
That's awful.
I'm telling you, man, the nail gun is a terrifying thing. It really is.
Yeah.
That's a stay away from me.
It looks amazing. Like you're like, wow, I really need to get some
efficient.
compressed air around the house here.
Like Lucius did the sound effects for you.
Yeah.
And it's very efficient.
It'd be nice if your HOA provided just a guy that could handle that.
Yeah.
Was always just sort of on call, ready for that moment.
Great power comes great responsibility. That's the man for the job right there. We need the designated nail gun guy. NFL News of the Day coming up. Wolchuk, where are you taking it?
Should we rename the Lombardi Trophy? And who would you be rooting for in the Super Bowl if you were this guy? That's next.
Fellowship.
Rangers announcement going on with their broadcast and setup. Jared Sandler is going to do a simulcast TV and radio pregame show, which will be pretty cool. A lot of the other stuff staying the same, but we're excited to talk with Jim Cochran, their chief marketing officer, about the changes to their broadcast setup coming up here at 3:20. Talk about their new TV network and all that. But right now, it's Zach Wolchuk's NFL News Today. Zachary.
All right, before we dive into that, if anybody is an animal lover like me, I would encourage you to go to 1053thefan.com/adopt. Right now, we're partnering with Dallas Animal Services, and we've got a list of really, really beautiful dogs that you can go ahead and adopt, and let's get them in a good home. Some of them are named, we got Tolo, who's one of the dogs you can adopt. We've got a Woolly Bully. Go ahead and get Woolly Bully, gentle and curious lady who's always up for a calm adventure, 3 years young.
Lady Woolly Bully.
Very furry as well, looks very soft.
What kind of dog is the Woolly Bully?
We've got Lucius. I actually don't know. It looks like kind of a mix here. But a good coat. Really good coat here on the Woolly Bully. Lucius is available as well.
Yeah, I seen that Lucius one, man. I want to tweet it out, put it out there, because give good old Lucius a good home.
Really good smile.
But I'm scared my old lady might adopt the dog behind my back.
I mean, why not?
Let's get Lucius a belly rub.
Yeah, and I read the description of Lucius. I was like, I'll be damned. They picked me out, didn't they?
Yeah.
They got me.
Lucius, very
active and very lazy.
He has no issues with being left alone in his room.
Yes.
How did they know?
And then we got Chops. Chops is available as well, plus Slater. You can adopt Slater if you'd like. Sweet and gentle 6-month-old pup. So let's find these dogs a new home that would make me and I think our friends at Dallas Animal Services very, very happy. Cowboys news, CeeDee Lamb out of the 2025 Pro Bowl game due to injury. Mike Evans going to step in on his behalf. I did think J.J. Watt summed this up perfectly. He was like, okay, if we're getting to our fifth alternates with this is just a participation bowl. This is not a Pro Bowl, all right? If we're now going down to who is the 5th best player at your position, maybe sometimes the 7th best player at your position, I don't know. I don't know if there's any saving any of these all-star games in sports. They're all just kind of stinking right now. It's all about the skills competition's fun. Let's just do that. No game. Let's just do the skills stuff. That'll be it.
Yeah, I don't even know what to do with it. I mean, there's a history to it, and then sponsors are in play, and there's a recognition factor. I think what would be best for fans, though, is if you just totally eliminated the Pro Bowl from our memories, so there was no expectation of it happening.
Yeah.
You don't really need anything other than the all-pro teams.
I don't watch it. It's really bad. Not fun.
No, I do love when they used to dip the balls in some powder and aim it at the target. Dan Marino spinning it, Favre spinning it. Those were actually fun.
I love the skills
comps.
comps.
Super competitive.
The Larry Allen strongest man competition. You can get the fastest man competition. We get a race with our fastest players in the league, that type of stuff. That's what we should be doing. Just do the skills. No game, just the skills.
I would love to see a 4x4 100 relay.
That'd be a blast.
Of
Great idea.
AFC versus NFC.
Yeah.
Take your 4 fastest, and we'll take our 4 fastest.
What about a O-lineman eat-off?
That could be who can eat the most chicken wings, or you can do a sponsorship.
Bring your best eaters.
Yeah.
Bring your best eaters.
Bring your 3 best eaters. I'll bring my 3 best
You know
eaters.
me, I'm always about bringing the best eaters.
I'm bringing Zion.
Who's your number one pick? Zion.
Zion.
If we're doing all sports, Zion's the leader.
Yeah.
Who would be your football pick if you're drafting in an eating competition? You're having a Pro Bowl games eat off. It's one of these filthy offensive linemen. I'm
going to, if I can get a legend, I'm going Vince Wilfork.
Yeah, Vince would probably
call.
be a good one, or Ted Johnson.
Well, I don't know these days if he's got the appetite for something like that.
I mean, did something happen there?
I just no longer in playing shape.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
Yeah, okay.
He's in the broadcast business.
Okay.
I mean, but one of these 300, Jordan Mailata,
Brown,
the Australian rugby star, at 380 pounds,
could put it down.
He might be able to. Lane Johnson, maybe it's an offensive lineman beer pong competition.
If you're going marathon, yes, give me one of those big Hawaiian dudes like Vita Vea.
Oh,
because I think they can eat constantly. Just about. But for a sprint, I think Kobayashi. Maybe a smaller guy.
Different build
for the quickness.
Right.
Yeah, consumption, if this thing's time, that's a good point. We'll have to do some research, who are the best eaters.
Fred Smoot. I'm going to do Fred Smoot. Didn't he say something about running through the okra patch?
Freddie's got that.
Yeah, he's got
Shout
that.
out to the Love Boat. Saints coaching search reportedly no longer accepting new interviews. It's going to be either Kellen Moore or Mike Kafka as the Saints head coach, and reports are Kellen Moore in the driver's seat to get that job there in New Orleans. And I don't know, it just doesn't seem like a job really anybody wants. Mike McCarthy's not going to be taking it. He's going to wait for the 2026 coaching cycle. Ian Rappaport says he's expected to be a very hot commodity in 2026. So he's going to go back to the barn, reinvent himself, watch every single game of whatever team hires him. He'll say that. He won't actually do it, and we'll see where he ends up.
Yeah, it's pretending season. He's going to wake up every day and look at his film room and then go back to enjoying his life and seeing if he can get Tom Pelissero to write an article about him again.
Absolutely. Maybe Jay Glazer can go ahead and help find him a new job.
Absolutely.
Too.
Jay's good at that.
The Glaze.
All right, here's Bill Belichick, who did his Let's Go podcast. And, he's with Jim Gray. They're talking about the trophy. They're talking about great players. Is it time to rename the Vince Lombardi Trophy?
Players win games. You can't win games without good players. I don't care who the coach is. It's impossible. You can't win without good players.
Possible.
I found out when I had Taylor and Banks and Harry Carson, Pepper Johnson, Jim Burt, Everson Walls, all those guys of the Giants. And same thing, when we got good at Cleveland and then at New England. I mean, it's Brady, it's McGinnis, it's Vrabel, it's Brewski, it's Corey Dillon, it's Randy Moss, Troy Brown, Lawyer Malloy, Ty Law, Rodney Harrison. Those are the guys that won the games. Man, I didn't make any tackles. I didn't make any kicks. That was Vinatieri that made that kick in 4 inches of snow. You got to have good players. And as a coach, you want to give your players a chance to win. You want to put them in a position where if they go out there and play well, they'll have a chance to win. That's what Coach Parcells taught me is there's always a way to win. You just got to figure out what it is, and you have to give the players a chance.
They don't name it the Star Trophy. It's named the Lombardi Trophy.
Maybe they should name it the Brady Trophy. He won 7 of them.
Should we rename it the Tom Brady Trophy?
No, the Lombardi Trophy has a great ring to it.
It does, man. It's a football name.
It's timeless. You wouldn't want to win any other trophy if you're in football than the Lombardi. I think, the Tom Brady Super Bowl MVP or something, it makes sense.
Yeah.
But if you want to make it all about the players, then name it the Players Trophy. I don't know why you would want to single out one guy. It seems disrespectful all the other positions.
It just doesn't have the same ring to it to be like in a preseason speech or whatever to the team. Like we're going for that Brady.
Yeah,
we want to put our hands on that Brady. I cannot wait to kiss that Brady. You know what I'm saying? I can't wait to hoist that Brady over my head. You think that sounds better than Lombardi?
I don't know if it sounds better, but we've grown up with Lombardi, so to us that sounds right. If you had another generation come up and it's now called the Brady Trophy, I'm sure they'd feel connected to the Brady Trophy like we do the Lombardi Trophy.
I think Mahomes is going to have something to say about this in about a decade. Maybe. Brady might not have a huge run with his name it being the Brady. It might be hoisting the Mahomes.
Give it another 5 years. It's the Mahomey Trophy.
I think this might be kind of low-key hating, though. If it can't be me, I don't want it to be another coach.
See,
ding.
Oh, is that
Good
what Bill B's doing here?
Yeah.
He never really liked that.
Dick
Lombardi.
Wolf, back at it again.
He was always a Landry fan. Landry had some time with the Giants.
He did.
Bill B loves himself some Giants. That was always his dream job.
Yeah, Landry and actually Lombardi worked together. One on offense, one on defense.
There you go. All right, sticking with the Super Bowl, Peter King, who has the biggest bonus here with the time off? Like, which player do you think ends up having the best impact from the extra week? This is Peter King's thoughts, and I thought he made a good point.
How has Saquon managed to stay upright? With all the stuff. So I added it up. And this year, Saquon has carried the ball 411 times in 19 games, and he's caught 41 passes in 19 games. So that's 452 touches from scrimmage. And, he's probably happy, and I'm sure the Eagles are happy because of the other injuries they have, that he's going to have 13 days between games.
So you're going to get a very rested and fresh Saquon Barkley. Now, they didn't even get the 1 seed, so they didn't get the benefit of, okay, now we've got a week off. They played the wild card round. This is the first time since their bye week you're going to get an extra added week of rest for Barkley. That certainly could impact things. Fresh legs here.
Yeah, I think for him and for Hurts, honestly, because we know how banged up Hurts has been, and
Juergens, their offensive line.
Yeah, ultimately, I think just the overall health factor benefits the Eagles in a huge way. I think the Chiefs are relatively healthy right now.
Yeah, they've seemed to get healthier really as the season went on. They got Hollywood Brown back, and I definitely think it's a bonus for the Eagles.
So you have the rule of 370. He's going to go over 470 total touches. Is this Saquon's last great season?
I don't know if it'll be his last great season, but I do think we could probably assume next year he's not playing the full year.
Yeah. I mean,
I doubt he's going back-to-back years of health. Like we just saw it with McCaffrey, right?
Yeah, there's no question. I would.
McCaffrey 28 over the hill.
This has to be the height of it all. It'll never
Best
be
year
like
he'll have.
it'll never be like this again.
Yeah,
for sure.
I mean, but Henry's 31 now, 4 years older. That would be something if Saquon can keep this up.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be flirting with Eric Dickerson's record again. I think this was probably the last year of that.
The iconic Eric Dickerson record.
That's right. I'm glad you brought that up.
Hey, I had to.
Nice work.
Just get one in the show.
That's 2 weeks in a row now, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to hold it down for us.
We call that a streak.
Because it's the running back revival. Jameis Winston is going to join Fox Sports Digital as a correspondent for Super Bowl week in New Orleans. He will take the digital audience around NOLA on video, journeying, showcasing his favorite dining and entertainment hotspots. This is must watch.
Yes.
And we've got to find a way to get Jameis on the show next week.
Oh, wow.
Like, Eric, we're going to have to go man on the street style if this is what has to happen. We've got to find a way to bump into Jameis. That's got to be our goal all week. We're on the hunt. Like, if we're making our videos for the fan, we're on the hunt for Jameis Winston. Where are you, Jameis? And
I'd like
just look for the crab legs.
You got to figure he's going to be on Radio Row talking about it. You know, he's got to do something between lunch and dinner.
Yeah.
You know, and eating all those dubs.
He'd be a guy that I think if you walk up on unannounced with the wireless, he would embrace it.
Yeah.
You guys could end up becoming real tight friends at that point.
Give you a little kiss
Be
on the head.
Wolchuk and Trey Lance.
It's true.
Are you going to go for redemption with TJ Hushmanzada? Mr. Hushmanzada, would it be okay if I interview you on live radio in Dallas-Fort Worth?
I feel better about doing that than I remembered it was LeVar Arrington that really had that look in his eye. You know what I mean?
He'd had enough.
The little, you start scratching some of that CTE, the anger, flip that switch. That's the guy that I'd want to stay most away from. That dude put fear into me.
In fact, we walked by LeVar Arrington just sitting by himself at that restaurant in the hotel in Vegas.
He was just growling. He was just growling.
He
wasn't
was. Like, you could tell he wanted to make sure nobody else walked up to him. He's like, leave me alone. I'm eating my omelet. It's very intimidating.
It's a damn good looking omelet, though. He built that thing to perfection.
That was definitely build your own.
It was a triple protein.
No question. That's not on the
cheese.
menu. That was a build your own. Chuck Pagano's returning to the NFL. Hired as Ravens secondary coach on John Harbaugh's staff. So he was actually with the Ravens a long time ago before he got that job with the Indianapolis Colts. Don't think we'll get to see him on McAfee anymore every week. That's a bummer. Maybe he'll still join via video. But Pagano back in the league, so congratulations to you, Coach. Now, we've got a little bit of conflict of interest here for Jason Kelce. Now, 2 years ago, this was like the Kelce Bowl. Mama Kelce really jumped onto the scene. It was like Jason with the Eagles, Travis with the Chiefs. Well, now, Jason, you're not with the Eagles anymore, okay? I know you're always going to love the Eagles. You got a lot of friends on that team, and you're probably kicking yourself. I should have just done one more year. I'd be playing in the Super Bowl again with a chance to win it. You didn't, okay? You're tired.
Is it
Have
completely
tremendous success?
Is it off limits? Is it against league rules to add him to the roster right now and go push his tush instead of Juergens
Because
for
it would
Super
be a
Bowl
better
Sunday?
push to push. That's a great question. Brian, I'm going to need you to use your resources. Let us know. Can they add any more players here? Jason Kelce out of retirement? Maybe. Yes, no. I'm going to say no. I'm going to crap on that idea, Eric. Good idea. I'm going to say, hell no, they can't do that. But here's Jason, New Heights. Who you rooting for, bro?
We can't tell who you're rooting for, Jason.
What are you talking about?
Unbelievable.
This is just what I'm wearing around the house. I just have a lot of Eagles gear.
I mean, it makes sense.
Here's the biggest thing. For me, obviously, you're my brother. I always root for my brother. That's the reality of it. All right? Even though I'm decked out in Eagles gear, I'm always going to root for Travis.
Take that, Philly.
But.
What?
Yeah, but there's a lot of people in the Philadelphia organization, whether it's players, coaches, people in the building, that feel like extended family to me, especially my former linemen. Like Lane Johnson feels like a brother in a lot of ways. I'm rooting for those guys too. I'm rooting for Philadelphia, and I'm rooting for Travis Kelce. That's the reality of it. No matter what, on game day, I'm going to be happy for one of those sides, and I'm going to be sad for the other side.
Yeah, I was about to say, it'd be mixed emotions, man.
I still feel like I am a Philadelphia Eagle and that I'm a part of all of these people that root and cheer on our team. I would be lying if I said I don't want the Eagles to win, but I also want Travis Kelce to win. So that's a long-winded way of saying I just want to see a good football game, and whoever wins, I'm going to be happy for that guy.
You heard it here first, folks. He wants Travis Kelce to win.
Right answer. Like, you got to root for your brother here. I know you played for the Eagles for a long time, but ultimately, family over everything, right? Like,
Doesn't sound like it's a political answer.
Yeah.
I
I think his heart's still with the Eagles. He's just like, really, he is. Like once the game starts, he's gonna be rooting for the Eagles to win.
No, he knows how powerful of a marketing machine that fan base is and how passionate and loyal they are, and he doesn't want to lose them. But he's rooting for the Chiefs.
I think so too.
They are
rooting for his brother.
They're rabid enough to like really turn on him and make life a living hell.
Big time.
Yeah.
Big time. Speaking of making life a living hell, the 49ers have done that for the Cowboys in recent years in the postseason. Well, they're going to restructure All-Pro Fred Warner's contract this offseason. That's going to free up $12 million in cap space. My guess is that's to bring back his running mate, Dre Greenlaw, who is a free agent.
Yeah.
Really?
So-
That's not just earmarked for somebody else in 3 years?
No, I think they like to kind of see like, okay, this dude's an All-Pro and a stud. He's established. So we're not just going to like, we think we're going to pay this guy, even though we know we're going to pay
Came
this
back
guy.
for one game this year.
He was a monster in the game. He was like 10 tackles in the first half, just
Unbelievable.
bullying people.
So that makes a lot of sense as to why they would want to do that. And the prices for these Super Bowl commercials, oh my God. I know KMC was talking about this earlier, but some commercials for the Super Bowl, they're selling for $8 million an ad.
Just doesn't make sense, but I guess that's how big the population is. I mean, but how much of your thing do you need to sell in the next 24 or 48 hours to justify that kind of expenditure? It's insane.
Couple inches.
These are just the big dogs, though.
I guess you
know?
get all the social media off that. It's going to be talked about on TV and radio, so it's not just the impact of the actual deal, but you're buying a lot of cool stuff.
It's actually, I think it's a deal.
You think so?
Yeah, I think
it
it's
is the
a deal.
most watched event every year. So
for the amount of eyeballs you get on that,
Worth it.
and the talk about it,
Especially if you know
talk,
you got a good commercial, like, hey, this thing's going to get the people
even
grilling.
the ones that aren't very good get talked about as being not very good.
That's
point.
true.
They still get the exposure.
you
for
either
being
want
that.
the best or you want the worst.
Just
Like we're going to lean
be
into having the
memorable.
worst ad. You don't want to be in the middle.
Yeah, I remember years ago when it was such a big deal that it was going to be $1 million for the 30-second ad. Now we've multiplied that by 8. We've 8-applied it. Thank you, Wolchuk. By the way, Neighborly Beef won the G-Bag of the day. It was a very close vote-off at G-Bag Nation, 52-48. Rangers Chief Marketing Officer Jim Cochran's going to tell us about their new broadcast partnership details, plus the C-Note. Did the Cowboys get the next Andy Reid? That's coming up next. G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Very cool broadcast news this week with the Texas Rangers. We're going to get Jim Cochran on here in just a second. Then we got your C-Note Cowboys news of the evening. I will pay off on that tease that the Cowboys get the next Andy Reid. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. As Rangers Chief Marketing Officer Jim Cochran joins us now here on your home of the Rangers. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Doing great. Always great to be back with the nation.
Man, it's great to have you. And it seems like this offseason has been a lot of fun. I know you, Jim, as a lifelong Ranger fan, you got to love some of our new additions. And, you know, we got a lot of changes with the broadcast setup as well. What all did you guys announce today over the last hour or so?
Yeah, so Rangers Sports Network is an entity we created this year because, the challenges we've had with television the last couple of years, we sat down and decided that we wanted to bring this in-house and find ways to get the games to Rangers fans. And so when we did that, we said we have to make the games available to as many fans as we can. And there was obviously a revenue component that we needed to work on as well. But today we announced, you heard the victory announcement a couple weeks ago. And today we announced some cable and satellite partners, DirecTV, DirecTV Stream, Uverse, and Spectrum. And then we announced some free over-the-air games as well with our partners at Nexstar and the CW33 here in Dallas-Fort Worth and their network of stations throughout our 5-state region and great television as well. So we'll have some free games on over-the-air this year, 15 of those games. And then, our cable and satellite partners, and, of course, Victory Plus, who's been doing a great job with the Stars as well.
It's got to be gut-wrenching as a marketing and revenue guy to watch, so many fans have a difficult time getting their eyes in front of your sponsors' messages over the last – it seems like it's gone on for a decade or so now with these regional sports networks struggling to, get distribution that we like.
Yeah, no question about it, and that's why we wanted to control our own destiny as far as how this goes, and but we've had great success. Obviously, won in the World Series in '23, and it was frustrating when we'd have fans tell us that they couldn't watch the games, and now we're able to do that. And there's also been confusion as to what is in market, out of market, and so our home television territories, the entire state of Texas, all of Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, and kind of slice of eastern New Mexico. And so any Rangers fans that are in those states, they now can go to Victory Plus and get the games if their cable and satellite provider doesn't have RSN on their channels. And so we're working on additional distribution agreements as the season approaches, and we'll continue to do that and make fans aware of how they can watch the games this year.
So what's the role of our buddies Jared Sandler and Mike Basker? Are we doing some simulcasts for pre and post?
Yeah, we're excited to do that. We've got great content that was, obviously on the fan with you guys, with our Hall of Fame broadcaster, Eric Nadell. He does a great interview with the manager every night. Of course, Jared's great at what he does, as you guys know as well, too. And so we're gonna do a simulcast. We've got great content that we had on the radio. We had great content on TV, and there's no reason why Rangers fans shouldn't be able to see that regardless of how they're consuming the game. And we want to have some fun with the pregame show, too. We want people tuning in to see what's going on. We're going to bring Elvis Andrus in and let him have some fun. You guys know what personality Elvis has. And, of course, Bassick being an analyst and Dave Murphy as well. They'll all be involved in the pre- and post-game show.
Jim Cochran, Rangers Chief Marketing Officer, congrats on these. Thank you for these. It seems, totally real now that if you have a good cable or satellite package, the Rangers games are likely going to be, on TV for you that night.
Yeah, no question about it. And as I mentioned, we've got additional distribution deals that we're working on. I will tell fans, so our content has value, and the markets determine what that value is. And if you have a cable or satellite provider who doesn't end up carrying RSN, that's why we did the deal with Victory Plus. Okay. And that's why we're out there and with those guys. And again, they're doing a great job with the Stars and, Neil Grunninger and Jason Walsh, who run that operation. We've known them for a long time, and we're excited to partner with them. And so there are ways, and we won't have to answer emails anymore for fans saying, hey, how do I watch the games? Now, it's still going to carry forward that if a fan lives outside of our home television territory, so if we've got a Rangers fan in North Carolina, Minnesota, wherever they are, MLB.TV is still their way to do that. But if you're in our 5-state region, hopefully we've got a cable or satellite provider that's carrying, but if not, Victory Plus and then the 15 over-the-air games on Nexstar stations. You can go to Rangers.com/tunein for all this information. You can see all the stations on the over-the-airs that are in all the outer markets and places like Abilene, Amarillo, San Antonio, Tulsa, et cetera, on how you'd be able to watch those games. And so we're excited to bring this to the fans.
Well, thank you, Jim. Can't wait to see you out there in Surprise or opening day or wherever it is. Thank you so much, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, glad to do it, and got to apologize to the chief that we didn't do this in person. I couldn't bring you the giant mozzarella stick, but we'll do it next time you're out here.
Hey, I've been thinking about it. Are those going to be making a comeback this year?
No, but I could probably find one for you next time you're out here.
That would be beautiful. That would be beautiful. I cannot wait to see what these new concession items are going to be, though. You know how fired up we get about that, and I know you guys are going to go 10 out of 10.
Yeah, we'll get you out here for it.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, Jim.
Going, Jim.
Have a good one. There they go. Jim Cochran, Chief Marketing Officer with the Texas Rangers here on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, it's going to be free Friday evening games a lot of times on old school over-the-air TV. You got rabbit ears. You're watching Texas Rangers like once a week. And it's been a long time in the making. You know, and I got to imagine it's a win-win for everybody. The team gets more viewers, the sponsors get more eyeballs on the commercials, and the fans have a lot better access now. And of course, you know, we always love it when you just listen on 105 through the Fan. And you know, baseball is a great radio sport. Okay, I will pay off this tease here in just a minute, but do we have some developing news here that maybe the Cowboys are talking with the Jets defensive coach, Wolchuk?
Yeah, Zach Rosenblatt of The Athletic is reporting the Cowboys are interested in hiring Jets defensive line coach Aaron Whitecotton to the staff of Brian Schottenheimer. He began his NFL career with the Jags in 2013 as an assistant to the defensive staff. Then he was promoted to assistant defensive line coach before he joined the Bills staff in 2017 as an administrative assistant to the head coach. Spent 2 seasons there in Buffalo, went over to the 49ers to be the assistant D-line coach, and then has been with the Jets as their primary defensive line coach since 2021. And if there's one thing the Jets have gotten right and done really well year in and year out, their defensive line is always amongst the best in the NFL.
Yeah. You know, you're absolutely right about that. And he is a very, very highly respected guy in the league too, as well. And you mentioned about the Jets and the background that he's had and the places he's been. So, yeah, this one is got some legs to it. So keep it maybe here in the. You know, I think what they're trying to do is maybe announce all these guys at the same time, so it's kind of up to us to try and pick them off one at a time.
Got it.
But this would be a name that I would keep an eye on for sure.
Coaching staff's coming together pretty quick now.
Yeah, I saw Nick Harris, who was talking with Stephen Jones at the Senior Bowl. Stephen said they're working as we speak to try and bring in an offensive coordinator higher. So I think you're probably spot on.
I think it might be.
Give me that Cardinals guy.
I think it's the Cardinals guy.
Let's go.
That's a huge win, man.
Yeah, I think it's going to be
both
the
these hires are pretty exciting.
Steps in the right direction. Okay,
Yeah.
and speaking of Stephen Jones, we go to the Twitter account of Jory Epstein, and she is working that Senior Bowl, and she tweets, I asked Steve, Devils, she said Stephen Jones. I think still only we are calling him Steve, but this is going to get some legs here any day now. She goes, Devil's advocate, Schotty hasn't called plays since 2020 and hasn't demonstrated modern offense. What gives the Cowboys confidence that this can come together? I don't know. Maybe I'm getting ball sacked. Maybe I'm getting butt cracked. Maybe Jory Epstein has, a fake account. But Steven answered, Andy Reid. What a career. You know, he's a guy who did it differently in Philadelphia, and he's evolved. Is that reach of the year or what? What gives you confidence Schotty can evolve? Andy Reid did. I mean, forget about the fact that he'd already been good enough to make it to 4 NFC title games and a Super Bowl, Brian, and then took the next step in Kansas City because he got a better quarterback.
It's a big leap, man.
Wow.
That's a stretch.
We're reaching, Steve.
You know what? Yeah, you're not wrong. But the thing I think he's trying to say is, well, I don't know what he's trying to say because Andy never called plays. You know, Andy got the Philadelphia job, never calling plays. But Schottenheimer has called plays, so I don't understand his connection. If you told me that, and maybe he misunderstood her question, that Schotty hadn't called plays in a while.
Yeah.
But I know one of my arguments I've always made about Andy was like, they say, well, look at Andy Reid. I go, Andy never called plays. Andy went from being like offensive line, tight end guy, quarterback coach to basically being assistant head coach and then to being a head coach.
I mean, the premise of it is,
I think he misunderstood her question if that's the case. But well, I mean, I would never compare the two.
No. The comparison of the two individuals, I think, is extremely off in a way that contaminates the analogy or the premise.
Yeah.
But it would be, hey, you can work a long time in the league and see things, and if you're open-minded and flexible and adaptable, you can grow and and become better, and that's what we have to hope for. I mean, the way you guys are talking about this potential offensive coordinator hire from the Arizona Cardinals, I think schematically we're heading in the right direction, of finding the guys. And for Andy Reid, it's, being so open-minded that he encourages his coaching staff to bring in new plays and concepts and sets, and that's exactly what you need.
Well, it doesn't sound like that Mike McCarthy was willing to do that.
No, he felt threatened by it.
And maybe that's where Steven's trying to get a little bit of a parallel. I don't know. It seems like a very odd pairing of the two. But, it's just the more you dig in on this Mike thing, it sounds like that Schottenheimer did the complete opposite of what I did when I worked with the Cowboys. He kept his mouth shut. Yeah, and I didn't.
I do feel like, well, yes, and a good organization would encourage that sort of critical feedback. You need somebody to be honest with you.
Yeah, if you're sitting there, and I guarantee you when Brian Schottenheimer interviewed for this job, he reminded Stephen Jones and Jerry Jones every time that they were probably in a meeting when they questioned something that Mike McCarthy was doing. And all of a sudden it's like, hey, remember when we were talking about this in this game? Remember this, remember this. I guarantee you he brought all those things up. And that's the Joneses. And I think that's how you kind of sell yourself.
Our buddy Calvin Watkins just reporting Cowboys are finalizing re-signing their strength and conditioning staff. So that group was in the final year of their deals. All three, Harold Nash, Kendall Smith, and Cedric Smith, attended Schotty's news conference on Monday. They're all expected to be back.
All righty, thank you guys. Coming up next, Chief, you got something to add there?
I was just thinking about like how important it was for a guy like Andy Reid and the staff that he put around him, and I'm just looking at some of the stuff, and like especially defensively. I mean, you have Jim Johnson, you have Ron Rivera, Leslie Frazier, Steve Spagnuolo. You have John Harbaugh, Brad Childress. How many of these guys ended up becoming head coaches themselves? Sean McDermott. That's the type of staff that he was able to put together. If you want to have an inkling into how he was able to pull that off, of course, he's a super beast, and a ton of credit to Andy Reid, but he surrounded himself with a bunch of guys that end up becoming great coordinators and or head coaches.
Absolutely.
So that's what's on Schottenheimer and these guys right now. Yeah. And there are some of these guys that are being kicked around are pretty positive signs.
I love that they're outside coaches that don't necessarily have crossover with Schottenheimer or Eberflus, and they are looking to try and get some input from the way other teams maybe do this.
Yeah.
So it's not full on just comfort guys we know, we're hiring our friends.
Now go dominate a draft for us. What do you say, Brian? Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, let's talk about some of the winners and losers from the Senior Bowl game. I'll get Wolchuk involved on that. We'll do that next.
Coming up Thursday morning.
products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon 60s?
Those are babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else. All prices sell, people. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's the king, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. Looks like we're in full swing for these all-star games, these bowl games. So, Zach, you and Vosh Lombardi did a heck of a job the 2 days.
Yeah, thank you.
You guys got to cover the East-West Shrine game. So congratulations on kind of keeping us all abreast of what's going on
Appreciate
over there.
you teeing that up for us, man. That was a great opportunity.
No, you guys did a hell of a job. Really did. I know you talked about it yesterday, some of those guys. So I'm going to focus on the Senior Bowl stuff. And, you know, this is coming from Pro Football Focus. I know I watched a little bit last night myself. When I got, did you have a chance to see any of it?
I didn't see yesterday's practice. I was trying to watch today. Catch some stuff. I mean, I saw clips. You know, it looked like my Minnesota tackle was doing all right out there, and Mike Green is now everybody's catching on. The Mike Green hype train. I've been on that watch. I know you have been too, but I've been pounding the table at 12. I think that's not too high to take him. Might end up going before 12.
You really, I mean, to me, that was one of those players where I understand who the player is, but you look at the way that he plays. Does his lack of bulk bother you in any way?
I think that he's got the frame to put on more weight, so that's why no. And he plays at a similar weight to what Von Miller did. However, I do think he's an inch or two taller. And I watched his interview with Kyle Yeomans. That's something where he has noted he's already been putting on more weight. So I'm not too worried about that. I think he's just got natural traits and just a feel for rushing the quarterback that aren't teachable. With the bend and the first step quickness, I think is elite, and nobody else in the class has quite that to me outside of Abdul Carter.
Would you have him as your second best?
Yes.
Second best edge rusher. And so at 12, you would have absolutely no problem. Is there anybody that would keep you from drafting him at 12? Is there somebody else in that group as you look at your
From edges or just players?
Just as players.
I would definitely, obviously, Genty, I would have graded higher than Green.
Is there any offensive lineman that you're going to have higher than
I would not have a lineman higher than Mike Green.
Are you going to have a receiver higher than
I would have Tet McMillan and Travis Hunter higher.
Okay.
But other than that, no. He's higher than Egbuka. He's higher than Burden. You name a receiver, he's going to be higher than them on my board.
So if he gets to 12, just according to you, you're handing that.
I'm probably not going to have a play unless it's Genty. I'm probably not having a player higher. Yeah, or Mason Graham would be if Graham slid.
Yeah.
I'd take Mason Graham from Michigan over him.
Are you guys okay, Dawson and
Yeah.
Chief? Are you guys okay with defensive end talk?
At
Yes.
12, yeah.
Yes.
Sounds great.
At 12,
Absolutely. Premium position, and you have Eberflus now. It's probably not going to be blitzing as much. Like, you need a guy opposite Micah Parsons that can get after the quarterback. I think that's going to be huge. I think defense in general, Eberflus is going to need, like, he's trying to play sound. He needs good personnel. Tampa, the Tampa 2 stuff, when those defenses were awesome, they just had great players.
They did.
And you've seen the Cowboys before in that Marinelli scheme when they didn't have great players, you can struggle in a big way. The Seahawks similarly, with the way they used to play. They had great players. I think you're going to have to really invest to get some studs defensively.
On edge, I think that, with Micah being who he is and Nealon and Williams, and maybe you get Tank back, I think you could be okay. But if at 12 you're like, wow, this is a really good player, I'm not afraid of taking any position right now.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty open to all positions as well. I could say, just give me the guy that's the safest, the healthiest, and give me the guy that checks out with the character stuff and all that. I mean, not to say don't want to take any bad guys, but just give me a guy. I mentioned earlier in the crosstalk, talking about a guy who loves football. Give me that type of guy that I think would help. Let me ask you then, Zach, what you had, because at the Senior Bowl they also, and I was watching it last night, this TJ Sanders. Have you seen him from
the defensive tackle from South Carolina?
Have you seen him yet from South Carolina?
Yeah, I like him and Kennard, the edge that they've got there. But Sanders is a disruptive player. Like, when you're looking at some of these defensive tackles, like Walter Nolan, I've seen's had a really good Senior Bowl so far, and I didn't love his tape.
Yeah.
I thought TJ Sanders' tape was better than Nolan's.
Okay, let me ask you then about, because I liked Sanders too as that three technique type of a player from South Carolina. Nolan, though. What bothers you? And this is the Mississippi. Yeah, this is the Mississippi defensive tackle. And to me, his tape did not look like he played yesterday. It didn't look like the sense of urgency and things like that with him. And I just wonder, is this a guy that all of a sudden he played in that rotating system at Mississippi, and now all of a sudden it's like he's now having to play for a job? Do you think he's heard that his tape wasn't great?
Yeah, because he can have, like I put in my notes, can have a quick burst off the line, but it just doesn't happen enough.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, I see a player that's got the ability, just lacks consistency and effort. And it was like, I had heard a lot of hype about Walter Nolan, transfer from Texas A&M to Ole Miss.
Right.
I wanted to watch his tape and love it. And I didn't. I mean, anytime he gets moved sideways, it's ball game for him. And I thought he really did not have a lot of variety with pass rush moves. Like, if he gets beat off if his first step isn't there, he doesn't have a chance.
Got to wonder about the work ethic there. Sounds like conditioning and stamina to me.
Yeah, the word I use is consistency.
Yes.
And I just needed to see more of that. And this is what scares me about this guy, because he flashes like being a really good player, and then he completely disappears for stretches of the game. And I'm just thinking, how can I take this guy? People are talking about, well, he's one of the top defensive tackles. He actually played like one of them yesterday.
He's looked great, and today in practice, what I got to see, he was dominating again.
See, this is what scares me there, Chief. This is what scares me about a guy that potentially, I don't think I would take him at 12. And I don't think he's going to be there at 44.
Yeah, I'm with you. See, that's why at 44, a guy that I also like, that I think has some of the similar traits as Nolan, but I saw it a little bit more consistently, was Alfred Collins from Texas.
Okay, talk about him, because he's more of a one technique, isn't he? Or do you think he's a three?
I think he can be. I think he can be kind of what you were describing, Mason Graham. a three that also
6'5", 320,
like
that,
wide base that
yeah.
also technically sound, understands leverage, strong, disruptive, can push the pocket, work stunts well, can shock and shed to get off blocks, make stops first the run, high motor player. This is extremely high praise, and he is not this player, okay?
Right.
But I just see glimpses in his game of Chris Jones. He's not
Alfred
there.
Collins.
Alfred
Texas,
Collins. He's
from
not
Texas,
there.
yeah.
He's not Chris Jones.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that he is.
Same number.
But he shows some he shows some flashes in his game. Like, man, that's pretty damn impressive. But again, consistency, that's why I would look at him in the second round. Walter Nolan's looked at as a top 15 pick right now. I didn't see that on tape. But maybe that's just me.
Yeah.
This Texas kid that you mentioned?
Yeah.
Collins,
Alfred,
6'5", 320?
Yeah.
He's that big?
Yeah. Yeah. He's that big. See, that's what I say. Oh, Chief, if you had to like look at this team, look at the defense, and there's going to be a lot of turnover on this defense, by the way. Not only the coordinator, but I think the whole defense is going to personnel wise. I think it's going to turn over. You more interested in a guy that can play, and with Eberflus, we need to figure out that the three technique's important to him. But if you had to say, give me the one or give me the three, which one are you leaning? I mean, do you feel good enough? And I have a feeling I know what your answer is going to be. Do you feel good enough about Mozzie to play him at the one and draft a three?
I don't feel good enough. I don't feel good enough with Mozzie. And with the way that teams are running the ball right now, especially in your own division, that is, I think having a monster in the middle that can handle it. I know the three technique is super important in the Eberflus scheme. I think you have two giant needs right there.
Does re-signing Osa and drafting a one technique, get me home?
That makes a ton of sense.
That would make a ton of sense. I'm just, in my heart of hearts, I think that they're, and they love to re-sign their own. I just don't know. I think these guys are going to go out and get more money than the Cowboys are willing to spend. That's just me. Well,
David Moore wrote about Osa this morning, and so did Jory. And I guess Steven is saying he's going to be a main point of emphasis here in the offseason.
There's your hope right there, because that's going to be your three.
I mean, but I was reading that it could be $100 million contract.
Yeah, because ESPN put out ESPN had their top 50, I think, free agents. He was number 10.
Yeah. Real quick, Chief, if I could, in my last minute or so here. Jack Besh from TCU.
See, I talked about Nick Nash out of San Jose State.
Right. You saw him. You had good eyes on him.
And I might just have a man crush on Nick Nash as I got to see him in person. I haven't gotten to see Besh in person. But Besh also is a guy like quick, off the line, good route runner, and the hands. Like, I didn't see drops from Besh in his game really at all. His ability to stack, I thought, was really impressive. High point the football. Made a really good catch today during one-on-one drills that I saw from the Senior Bowl. So I wouldn't have an issue with Besh, but I do like Nick Nash, who you might be able to get around later.
I mean, 6'2", 215, former tight end, probably can block really, really well.
And he runs much better than I anticipated him to move.
I see a 1.6% drop rate, and it feels gaudy.
I just didn't see any drops.
69% contested catch rate as well.
Yeah, that's this kid. When you watch him play, I don't think he's the fastest. I don't think his 40 time is going to be great. But what I think he does, he finds ways to separate down the field. He's a long striding guy. And so you get a little bit of separation, but he's one of those guys that also doesn't get covered, because even if he's got guys on him, he can make those contested catches. So, Betch, he's in that mix of these wide receivers, I think, that you're probably going to be looking at 44. Man. If you don't grab one at 12.
A lot to like if you're doing cut split stuff and you're trying to get these wide receivers in the midst of this in the run game, and a guy who can do some blocking that way.
Yeah. And they need an improvement there. Their wide receivers just don't block well enough.
Terrific report, Brian. Thank you so much. There it is. A look at the Senior Bowl guys that are impressing so far. Okay, coming up next, Chief, where are you taking us?
You will not find a Super Bowl sports take hotter than this one next.
You will not find a Texas homeowner that loves his home more than I do. It's outstanding. I love my castle there, as small as it is, in Sunnyvale. And my main concern with it is the foundation. That's why I trust the guys at Permapure Foundation Repair with my number one investment, especially in North Texas. You know how this soil shifts. It's got a mind of its own.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, buddies, welcome back. It's hour 3 of the nation. So much sports coming up. A little hockey talk coming up at 4:40. Wolchuk will get you a quick puck in there. Time now for a sports hodgepodge. Here's the Chief.
Got a couple of good things here. We start with some Super Bowl goodies, and you're not going to get a Super Bowl take hotter than the one we'll play for you here in just a moment. I don't know if it's the dumbest take I've ever heard, or if I'm jealous that I didn't get to the take quicker than this guy. This is all-time stuff here, and it's what makes this particular gentleman one of the great ones. But we start with some awesome G-Bag Nation Radio Row news, as it looks like we have been granted the opportunity to welcome in the best to ever do it. The greatest of all time. The man who is on the ceiling of Wolchuk's bedroom, right up above the master bed.
No, dude.
Not too far from the Juergens.
Don't lie to me.
Mr. Deuce Deuce, the leading rusher in NFL history.
What?
Emmitt Smith will be sitting down with the G-Bag Nation.
He's giving
in New Orleans.
KNC the Heisman. I was so
Stiff
jealous.
arm.
Did
you really say that?
Dude, we were chasing after him last year just to try
I got
and get
the
a
fist bump,
handshake.
remember? I didn't wash my hand the rest of the week.
You did. My gosh. Guys, I don't think I'll probably ever have been more nervous for an interview. This is going to be...
This is all time. This is a Wolchuk bucket list moment.
Oh, goodness.
You've done it on the phone before. You've seen him at a distance.
Yeah.
You've watched him run around at training camps throughout your childhood, at Cowboys Stadium. But now you're going to get the opportunity to sit right next to him. You're going to feel the aura. You're going to get to smell him. All-time cologne that he wears. We're going to have to get to the bottom of that. Smells incredible. And he's probably going to hand you, we might be able to take a shot of his tequila with him.
We can take a shot with
the Herradura stuff, right? That's his deal.
Okay,
I know
we
he
don't-
brought the complimentary bottle to the KNC Masterpiece multiple times on Radio Row. So I think that's in store. Maybe we take a shot with Emmitt Smith.
Let's go!
This is very exciting.
Dude, if this doesn't happen, I'm going to be heartbroken. We need a...
It won't, because Bobby will say something and piss somebody off, and they'll take the guest away from us.
He's going to be coming spitting straight fire. Remember last year's Super Bowl? He was ticked off.
He was on fire.
Imagine how ticked he's going to be. Him and I are going to be just MFing the Cowboys together.
You know what what could be incredible though, and even more heartbreaking though, is if you have that bad celebrity moment that's been known to happen. Can you imagine that, Wolchuk?
That's been a fear of mine.
Could that break your fanmanship in any way?
They say don't meet your heroes.
Yeah, you're about to.
It could.
They had a lot of penalties.
It could. I'm going to pretend that doesn't happen.
Like, what if you're trying to
We
get him
might
fired
need
up to dunk on Jerry, and he feels like he needs to defend Jerry, and now you've
And then we
offended
get in a
him.
fight?
Yeah. Oh, that would be great.
Oh, that would not be great. It might be great, but that would not be great. I hope we just get a hug afterwards.
Yeah, I'm hoping for a good, wholesome, bro hug type of moment.
Yeah.
Seems like he respects the media a lot more these days. He doesn't think everybody's out to get him as much as he might have there in the early days post his playing career. Seems like becoming an older gentleman has calmed him down a little bit in that regard.
So, like, I shouldn't wear my Emmitt Smith jersey.
I think that, yes,
I
do
think
that.
wear
He'll
it.
put his John Hancock
Absolutely
on.
do that. Make it all
Absolutely.
about him.
Yeah, absolutely wear it.
Hand him a
I like that.
Sharpie. He'll see the jersey.
Oh, I don't know if you want to do that.
He'll slap that thing
Maybe
right
hand him
on
a
you.
Sharpie and $100 bill.
Yeah.
That's true.
Wearing a jersey around
Yeah,
the
he'll ask you where
Little-
he'll ask you what it's for.
Maybe a little Tensky.
I don't want to go full fanboy. I mean, CA kind of sold me out when we interviewed him on the phone. It's like, oh, it's your biggest fan. And it's like, oh, let him ask this question. Come on, let him ask this question.
Wear your jersey, man. Go for it.
Maybe.
This is going to be big, dude. I'm excited.
I'm really
You're
excited.
still a hat.
I'm personally excited.
I'm excited
but
yet extremely nervous.
Yeah.
I will admit, I am extremely nervous thinking about
Should we give him the
this.
first question, dog?
No.
Absolutely.
It'd be one of those butterfly.
Give him all of them.
Yeah, I just lay out.
Make this an exclusive Wooly Bully and Emmitt Smith one-on-one
One-on-one.
on the
like,
row.
Might get starstruck, boys.
like me and Jim McMahon talking. Nobody else talked. We just...
Hope
That's
it's like
a good
that
one.
Chris
Chop it up.
Farley SNL bit. Remember that 200-yard game you had, man? That was awesome.
Remember that time in Minnesota?
Let's
when
talk
you,
about that day when you
When you
got
broke
the
your
rushing
hand,
record.
when you stiff-armed a guy,
Yeah.
and you broke your hand, but you kept playing.
What about the shoulder?
Yeah.
The shoulder game?
Yeah, separated shoulder against the Giants.
I love it, dude. This is going to be
I kept telling
awesome.
myself, no pain. No pain.
Another thing that we're going to have to...
I felt all the pain.
this is going to be a food review. Might have to invoke Broadus on this one as well. Did you guys see what Popeyes is doing?
No. But the Popeyes in Louisiana, I have been told, is better.
Yes, I am looking forward to that experience.
go.
But also, they're on a collision course with Don Julio.
Oh.
Little collab of the
Ooh.
century is what we're calling it. Championship lineup. That's right.
Tequila fries?
You heard it. Popeyes and Don Julio collab on new menu items.
I'm concerned because there's nothing wrong.
Get Mr. Nasty's thoughts on that
for the Super Bowl. Yeah, they're going to have
for what? What are they doing? They need to stop.
Okay, but I don't know. This sounds pretty
They
dang
need to
good.
stop.
Bread pudding.
I feel insulted.
One of the entrees is reposado flavored Louisiana garlic chicken wings with a specialty sauce.
Tequila chicken wings.
This is food review. Wolchuk, we are on the we are on the fast track, dude. We might have to, as soon as we touch in New Orleans, that might need to be the first stop.
I've never heard of cooking with tequila. That's a new one.
Reposado flavored concha roll chicken sando.
Okay.
Spicy strawberry hibiscus flavored lemonade mocktail.
Hibiscus.
So,
Well, Shirley Temple.
I mean, I think that's going to be a well-rounded meal. The sandwich, the wings, and the drink. Don Julio, Popeyes championship lineup.
I would just eat the
in
wings.
New Orleans for the Super Bowl.
Sounds like a good snack to me.
I mean, I'm fired up. I might end up. Who knows? We need to start the mission there because who knows how many times we're going to want to circle back.
Well,
this is
good point.
limited, and this is right there in the heart of the Popeyes craze, dude. This is exactly where you want it. The most authentic version. And this is sort of a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and I get to do that with Wolchuk.
Now
I'm fired up.
I'm excited for this.
This is like my Emmitt Smith.
I know this Popeyes. Now the other venture we're going to have to make, whether this is as a squad or this is just us, but
Rick's
fried
Cabaret.
chicken. No, I'm never going back there. And Dre, if you're listening, you know why. You know why. Okay, but Willie Mae's Scotch House, best fried chicken I've ever had. If we want to just go ahead and let's do some chicken wars. We got to
that
add Willie
sounds
Mays into
good
the mix.
because if I go to Popeyes, I'm getting a tackle box.
That's
I don't
what I'm
care
saying.
where we are.
Dawson,
Yeah.
you get him.
Maybe you can get a Don Julio tackle box.
That's what I'm saying. Just get the tackle box in the bottle and just drink it. Yeah.
I mean, New Orleans is the kind of town they might serve you booze at a Popeyes. You know, they might have a full bar set up there.
At least
for us.
walk out with it into the street. Walk out with a glass.
Just spike your own
place.
hibiscus mocktail
they let you roll.
with the real stuff.
Let you roll.
This is going to be awesome. Looking forward to it in a big way. Maybe we'll see Jameis there. You never know.
Oh, that might be because he's doing his food reviews too.
You never know.
Maybe he starts there.
Okay, I think this is. I mean, nobody's going to be able to outdo this Super Bowl take here. This is all time, and we're early. Like you were, I was expecting maybe some of the big guns to pop out with their takes on the road next week, but here we are early in the proceedings. We head to the herd. With Colin Cowherd. Now, this is his sidekick, McIntyre's talking about the tush push and how he doesn't think the Chiefs are going to be able to stop it. And he's wrong, of course.
He's wrong because it's top 4 of the last 6 quarterbacks.
Colin takes this to the next level, a place that no other person with a microphone could ever even imagine.
This is for touchdowns. This is for 2-point conversions. What's wrong with it? It feels automatic. When the Eagles run it in the Super Bowl, Chiefs ain't going to be able to stop it. Just because they stop Buffalo's, they're not going to be able to stop this one.
They may not get into the red zone.
The Eagles might not get into the red zone.
All right.
Seriously?
I think Kansas City's defense, we now have to be honest. Lockdown corner, dominant defensive line, multiple edge defenders, hyper-athletic linebackers. I don't think people are giving Kansas City's defense the credit.
Really?
Oh, I think it's really good, and it's really good in big games.
Good enough to potentially keep the Eagles out of the red zone entirely throughout the full 4 quarters of the Super Bowl.
Are we going to see the shutout? The first shutout in the Super Bowl?
The biggest game of the year. Watch out, Roger Goodell. Watch out, viewers at home. If you just bought a ticket, $6,000 in the nosebleed seats, you might not see the Eagles reach the red zone.
He's not a very good debater. I think his sidekick guy has gotten too smart for him now. He's got to go back to a hot blonde or something, you know? Because once you start going tit for tat with Colin, you can hear the insecurity in his voice. He was leaking confidence all over that soundbite, Chief, as you would say. Couldn't you?
Yes.
You could hear. He's like, they might not even get into the red zone.
They might not even.
Dude's like, really?
Yeah. He just thought McIntyre was going to roll with it right there. That's one of the most insane, bold predictions I've ever heard in my life, that that a Super Bowl team will not reach the red zone. And again, I don't know if that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard or if I'm a little bit jealous about it. Nobody else is going to have that take. He's cornered the market on the hottest Super Bowl take you could possibly have.
He's done it.
That's his brilliance right there.
He's done it.
My goodness gracious. Okay, I want to play this little clip here because this was not a part of the intro presser with Jerry and company the other day, but this was a part of the walk-off. And this 9-second soundbite has taken off into the national stratosphere as Jerry Jones welcomed the national world into the world of the glory hole.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes. very low percentage.
So he's just trying to set the bar as low as possible.
Yeah.
Like, don't expect the smiles and the glory holes. Only one team actually gets to that.
You know, I think that's an honest moment from Jerry, because what he's telling you is, guys, this is really hard. You have to enjoy the ride. We can't get all worked up with another season of failure. Listen, it's hard. 31 other teams aren't going to win the Super Bowl every year. So quit worrying about it so much. I think that's a genuine reflection of the way that he currently feels about it, because he's so satisfied from those 3 Super Bowls in the 90s.
And all the pundits nationally are trying to get to the bottom of this glory hole situation. Like, what the heck was he talking about there? They weren't privy to Jerry and his particular desire for the glory hole, and everybody's trying to figure out what exactly he means by it.
It was quite a scene.
It's pretty great.
Probably 12 or 13 years ago when he dropped that line on the local media. And those that knew the oil and gas business or had heard the term before were like, no, it's fine. Dalrymple's running around trying to tell the outsiders, it's an oil and gas term. We're fine here. It was hilarious when it first hit.
And it still is. I mean,
I want me some glory hole.
It hits every single time. So thank you to Jerry for that one. Did you guys see there was an 18-year-old Eagles fan who was killed during the celebrations?
I did, and
gymnast.
I guess that's the silver lining of not having a successful football team, is people aren't getting maimed or killed in the celebrations.
Do you guys know what it was? This was one of the telephone pole deals.
Was it a greased pole?
They aren't saying. For whatever reason, Philadelphia police
They probably didn't think they would need to.
They won't say if they greased the poles on Sunday, adding that they don't want to release public safety tactics. Authorities are also still investigating numerous reports of other injuries from throughout the night on Sunday, including shootings, a stabbing, and assaults on police officers. That's what Eagles fans do when they're at the height of happiness.
Did you see the boy fall off the pole?
I didn't see the video. There's a video of it?
Yeah. And then they were like all laughing and everything.
Oh, no.
Didn't think it was so serious.
They thought, they didn't take it serious.
Yeah, it was like an 18-year-old student at Temple. And the crazy thing about this is he's an exercise and sports science major, and he was like a team gymnast with like 120 medals. So he's really good at it. Yeah. But apparently 18 feet up, he let go, landed flat on his back, and the neck snapped back, and he hit his head on the concrete, and that was it. Turned out to lie. It's fatality.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't see the video. Don't need to see the video on that. But just
really bad.
Something to be careful about. I mean, they have a stabbing, shootings. Eagles fans are just ridiculous, man. But you have to think that they didn't grease the poles. If you're able to get up there, I don't care what level of gymnast you are. When that pole's greased, you don't stand a chance, do you?
I think that's why Eagles fans decided to climb those poles after the conference championship. They were front-running the city planners, who no doubt are going to have those bad boys greased
for the Super Bowl
by the time we get to Sunday morning of the Super Bowl. Yeah,
this was their one chance.
You didn't like my take about the Cowboys front office keeping Cowboys fans alive year after year, though.
No, I love that. That's a brilliant. That's thinking outside the box right there, and that is one of the pros to not reaching the height of success in your sport.
I'm like Jerry, I'm an optimist. Eternal optimist.
Yes, dude. Yes. 2 + 2 = 5. Did you guys see they're calling it potential Doritos Super Bowl commercial?
Potential. So they don't want to say that this is the commercial, but this is the commercial?
It's a Doritos commercial that is patently insane. This dude is sitting in the barber's chair getting his hair cut, and his barber is snacking on some nacho cheese Doritos. And so he's got the Dorito dust, the incredible Dorito dust all over his fingers. And at one point, the barber's hand is right in front of the dude's face, and the dude just puts his mouth on the barber's finger, and the entire place just stops because he wanted to get a taste of the Dorito dust, the nacho cheese Dorito dust. And then the next scene, you just see him getting basically Uncle Phil'd out of the barber shop, but he's got the bag of Doritos in his hand, and he just seems like the happiest guy you've ever seen in your life.
All good. I got the Doritos.
It's a great commercial. I hope it's real for the Super Bowl, because it's being alleged to be, and that's the 1 seed right now, coming out of the gates hot.
Pretty unbelievable right there, but you never know what you're going to see. I mean, they got to continue to raise the bar here if they try to outdo one another for the craziest commercial. Well, thank you, Chief. Sports Hodgepodge there. Coming up at 6:20, we'll have a rim session talking Mavs here. It's a Mavs game night as they get set to take on the Pelicans. But up next, it's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 4:20. Buddy, what do we have?
Let's do it. The top 10 best quarterbacks to never win a Super Bowl. Who do you think
Dan
is the
Marino
best to not do it? That's next in the nation.
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here he is, Zach with an H. Your Wooly Bully.
All right, we'll get to the top 10 best quarterbacks to not win a Super Bowl. 877-881-1053. Fresh list as you've got Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson who are having to play in the same conference as one, and Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes. So are they going to get there? They're probably going to be on the list. Who else makes it? 877-881-1053. I did hear this on the Fox pregame show on Sunday, and I wanted to kick this around. This is Howie Long. 5 NFL teams that would not trade their quarterback for Jaden Daniels. Do you agree with these 5, or would you rather have Jaden Daniels at quarterback? Here's Howie.
I think there are 5 teams, if people around the league are being honest, that would not trade their quarterback right now for Jaden Daniels. Buffalo, Baltimore, Cincinnati, and the Chargers.
Buffalo, Baltimore, Cincinnati, and the Chargers. Of course, Kansas City, right? Like, already didn't even need to be named. But Lamar Jackson or Jaden Daniels, who would you take?
Jaden Daniels.
Okay.
Yeah.
Agreed all the way around?
Yeah, just throwing the ball, yeah.
All right.
Absolutely.
Josh Allen?
Josh Allen or
Jaden Daniels. It's all going to be or Jaden Daniels.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'd go Josh Allen.
I'd still stick with Josh Allen, too. Yeah. Burrow or Joe.
But it's close. If the salaries are controlled, I got to pay Josh Allen a lot.
No, throw the salaries out.
Okay.
We're not looking at that. Just quarterback.
What about the age? What are we, 6 years younger with Jaden Daniels?
Yes.
So I get a lot more career with him.
Yeah.
That one's close. I think Josh Allen's the better player right now. If I'm going into the Super Bowl tomorrow, I want Josh Allen. If I'm talking next year, I want Josh Allen. But looking at the next 8 years, I want Jaden.
Because it is fair to say, okay, we've seen this for a year with Jaden Daniels. I think he's going to be this good for a long time. But this time last year, everyone wanted to put C.J. Stroud in the top 5.
Stroud, yeah.
And he did take a step back.
Yeah.
So Jaden Daniels, could he have a similar sophomore slump? Very possible. All these guys that we're mentioning now are bona fide. The one that he mentioned with the Chargers and Justin Herbert, I don't understand. I don't understand the Justin Herbert stuff. Justin Herbert now has had plenty of opportunities. Maybe one day he breaks through. But I'm taking Jaden Daniels over Justin Herbert in a heartbeat, even if he has a sophomore slump.
Yeah, agreed. And I like Herbert. I think more weapons around him, I think will end up paying dividends. But yes, for Jaden Daniels right now, it is. I mean, you're talking about Josh Allen and Pat Mahomes, and then maybe Joe Burrow.
Mm-hmm.
I think outside of that, and maybe Lamar Jackson. But even then, I would still probably go Jaden Daniels there.
I'm with you. And congratulations to Jordan Lewis, who is now named the Cowboys Unsung Hero of 2024. He had a ton of cornerback injuries, Diggs, Bland. Lewis stepped up, became the Cowboys' best defensive back this year. So NFL.com senior writer Kevin Patra took a look around the NFC, named Jordan Lewis that unsung hero. I think that's very well deserved. I mean, I was giving him your MVP award just for what he was able to be a steady cog, and we'll see. Does Jordan Lewis end up joining Dan Quinn in Washington? He was here with Matt Eberflus, and Patrick Walker on DallasCowboys.com visited with Jay Lou, and he had a lot of really good things to say about Flus. So maybe that's another reason why, all right, I'll come back. There's continuity.
They're going to sign likely one of the guys, and everybody else is going to get to walk.
So, I think if they're serious about winning next year, they need to bring both back, Jordan Lewis and Osa, because I don't think you can leave those up to trying to find their replacements in the draft. So we'll see how serious they are. They're going to free up a significant amount of cap space once they restructure with Dak Prescott. Osa and Micah could basically take up 90% of that, depending on how you structure those things. But you could be creative. And what they said earlier this week as far as how they're looking at the cap, how they're looking at free agency, if you want to give Brian Schottenheimer a real chance to win, I think it's got to start with bringing a couple of guys back, and those would be my two.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I mean, maybe Golston ends up being a cheaper option, and he's the guy that they consider, but I do think Osa would be priority number one for me, and then Jordan Lewis as well. All right, let's get into it. Top 10 quarterbacks to not win a Super Bowl, and this will be a list that has retired quarterbacks as well as current quarterbacks in the National Football League. 877-881-1053. And the 903 just answering the conversation we were having. Herbert and Daniels currently on the same tier behind Mahomes, Allen, and Burrow. And the 214 would also still take Lamar. 214, what about worst quarterbacks to win a Super Bowl? That might be a good idea for a list, 214. Maybe we'll circle that around next week.
Dilfer, Flacco, Foles.
Johnson.
Yeah, Brad Johnson.
Yeah, those definitely are ones that come to mind. Yeah, Foles, my gosh.
Peyton Manning in his second one.
Who was the backup quarterback for the Giants that won one?
Hostetler.
Yeah, Hostetler. Yeah, Hostetler. Yeah, Greasy. That's a good one right there. All right, so here are honorable mentions. 682 said Dan Fouts is one. Did not win a Super Bowl. Unitas from the 682.
That's false. He won.
I felt like he won.
He beat the Cowboys in Super Bowl 5.
Yeah, that's a champion.
Johnny, you had
actually
to have
Earl Morrall start. I think Unitas started. I think Earl Morrall started the game, and Unitas came in and played.
But he technically won a Super Bowl.
He won a Super Bowl. Yeah.
There you go. 682 is going Marino, Fouts, Ryan, Rivers, Tarkenton, and all those guys are certainly going to be on the list at least.
Jim
not
Kelly,
the top 10.
Rivers, and Ryan. Romo's as good as those guys.
So.
Not even in the same stratosphere as one Daniel Marino.
Now, the honorable mentions, you've got Randall Cunningham. And, I mean, that team in 98, they went 15-1. That might be the best team that never got to play in a Super Bowl. That was unbelievable, that team that they had that year. Donovan McNabb is on here. I couldn't stand McNabb.
He's not in the top 50 best quarterbacks to never win a Super Bowl.
Carson Palmer. Honorable mention. He was
promising.
He was an elite
passer.
Kept
getting hurt.
You've got Ken Anderson, one of the most underrated quarterbacks in history, 4-time Pro Bowler, 1981 league MVP, led the Bengals to a Super Bowl appearance. Rich Gannon.
Didn't he get it done with the Raiders?
No, they lost. They got smoked by the Bucs.
Just destroyed.
Yeah.
That's right.
I always remember him. He had those.
Hell of a run.
He had brown ear pads in his helmet.
He
for
had
whatever
a very
reason.
unique look. He did. But,
There was lucky ear pads. He'd had them since 8th grade.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what it was. They were on his shut
knee
helmet.
pads that he put on his ears.
Shut helmet.
The two-time first-team All-Pro, did not play well in that Super Bowl. Matt Ryan comes in at 14, and he should have won one. I mean, kind of bleeped themselves there a little bit. Tony Romo, number 13 on the list, best quarterbacks to not win a Super Bowl.
Pretty dang good.
Esiason comes in at 12. And he had a chance, man, 1988. I mean, you just lost to Joe Montana, the legendary touchdown drive with 3:34 left.
Montana threw a pick like at the 2-minute mark. They just didn't catch it.
Oh,
yeah.
God.
I mean, the interception thing, the undefeated thing, it was all there for the taking.
Top honorable mention, outside looking in, Jamarcus Russell. He was a great player. I'm just kidding. 469 texted in Jamarcus Russell. I thought that was a really good fit, and I just wanted to see, were you guys listening? Were you listening?
I'm sorry, I was doing something else. You're absolutely right. He's one of the best ever.
Get over it. Steve McNair, Eric McNair comes in at 11. Best quarterback not
he
to
was
win
great.
one. Goodness gracious, I'll never forget, like DeMarco Farr during that America's game. He's like, as soon as Steve McNair threw the ball on that last play, I thought we had a chance. Because if he takes off and runs around, like, we had no shot. Because they're running for their life, that defensive line. Like him, Kevin Carter. I mean, it was a who's who there. But, gosh, Steve McNair and those Titans teams, rest in peace, fantastic.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to imagine there's actually 10 quarterbacks better than him.
Well, that's a good exercise. Okay, would you take McNair, or do you think any of these 10 are actually better? 10 is Warren Moon.
Warren Moon is outstanding.
100%.
I was going to bring him up.
Moon is very underrated.
Very underrated.
9 is Phillip Rivers.
I want McNair for both of them so far.
It's kind of like Phillip Rivers on this list because of longevity.
Yeah, 15-year career, and they had a lot of really good teams that had a chance in the 2000s. And
I mean, Charger is a lot of his work.
Yeah.
It's just not clutch enough.
It was pretty badass. I mean, he played that 08 championship, had like an ACL.
Yeah.
Still played in it. I think that was the game you saw like LaDainian Tomlinson just sitting on the sidelines with the helmet, visor, everything, just the jacket on. 8 is Joe Burrow.
Okay. He's gonna. I don't know.
Injuries are becoming a pretty big factor.
I kind of felt like
he's
he had a chance.
man.
I don't know.
I think Burrow still got a chance. I mean, I thought he was going to do it this year. Unfortunately, the team around him but yeah, it's just I think he's too good not to get one eventually. But he's in the same conference with Mahomes, although he's the only one that's been able to beat him. 7 is Dan Fouts, 6-time Pro Bowler, 2-time first-team All-Pro. Quarterback of some really good Chargers teams. Led the Chargers to 2 AFC championship games, but never made a Super Bowl. Won the passing title 4 years in a row. Was that the Air Coryell offense?
Yeah, he had to play in it. Remember that game in Cincinnati? They played where it was like 40 below zero.
Gosh,
that was
that team had no chance.
AFC championship game. Yeah, it was awful.
It's just so weird because the interception rates were so high, the completion percentages were so low. Like, you have to project what he would look like with modern coaching and modern scheme. Because numbers-wise, it doesn't stack up.
Yeah, it is different. I mean, when you go through the eras like this, we got a text. Well, Kurt Warner won 2-1-4. Kurt Warner won in his first ever Super Bowl with the Rams, then lost in the next 2. We got Michael Vick texted in from the 254. I was hoping Vick would beat the Eagles so bad, and that was the 04 championship game. Get there. Danny White texted in from the 2-4. I had somebody on Twitter say Don Meredith. Dandy Don, one of the best to not win one. Prime Cam Newton. The way Cam played in that Super Bowl, I can't really feel sorry for him. I don't think I could put him on this list, unfortunately, for him.
He made a business decision in the Super Bowl.
He sure did, didn't he?
He's go back to selling the Wonka bars.
Like, oh, gosh. The Wonka bar. 6 is Jim Kelly.
Yeah.
Yes, there's one. I mean, that guy was incredible.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
If you would have put him on the Cowboys or the 49ers or any of those teams, they would have won big time.
3 Bengals quarterbacks. You're right, 3-6-0. That just might be a cursed franchise along with the Bills. Number 5 is Sonny Jurgensen. Played 9 years in the Super Bowl era, so he qualifies. Jurgensen was fantastic. Made 5 Pro Bowls, 2 first-team All-Pros, Hall of Fame selection, one of the very best quarterbacks of the merger era.
He had a chance, though. They got beat by the Dolphins 14-7 in a game.
Jurgensen didn't get it done.
Gary Upremian with a bad snap.
Gary Upremian.
Yeah.
I wonder how many quarterbacks are in the Hall of Fame that didn't win a Super Bowl.
Probably find that out for you pretty quick.
Yeah, we probably could.
Dan Marino.
Well, Sonny Jurgensen, I guess, would be one.
Yeah.
Jim Kelly, another one. This list probably has them all. Fouts. Is Fouts in the Hall? I don't know if he is
11
actually.
of them.
11?
Yeah.
Warren Moon would be another one. McNair.
Fouts, Tarkenton, Marino, Moon.
Jim Kelly.
James Kelly.
Yeah.
Sonny Jurgensen.
Yeah.
Where's
Y.A.
Dak
Tittle.
at? Where's Dak at on the list?
Dak wasn't in it.
No.
Lynn Dawson.
Dak didn't make the top 20. Who do you think, like, would you, Dak or Romo? Romo better than Dak?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like they kind of just damn near like.
A lot of similarities.
Yeah. Romo's a little bit more looser. You know, he was, what do they call that? A maverick out there?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Romo
kind of a
could
gunslinger.
yeah. He was a gunslinger for sure. Dak, not as much. And
Yeah,
Romo,
he's safe.
Yeah. Romo probably more fun at times, like just the crazy wild way that he played. Dak's more like in control.
Yeah, pre-injury Dak, I think the decision-making, the ball security, and the ability to run it might make it pretty close, but I'd still take Tony. The ability to look out in that traffic and pick a guy out.
2014 Romo, yeah, like give me that guy. That guy had the makings of this dude can win a championship. Unfortunately, health didn't go his way. 4, Lamar Jackson.
Neither one of them great.
3, Josh Allen. Already on the list here. Both of these dudes, best quarterbacks not to win it. And I can't really fight Lamar, especially 2-time MVP. If he gets a 3rd MVP, like he's going to be in the Hall of Fame. You're not a 3-time MVP and not get in the Hall of Fame, and he might not ever win one.
Yeah, I mean, but Josh Allen has been, I mean, if it's not for Mahomes, Allen has probably been to 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah, and that's why they got Allen at 3.
Allen would be, for me, of the guys that I've gotten to really watch. Like
he's the next best.
There's no
other than
question,
Burrow.
man.
Fran Tarkenton at 2.
Was Fran that guy?
He was a great, like, he's very similar to how quarterbacks play today, the ability to run, to move around, to scramble. He was like he was well over 2.5 seconds in the pocket every time he threw the ball. But he was able to avoid sacks and make great. He played on a really good Minnesota Viking team, and then not so good of a New York Giant team.
The scrambler.
Yeah,
Yep.
and he led nearly every major passing record when he retired in '78. So you add the scrambling plus, the dude clearly
He'd launch it. He was one of those guys. Scramble, launch it.
Went to 3 Super Bowls. They just lost every one with the Vikings.
Played the Dolphins and the Steelers.
And the Steelers, that's tough.
Yep.
Number 1 though, best quarterback to never win one, Dan Marino. 9 Pro Bowls,
He was only in
3-time
one of them.
first team All-Pro, won the MVP. But lost to the San Francisco 49ers and never able to get back there.
Friend of the show, does great work. We've interviewed him a couple of times on Radio Row.
Okay, nice guy, because he does give off jerk vibes to me.
Well, he's got a little bit of mental health thing going on that he'll talk to you about, where
Okay.
the anxiety gets the best of him and he kind of shuts down and people think he's a jerk, but he's got a heart of gold.
I'll never forget the commercial that he was. We have the sound of it where
Isotoners?
they keep screwing it up. No, I don't know.
Oh yeah, he got really ticked off.
Yeah. There was no flub. There was no
What are you
bleeping
talking
flub.
about?
Yeah.
He's pretty hilarious.
Might have had the whole Finkel and Einhorn thing throwing him off there, too. That'd jam me up, to be honest with you.
Fair.
We got to talk hockey, though, and we're on Miro Heiskanen News Watch. Probably not going to get it today. I think no news is good news at this point, Wolchuk. What do we have next?
Let's go ahead and get some quick puck. As always, here the Stars are looking like they're big-time contenders in the Western Conference. What is their greatest strength, but also, what's their fatal flaw? That's next.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. LA Live now under an hour away. It's every night at 5:40 here on The Fan. Let's get some hockey in here, Wolchuk.
Let's do it. Big win for your Dallas Stars last night. Come from behind fashion in Vegas. That's 2 wins now over the Vegas Golden Knights within the last week. And, hey, that's a great feeling.
That's over, man. Series over with them, right?
Yeah, we can't stand those Vegas Golden Knights, especially now. Now, I do want to, if we re-rack our brains to 2023 when Vegas beat Dallas in the Western Conference Final, and you had the moment of the cross-check to the head of Mark Stone from Jamie Benn.
He dove
and it
on
was a bad, dirty play.
He dove on
it. Was a 5-minute major. He was ejected, and he was suspended then.
It was.
For the following game. And really at that point, you realized, okay, the Stars are not going to win this series.
Yeah.
Well, last night, you have Mark Stone, who says he got tripped by Roope Hintz from his stick and then ends up obliterating the knee of Miro Heiskanen. Now, we don't know yet the status of Miro. It did not look good. He had to get help down the tunnel. Mark Stone saying he was tripped. He was caught smirking on the bench after this play. I thought this was dirty. I thought it was 100% intentional. If you look at the slow-mo of this, yes, Hintz's stick does make contact with the skate of Mark Stone, but there is hesitation. It's not an immediate reaction, oh, now I'm falling to the ice. There looks like there's a readjustment by him and then a dive at the knee of Miro Heiskanen. The problem with this is I believe this should have been a 5-minute major. It wasn't. It was a 2-minute minor, and former Stars play-by-play voice Ralph Stranges has an excellent piece out now on his Ralph Stag. And he talks about conversations that he's had with other GMs around the league. When they've reported incidents to the NHL about this, the NHL's response is like, okay, we can do that, but you want us to then go and look at all the plays that your players have made? So the NHL is kind of like, we don't care, dude. So even if the Stars are ticked off about this, the league's probably not going to do anything about that. And having read more into this, I don't think Mark Stone's going to get suspended, which really ticks me off because now the Stars might be down their best player for who knows how long, and Mark Stone gets away scot-free, mission accomplished.
Well, is it a league that still polices itself? I think you owe Mark Stone a little something, and I would go, looking for the best and most talented fighters in the league this offseason and have a reunion with Mark Stone that he won't forget, at the next at the most, and the earliest possible time. Yeah. I don't know. I think there is enough in there that leaves doubt. Like, was he tripped into him, or did he get tripped and say, "Oh, you want to trip me? Well, watch this." But no doubt, if I'm Mark Stone, I feel terrible today because you might have significantly impacted a man's career with that.
Yeah, we gotta wait and see, I guess, what happens with Miro. Fingers crossed, man. I hope that's not an injury that is super serious to where he's missing an extended amount of time. But it did not look good. But it was.
The knee's not supposed to bend that way.
No,
you're going to need extra durable and flexible ligaments to survive that. But they haven't said ACL yet.
No.
So I think if it was, they wouldn't drag their feet on it too much. So I think tomorrow we get an update like he's going to be week to week, and we'll see how the rehabilitation takes here. But we just want to get him healthy for the playoffs.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed that he is, absolutely. I saw one hockey goalie, that does this hockey hospital, doctor guy, said he thinks it's likely an MCL injury for Miro.
Yeah, I saw that too. So fingers crossed. I don't know how you look at that and think, oh, yeah, this isn't that bad, because I don't think the knee should be able to bend to that degree.
All right, this one is interesting with the Utah Hockey Club. So they wanted to be the Utah Yetis. That was one of their names.
They
were like
no.
The finalists. Yeah, Yeti, the Cups, was like, this is trademark, dude. You can't do this. So the trademark
whatever,
company,
dude. It's a mythical snowy animal. It's like it's the Bigfoot of the tundra.
Yeah, Yeti Coolers was ticked off.
Yeti's claimed this?
They said you can't go ahead and do this, so they weren't able to go ahead and get the Utah Yeti trademark. The NHL got blocked from this.
That's weird.
So now,
Yeah, you can't spell it different or something like that. Yetis were here before the Cups.
Like add a T or
that's like LeBron trying to get Taco Tuesday.
I don't know.
Yeah, dude, come on.
So now you've got fans in attendance at the Utah Hockey Club home games have the opportunity to vote on 3 names and logos. iPad stations are going to be placed throughout the arena for fans to get an exclusive look at the potential names, logos, and merchandise for submitting their votes.
Yeti McYeti face is winning, isn't it, Wolchuk?
These are the 3. Do you like any of these? The Utah Mammoth?
Absolutely.
The Utah Hockey Club, they just stick with what they are right now, like the Washington Football Club, but they changed to the Commanders.
Nah.
Or the Utah Wasatch? Wasatch? Wasatch?
Wasatch?
Never heard of that.
I don't know what that is. I don't know what a Wasatch is.
I think the Mammoths are pretty cool.
The mountain range.
It's a mountain range, yeah.
Okay.
The Wasatch Mountains, yeah.
I think
that's just weird.
The Mammoth is probably the best out of these 3. But now that you can't do the Yeti, I thought the Utah Yeti sounded great.
Yeah,
They got
I would fight
screwed
that in
here.
court. I'm going to take that all the way to the highest court in the land. That's right, Brian. We're going Supreme Court with this Yeti because it's that good with the alliteration, the yas. But if I can't have that, I'm going Mammoth, especially because they're working on bringing the woolly mammoth back. You know, this fancy cloning. And
you got to make it
And
woolly.
the dodo bird, too. They're trying to bring the dodo bird back as well.
Right
I don't know what they're doing here. Mammoths and dodo birds.
I'm here for it, you know.
Cancer probably needs to be healed or whatnot.
Yeah.
Maybe bring some old folks back, one of our founding fathers or something. Let them see what's going on around
Let's
here.
get George Washington back in here with his wooden teeth.
You know, they're doing the Wasatch thing because they're thinking about the Colorado Rockies, you know, but that flows, that rolls off the tongue. There's something cool about that. The Wasatch just doesn't do it.
No, and enough
Waz.
people probably don't know what the hell that is.
The Utah Waz.
Utah Waz.
I don't even mind the hockey club, but I think they need to make it Utah Woolly Mammoths.
Utah
Not just
Mammoths.
Utah Mammoth.
Not just Utah Mammoth.
Put the woolly in there,
Go
right?
Woolly Mammoth. I'm in on the Woolly Mammoth. Absolutely.
Would you call yourselves the Mams? What do you shorten
Just
that
for
to?
short.
Yeah.
The Woolies.
You got some nice Mams.
You got some Mams.
Yes, ma'am.
Just Mammoth.
There you go.
Stars' signature strengths and weaknesses, or fatal flaw, I should say, according to The Athletic. They are one of the teams that has the best chance to win the West. They're giving them just under an 8% chance to win Lord Stanley's Cup. I think that's a little low. I'm with you, 940. Let's go Utah Woolly Bullies. Their signature strength for the Stars, it's the forwards. It's Robo. It's Wyatt Johnston, fresh off his Hattie, and overtime goal winner. Rope, Matt Duchene, Jamie Benn. Hopefully you get Sags back for the postseason. Mason Marchment, Logan Stankoven. It's not just that the Stars have a plethora of great forwards. It's also how well they fit together, which creates flexibility, mix and match the lines. They've got the speed, the skill, the snarl, and the size up front. I love that descriptor. The snarl. They do. Those Stars forwards have
They got
snarls.
everything you need, you know, and I do think the snarl's part of it.
Snarl's a big
I think that's
part
what
of it.
old school guys, you know, your Mark Schlereths, your Michael Irvins, that's really what they're talking about.
And the slow start for Robo, he snapped out of that over the last 20 games. Robo, 10 goals, 26 points during that stretch. Wyatt Johnston, 22 points. He's been absolutely phenomenal, including last night. Matt Duchene has been dominant the entire season.
Yeah.
Fatal flaw, though, it's still all those defensemen. Labushkin, Lundqvist, Dumba. Dumba's been a terrible addition, I'll say that. We kind of thought he would be. And Brendan Smith. Woof. Stars of 3 excellent D pairs. Miro, Thomas Harley, Essel, and Dell. First 2 are being number 1 studs, but who are you able to pair that with? I still think that's something, maybe you do end up getting somebody from the AHL to step up, but this could be an area where Jim Nill's looking to try.
You got to be serious about making a trade right now.
I agree.
You know, they've needed defensemen for
they still do
a decade.
And hey, at least you got 3 guys that you can at least have one on the ice at all times that you feel good about. But the pairings, I think Labushkin's been solid for him. Like, he's okay, but they could still get better. Like Brendan Smith and Dumba, Lundqvist, like you can upgrade there, and I think that's something that Jim Nill is really been trying to do. It just hasn't really worked out.
He'll do it. He's the man.
He is the man. Finally, here we got a new restaurant opening in Preston Center here, Brian, and Tom Gallardi has been bringing one of Canada's best restaurants now called Craft Restaurant and Beer Market coming to Dallas. Thanks to Tom Gallardi. News was first reported by Culture Matt. Restaurant's going to open in 2026. Right off Northwest Highway in Dallas's Preston Center.
That's right across the street from me.
Northwest Highway and Kate Street. That's exactly where it's going to be. Craft is a casual dining and craft beer restaurant. At this flagship U.S. location, it's going to feature over 100 tap beers including local Texas brews, cocktails, wines, and dishes featuring steaks, Sammy's, pizzas, salads, and even, Eric, earmuffs, vegan options.
Look at that. Just in time for the World Cup.
Canadian pizza. I wonder what that's like.
Canadian bacon.
Canadian bacon.
Ooh, no, thank you.
Maybe some maple syrup. They probably have a maple pizza that
maple
might
pizza.
be pretty strong.
For the gods.
Elk.
Moose pizza?
Moose.
Have you
elk.
eaten moose before?
No, but he's had some moose knuckles.
That's right. Thank you, Wolchuk.
My pleasure, man.
Little quick puck here for you on a Wednesday night in the G-Bag Nation. It's back to football, an edition of The Finest coming up next. Chief, what's in store?
Yes, let's award our football hater of the week. Plus, Adam Schefter takes us inside the phone call he had with Jerry Jones announcing the Schotty hire. Next in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? You gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Bakes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Rangers, home of the Cowboys. 214 says no thank you to Canadian bacon, General. Yeah, I didn't stutter. I mean, pepperoni's just much better. So I don't know why you'd want to go with an inferior meat on your pizza. Let's not overthink this. Gavin with the Donovan McNabb hate is ridiculous. McNabb was a great quarterback. He might have been pretty good. He's just not anywhere close to one of the greatest to not win a Super Bowl. As was the subject matter of Wolchuk's Top 10 today, it was an excellent segment. It's time now, though, for an edition of Football's Finest. Here's Eric Chiafalo.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Here is Adam Schefter taking us through the moment that he got the Friday News Dump phone call from Jerry Jones as Jerry was announcing to him the Schottenheimer news.
I go back to Friday night night. I'm home, sitting, doing some work, and my phone rings. And it was Jerry Jones. Now, I don't recall Jerry having called me before. And he goes on and on about how Brian Schottenheimer is nothing more than an assistant coach. He's always been an assistant coach. This is what he's done. These are his qualifications. How could people even be talking about him as a head coach? He's an assistant coach. And then he stopped on a dime. And he goes, but you know what, Adam? He's Brian the assistant no more. He's now the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. And it was so funny the way that he set it all up, led to it, and then bam, delivered the punchline of Brian Schottenheimer being the head coach. I said, Jerry, am I allowed to report that? He said, absolutely. Can I quote you, Jerry? Absolutely. So I'm typing up what he's saying as I'm on the phone with him to get out the story. It was pretty funny, the whole thing, the way it all transpired. And I was thinking, well, why would he call me on a Friday night? And I have to pay tribute here because I do believe that in a prior year, he would have called my dear friend Chris Mortensen to tell him that he was hiring Brian Schottenheimer. But because Mort, unfortunately, is no longer with us, he knew that he reached out to somebody connected to Mort, an extension of Mort. And that was Jerry Friday night. And I really appreciate that and thank him and his family for that call because it made me think of Mort.
Mort Report. Yep, R.I.P. to the legend.
Absolutely.
And
all I could think of there was the Frank Caliendo Schefter impersonation. I mean, it's so spot on with the cadence.
Yeah, it is, dude. But Jerry taking him down a long, winding path there on the phone before getting the news. He wants the fairy tale stuff. He wants this to be an Andy Reid situation. He wants to be able to champion the fact that he was the first guy to hire Brian Schottenheimer.
That's right.
Perpetual assistant.
Yeah, I got the vision. I see it.
Perpetual bridesmaid, but never the bride. He's my bride, and he's looking to make him the next Andy Reid. But he's calling Schefter Friday at 9 p.m. You can tell how confident he is when he does that. The ultimate news dump.
Yeah, it's amazing how he's trying to sell this as he's some sort of a maverick for seeing what others didn't in this guy. It's
so overlooked. It's not fair. All he needs is a chance.
And he's selling it for Schefter. I mean, here's Schefter, an insider. I don't need help like framing the story, but he's trying to put it in, exactly the way that he wants it. Hopefully he's right, man. I'm not going to rule it out that Schottenheimer is exactly what the Cowboys need right now.
Well, it also, too, it's funny because I talked to Schefter myself about, because he asked me, have you heard anything? And so we were kind of going back and forth on stuff. I said, no, I really haven't. So kind of left it at that. But there's some thought that Adam got this story because he hasn't been kicking the Joneses' ass about this stuff. That maybe there were some others in the media that had been kind of getting after the Cowboys a little bit.
Yeah.
About the hiring and some of the news and things like that. And that Schefter has been one of the guys that hadn't said very much. And that he got this because just as a thank you for not kicking my ass so much.
I can see that.
That's one way to do the job, I suppose.
And Schefter's at the top of the totem pole of NFL news breaking.
Absolutely,
so it makes sense that Jerry would want to go to the top guy there.
I don't know how you could be over there and think that we're not going to be getting our ass kicked. Like, how could you expect with what you've been doing that everyone's just going to be praising you for going 7-10 again? And for another season, extending the streak now of not even getting you an NFC championship game. It's like, guys, have some common sense. Look in the mirror a little bit. I'd love nothing more than to sit here and praise everything you're doing. Win championships. Have success. That's when you get the appraise and the accolades, right? I mean, It's just bizarre to not just have any self-awareness to think people aren't going to be frustrated and kick your ass, because that's what you deserve right now. And if you don't like it, then don't listen.
What do you guys think of John Owning, as we now have Matt Eberflus coming back to be the defensive coordinator? John Owning says if Eberflus continues his trend of low blitz rate with Dallas, then it's paramount that they get another pass rusher to team with Micah Parsons. Teams are going to key on Micah more than ever, and if Dallas doesn't have dudes who can win one-on-one matchups, life is going to be miserable for the pass defense. That's the perspective of John Owning. What say you?
I think you need a lot of pass rushers regardless of team. I think Overshone and Sam Williams gives you some of that. I think Osa can give you some of that. But, I mean, it's a fair point. You know, I just don't know how you prioritize that right now. Is there a super beast at 12 that you can take that can go be that player right out of the box? You know, if not, first round edges can be risky picks. You know, if I can get to the top and take the Penn State dude, I would love that. You know, let's go do that. But I think you have so many needs right now. That's one of those needs that I put in my back pocket and say, when we're ready to be contenders, if we have not drafted or developed that guy by then that's a free agent or a draft, or a trade need that year to make sure that you have that kind of player. But it's going to be really interesting to see how it switches again. I thought they were having great progress with Zim simulated pressures and the A-gap stuff, and I thought that was just a home run fit for this personnel.
Cody Alexander runs a Match Quarters website, industry standard for defensive football strategies and tactical information, and he was talking about the Eberflus defense, a lot of Tampa 2 stuff, but a lot of cover 3 stuff. So a lot more zone than what we'd been used to. He says that probably fits Diggs and Bland a little bit better when it comes to a little more off coverage stuff. But obviously those guys can play man, so we'll see how Eberflus approaches it. He had the all-pro corner, a second-team all-pro corner in Jalen Johnson, who was good in man coverage, but he used him a lot more in the zone stuff. And then they have a stud nickel corner in Chicago, Kyler Gordon. And that's a guy that is not a household name, but he is known as being one of the best nickel corners in the sport. So that's going to be a huge priority for this defense, and it is in any defense, and especially with the way, he likes to run a lot of that 4-2-5 stuff. He wants to live in nickel coverage.
Yeah,
Eberflus does.
And it might be, like I said, David Overstreet was a name of a coach that I'd heard that coaches the nickel for the Bears, so we need to maybe keep an eye on him.
So it's official now.
Yeah.
The Cowboys have hired 3 new position coaches.
Did Borgonzi make the list?
He did. So they've hired Dave Borgonzi as linebackers coach.
He's back.
Aaron Whitecotton as defensive line coach, and Andre Curtis as defensive passing game coordinator.
Okay.
Those are the first official assistants named to Schotty's hat. Borgonzi returns to the staff after being an assistant in 2012 through 13 for 2 seasons. He was the linebackers coach for Flus in Chicago.
Yeah.
Colts there with him for 4 seasons. Whitecotton spent the last 4 years as the D-line coach of the Jets. I went down earlier his career, starting with the Jags in 2013, but that's an exciting hire because he's had great defensive lines there with the Jets, and Curtis has ties to both Schotty and Flus. He was with the Seahawks on the same staff as Schotty, serving in roles as DB's coach and passing game coordinator from 2015 to 21. So 2 coaches with familiarity, but 1 without.
Curtis is the one that interviewed for the defensive coordinator job. So when he interviewed for the defensive coordinator job, then I knew that Eberflus was going to get this job, because that's going to be a situation like I heard that Eberflus is going to get the opportunity to hire all the coaches he wants. So this is going to be the staff of this is going to be a handpicked staff by him. So we'll see how that all plays out for him.
Alexander talks about the Bears' run defense and how it was really, really good through the first 10 weeks of the season. And then they lost their defensive tackle, Andrew Billings, and their run defense completely crashed out after that. And so the need for a true gap protecting nose right there is going to be extremely important in this particular defense. So that's another position. Can you trust Mozzie Smith there? I would say absolutely not. He says Tank is certainly a good fit in this particular defense, so maybe they can bring back DeMarcus Lawrence. And then he says the linebackers, Eberflus favors more athletic linebackers who can run and hit in his zone-centric system. Overshone fits the mold perfectly. Unfortunately, how much of Overshown are you going to get next year? But as you project forward, guys like that, run and hit linebackers who can do some covering, especially in the Tampa 2, where you got to really cover some ground there in the spine of the defense, getting into coverage. So, and when he blitzes, he wants to blitz from the linebacker position. So,
very nice.
These are all things to consider here as you have I think the need for we talked about Osa interior. What do you want? You obviously have a huge need there on both fronts, the 1 technique and the 3 technique if Osa is going to walk out the door. But having a guy who can really eat up some blockers in the middle of the defensive line is going to be very important, because the Bears, they were awesome, and then their guy got hurt, and they tanked completely when it comes to the run defense.
Yeah, and I think you need to be looking at linebackers strongly as well, not just for this year, but just the status of Leofau. Like, you got to put him in the Sean Lee department, a guy that was around for much of Eberflus's previous run as a Cowboys coach. Guy couldn't stay healthy. And, depending on him, we're getting Sean Lee back. We're good at linebacker. Hurt in training camp, hurt in OTAs. It's a double-edged sword when you rely on guys like that. I think you have to team build as if Overshown is not there. Mm-hmm. And then when he is there, he's a player that pushes you over the top.
Well, it's not, Billings was a low-cost addition. That was a 2-year, $8 million contract. Maybe they can find a free agent that can fill that.
Yeah. Can you identify a guy right there on the cheap that can come in and just be a first and second down run-stuffing monster? That's going to be hugely important. I really do not think that you can go into this thing trusting Mozzie Smith to be that guy for you. Did you guys know that it's Belichick and Andy Reid tied for most playoff games coached as a head coach? So now Andy Reid in the Super Bowl is about to unseat him. Andy Reid, more playoff games as a head coach than even Bill Belichick.
I guess it makes sense with all the success they had in Philadelphia, winning 1 or 2 playoff games for 4 years in a row, appearing in so many other games during that stretch. And I think he deserves it. I don't know. Could we actually have a conversation here in the next 3 or 4 years? Like, is Reid the real GOAT? Could Belichick's reign be short-lived along with Brady's?
Yeah, if you're Bill Belichick, don't you look at the Bills job and think, man, why wouldn't I? Could I go there?
Jump over there?
Could I go really? Could I be the thing that pushes the Bills and Josh Allen over the top here? Man. My defense can slow down what Andy Reid and company have. What a notch on the belt it would be for him. Take down Andy Reid, take down Mahomes, go win Josh Allen his first one.
You'd love to see it, wouldn't it? That'd be a lot of fun.
In the same
great
division as Kraft in New England.
Yeah, you're in the AFC East again, so you get to beat up on Vrabel potentially.
That would be bitter Boston fans, man. Bitter Boston fans.
Ted Johnson on Boston radio gave 10% of the Patriots dynasty credit to Bill Belichick.
10%?
10%.
Wow.
He gets 60% Brady, 30% others, 10% Bill. Mm-hmm. And you got to think Bill just is taking that very personally. Bulletin board material. Bill Belichick back to the NFL. At some point, I think that's how this all ends.
That's a radio station that really got mad at Belichick there towards the end. Tom Brady goes to Tampa. They're furious with him, and Belichick for the last 3 or 4 years of Brady's career trying to run him out of town, trying to find a running quarterback. Didn't he try to replace him with Matt Castle or something? There was a lot of stuff, and I remember listening to those guys over the years because their broadcast position would be close to us on Radio Row, and at breaks I'd listen, and they're just constantly killing Bill. They wanted to move on from him.
Yeah. No, it's the fan bases like that are just they can be insufferable.
And I got it. By the end, Belichick had amassed such power, and he wouldn't listen to anybody. It might have been a bad situation. He might not have been good for winning because he just refused to compromise or do things anybody else's way. And a lot of his assistant coach hires were troublesome. After Brady left, I think the magic was gone. But no coach is going to be successful without a good quarterback in the NFL for long.
Yeah, and the Patriots right now have a glaring hole at the receiver position. A lot of people are trying to concoct trade scenarios with the Seahawks to bring DK Metcalf to the Patriots. Hey, DK, do you have any interest in living in Massachusetts and playing for the Patriots?
No, it's not a desirable place in my opinion.
Okay, very good. Open shut case there. DK Metcalf. Thank you, no thank you to Boston. Maybe T. Higgins is the spot. We'll see if they money whip him. They got plenty of cap dollars. Playing with Drake May certainly could be enticing. Maybe they trade for A.J. Brown, the Wooly Bully special, reuniting with Mike Vrabel.
Vrabel.
How about this? How long do you think YouTube has up these 2024 season highlights for Jaden Daniels. Okay, a full season worth of highlights.
How long is it?
How many minutes do you believe this particular season long highlight reel to be, Jaden Daniels?
12 and a half.
12 and a half minutes.
Yeah, it's a lot of football.
It's a lot of football. I mean, these are like what, 7-second?
Yeah,
on average plays.
Yeah. 22 minutes.
22 minutes.
Might be longer.
I'm gonna go between that. I'm gonna say 17:30.
You guys play this game to perfection, by the way. Thank you, because now I get to come over the top with the announcement that it is just shy of 55 minutes.
Wow.
There
worth
was
of
no skipping
highlights
of plays
there
in this
from
these are all his pass attempts.
This is amazing.
I mean, the amount of running and passing and clutch plays. Now, I don't know how many of these are like
every snap,
different angles of the exact
plays.
same play,
every completion.
But that has to be the record for the amount of time for one season of highlights there. Who
I
can
would think
beat
so.
that? Oh, just shy of an hour, dude.
I mean, he's the man responsible for a lot of that production. Thank you, Chief.
Yes,
in
sir.
addition to the finest is in the books. Time to hit the expressway. We're about to go commercial free all the way to the top. Are the Cowboys actually pivoting in their free agent approach? And is this free agent of theirs worth the rumored contract? That's coming up next right here, the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. 105.3 The Fan. Let's chat Frankels before we get there, though, because life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and you never know when you or a loved one could be injured in a car or truck wreck due to somebody's negligence. When that happens in our lives, what do, guys? We call the Frankels. Go to frankelfirm.com. You can call them right there roadside, and they can begin to advise you so you can make that very important full recovery. You're looking at lost wages from your job, might have to change careers, after decades and decades of that for the rest of Here we go. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Time to hit the expressway. We'll go commercial free to the top. LA Live with Lucius Alexander is coming up here in about 16 minutes every night, 5:40. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And it is brought to you by the on-time experts, the expressway is. So thanks to those sponsors for allowing us to go a commercial free for 35, 40 minutes every night at this time. Rangers had a press conference today. Lots of new cable and satellite providers. So that's great. If you have cable or satellite TV, your chances of just getting the Rangers with your sports package went up very significantly. And should not be difficult at all to find a provider that can deliver for you. I think it's going to be a huge bounce back year for the Rangers. Obviously, getting DeGrom healthy and Kamar Rocker ready to rock and all that. Getting Evaldi back, the bats there. So I'm really excited to get out the surprise. And I'm excited for our buddies in the broadcast business. Jared Sandler now going to do a simulcast. Both the pre and post game shows are going to be simultaneously on TV and radio. So kind of a Dan Patrick feel to the pre and post game show, Brian. I know you'll like that.
Does that mean the crosstalk will be on TV with him?
I believe so. And I believe your prank phone calls into his post game where you're Stephen Weatherford or whatever will be broadcast.
Joe and Flower Mound. Yeah.
Joe Flo.
Should be electric. Yeah. And there's a new sideline reporter as well to go along with Emily Jones, getting some new blood in the mix. And Mike Bassick is going to have an expanded role there as a Rangers analyst. So salute to those guys. Okay, Mavs game night as they get set to take on the Pelicans. There's a must-win situation here, but could be tough having to compete against Zion. And the Pelicans have won 3 of the last 5 against the Mavs. Mike Curtis Sporting News has a Mavs trade primer here. Let's see how interested we can get you in some of these guys. The latest from Nico is about 10 days ago. And the basic premise of how Nico's looking at this is a short-term problem, and the team is built to win over the next couple of years, so they're going to be patient and not force the issue. But, Nico's never seen a trade opportunity that he's turned down in his entire career. He's always done something here at the trade deadline. So I'm starting to get excited about the kind of upgrades that they could make. Miles Turner, the center for the Pacers, who's from North Texas, is out there. That might be quite a bit to get him, but I think you have to heavily explore that. Rim protection and three-point shooting. I think your offense would just add a dimension there that you can't turn down. Like the opportunity, you see how important it is in the playoffs to have all 5 guys capable of shooting threes, and what that does to the opposing defense can create absolute nightmares. And I think we're going to get there with Lively, but Gafford will never be an outside shooter efficiently.
No, not at all. And even the Lively stuff is, probably a ways away before it's a real threat. But like what Horford does for the Celtics, what Porzingis did for the Celtics, that ability to stretch the floor that way, as you said, and just create all the space for Kyrie and Luka to dance, and then it's just it's party time for the Mavs.
That's how you defend a superstar in the playoffs. Is you take one of your defenders on the non-3-point shooter and you drop him into the lane. And now you're essentially double teaming and thinking, well, if they throw it out there, he's not going to shoot anyway. So we're good. Vucevic, the Bull center, you're going to have to give up something of significance to get him. You're not going to steal any one of those players. So I don't know. Are we at a point with these Mavs that when they get healthy, you don't want to rock with the chemistry? I think I'd be there, but, I think with Miles Turner especially, because you're getting such good defense and rim protection. With Vucevic, I'd probably say just an adequate defender. Maybe not. Our problem's not offense. It's getting complete basketball players. Jeremy Grant in Portland would add a ton of firepower. He's like PJ Washington. The metrics say bad defender, but there's film of Jeremy Grant playing great defense in high leverage situations. So maybe it's a motivation deal playing on a bad basketball team. Cam Johnson, Brooklyn. I'd go after him aggressively. You talk about a forward with offensive game, great defense, rebounding. Obi Toppin, Pacers forward. Isaac Okoro, Cavaliers. I can't see them trading away good depth on a contender. And then Isaiah Stewart, center for the Pistons, that you're going to get a look at here over the next couple of days. Shams has a report tonight that De'Aaron Fox, Kingstar, they're letting teams know we want win-now players in addition to draft capital and potential De'Aaron Fox trades. Schotty also saying the Kings have taken dozens of phone calls, received dozens of offers for Fox since Tuesday afternoon. That would be one of those players that I really like what we have going with Luka and Kyrie, but Kyrie's 35 years old. De'Aaron Fox is probably, 26, 27, and brings a lot of the same skill set. That's one of those players I would absolutely rock the apple cart for.
Yeah, I would too. I think the problem is it seems like he is pretty hell-bent on getting to the Spurs, and he's going to be a free agent after next season in 2026. So any team trading for him, you're trying to make sure that you have the guarantee that he's going to be re-upping with you, and this isn't going to be a season and a half rental, and then he's just going to jettison to the Spurs.
Yeah, how much would that deter you? The Mavs traded for Porzingis without a guarantee. They traded for Kyrie without a guarantee. They were able to get both of those guys. I would have to look into what's your deal with San Antonio. You know, do you just want to play with Wemby that much?
I think that's really what it is, playing with Wemby and just that organization. If you're trying to win championships, Wemby, Spurs, that's pretty enticing.
I think there's one area that we don't think about enough when we make some of these trades would be I get the age difference, I get the talent, it's exciting to go young with De'Aaron Fox. And it's crazy to say this about Kyrie, but he's really become the leader of the Mavs.
He has.
And he's taken a lot of that burden away from Luka. How much do you kind of now ruin the chemistry and camaraderie within that locker room if you do remove Kyrie from that? I think that's something Nico would have to consider.
Yeah. I think getting younger and maybe getting a better score at this point in their careers, more unstoppable, a little bit more athletic. It's definitely something you're giving up that you wouldn't take lightly. What do you think, Brian?
Man, I don't know. It's funny because I'm listening to you guys talk, and all I'm doing is texting guys trying to find out these coaches things, but I'm also trying to find out these NBA things as well. Do you think? I mean, when you look at with the Mavs though, just in the Mavs, I mean, is it all really just about a center, or is there another player or another position you're thinking in mind with the Mavs?
I mean, wing defender, like
they always talk about wing defender,
on-ball defenders.
Yeah.
On-ball defenders.
There's not a lot of great ones.
It's a huge need.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the presence of Derek Jones Jr. last year was really something, and as good as Marshall and Grimes are and Washington are, you don't have that player right now. The guy that's either too physical or too long or too fast for anybody to get around him in on the ball situations.
I'm just kind of in that mode right now where I feel like that. I don't know. I'm just so hopeful about with the Luke and things coming back from injury and stuff that maybe this team will be better.
Yeah.
But I mean, and I asked you guys that question yesterday about, Klay Thompson and how much he plays. And then Chief came up with the number and stuff like that. I just want them to be whole so they can play the roster how they need to play the roster.
And that's why I don't want to break them up, because I think they can contend.
Yeah.
If you get them healthy, you can contend.
Absolutely.
I'm just looking at the trade deadline long term.
No, I love what you're doing with the trade deadline. The thing I'm sitting there listening, I'm thinking okay, what do they really need? And I'm like, but then you talk to people over there, they're kind of like, if we could just be whole, we could do some things. But before we got all banged up and injured and all that, we were playing damn good basketball.
Yeah.
And now we're not. We're just a shell of a team. And that's the thing that I worry about, though, because they have to keep playing Klay Thompson and others, where if they didn't, then they would have a plan for him and it would be a little bit better. And I just, like I say, I'm worried about that team. It's the injuries are just starting to mount up way too much for them.
They are. The good news is if they get tonight's game, I think they'll only have to win 16 more games to finish 500 and get to the postseason. And once they're in, I think they could do big things. Okay, the Cowboys have plans for this coaching staff, and they're acting very quickly, hiring Aaron Whitecotton as their new defensive line coach. He spent the last 4 years as D-line coach with the Jets, joining Matt Eberflus's staff. We had that story for you earlier this hour. And Brian, you have something to add to that?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just working on a lot of different things here for you guys. The thing with Whitecotton, I've got some calls in, some people I know that would know this guy as a coach. So hopefully by the end of the show, we can have that all out. And then, Eric, you're not going to like what I'm going to say about Clayton Adams. Right now, just kind of on hold on that one. So
wonder if Arizona's like, we're not letting you lead.
Yeah.
So he's been the run game coordinator of the Cardinals or something like that?
He's the offensive line coach.
Offensive line coach.
But he gets credited as being one of the main architects behind their super diverse and highly productive rushing attack over the last 2 seasons.
There was thought that like things were kind of pushing along there, that was going to happen.
Yes.
We just need to maybe slow down on that one a little bit.
Don't be cheap, Jerry. Come on.
Yeah.
Throw the dollars at this guy.
If you're going cheap here, that would be a disappointment. Clayton Adams, I think it's important to get these support offensive coaches right because Schottenheimer wants to install some things that he doesn't have any experience actually executing and bringing to fruition. I know Adams has been the name over the last couple of days.
Yeah.
I'm very interested in the run game. How much are you like a little skeptical if it's not a guy off the McVay tree? Like, is it possible that somebody doesn't come from a McVay, Shanahan, or Reed tree but learned everything? I want a guy that's been in the building and has seen the techniques firsthand. I think everybody else is kind of like copying or impersonating and trying to figure it out secondhand. I mean, you can go back into the 60s and 70s and see, hey, the wishbone is developing. The coaches didn't just watch the film and say, hey, let's do this. They went and met with those coaches in the offseason, and those coaches were gracious enough to teach them how to teach it.
Yeah.
So the proof is in the pudding, so to speak, when it comes to Arizona and the success they've had in the running game. But as long as we're up for, hey, we want to do the splits and the shifts and the motions, go get somebody from the Rams. I think there's definitely something to be said for that until the trend goes elsewhere and some other coaching tree is proving it. No disrespect to Clayton. I'll be happy if he gets the job. I'm fairly content with how this whole thing is flowing despite the sex appeal and the overall disappointment of the Schotty name.
Yeah. No, I mean, I like what you're saying with the McVay stuff, Shanahan stuff. You would love to have a guy that's come from that. Now, this dude was, with Drew Petzing in Arizona, and Petzing is the offensive coordinator there, and he was in Cleveland for many years with Stefanski, who's a guy that people have an appreciation for with the way he builds out an offense. So, I do think that this Clayton Adams guy has shown, and he's done it in college and at the NFL, so he has all these different elements. Yeah. He's coached the O-line. He's coached the running backs, the tight ends. He just has a full big picture understanding of how to marry the rushing attack and the passing game. And again, the Cardinals, one of the more diverse rushing attacks in the sport. They're not just, you don't see like 70% of the time this is how they run. It's very spread out with the way that they attack.
All right, on to the next Cowboys talking point. Osa Odighizuwa becoming a significant subject. Jory Epstein including him in a story saying the Cowboys plan to make him a priority this offseason. David Moore writing about him. Big question coming in that could shape the future of the Cowboys defense, I think, because I read multiple rumors today that Osa might be heading for like 5 years and $100 million, or maybe 4 years and $95 million, like a really, really massive contract in the mid-20s of millions. So I think, first of all, it's exciting that the Cowboys could be, entertaining the idea of throwing around some significant cash to keep a key player if that's what he is. But my question for you guys, is Osa worth that top of the market? Other than Aaron Donald 3 technique money, that's upper stratosphere type of cash, isn't it?
It is. I mean, I'm probably the most high on Osa, maybe on our show. I think he's a very, very good player that just keeps getting better. The problem is he needs help, and you saw Mozzie get better the back half of the season, which is why I think he started to get better. But he's worn down because you don't have anybody else to really rotate in and give him a breather. He's got to play all the time. So I don't think just Osa is your answer. Like, you need more bodies at the position. You need more capable guys to keep everybody fresh. But I have no problem bringing Osa Odighizuwa back. I think he's a really good player. I mean, ESPN's got him ranked as the 10th best overall free agent. If you look at Pro Football Focus,
was he 30th of the 75?
They've got him as the 6th best interior defensive lineman. Yeah, behind guys like Calais Campbell's on here at 3, who's old.
But it's paying the awesome. 6th best like he's the best. Isn't this overrating your guys?
It is. Yeah. You are going to be overpaying for him. I think you're going to be paying great money to a good player. And so do you want to make it a habit of doing that? Probably not, but it's tough when you've backed yourself into a corner of having so many needs. And if that's a guy that you let walk, now it's it's glaring. Like your 1 tech and your 3 tech, they have so many holes. You're like, man, how are you going to be able to fill this?
Moore's angle was kind of that you're running a Rod Marinelli defense. Rod always talked about the importance of a pass rushing defensive tackle, but a couple of really interesting pieces of information. Could be looking at 24, 25 mil a year for this guy, and they plan to make him a priority at the same time. I'm sure it wouldn't be a surprise to them what the market is looking like. So maybe that's what they plan to do with the Dak money, right? And let me ask you this. If they brought back Osa, did a deal with Micah Parsons, and then sprinkled in veteran corner, veteran linebacker, maybe Jordan Lewis, would that be successful, all things considered?
Yeah, it depends on who, of course, those veterans are that they're bringing in. But they're starting to round out that defense, and then they'll see what you do in the draft. But at least you're plugging some holes.
You still need a 1 technique.
Yeah. Okay, real quick before we get to LA Live here, I did get back a guy that worked with Aaron Whitecotton, just got back with me. And I said, can you tell me about him as a coach? Guy says, Aaron's very good. Great person. Excellent 4-3 defensive line coach. His guys play hard. He loves personnel and will work hard at it. Very passionate, very prideful about his work. He is one of these guys that he's intense, but he's very connected to his guys. So that's just a little bit of a report, a little thumbnail that I got there on Aaron Whitecotton, the new defensive line coach.
Latest Cowboys hire. Todd Archer had the report earlier. Will McClay multi-year extension, so he'll be continuing to oversee Cowboys scouting. He's found 15 Pro Bowlers, 6 All-Pros through the draft since taking over in his current role in 2014. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has LA Live.
Here we go.
All right, you squares.
Fire up this phone. Slip, slide, try to provide.
Appreciate how awesome a dog is as a kid. You can only do it as an adult. As a kid, there's like no frame of reference. It's like you're a kid. Your whole life is awesome. It's awesome, right? You ever think about being a kid? You had no money, you had no ID, no cell phone, no nothing, no keys to the house. You just ran outside into the woods. You weren't scared of nothing. I challenge you to do that as an adult. All your ID, all your credit card, just run out of the house, no phone. Turn the corner where you can't see your house and not have a full-on panic attack like, oh my God, what if something happens to me? I'll get locked up, no one will know who I am. What if I twist my ankle? Your whole life is awesome as a kid, right? It's not till you're an adult that you appreciate it, right? Your dreams start dying, somebody cheats on you, right? Yeah. Bankers up your 401k, and then you come home, that dog's looking at you like, dude, you're awesome. It's like, no, dude, you are awesome. Greatest thing ever.
It's butt naked.
Cheers.
Yeah. Yes. Woolshow, do you have that information for our dogs that we're trying to get adopted here?
Yes, 1053thefan.com/adopt. And you can go ahead and select from the Woolly Bully, from Lucius.
Yeah, you got a dog named Old Lucius.
You got
Slater dog. All these dogs out here, man. Adopt these dogs. Like I said, I would love to tweet it out so you can see what the whole Lucius looks like, but I think my old lady might scoop him up behind my back, and then it'd be a house full of 3 dogs.
You'd well
4 if you count your boys. 4. Yeah, you are. I would love it. As long as as long as your house broken and you don't shed everywhere.
The shedding is a big problem.
The shedding is something else, man.
My God, I love her to death, but gosh, the shedding can be a pain in the tush.
Not really so much so. This is LA Live for Wednesday, January 29th. Damn, we are still in January 2025. It is a butt-naked Wednesday here in LA Live. Word to Miss Badu, Miss Erica Badu, for naming today. I, too, was born underwater with $3.06. Miss Erica, peace to the gods and the earths out there. Stay on your square, because we are living in particular times here, people. Particular times. And
It's
also
Chinese New Year as well, Lucius.
It sure is.
Year of the snack.
There was a snake?
Snake.
I thought you said snack.
Snack.
It is the year of the snack.
Hey,
Some Kit Kats right about now.
Hey, all right now. You're the snack. Yeah, there's a celebration in Grand Prairie on 303. And just like big, Asian mart.
Yeah.
I want to hit it up, man. I want to hit it up. They got fireworks and everything out there.
I like their Chinese beers. They do a good job on them.
You should drink those
Japanese
sake things.
Oh, really?
Or yeah, like rice vodka.
I never got into that.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever had it.
Yeah. I also want to send some love to the people that leave timestamps on YouTube videos.
Okay.
I love you.
The
Boy,
best.
I sure love you.
I know exactly where to find this now.
Special place in my heart for you. Put timestamps on videos, man. Gosh.
I had a bad experience with those once.
Well, they call you out. They was like, here, this fool said this. At 3:38, he put his foot in his mouth again.
This is something for you girl dads.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Abby was doing gymnastics, right? So I shot her doing gymnastics. And these
oh, yes, the internet.
The predators.
Yeah, man, the internet is so weird.
Like, I go back 24 hours later, and I'm like, why does this video have tens of thousands of views?
Gross.
Yes.
Gross.
And then I started checking the timestamps, and I'm like, oh my God, what have I done?
Gross.
Take that video down.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gross.
Burn the account.
It's a bad one.
Yeah. Got to call Chris Hansen.
Yeah. Let's look into the IP
Got some
addresses here.
Content for Chris Hansen.
Yeah.
I call those fools like to knock out predators. Call them fools up. Hey, man, is this you? G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow us all and find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here, some cops were called to a residential area, neighborhood. Was making too much noise at this particular house. He didn't know he was walking into a beef, and he's not having it.
Yeah.
North Charleston Police.
Can I help you?
We got a call about yelling and screaming coming from the apartment.
I'm sorry.
We got a call about yelling and screaming coming from the apartment. Are y'all okay?
Yeah.
Gonna come to the door and talk to us at all?
No, you should really tell my neighbors that they're lucky that I don't call the cops on them every time they yell and scream like animals.
Okay, we're done with this. Shut up and have a good night.
Yeah, you too.
Shut up and have a good night. Shut up and have a good night.
That's a guy who's wasted a lot of time on some BS, and he's over it now.
Yeah, he's
he knows the sound of it.
Yeah.
Can't imagine that gal is the source of any domestic disturbances. Jeez.
Homegirl domestic violence.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to Charlie Wilson of the Gap Band. Oh yeah, Greenwood.
Never ever had enough. Put the pedal to the metal.
Hey, burn on me, Charlie.
Oh no.
Yeah, you right, buddy. Greenwood Archer and Pine, the Gap Band. All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Bucket Naked Wednesday. See if you boys are down for this. Put some money in your pocket forever. An AI company is offering $200K for the rights to use your face and your voice for their robots. They want it forever. Your face and your voice for their robots.
A lifetime robot contract for 200 Gbos?
200 Gs. Hopefully that's after taxes, you know?
Yeah, that needs to be cold hard keys.
My price is more expensive.
Man, that's so weird. Why don't they just ask the AI to make up new ones?
Yeah.
Why do they need the real deal?
They want the real deal looking person.
I got to see what's in it for them. What's their big plan here? I'm going to say probably not at this point.
Not trusting that.
It's a robotic startup named Promobot. They're looking to replicate your likeness for 1,000 times for a whole lot of customers. That can be really wrong, because what are they going to do with these robots in the future? We don't know what these robots are going to do, and that's your image and your likeness out there. Who knows what it's really used
You could be the
for.
face of Cyberdyne.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, the T-1000 is you.
Yeah, man.
Instead of, what was that guy's name? Not Ray Liotta. I always get him mixed up. Who's the T-1000? Terminator 2.
The liquid guy.
Oh, the liquid. Oh, what was that guy's name? T2. Oh, I could look it up.
I don't know. Can you think of any other horrible situations?
Yeah.
You think of any other horrible situations that could use your robot for?
Is that Robert Patrick? Yeah.
Oh, dude,
got me.
that guy's got the unforgettable face.
Yeah.
Yeah, locked in.
When he came through that helicopter, he liquefied and came through the whole helicopter.
Yes.
Yeah, it's Robert Patrick.
1,000-yard stare at all times.
Arnold had a problem.
Yeah, great villain.
He's a
sold
perfect
that.
villain.
I mean, they froze him and broke him, and like 30 minutes later, he just came back together.
Nah, he was a
Liquid
top 10
nitrogen.
villain. And he's a scary
Isn't he
dude.
just a night agent? A Netflix series?
Did you watch that?
I saw the first season. I haven't seen the second season. First season was pretty good.
Okay. I ain't mad at that. Yeah, it reminds me of the movie Surrogates as well. You guys have seen that? Not sure if you've seen Surrogates. Anyway, that can get real bad. They can program these robots to go out there and do like mass shootings or something, and it's your likeness in your image doing it.
Looking for you.
Think of how bad that these things can be. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it is.
Your family's got to see you forever. Thousands of yous running around here terrorizing the planet because they made a whole robot army. Who knows?
So is this just for anybody that wants to throw it in? Because I think you'd have a lot of takers on this. Or are they looking for the best?
I'm pretty sure they're going to pick out who they want from there.
So you got to apply to get rejected.
Yeah.
Humiliated.
Yeah.
If they choose the Brad Pitt looking dude.
Dawson, come on, man. You gotta let
I know
that
how
go,
this
bro.
is going.
Did a handsome guy take your girlfriend or something before?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Hey, me too, fam. Me too, bro.
Not that I know of.
Yeah, not that I know of either.
But it's possible. Always in the back of your mind.
Yeah, sure. Why you got these wipes in your car all the time? I'm sweaty when you pick me up. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Bucket Naked Wednesday. All right, we've heard of a tramp stamp. How about the champ stamp?
Champ stamp. Where are we putting it?
Champ stamp. Same place as tramp stamp, right there on the small of your back there, wool chuck.
Might as well be a bullseye. That's the way.
Like if you're a lady and you got the tramp stamp after it became the tramp stamp, what are you doing?
You were owning it.
Yeah,
That's right.
That's right, girl.
I want everybody to know.